Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1, Seizing Lifespan. Under the blazing sun, with clear skies and mountains all around, the earth and sky seemed to pulsate. A mountain breeze swept through, cooling Guan as he stood in the garden. Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze fixated intensely on the blossoming plants before him, each vibrant in color, showing no signs of withering under the harsh sunlight. To his left and right stood two young men. The three had been accepted into the elixir hall under the auspices of Medicine Valley in the Supreme Sect that very day. Compared to Guan's excitement, the other two seemed disinterested, absent-mindedly wiping away sweat. Before them stood a plainly dressed young man of average looks but a sturdy build and bright eyes. He was Zhang Chunkaiyu, the senior disciple of Medicine Valley, explaining the key points of harvesting spirit flowers and spirit grass. The plants in this garden are all first-tier medicinal herbs. When harvesting, do not pull them out by the roots, cut them close to the ground instead. After cutting, wrap them in the spirit protection paper you have, to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. Zhang Chunkaiyu's voice was loud and energetic, unaffected by the harsh sun. Guan held scissors in his right hand and several white paper strips in his left, carefully noting every word uttered by Zhang Chunkaiyu. Unlike the others, he cherished this position, having endured many a disdainful glance to seize this opportunity. Others might think he was slacking off, on the path to ruin, but little did they know, this was the perfect way for him to become stronger. All right, start now. Everyone pick one plant for me to check. Zhang Chunkaiyu had just finished speaking when Guan crouched down. Guan placed his spirit protection paper down and carefully gripped the stem of a red flower before him with his left hand. Brother, aren't you being a bit too nervous? Even if you cut it wrong, it's no big deal, it's just a first-tier herb. These are used to refine basic elixirs, I wouldn't even bother with them back home, said Meng Lang from Guan's right, his clothes luxurious, indicating a remarkable family background. Indeed, that was the case. Apart from Guan, who was a house servant, the other two were from wealthy families. However, even children of affluent families needed proper spirit root qualifications to remain in the immortal cultivation sects. All of them possessed the most common type, the 5 spirit roots, and could only stay in the Supreme Sect as servant disciples. Guan ignored Meng Lang's words and concentrated on cutting the flower. He pinched the stem, snipped gently with his scissors, then wrapped the base of the red flower with spirit protection paper. After finishing, he stood up and handed his work to Zhang Chunkaiyu for inspection. Zhang Chunkaiyu took it and smiled approvingly, "Well done, you are very meticulous." Guan didn't respond, but stared intently at the red flower in his hand. He seemed even more nervous now than before cutting it. Seconds later, a row of text appeared before him that only he could see. You have successfully harvested a red spirit flower, first tier, 1 year lifespan. Success. A smile appeared on Guan's face, the burden lifted from his shoulders. Indeed, only creatures infused with spiritual energy could have their lifespans harvested by him. The first time Guan harvested a lifespan was when he was 10 years old, accidentally bumping into a house servant carrying a pot, causing the spirit flower inside to spill and granting him 12 years of life. At that time, the court guardian flew into a rage, insisting on cutting off one of his hands, but it was the third Miss Ji Xiao who stepped in and saved him. This time, Guan's entry into the Supreme Sect was also thanks to Ji Xiao, a dual spirit root talent seen once in a century. Many great sects courted the Ji family, and with Ji Xiao leading 5 members of the Ji family into the Supreme Sect, Guan was one of only 2 house servants to join. Without Ji Xiao, with his ordinary 5 spirit roots, he could only have joined a third-rate sect. While Guan secretly rejoiced, Meng Lang and another young man named Liya had also completed their harvest. Zhang Chunkaiyu placed the 3 red spirit flowers into his storage bag and said sternly, "Today your task is to collectively harvest 50 red spirit flowers. You are only to move within this garden area, not overstepping into other areas. When completed, bring the red spirit flowers to the attic to find me." With that, Zhang Chunkaiyu turned and left. Meng Lang waved his fist at Zhang Chunkaiyu's departing back, muttering under his breath, "Such a trivial matter, and he lectured for so long, has he never mentored juniors before?" Li Yi sat directly on the ground and frantically wiped sweat with his sleeve. After seeing Zhang Chunkaiyu head upstairs, Guan turned back and said to Meng Lang and Li Yi, "Brothers, given your well-off appearance, you surely come from extremely good homes and are not used to such rough tasks, unlike me, a mere house servant. Let me take on the task. Find a shady spot to rest, and just take good care of me in the future." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "That works, brother. Very smooth. If you ever feel you can't stay here, I'll ensure you have food and clothes for life." Li Yi, too exhausted to speak, nodded in agreement. Then, they left their spirit protection paper and supported each other as they walked out of the garden. Guan picked up the spirit protection papers, then looked back at the garden, his eyes shining brighter than the blazing sun above. In his eyes, the garden full of red spirit flowers was not merely flowers, but steps built of longevity stones that led to immortality. He began to move cautiously, not just to complete the task but to do it well, to avoid losing this perfect opportunity. The scorching sun radiated its mighty rays, showing no regard for the mortals below. Meng Lang and Li Yi took refuge in a small pavilion, wiping sweat continuously and too drained to even talk. Their gazes followed Guan. As time ticked by, sweat poured down Guan's face, but he was extremely excited, his smile never fading. Seeing the flushed face of Guan, Meng Lang couldn't help but remark, "On such a hot day, the kid really pushes himself. I like that. We'll take good care of him later, ensure he's well fed and nobody bullies him, so he can keep working for us." Li Yi rolled his eyes and responded grumpily, "There aren't many people in this valley, who's going to bully him? If senior brother ever bullies him, would you dare talk back?" Meng Lang coughed and looked at Li Yi, asking, "Brother, which Li family are you from?" Li Yi replied calmly, "The Li family from Kangsu's Changluo." Changluo? Isn't that the imperial city? You share a surname with the imperial family? Meng Lang asked in surprise, eyes widening as he spoke. Meng Lang did not respond but quietly looked at Guan. Meng Lang felt uneasy, as he had not expected to encounter a descendant of the imperial family here. However, upon further reflection, he thought it made sense, given that this was the supreme sect, the leading immortal cultivation sect of the Taixuan dynasty. The common use of the character in both the dynasty and the sect's names was a testament to the sect's exalted status. Hence, encountering a member of the imperial family in the lower levels of the supreme sect was not unusual. After a long while, Guan finally finished picking 50 red spirit flowers, wrapped them carefully, and placed them into a bamboo basket. He hoisted the basket onto his back, looked towards other gardens, and his face brimmed with anticipation. There were more than 15 garden quarters within the valley, and the one they were in was just a small corner. He speculated that the herbs in other garden quarters might be of higher value. There was plenty of time. Guan did not want to reveal his golden finger yet, so he decided today would suffice. He walked along the path toward the pavilion, signaling to Meng Lang and Li Yi to come, and they rose to join him. "Brother Guan, you've worked hard, let me carry that," Meng Lang said with a chuckle, recalling each other's names from when they had met the Valley Master. Seeing through Meng Lang's intentions, Guan smiled, nodded, and handed the basket to him. Li Yi scoffed, his eyes revealing a look of disdain. Guan only wanted to keep his current job, uninterested in possibly being reassigned due to overly good performance, so he didn't bother competing with Meng Lang. The three of them entered the pavilion and met with the senior brother, Zhang Chunkaiyu. Zhang Chunkaiyu was engrossed in a book but put it down as Guan and the others entered. He said, "Place the red spirit flowers down. These 3 are basic sorcery books left by Master. Make good use of your free time to practice them, striving to leap from here to become true disciples of the Supreme Sect someday. 5 years ago, one disciple received Master's Spirit Pill, succeeded in Foundation establishment, and became an outer disciple of the Supreme Sect. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and 3 secret books flew from his sleeve towards the trio. Guan caught one and read the title. Springwood Skill. It sounded so rudimentary. Yet, Guan was not disappointed, considering he was at the lowest level of the Supreme Sect. Zhang Chunkaiyu added a few more words of caution and then instructed them to find rooms in the adjoining courtyard to settle down. The courtyard was specifically reserved for servant disciples, and currently, only the 4 of them were disciples there. The Valley Master was away and would not return for another couple of years, leaving Zhang Chunkaiyu in charge of the Medicine Valley. 30 minutes later, Guan lay on a wooden bed, gasping for air, his face flushed, having just endured a long exposure to the sun. With a thought, rows of text appeared before his eyes. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 15/151. Spirit Root, Ordinary 5 Elements Spirit Root, can invest lifespan to evolve in cultivation. Cultivation level, non-existent, can invest lifespan to evolve in cultivation, n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. Cultivation technique, fire control art, unmastered, can invest lifespan to evolve in cultivation. Guan had seized a total of 88 years of lifespan in one breath. Before this, his lifespan was 63 years, 12 of which he had gained at the age of 10 by breaking a flower pot, meaning he originally only had a lifespan of 50 years. First stage herbs could only provide 1 to 2 years of lifespan, but for Immortal, a single year was immense. Guan looked at his attribute panel, growing more and more excited. In such a short time, he had earned 88 years of life, making this job incredibly worthwhile. He wanted to become a permanent fixture of the Medicine Valley. He scorned the idea of being either an outer or inner sect disciple. As it was said that becoming an official disciple involved going to the mortal world to fight demons and dangers. From childhood to adulthood, Guan had never killed even a chicken, and in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person on earth. He couldn't bring himself to engage in such violence. Staying in the Medicine Valley was far better, almost free of danger and capable of crazily accumulating lifespan. Who says immortal cultivation must be a fierce struggle? Guan indulged in delightful daydreams, unable to extricate himself. Overnight passed. Guan awoke early the next morning, and after a quick wash, he went to find Zhang Chunkaiyu to receive his tasks. Zhang Chunkaiyu had not slept, he was practicing energy absorption. Pleased by Guan's diligence, he smiled appreciatively, rose from his seat, moved to the door, and pointed towards a patch of land, saying, "You may pick the spirit heart grass in that garden quarter. Once done, just leave them at the door, no need to knock." With that, he waved his sleeve, and several spirit protection papers fell into Guan's hands. Zhang Chunkaiyu, seeing Guan struggling to contain his excitement and after a moment of hesitation, revealed a friendly and kind smile and said, "Junior brother, work hard and endure hardships, and you will undoubtedly make it through." Chapter 2, 1000-Year Lifespan. As spring left and autumn arrived, the Medicine Valley of the Supreme Sect had spent a year unnoticed with the changing of the seasons. The door to a loft opened, and Guan, who was 16 years old, emerged with Meng Lang and Li Yi, stepping out of the room. They turned and paid their respects to the room, then Meng Lang closed the door behind them. All 3 heaved a sigh of relief, and then made their way down the stairs. Upon reaching their own courtyard, Meng Lang couldn't help but grumble, "All that for a lecture that lasted an ancient hour, couldn't he have just passed us the 100 herbs collection and be done with it?" Li Yi shook his head, resigned, and walked to the corner of the courtyard. He picked up a sword that was stuck in the ground and began practicing his swordsmanship. Though his spirit root qualification was mediocre, he was, after all, from the imperial family and had in his hands an exquisite set of sword techniques, which he planned to use to make a name for himself. In the Taixuan dynasty, the traditions of immortal cultivation were honored. All the scholars and warriors of the court practiced immortal cultivation. At the same time, the dynasty divided the people of the 13 prefectures into classes, from low to high, slave, commoner, official, and immortal. Merchants were also ranked among the commoners. Only those who attained the class of immortals were considered true nobles. Ordinary officials could only govern in towns and cities, while the masters of commandery cities and prefects of states were all of the immortal class, not to mention the imperial city of Changluo. One must be of the immortal class to enter there. Many immortal class families would exile members with poor spirit root qualification to ensure the excellence of their bloodline, and the imperial family was no exception. Even though he had fallen from grace, Liya, who was of the immortal class, was not someone Guan could afford to provoke. Because he was of the slave class. Over the year, Guan had been specifically helping Liya and Meng Lang pick medicinal herbs, mostly during the summer days or early mornings, so his efforts had made him quite popular with the two. For other tasks such as planting, watering, and fertilizing, Guan had not assisted them, and they felt embarrassed to ask. Moreover, when it came to planting, Zhang Chunkai would watch from the loft above. Guan listened to Meng Lang's endless chatter while watching Liya practice his swordsmanship. Every man dreams of being a swordsman. After living together for a year, sharing each other's company day and night, the three had established a good relationship. Liya did not prevent them from watching him practice, since it was not feasible to practice in secrecy. Furthermore, the Li family's sword techniques came with a unique chi cultivation spell which was indispensable. Just learning the sword movements was insufficient. Meng Lang rambled on for a good while before finally winding down. He patted Guan on the shoulder and chuckled, "You seldom practice yourself, yet you're so interested in sword techniques. Why is that?" Guan replied casually, "With my mediocre talent, I'm too lazy to practice. Watching him is just a way to pass the time out of boredom. Don't you think life in Medicine Valley is dreadfully dull?" "Yeah, it is truly boring. If you knew what my life was like back home, with 4 maids to entertain me, you would know." Meng Lang sighed, and then his words poured out once more. Guan, used to his boastful nature, didn't bother to puncture his bubble. It wasn't until dusk that Liya finished practicing. He stuck his sword back into the ground in the courtyard, wiping sweat from his brow, and said, "I'm going to take a walk in the little woods." No sooner had he spoken than he headed for the gate, not waiting for a response from Guan or Meng Lang. Once he had left the courtyard, Meng Lang murmured softly, "What do you think that guy is always doing in the little woods?" Guan shrugged and replied, "How would I know? He's a scion of the imperial family. Having some secrets is normal. What if one day he goes back to become a prince? How could that be possible? He's been sent out to be a servant disciple. But think about it, it's not just the supreme sect in this world. Why did he come here to be a servant disciple of all places?" Meng Lang was stunned by Guan's words, shaking his head. Then, Guan walked to the well, scooped up a bucket full of water with a wooden ladle, and drank it all in one go before he set down the ladle and left the courtyard. Meng Lang didn't follow Guan. He knew what Guan was up to, and after mumbling to himself for a moment, he returned to his room to practice. Guan arrived at a garden area where second-layer spirit grass, calming grass, was cultivated. This year, Guan only had the task of picking first-layer medicinal herbs. Moreover, these spirit grasses were not ordinary plants. They required longer periods to mature and could take years to be harvest-ready, so he hadn't collected much over the year. Zhang Chunkai said that in another month, they would be able to pick the calming grass from this garden, which would be their first time harvesting second-layer medicinal herbs. Guan was looking forward to it. In his eyes, each stalk of the deep blue calming grass was not merely an herb but a numerical value of lifespan. Suddenly, Guan noticed a calming grass plant shaking. Upon closer inspection, his expression dramatically changed, and he immediately vaulted over the fence, rushing towards it. He saw a white-haired mouse, the size of a palm, fiddling with the soil under the calming grass, seemingly trying to uproot it along with the roots. Startled by Guan's approach, the white-haired mouse darted away with the speed of lightning, vanishing beneath the wooden fence at the edge of the area, disappearing without a trace. Guan wanted to chase after the creature, but upon seeing the bitten calming grass with a broken stem, he quickly squatted down and took out a piece of spirit protection paper from his waist. With his left hand, he swiftly picked the calming grass, and with his right hand, he wrapped the roots with the spirit protection paper to prevent the escape of spiritual energy. After finishing the wrapping, Guan stood up. You have successfully seized a 4-year lifespan from calming grass, second layer. Before Guan could smile, another line of text appeared before his eyes. Your lifespan has surpassed 1,000 years for the first time, activating the lifespan detection function. Lifespan detection? Guan was inwardly curious. He looked towards another calming grass on the ground and thought check lifespan in his mind. Calming grass, second layer 4/25/102 years, age/lifespan limit. The lifespan limit of this calming grass could reach 102 years. The lifespan taken was different from its inherent lifespan. It seemed impossible to take all of a target's lifespan, most of its life dissipated upon the target's death. Guan wasn't clear on the difference between lifespan and lifespan limit, though it might have something to do with cultivation. He picked up the wrapped calming grass and rose to his feet, heading towards Zhang Chunkai's loft. All the medicinal herbs in Medicine Valley had to be handed over to Zhang Chunkai for safekeeping, and every half a year, Guan and the other servant disciples would receive their stipend from the Supreme Sect, which consisted of spirit stones and spirit pills used for cultivation. Depending on their performance, Zhang Chunkai would also grant them seeds of medicinal herbs. Guan's room contained 3 calming grass plants, one more than Meng Lang and Liya had, but Meng Lang and the other person did not feel envious. As soon as Guan stepped out of the courtyard, he saw a person climbing the stairs to the loft where Zhang Chunkai resided. It was a black-clad elder with a bookcase on his back and a black cloth hat on his head, appearing very mysterious. From a distance, observing the black-clad elder, Guan's mind stirred as he checked the man's lifespan, and then 2 lines of hints popped up in front of him. Chengsuan Dan, Energy Cultivation Realm 8 Layer 104/120/180. Chengsuan Dan. Master of Medicine Valley and nominally Guan's mentor, he had only heard Zhang Chunkai mention him. He had been traveling outside these years and had not met him until today. Chengsuan Dan, aged 104, would live up to 120 years, with an extreme limit of 180 years. That meant, barring accidents, he could only live for 16 more years. Guan found lifespan detection interesting as it could help him identify others' cultivation levels and qualifications. He speculated that extreme lifespan might indicate the height of one's innate talent, but this guess had to be confirmed through repeated use. Chengsuan Dan entered Zhang Chunkai's room and closed the door behind him. Guan went into Zhang Chunkai's courtyard, placed the bundled calming grass on a long table, and then turned away to leave. He returned to his own courtyard and first paid a visit to Meng Lang, who was cultivating in his room. Meng Lang, Energy Cultivation Realm 2nd Layer 17/90/190. Indeed a good for nothing. After learning about Meng Lang's lifespan, Guan didn't linger to chat and quickly went back to his own room. Only when night had fallen and he heard Li Ya's footsteps, did he rise and step out of his room. Just as Li Ya was about to head to his own house, seeing him open his door, he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" While checking his lifespan, Guan replied, "Master has returned. How about we visit together tomorrow?" Li Ya, Energy Cultivation Realm 6 Layer 18/210/1550. Hiss. An extreme lifespan of 1,550 years. Is this the talent of imperial family descendants? Isn't Liya also of mixed spirit root? Gu An's gaze towards Liya suddenly changed. Perhaps Liya was an undiscovered genius who would shine brilliantly eventually. And this guy's cultivation level had actually reached the 6th layer of energy cultivation realm. What does that mean? Playing the fool to catch the wise? The realms of cultivation that Gu An had come into contact with, from low to high, were sequentially divided into Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, each major realm further subdivided into 9 layers. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Liye, reaching the 6th layer of Qi cultivation at 18 years old, probably wouldn't need many years to achieve foundation establishment, rising to become an official disciple of the Supreme Sect. Such a genius fellow disciple must be befriended. Hearing this, Liye raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded, "Sure. You've thought it through well. Wake me up after you rise tomorrow." With that, he turned and walked towards his room. Gu An watched him close the door, filled with myriad emotions. Indeed, hierarchy exists in every world, and the difference in status destined that it would be difficult for him and Liye to become true friends. Gu An was not angry, having been treated with disdain and neglect as a house servant from a young age. He did not resent Liye, who seemed so unremarkable after all. It didn't matter. Possessing the golden finger to seize lifespan, Gu An felt he would eventually become immortal. Before that, he aimed to keep a low profile and safely get through the phase of accruing lifespan. To ensure safety, one should avoid conflicts, stay out of trouble, and the more low-key, the better. A smile showed on Gu An's face as he then turned and closed his room door. The moon was very full tonight, and its light scattered across the stone steps of the courtyard like water. In the early morning, inside the main hall, Gu An, Meng Lang, and Liya stood side by side. In front of them, Cheng Xuandan sat in a chair with a cup of hot tea in his hand. Next to him stood Zhang Chunkaiu, looking very respectful. Zhang Chunkaiu, Energy Cultivation Realm 5th Layer 54/110/175. Gu An thought the eldest disciple's talent was low, but then he thought, naturally, as there was more than one Medicine Valley in the Supreme Sect. To have someone like Liya emerge was already quite extraordinary. Moreover, compared to these individuals, the initial Gu An was indeed the most worthless. Cheng Xuandan lifted his turbid eyes to scrutinize Gu An and the others, and then spoke, "I have learned about your performances from your eldest disciple. Meeting for the first time, as your mentor, I must present you with a welcome gift. You may choose from the 100 Herbs collection, Energy Nurturing Skill, and the spell Poison Wood Vine, but you can only choose one and must not teach it to each other. If I discover that, I will punish you severely." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang was the first to speak up, "Master, I want the Poison Wood Vine." Gu An thought to himself that no one would probably want the 100 Herbs collection, so he might as well let Liya choose first and do him a favor. Following this, Liya said, "Disciple would like the 100 Herbs collection." Gu An looked at him in surprise. "Brother, not playing by the rules?" Chapter 3, Evolution of the Cultivation Technique, Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill. Meng Lang and Zhang Chunkaiu were equally astonished by Liya's choice, but they kept silent. Cheng Xuandan looked at Liya approvingly, nodded slightly, and said, "Not bad, you have an eye for quality, and you're not impulsive." With a wave of his right hand toward the table beside him, 3 secret manuals appeared on the table. He gave Zhang Chunkaiu a look, and Zhang immediately began distributing the manuals. Throughout the entire time, Gu An barely had a chance to speak. "All right, I was ignored." Naturally optimistic, Gu An did not get discouraged. "Though you treat me coldly today, 16 years from now, I will bear no grudges and will offer incense for you." Gu An took the manual titled Energy Nurturing Skill, pretending to be happy. Recently, demons have infiltrated the Supreme Sect. Medicine Valley is located on the outskirts of the Supreme Sect, and although there are disciples patrolling, dangers still exist. Do not leave Medicine Valley on normal days, you may go now. After Taixuan Dan gave his instructions, he waved his hand, and the three, including Guan, immediately bowed and took their leave. Guan, walking at the back, closed the door behind them as they left. Taixuan Dan nodded slightly and said, "That young man called Liya is not simple. He seems to have practiced some technique that conceals his cultivation level. His essence, energy and spirit are not weaker than yours. Pay more attention to him in the future. Moreover, he comes from the imperial family, so don't be too harsh on him." Zhang Chunkaihu nodded. After a moment of thought, he said, "Master, Guan is the most diligent among us. Moreover, with his the poorest aptitude, he will surely stay in Medicine Valley much longer." Taixuan Dan calmly said, "Then you take good care of him. He is in your hands now." Zhang Chunkaihu showed a smile and then thanked his master. Elsewhere, Guan and the others returned to their own courtyard. Along the way, Meng Lang talked about the demons, not at all afraid but rather excited. Liya stopped walking, looked at Guan, and said, "The energy nurturing skill is actually not bad. It can conceal one's aura and prolongs one's lifespan. I already have a cultivation technique, so I do not need it. For someone like you, the energy nurturing skill is actually a better choice." On hearing this, Guan's face lit up with a smile, and he said, "Thank you for the advice, Brother Li. I guess I'll be spending my lifetime in Medicine Valley. The 100 herbs collection doesn't really mean much to me, I can learn about herbs by following the eldest disciple." Upon hearing this, Liya nodded slightly, pleased to see Guan heed his advice. The three did not chat much and soon each went back to their own rooms. There were not many daily chores in Medicine Valley, so they had plenty of time to cultivate. Guan sat on his bed and began to read through the energy nurturing skill. Initially, he had no interest in the energy nurturing skill, but after hearing Liya mention its ability to conceal one's aura and increase lifespan, he suddenly wanted to practice it and try out his lifespan evolving ability. Over the year, he had practiced the springwood skill extended to him by Zhang Chunkaihu, making no progress, so he gave up after half a month. For him, rather than the monotonous cultivation, it was better to visit the library in Medicine Valley, looking through more books on herbs and various travelogues to broaden his horizons. Days passed by. Besides the routine check of the herbs, Guan spent his time in his room cultivating. After 15 days of cultivation, the words energy nurturing skill finally appeared in his attribute panel. However, the remark next to it still indicated it was unmastered. Guan looked at his attribute panel with a hopeful expression. It was his first time using the lifespan evolution, and he was very nervous, unsure of how much lifespan the cultivation of the energy nurturing skill would require. Though his lifespan had already exceeded 1,000 years, if it required several decades or even 100 years, he would feel the pinch. Guan stared at the energy nurturing skill in his attribute panel and silently chose to invest lifespan into evolution. Please select the amount of lifespan to invest. Seeing this line of text, Guan made his choice without hesitation, and immediately 2 lines of text popped up in front of him. You have invested 1 year of lifespan to evolve the practice of energy nurturing skill. You have cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 1 year, due to your average comprehension and aptitude, your cultivation has made no progress, but your essence energy has been enhanced. All of a sudden, Guan felt invigorated. However, the feeling came quickly and went quickly as well. That's it. The word average deeply struck Guan. Such blatant bullying. A doubt arose in Guan's mind: was aptitude related to one's spirit root? He immediately chose to invest lifespan into evolving the spirit root, putting in 100 years all at once. You have invested 100 years of lifespan for the evolution practice of spirit root. You begin to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth, increasing your spirit root's perception of nature. After 100 years, your perception of the 5 elements spirit root has improved. After reading these 2 lines of prompts, Guan brought up his attribute panel again and found that his spirit root had changed from ordinary 5 elements spirit root to a better 5 elements spirit root. Guan felt it was a loss. Seeing his lifespan shrink from 4 digits to 3 digits made him extremely distressed. It seemed that the evolution of the spirit root was a bottomless pit. Should I try the energy nurturing skill again? Such a thought popped into Guan's mind, and after trying to spend his lifespan, he had an itchy feeling in his heart. I only need to spend a year to earn 1,000-year lifespan. I'll spend a bit more today, and later I can strive to earn more. Let's indulge once today since it's my first time using this function. Guan took a deep breath and silently chose to invest 500 years of lifespan for the evolution practice of the energy nurturing skill. You have invested 500 years of lifespan for the evolution practice of energy nurturing skill. You have cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 1 year. Due to your average comprehension and aptitude, your cultivation has made no progress, but your essence energy has been enhanced. You have cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 10 years, due to your average comprehension and aptitude, your cultivation level has made no progress, but you successfully mastered the energy nurturing skill, and your chi blood has been enhanced. You cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 100 years. The constant cultivation led you to a realization about the energy nurturing skill, and it began to transform. You cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 200 years. Your energy nurturing skill merged with nature's spiritual energy and evolved into a technique of immortal cultivation. You cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 300 years. Your energy nurturing skill was promoted to spirit nurturing skill. You cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 400 years. On that day, you suddenly had an epiphany, grasped the heaven and earth true meaning, and created the dragon image nurturing primordial skill from the spirit nurturing skill. Your body and chi blood were transformed. You cultivated the energy nurturing skill for 500 years. The dragon image nurturing primordial skill reached mastery, broke through the limits of cultivation technique, and was promoted to dragon strength divine primordial skill. Your physique underwent a fundamental change. Row after row of prompts popped up in front of Guan's eyes before he could finish reading them. A flood of memories surged into his mind. A breeze blew in from the window, moving the curtains by the bed, and also fluttering Guan's black hair. With his eyes closed, he unconsciously opened his mouth, breathing in and out, with a faint sound of dragon's chant. After an indeterminate time, Guan gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and what appeared before him were the dimly lit forests outside the window. It was dark outside. Guan had now inherited all the memories of the practice of dragon strength divine primordial skill and had even directly mastered this technique. The dragon strength divine primordial skill was a technique created based on the cultivation of the dragon turtle. It could conceal one's breath, hide cultivation level, and also cultivate the dragon strength. The energy nurturing skill is part of the foundation techniques within the dragon strength divine primordial skill, basically progressing from an incomplete technique to a complete one. Guan suspected the dragon strength divine primordial skill had always existed in the world, and that the supreme sect had only obtained a fragment, hence it was named energy nurturing skill. If he were to spend another 300 years of lifespan, what kind of changes would the dragon strength divine primordial skill undergo? Guan forcefully suppressed the urge to spend more lifetimes. He felt his physique, sensing an overpowering strength within himself that gave him the feeling of immense power. He felt he could easily demolish a pavilion with a single punch. This powerful sensation was truly marvelous. Moreover, his senses had greatly improved. He could hear the breathing of Meng Lang and Li Yi, he could even hear the distant conversations between Zhang Chunkaiyu and Cheng Su and Dan. That demon has already killed 13 disciples, most of whom are servant disciples from various sections of Medicine Valley. Master, you and I alone may not be able to protect them, said one voice. No worries, your master has already requested a sect mission. The sect will dispatch a Foundation Establishment Realm disciple to protect our Medicine Valley, replied another. That's really great. This afternoon, the spiritual energy in the valley was a bit unusual, I even thought the demon was coming. It's embarrassing to admit that I didn't even dare to step outside, said the first voice again. Well, you grew up at your master's knee and have never been out to temper yourself. It's understandable that you are timid. Hearing their conversation, Guan broke out in cold sweat. He had been careless. In the future, while deducing techniques, he must not act carelessly. Fortunately, Zhang Chunkai's cultivation level was low, otherwise Guan's cultivation activities would have been discovered. After eavesdropping for a while and confirming that Cheng Xuandan and Zhang Chunkai were not talking about him, Guan finally relaxed. He continued to feel his newfound physique while following the methods of the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill to suppress his own breath to the lowest level, with his chi blood also suppressed within his body, appearing no different than before cultivation, still delicate and frail. An ancient hour later, Guan opened his eyes and accessed his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 16/402. Spirit root, good 5 elements. Spirit root, can invest lifespan to evolve cultivation. Cultivation level, below PAR, can invest lifespan to evolve cultivation. Cultivation techniques, fire control art, not mastered, springwood skill, not mastered, dragon strength divine primordial skill, mastery, can invest lifespan to evolve cultivation. Dragon strength divine primordial skill, mastery. Guan looked on with satisfaction, but unfortunately, the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill was a technique of physical cultivation and could not cultivate spiritual power, so his cultivation level was still below PAR. Even so, Guan felt that sweeping through the energy cultivation realm should pose no problem. Next, he could wait for his lifespan to increase. His Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill had now reached a great level of mastery. The strength energy surged within his body, automatically helping him increase his lifespan, although the rate of increase was still undefined. That night, Guan found it hard to fall asleep. However, despite continuously refreshing his attribute panel until sunrise, he still did not see any increase in lifespan. He had to console himself that no cultivation technique could increase lifespan by 1 year in a single day. Yes. The heavens do not disappoint those who persevere, surprises will come eventually. Guan briefly washed up and then stepped out of his room, intending to stroll through the park and soothe his mind by looking at the herbs. Coincidentally, just as he arrived at one area of the park, his gaze fixed on a white-haired mouse. It was the same mouse that had been nibbling on the calming grass earlier. Guan looked around to make sure that no one else from Medicine Valley had stepped out of their dwellings, then he quietly approached the white-haired mouse. The white-haired mouse, with its back to him and 10 yards away, didn't notice someone was approaching. When they were less than 7 paces apart, Guan surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly crossing the distance, and grabbed the white-haired mouse with his right hand. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The white-haired mouse was terrified, instantly raising its little paws in a "I surrender" gesture. Dare to steal my lifespan? Hey, you're done for. Guan laughed triumphantly as he caught the white-haired mouse. He could see the process of the mouse turning around. Too slow. Chapter 4, Demon of Greed. At midday, Guan, Meng Lang, and Liya stood in front of a wooden fence in a garden area. Meng Lang stared curiously at the white-haired old mouse in Guan's hand. Liya pondered and said, "This should be a white spirit rat. They are highly interested in spiritual resources rich in spiritual energy, hence the name treasure hunting rat. They can barely be considered spirit beasts." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang couldn't help but ask, what is the difference between spirit beasts and demon beasts? Demon beasts cultivate themselves into existence, while spirit beasts are born with the ability to perceive nature's spiritual energy. They can also cultivate, and their aura isn't as bloody as demon energy. To put it simply, spirit beasts are not as dangerous as demon beasts, explained Li. Upon hearing this, Guan suddenly didn't want to kill the mouse. Meng Lang's interest grew, and he laughed with a hee-hee. Guan, how about giving this old mouse to me? Guan raised an eyebrow and cursed silently, calling him an animal, daring to ask for it. Li said coldly, white spirit rats don't usually live alone. If there's one here, it means there's a nest nearby. Go catch them yourself. It's rather degrading to fight over a mouse. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's cheeks flushed with anger, and he huffed, then I'll catch. With that, he turned and left. Once he was far away, Guan said to Li, thank you. Guan found that Li seemed cold but was actually quite easy to get along with, generous in nature. He didn't stop Guan from watching him practice swordplay usually, and today, he even spoke up righteously. If Li hadn't spoken up, Guan would have been in big trouble. If he had to make Meng Lang cry from a beating, with that kid's volume, the commotion would be unmistakable. Li looked at Guan, sizing him up, and said softly, somehow, you seem to have changed suddenly, but I can't quite put my finger on what exactly has changed. Suddenly, Li grabbed Guan's wrist with his right hand. The speed seemed so slow in Guan's eyes, but instead of dodging, he pretended to be surprised. Brother Li, what are you? It's nothing. Li withdrew his hand, hesitated for a moment, then added, your aura is stable, and there's no significant problem with your body, except for the lack of spiritual power. Even if your talent is mediocre, don't forget to cultivate. With effort, there is always hope. Guan nodded and started making small talk following his remark. Li seemed to be in a good mood today and was quite talkative. Through him, Guan gained a deeper understanding of the immortal cultivation world. It had to be said, members of the imperial family were indeed different, possessing extensive knowledge without even traveling the world. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Meng Lang returned quickly. There's a big problem. Meng Lang came to Guan's side and whispered, his tone anxious. Guan looked up towards the entrance of Medicine Valley. Li asked, what's wrong? Meng Lang's eyes widened as he said, there's a cultivator guarding the entrance of the valley. When I went up and asked him, he said he is an inner sect disciple of the sect. He had taken on our master's reward task to protect us for a month. I bet the master posted the task because of the demon we talked about earlier. What if the inner sect disciple can't fend off the demon? Wouldn't we be done for? Guan had already seen the figure of the inner sect disciple from afar, his current vision enabling him to see the person's true appearance. It was a young man dressed in a green robe, handsome and distinguished, clearly not an ordinary man. Chu Jingfeng, Foundation Establishment Realm, Level 119/290/870. Reaching Level 1 of the Foundation Establishment Realm at 19? A genius, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. No wonder he could be an inner sect disciple. Guan looked at the inspection hint in front of him and felt a myriad of emotions. The Supreme Sect truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost institution of the Taixuan dynasty, brimming with geniuses. Li and Meng Lang began discussing the mysterious demon. Meng Lang thought it was preposterous, considering how powerful the Supreme Sect was, that a demon could infiltrate, and yet, after half a month, it still hadn't been caught. Li, however, thought it was normal. To use his words, the Supreme Sect was too vast, and Medicine Valley being on the edge made it normal for disciples to face danger. 100 years ago, there was a demon cultivator who invaded the Supreme Sect, killed hundreds of disciples, and left unscathed. That demon might know some secret techniques, making it hard to capture. Li spoke with a distant tone. Don't mention the Supreme Sect, there's no absolutely safe place in this world. The amount of spirit resources provided by the dynasty to the demon-suppressing mansion every year is an astoundingly large figure. Li Yi started discussing the state of the world. Guan and Meng Lang listened with great interest, taking in every word. Coming from an immortal cultivation family like the Ji family, Guan had little exposure to the wider world, and this was the first time he realized how dangerous the world was. Demons roamed the land, and evil spirits ran rampant, with 3 or 4 in 10 cultivators dying at the hands of demons and evil spirits. After listening, Guan became even more fearful. He definitely couldn't go out in the future. He had to stay in the Supreme Sect and accumulate lifespan. Survive for 1,000 or even 10,000 years, survive until the Supreme Sect collapses. But our Medicine Valley has so many medicinal herbs of great significance, how could the sect send only an inner sect disciple? Meng Lang said indignantly. Li Yi shook his head and said, there are more than 50 such medicine valleys in the Supreme Sect. The herbs cultivated here are not considered very precious. Inside the sect, there are more valuable medicine valleys where all the herbs are divine resources capable of changing immortals' fate. Upon hearing this, Guan's eyes lit up, and he began to inquire about the details of that medicine valley. However, Li Yi was only aware of the existence of that medicine valley and didn't know the specifics. After talking for a while longer, the trio eventually departed, each having to check on their assigned garden areas regularly to prevent any mishaps with the herbs. Once the inspections were finished, they each returned to their rooms. Guan tied a rope around the white spirit rat's body to prevent it from escaping. He sat cross-legged on his bed with the white spirit rat on his lap, and then he began to cultivate. He practiced the dragon strength divine primordial skill, which could enhance his strength and lifespan. As for other cultivation techniques, he was too lazy to practice them, he preferred to simply expend his lifespan when more was available. By the time night fell, Medicine Valley became more silent than it had ever been before. Now with exceptionally acute senses, Guan could hear Cheng Suandan and inner sect disciple Chu Jingfeng talking over 100 zhang away. Cheng Suandan was very respectful towards Chu Jingfeng, indicating that Chu Jingfeng was more than just an inner sect disciple. Through their conversation, Guan learned the name of that demon. The demon of greed. Chu Jingfeng was disdainful of the demon of greed. His confident tone also reassured Cheng Suandan, and Guan could distinctly feel Cheng Suandan's heartbeat returning to normal. The demon of greed. Guan's eyes flickered with curiosity, wondering whether his dragon strength divine primordial skill could exterminate the demon of greed. According to the inherited memories of the dragon strength divine primordial skill, its dragon strength had the effect of suppressing demons and exterminating evil. He had to prepare for the worst, in case Chu Jingfeng couldn't withstand it. Even with his extended lifespan, he only had 1 life to live. He couldn't afford to gamble with it. That night, the breath of everyone in Medicine Valley was unstable, clearly affected by their emotions. Capturing this, Guan became even more nervous. Only when dawn came did Guan begin to sleep. For the next 5 days, the demon of greed did not appear, and Guan's tense heart gradually relaxed. The 6th day. As always, as darkness descended, Guan returned to his room to rest. This time, he brought back 4 travelogues from the library, aiming to broaden his knowledge of the world. The white spirit rat scurried out from under the bed and swiftly jumped onto the table. Ever since it had experienced Guan practicing the dragon strength divine primordial skill, it had become dependent on him and wouldn't run away even if not tethered. Guan sat down at the table, teased the white spirit rat, then began to flip through a book called Green Hero Travelogue. The window was left half open, and the cool breeze of the night blew in, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker and casting shadows of the white spirit rat on the table, which occasionally stretched. Guan found this travelogue quite interesting. It had quite a bit about the affairs of men and women, with the green hero wandering the world, appreciating the scenery from north to south, slaying demons and monsters, as well as having brief romantic encounters. He continued reading deep into the night and felt something amiss. Why did every woman the green hero encountered like him? The man made a show of reluctance, always being half pushed and half pulled by the women. This couldn't have been written by some scholar, could it? Guan inwardly scorned the author of the book but was still engrossed in reading it. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew in from outside the window, and even Guan, who had cultivated the dragon strength divine primordial skill, couldn't help but shiver. He put down the book in his hand and got up to close the window. Before he reached the window, he suddenly heard a noise in the distance. He stopped and listened carefully. Demon! Meet your demise! The low shout from Chu Jingfeng made Guan's hair stand on end. Had the demon of greed arrived? But Chu Jingfeng seemed not afraid, even excited, and reliable. Ah! Just as Guan's heart began to calm, he heard Chu Jingfeng's scream, which frightened him into quickly closing the window and turning off the oil lamp. Guan retreated to a corner inside the room. The white spirit rat clearly sensed something and quickly jumped into his arms. The little creature was actually trembling too. Its trembling intensified Guan's fear. From childhood to adulthood, Guan had never encountered demons or evil spirits. It couldn't be helped, the Ji family was too safe. As a child, the most terrifying beings in his eyes were the Ji family's court guardians, resembling Zhang Fei and Li Kui. Chu Jingfeng, you'd better live up to your bravado, and Li Yi next door, with your extraordinary spirit resource and unique life pattern, you must be like the protagonist of a novel, who will ascend to greatness upon defeating that demon. Guan strived to calm his emotions, his fists clenched tightly, already condensing the dragon strength within his body. Soon, he heard the sound of the door next door being pushed open. It was Li Yi, rushing out with his sword to support Chu Jingfeng. As for Meng Lang, he was even less resilient than Guan, hiding under the bed and almost making Guan curse out loud. This good-for-nothing pretended to be so tough in front of him usually, posing as a big brother, but he turned out to be such a coward when faced with danger. Thinking this, each second that passed felt like torture to Guan. In his perception, the breath of Chu Jingfeng suddenly disappeared, and Guan didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Demon! Hold your tongue! Li Yi's voice was captured by Guan, sending chills down his spine. Was the demon planning to eat them? Then, Guan heard a thud, and Li Yi's voice abruptly ended. Was it over for him? Was he that useless? Guan's heartbeat pounded like a war drum, unable to settle down. Cheng Xuandan and Zhang Chunkai were hiding in their own rooms, ignoring the commotion outside, truly living up to the phrase like master, like disciple. Outside the room, silence fell, and even Guan, with his superior senses, could not detect any movement or the presence of the demon of greed. Chapter 5 Is that all? The night was silent, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Leaning against the wall, Guan was frustrated, wondering why his heartbeat was so fast. For some reason, although he couldn't hear any movement outside, he inexplicably felt that the demon of greed was approaching his house. His gaze moved back and forth between the door and the windows. Moonlight streamed in through the cracks in the door and windows, bright and terrifyingly so. The white spirit rat, trembling, made Guan's chest itch, making him want to throw it out, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Time slowly passed as Guan held his breath and focused. Guan had never longed for daylight as much as he did now. The Supreme Sect was not safe at all. In the future, he would need to accumulate more lifespan. While keeping a low profile, he must not stop growing stronger. Guan was lost in thought, not knowing how much time had passed when his gaze suddenly fixed on the threshold of his door. The door was to his left, less than a meter away. It was illuminated by the moonlight, and a dark shadow appeared in the door crack, sending shivers down his spine. The demon of greed. It was coming. Guan's heart reached his throat, his body tense. He even felt an urge to rush out. Suddenly, Guan's body stiffened. He felt a wet hand touching his head, its sharp nails pressing against his forehead, sending chills down his spine. His mind went blank as he cautiously looked up, only to see a pale arm emerging from the darkness above, looking like a woman's arm, the hand pressing on the top of his head with nails sharp as claws. The owner of the arm reached out from the darkness, a disheveled and ferocious face pushing through, her true face unclear, only her mouth full of dripping fangs visible. She was smiling. Damn! Guan was terrified to the point of madness, lashing out with his arm in anger, slapping the face of the demon of greed. Boom! The roof of the house was blasted open, flesh and blood splattering inside, tiles and turf flung dozens of feet into the air, disappearing into the night. The night sky was so dark, the mountains and forests around Medicine Valley appeared to be standing like demons and ghosts. Huff, huff, huff. Guan was gasping for air, his right arm in the air, trembling, his palm smeared with blood, the blood of the demon of greed splashed all over his face. When everything quieted down, Guan still couldn't calm himself. Moonlight poured in, illuminating the inside of the house. On the wall, a huge blossom of blood spread, horrifying and terrible, a pale severed arm lying at Guan's feet. 10 breaths later, Guan finally calmed down. You have successfully taken 52 years of life from the demon of greed, Tier 2. Staring at the notification that popped up before him, he was still gasping for breath, but his expression turned peculiar. Is that it? Guan found it ridiculous. Was he too strong, or were Chu Jingfeng and the others too weak? Just as he was puzzled, he faintly heard a door opening. He immediately lay down, closed his eyes, and casually hung the severed arm of the demon of greed over his body. That wasn't enough, he also raised his hand, pried open the palm of the demon of greed, and then grabbed his own neck. After doing all this, he spread his hands and pretended to faint. As autumn approached, the weather was no longer so hot. Guan was picking calming grass in its dedicated area while Liya and Meng Lang stood outside the wooden fence, watching him work. Half of Liya's body was wrapped in white bandages, with 2 shocking scars on his face, nearly reaching his right eye, hard to imagine what he had gone through. Meng Lang seemed unharmed. He watched Guan and clicked his tongue in wonder, this kid can still be so happy picking herbs, as if he hadn't encountered the demon of greed before. Liya's face was expressionless, his facial scars adding a fierce air to him as he calmly said, maybe he's finding solace in his hardship. How do you know he can still smile after he closes the door? The night 4 days ago seemed like just last night. Liya recalled his encounter with the demon of greed, feeling scared just thinking about it. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. He survived purely by luck. Chu Jingfeng was more injured than him, having an arm violently torn off, while Cheng Suandan, Zhang Chunkaiu and Meng Lang were completely unharmed. That morning, the Supreme Sect sent several cultivators, all with higher cultivation levels than Chu Jingfeng, the highest reaching the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. They questioned Guan about the specifics, and Guan pretended to be utterly frightened, claiming ignorance. Eventually, the cultivators concluded that someone else had acted, saving the life of this servant disciple from Medicine Valley, as Guan had not a trace of spiritual power, so it couldn't have been him who slew the demon of greed. Afterwards, Guan deliberately changed rooms, and Zhang Chunkaiu treated him even better, seemingly feeling guilty. As Liya and Meng Lang discussed Guan, Guan himself was relishing the joy of seizing lifespan from the second-tier medicinal herbs. Second-tier medicinal herbs could provide him with 2 to 5 years of lifespan. He helped Liya and the others pick them, this time able to gather 60 stalks in total, an incredibly delightful experience. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the demon of greed. Slaying the demon of greed had granted him 52 years of life. Did this not imply that by eradicating demons, he could gain even more lifespan? However, as soon as he thought of that night's terrifying experience and the injuries of Chu Jingfeng and Liya, he immediately dismissed the idea. It wasn't necessary. He was not in a rush to become stronger. Why risk his life? He mustn't be reckless, he needed to develop discreetly. After a while, Guan finally finished picking 60 stalks of calming grass and, carrying a bamboo basket, he approached Meng Lang, ready to hand them over. Meng Lang cleared his throat and said, "This time, you should report it to the eldest apprentice brother." Recalling his shameful performance that night, he truly had no face to steal Guan's credit. Guan did not refuse and smiled, "Okay." He politely nodded at Li Yi, then headed towards Zhang Chunkai's loft. Li Yi didn't stay either, turning away and walking towards a distant forest, and Meng Lang looked back and forth, touching his nose awkwardly. Inside the hall, Guan handed over all of the calming grass to Zhang Chunkaiu. Zhang Chunkaiu did not ask him to leave immediately, instead, he engaged in perfunctory small talk, asking if he had been sleeping well recently. Zhang Chunkaiu often recalled how the demon of greed had throttled Guan, and his heart swelled with guilt. As the eldest apprentice brother, he had not managed to protect his junior, which was humiliating. How honest and obedient Guan was on regular days. If such a disciple were to die, truthfully, it would be distressing to even think about. Right, about the demon of greed, let's not speak of it again. Today, I heard outside that the demon was kept by a certain elder in the sect. This message shouldn't be spread, pretend it never happened, Zhang Chunkaiu earnestly said. Upon hearing this, Guan frowned. So that was it, no wonder that demon had been free to roam around for so long. Zhang Chunkaiu, seeming uneasy, added, "Such elders are not ones we can afford to provoke. A single word from them could make our Medicine Valley disappear. Coming from a humble background, you should understand the disparity that status brings. Only by being patient can we survive." He then raised his hand and pulled out a manual from his robe, saying, "This is a secret technique prepared for you by Master. Master spent 5 years of sect contribution for this, after all, you truly have suffered an injustice." Guan immediately appeared delighted, accepting the manual and seeing 3 words on the cover. Residual wind leg. "Thank you, eldest apprentice brother, thank you, Master." Guan immediately bent over to give thanks. Zhang Chunkaiu blinked and smiled, "Practice it when you have free time. Maybe in the future it could protect you. Don't share this manual with Meng Lang." As for Li Yi, he has shown exceptional talent and Master has decided to help him break through the Foundation establishment realm. I guess in 2 years at most, he will leave Medicine Valley. Guan, upon hearing this, was not surprised. Someone of Li Yi's cultivation remaining in Medicine Valley would indeed be a waste. Then, after exchanging pleasantries with Guan, Zhang Chunkaiu let him leave. Once Guan closed the door, Zhang Chunkaiu murmured quietly, "Truly an honest kid, he can definitely take care of Master for me in the future, so I can finally leave the mountain. Lotus, wait for me." As Guan descended the stairs, his steps faltered momentarily, but then he continued downwards. Although the attack by the demon of greed had not resulted in any deaths in Medicine Valley, it had changed the atmosphere markedly. Li Yi became even more mysterious, hiding in the forest after finishing his chores, and even Meng Lang started practicing with more diligence. Guan practiced the residual wind leg from the manual for a month, managing to barely make the technique appear on display, which was a big blow to him, leading him to give up practicing and plan to try his luck later. Seasons changed, autumn leaves covered Medicine Valley. Guan's figure constantly appeared in various parts of the valley, becoming the busiest person in Medicine Valley. Zhang Chunkaiu trusted him more and more, no longer supervising his work. As for Chengsu and Dan, he stayed in his house refining elixirs all day, hardly seen once a month. As autumn turned to winter, the white snow blanketed everything, engulfing Medicine Valley in a white vastness. A new year arrived amid the heavy snow. Until the winter snow began to melt, finally, some people from outside the valley came to visit, specifically looking for Guan. Inside the room, Guan closed the door, then walked over to the table to pour hot tea for the young man already seated there. The youth, dressed in the Supreme Sect outer disciple's blue robe, surveyed the room while asking, how have you been this past year and a half? Among those who followed Ji Xiao to join the Supreme Sect were 5 individuals, including Guan and the youth in front of him, both house servants. The youth, named Du Yat, with the 4 spirits root, had joined the Supreme Sect's outer sect with the help of Ji family, and had changed considerably over the year. Not bad, Guan casually replied. Du Ya looked at him, shook his head slightly, and said, You insisted on coming here. With the third Miss and Ji family's influence, sneaking you into the outer sect wouldn't have been difficult. Why choose to suffer here with no hope of cultivation? Guan looked at his lifespan of less than 150 years, then compared it with his own nearly 1,000 years, and said with a smile, My qualifications are mediocre, and I am afraid of both death and pain. Places like this, quiet and secluded, suit me better. Du Ye shook his head with a chuckle, criticized him for a bit, then revealed the purpose of his visit. Young Master Jilin is planning to create an influence for the third Miss within the Supreme Sect and gather connections. We all have to contribute. Collecting medicinal materials diligently on your part, I'll come every 6 months to collect them. These materials can serve as the bargaining chips for young Master Jilin to win over other disciples. Okay, no problem, Guan agreed in one breath, since medicinal materials weren't very important to him anyway. Seeing how agreeable Guan was, Du Ye smiled. After chatting for a while longer, Guan escorted Du Ye to the valley entrance before turning back. Just as he returned to the courtyard, he saw Li Ye waiting. Li Ye approached Guan, placing a manual against his chest, and said, I'm preparing to leave. Consider this sword technique a farewell gift. Thank you for everything you've done for me these past 18 months. Chapter 6, The Very Fat Outer Sect Disciple. Guan caught the secret manual and felt a subtle feeling in his heart. Although he had known that Li Ye was going to leave, when he actually heard that he was leaving, there was an unexpected twinge of reluctance in his heart. In Medicine Valley, he had only 2 friends. After all, he had nothing to talk about with Cheng Suandan and Zhang Chunkaiu. Li Ye was so much better than Meng Lang, who was nothing but an animal. Are you preparing for foundation establishment? Guan asked. He had used lifespan detection and saw that Li Ye's cultivation level had already reached the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm. Such a fast breakthrough speed! Could it be that there was a senior in the forest giving him guidance? Or perhaps Li Ye housed the soul of an old man who had suffered betrayal and persecution. Li Ye nodded and said, I plan to begin foundation establishment next month. He paused for a moment, then said earnestly, once we part this time, I'm afraid we may not meet again. Don't be too submissive to Meng Lang in Medicine Valley, that would only embolden him to take advantage of you even more. There will surely be other disciples in the future, and as a senior brother, you must assert your own temperament. Guan was speechless. How come he was being lectured by 2 people in one day? But compared to Du Yat, Li Ye was more sincere. Guan suddenly felt a sense of loss. Since childhood, he had trodden on thin ice in the Ji family without any real friends, only people he deliberately tried to please. He had never had a friend who would give him a gift like Li Ye. He understood that what Li Ye said would come true. This separation could be for a lifetime. Guan couldn't help saying, the same goes for you. Don't be as reckless as before. Staying alive is the most important thing. If you can rise from a servant disciple to someone on the verge of foundation establishment in less than 2 years, your talents must be top-notch. As long as you live, you will undoubtedly become a famous top-grade cultivator who will shake the world. Upon hearing this, Li Ye couldn't help but smile. The 2 stood in the courtyard and chatted, and soon, Meng Lang returned. Hearing that Li Ye was leaving, he was also quite downhearted. In the end, Li Ye did leave. After saying goodbye to Guan, he went to visit Cheng Suandan, and finally, Zhang Chunkaiu took him away from Medicine Valley. Winter snow had not yet fully melted, and Medicine Valley became much quieter. When Guan had free time, he began to practice the sword manual that Li had given him. His aspirations were not high, he didn't seek to master it, but at least wanted to become skillful enough to have it appear on the attribute panel. Making a cultivation technique or a secret manual appear on the attribute panel takes time, and Guan didn't want to find out too late during a moment of danger when he might need to sacrifice lifespan to practice it. The sword manual Li had given was titled Li Family 7 Swords. Though the name was quite common, Guan knew that this Li family represented the Taixuan dynasty's imperial family, so he practiced it diligently. As winter gave way to spring, the vibrant life bloomed throughout Medicine Valley. After Li Ye's departure, Zhang Chunkaihu brought back a person, a 14-year-old boy named Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan was a reclusive teenager and seldom interacted with Guan and Meng Lang after he entered Medicine Valley. After Guan helped him collect spirit grass several times, Xiao Chuan developed a fondness for him, and they gradually conversed more, but overall, Xiao Chuan remained a man of few words. Time progressed into summer, and Guan learned from the attribute panel that he had turned 17. From childhood, he had never known the exact date of his birthday, and he did not care about it. More than a birthday, what Guan looked forward to was when he would be able to pick third-grade spirit grass. Most of the spirit grass in Medicine Valley needed several years before it could be picked, so his lifespan growth rate was not always increasing and had recently started to slow down. On this day, Zhang Chunkaihu found Guan. "Junior brother Gu, I have a task here with a decent reward. Would you be willing to take it?" Zhang Chunkaihu said with a beaming smile. Guan raised an eyebrow. There were tasks within Medicine Valley? Suppressing his reluctance, he asked, "May I ask, senior brother, what is the task?" "There's an outer disciple who is about to go out for experience and won't be back for 2 years. The task is to take care of the spirit grass in his cave dwelling until he returns. When he does, he will reward you with 10 mid-grade spirit stones," Zhang Chunkaihu said with a smile. As soon as Guan heard this, his heart was moved. Spirit stones are graded from low grade to mid grade to top grade to supreme grade, each level valued 100 times more than the last. A mid-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 low-grade spirit stones, and Guan's monthly remuneration was just 1 low-grade spirit stone. The task was equivalent to getting 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in 2 years. How could he not be moved? Guan hesitated and asked, "Can that senior be trusted?" Zhang Chunkaihu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He said with approval, "Not bad, junior brother Gu, you are very cautious. Rest assured, that man is an old friend of mine. We entered the Supreme Sect in the same year. The reason he chose you is because of your hard work and honesty. If it were Meng Lang, I wouldn't be at ease. Plus, his cave is not far from our Medicine Valley, it's only a dozen li away. You just need to go twice a month." After hesitating for a while, Guan ultimately agreed. Recently, he hadn't had the chance to pick spirit grass for half a month. Watching his lifespan not increase made him very uncomfortable. He was missing the feeling of sacrificing lifespan to gain more. The Dragon Strength Divine Primordial skill could only bring him a year's increase in lifespan each month. If it weren't for the golden finger that allowed him to seize lifespan, he would certainly be content, but now, he was greedy. And besides, he was unsure how long the effect of the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial skill to increase lifespan would last, as everything has its limits. Seeing that he had agreed, Zhang Chunkaihu immediately led him towards the valley exit. Guan hadn't left Medicine Valley in 2 years, the thought of actually leaving the valley made him a bit nervous. As he stepped out of the valley, the sight of continuous mountains and forests greeted him. Sunlight streamed through the trees, forming circles of rainbow rays that were extraordinarily beautiful. Zhang Chunkaihu patted his waist, and a sword flew out from the storage bag there. He grabbed Guan's arm, leapt up, and landed on the sword, following which they flew on the sword. Guan, frightened, held tightly onto his waist. The hot summer wind blew his dark hair into a mess, envy in his eyes. "Sword control, this is a hallmark of cultivators. He hadn't expected Zhang Chunkaiyu to possess such a skill. Feeling the strength of his grip, Zhang Chunkaiyu laughed heartily. Junior brother Gu, you better keep your eyes wide open and memorize the way back, as you'll have to come on your own in the future. Guan couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, could you teach me this sword control technique? Only if you diligently cultivate and reach the fourth layer of the energy cultivation realm, will I teach you sword control technique. The fourth layer of the energy cultivation realm. As long as you are willing to work hard, one day you will certainly reach the fourth layer of the energy cultivation realm. While saying this, Zhang Chunkaiyu couldn't help but straighten his back and reveal a hearty and sunny smile. In his heart, he couldn't help thinking, in junior brother Gu's eyes, my image must be very grand right now. I hope he is truly inspired and will no longer be lazy in his cultivation. In his eyes, Guan was good in every aspect except for his lack of interest in cultivation. In his free time, that kid was always reading books. Guan was quite speechless. Was reaching the fourth layer of the energy cultivation realm very difficult? If I consume 100 years of my lifespan, would that work? No? Then how about 500 years? If 500 years don't suffice, then... This is ridiculous. The two brothers flew on their swords, chatting as they went. Before long, they landed in a forest, and after touching down, Guan was still savoring the feeling of flying in the sky. Zhang Chunkaiyu led Guan forward, passing through a dense forest to arrive in front of a cliff face. He raised his hand and took out a jade pendant, pressing it into a slot on the cliff. This cave has restrictions. You'll need to bring this jade pendant in the future. Don't ever lose it, it would be quite a hassle, Zhang Chunkaiyu cautioned. Guan nodded. Following that, the cliff trembled, a stone door emerged and then opened up. Zhang Chunkaiyu removed the jade pendant and led Guan inside. The two vanished into the darkness, and a few breaths later, the stone door thunderously closed. The cave was larger than Guan had anticipated. Just the tunnel itself was 30 feet long. They arrived in a spacious cave chamber, where Guan's gaze was instantly drawn to an area planted with herbs. The herbs were densely planted, at least 100 of them, occupying most of the space in the chamber. With Guan's current level of understanding, he could tell at a glance that these herbs were not of ordinary grade and rank. Are all the outer disciples of the Supreme Sect this wealthy? Zhang Chunkaiyu began to instruct Guan, pointing out which herbs should be harvested and detailing the specific processes of cultivating each type of herb. The cave came equipped with its own restrictions and did not lack water, but too much could cause the herbs to die abruptly. Some herbs, if not harvested in time, could even ignite with spiritual energy flames, resulting in the destruction of all the herbs. Also, there were seeds on the table. After Guan completed the harvesting, he would need to continue planting. The outer disciple had already prepared spirit protection papers in advance, also placed on the table. All right, I'll leave now. You come back on your own after you finish. First, try to see if you can find your way back. If you haven't returned to Medicine Valley by evening, I'll come looking for you. Zhang Chunkaiyu patted Guan's shoulder and then handed him the jade pendant. Guan was not discourteous. He sent Zhang Chunkaiyu off before returning. He didn't immediately begin harvesting herbs, but instead, he surveyed the cave chamber. It was very simple, with only a stone bed, a stone table, and 2 stone stools. No, there were also books hidden on the cave walls, obscured by strands of vines. Guan had no intention of browsing through them. What if the cultivators had some sort of surveillance restriction in place, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om? It's better to honestly earn lifespan and not cause any trouble. Guan started to harvest the mature herbs. You have successfully stolen 9 years of spirit flame grass, 3rd grade, lifespan. SSS. 3rd grade herbs. Suddenly, Guan didn't know whether it was his own misunderstanding of the grade and rank of the herbs or if the treatment for outer disciples was indeed far superior to that of his position in Medicine Valley. Forget it, enjoy it first. The first batch of herbs to be harvested was 11 in total, granting him 89 years of lifespan, which made his total lifespan reach 1,264 years. Using lifespan detection, Guan took a look around and actually spotted 4th grade spirit grass. Such a well-off outer disciple. Guan was very pleased inside. Such a lucrative employer was someone to maintain a good relationship with for the possibility of long-term cooperation. Wait a minute. Couldn't he also do this kind of work for other disciples of the Supreme Sect? After all, every disciple would experience going out for adventures. No, first get this job done well. One must be steady and thorough. What if he encountered evil people trying to extort him? He was merely a servant disciple, and if he were to have a conflict with an official disciple, he would certainly be the one to be discarded. Guan started planting the spirit flame grass seeds. He did so with great care, wanting to do a good job. 30 minutes later, Guan came out of the cave and closed the cave door behind him. Then, he headed in the direction of Medicine Valley. Wary of encountering demons like the demon of greed again, he walked quickly. With the power of dragon strength divine primordial skill, in less than an hour, Guan arrived at the entrance of Medicine Valley. Before he even approached, he spotted someone. Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng, with his right arm severed, had a weather-worn face and wore a black robe, looking completely different from before. Chapter 7, 3000-year lifespan, Crisis Rebirth. When Guan saw Chu Jingfeng saw him as well. Just as Guan was about to quicken his pace to greet him, Chu Jingfeng leapt up several meters high, soared over the hillside, and landed in front of him like a wild goose. "You are Guan, I have questions for you," Chu Jingfeng said gravely. Guan feigned nervousness as he bowed in respect and responded, "I am. What would the senior like to ask?" "I will answer truthfully." Seeing Guan's honest demeanor, Chu Jingfeng's expression softened, and he said softly, "You encountered the demon of greed, and she even choked you, do you still remember her face?" Guan shook his head and said, "That night, there was no oil lamp lit inside the room, I could not see her face clearly, she appeared suddenly and scared me into fainting." While speaking, he secretly circulated his qi blood to make his face instantly flush red. Chu Jingfeng, seeing him so embarrassed, felt his anger dissipate significantly. "What am I doing, harassing a servant disciple?" Chu Jingfeng thought self-deprecatingly. His expression became gentle, and he said, "If you remember anything or encounter anything, you can contact me." After speaking, he took out a spirit stone the size of a chicken egg and said, "This is a special spirit stone, you can communicate with me by infusing it with spiritual power." He tossed the spirit stone to Guan, then leapt up again, a long sword flying out at his waist. He stepped on the sword and rushed out of the forest, leaves falling in his wake. Whether it was an illusion or not, Guan always felt that he had grown stronger after his arm was severed. Guan did not think much of it and walked with the spirit stone towards Medicine Valley. "Ah, when will I be able to have my own storage bag?" The youth walked on a hillside in the woods, the dappled sunlight casting a colorful garment on him. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. 19-year-old Guan walked in the woods, looking somewhat taller than 2 years ago, and his physique much stronger. Despite wearing simple linen clothes, he looked clean, especially his bright eyes, his long hair casually tied at the back of his head with a grass rope, and 2 strands of hair falling on his forehead, adding a free-spirited charm to his demeanor. Behind him, a young boy followed, ordinary in appearance and a head shorter than him, carrying a bamboo basket, wiping the large drops of sweat off his forehead as he walked. "Senior brother, how much farther?" Xiao Chuan called out weakly. He was the only one in Medicine Valley junior to Guan, and he liked following behind Guan. Hearing that Guan also managed a cave for outer disciples, he pleaded for a long time until Guan finally agreed to bring him this time. Guan agreed to bring him along for a reason. Because he had heard from Zhang Chunkaiyu yesterday that the owner of the cave had returned, and to prevent any accidents, he decided to bring Xiao Chuan. If the other party had malicious intentions, seeing another person might make them hesitate. Guan did not wish to harm Xiao Chuan. Should there be trouble, his dragon strength divine primordial skill was not for naught. Almost there. Guan said without turning back, to be honest, he was beginning to understand why Zhang Chunkaiyu liked him. Having such a well-behaved junior disciple indeed saved him a lot of trouble. Xiao Chuan moaned, he had heard those two words no less than 8 times, had he known this, he would not have come. 10 li was already a considerable distance for ordinary people, let alone with rugged mountain paths and hot weather. Xiao Chuan felt like he was about to die. Guan did not continue to comfort him because they were indeed almost there. About half an ancient hour later, Guan pushed through the bushes and arrived in front of a mountain wall. He did not directly open the mountain gate but cupped his fists and said, "Junior Guan, here to return the cave's jade pendant to the senior." Xiao Chuan stood on the other side of the bush, curiously scrutinizing the mountain wall. His background was not much better than Guan's, with limited knowledge of the immortal cultivation world. Seeing an outer disciple of the Supreme Sect was a big deal in his eyes. Rumble. The mountain gate opened, and a hoarse voice came from inside. "Come in." Guan turned to Xiao Chuan and said, "Wait for me outside." Xiao Chuan naturally dared not follow him inside, seeing the cave gate open was already more than he expected. Guan stepped forward into the cave, exuding more confidence than he had 2 years ago. His confidence came from his accumulated lifespan. His lifespan had now reached more than 3,400 years. Apart from the herbs inside the cave, in the past 2 years, Cheng Xuandan had also started instructing him to pick grade 3 herbs, so his lifespan increased rapidly. A person's confidence comes from strength, and although Guan had only a trace of spiritual power, he was greatly changed from before. Passing through the tunnel, Guan saw a man sitting by a stone table. It was a middle-aged man, thin, with his Taoist robe hanging loose on his body, hair graying at the temples, sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, giving off a deeply calculating impression. From the first glance, Guan felt this man was not easy to handle. Zhu Moyan, Energy Cultivation Realm 9 Layers 58/130/140. This lifespan limit was even less than Zhang Chunkaiu's, indicating his natural talents were inferior to Zhang Chunkaiu's. The fact that his cultivation was higher than Zhang Chunkaiu's was probably due to accumulation through elixirs. Guan speculated as he quickly walked up to Zhu Moyan, took out the cave's jade pendant, and offered it with both hands. Zhu Moyan reclaimed the jade pendant and said softly, "You did well, I am satisfied. This bag contains 10 mid-grade spirit stones, take them with you." He picked up the cloth bag from the table and handed it to Guan. Guan respectfully received the cloth bag, secretly weighed it, and then thanked Zhu Moyan. "You can go now," Zhu Moyan said, waving his hand. Guan nodded, bowed again, then turned around and left. As he turned around, his keen eyes caught something, and his reaction was swift, immediately casting a lifespan detection. Demon of Greed, 2nd rank 31/140/180. Guan left swiftly without changing his expression. Zhu Moyan watched Guan's retreating figure, his eyes growing cold, and only when he heard the sound of the mountain gate closing did he snort coldly and mutter to himself, "You're lucky." The restrictions in the cave of an outer disciple were of low level. The so-called restrictions were a type of magical mechanism, and naturally, those of outer disciples were not sophisticated, so Guan outside the cave heard Zhu Moyan's muttering, which made him even more uneasy. There really was a problem. Guan had suspected before why the demon of greed had attacked all the way without affecting Zhu Moyan's cave along the route. It turned out this guy was related to the demon of greed. "Brother, did it go smoothly?" Xiao Chuan looked at the approaching Guan and asked with concern. Guan revealed a smile and said, "It went smoothly, let's go, it's time to head back." Xiao Chuan nodded, and the two headed in the direction they came from. Only after they had walked some distance did Xiao Chuan start to ask what kind of person the cave owner was. Guan gave a brief description, which left Xiao Chuan captivated. During the journey that followed, Guan had no mood to interact with Xiao Chuan. His mind was filled with thoughts of the demon of greed and Zhu Moyan's words. No, he couldn't pretend he hadn't seen anything, it was too dangerous. Guan thought of the spirit stone left by Chu Jingfeng and decided to seek Chu Jingfeng's help. But before that, he needed to enhance his strength, just in case. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Having not cultivated dangerously for 3 years, just the thought of it excited Guan. The dragon strength divine primordial skill could conceal his aura, even though he possessed spiritual power, he could hide it well. This time, he planned to first enhance his cultivation level, then improve his offensive methods. Should I evolve the residual wind leg, or the Li family's 7 swords? Guan began to agonize over this decision. An ancient hour later, the two finally returned to Medicine Valley, where Guan took the bamboo basket from Xiao Chuan and then walked to his own courtyard. The bamboo basket was filled with ordinary medicinal herbs they had picked along the way. Xiao Chuan was exhausted, without the energy to do anything else, so he headed directly to his own courtyard. Guan returned to his room, closed the door, placed the bamboo basket and cloth bag on the table, then went to sit on his bed. He took a deep breath, first sensing the aura of others in Medicine Valley. Meng Lang was practicing spells in the forest, Cheng Xuandan was engaged in alchemy, and Zhang Chunkai was struggling with energy absorption. Nobody seemed to be paying attention to him. Guan brought up his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 19/3463. Spirit root, 5 elements better spirit root, can invest lifespan to evolve cultivation. Cultivation level, energy cultivation realm level 1, can invest lifespan to evolve cultivation. Cultivation techniques, fire control art, not mastered, springwood skill, not mastered, dragon strength divine primordial skill, mastery, can invest lifespan to evolve cultivation. Ultimate skills, residual wind leg, not mastered, Li family's 7 swords, not mastered, can invest lifespan to evolve cultivation. Guan cautiously invested 1 year of lifespan into his cultivation. You have cultivated using energy absorption for 1 year, due to your mediocre talent and the average grade of the cultivation technique, your cultivation level did not increase much. This prompt appeared, and Guan felt a change within his body. A thread of spiritual power turned into 2. Guan's mouth twitched involuntarily, forcing him to turn his gaze to the springwood skill. It was the only energy absorption skill he had mastered. As for the fire control art, it was a supporting skill. An old servant from the Ji family had taught him this while he was chopping firewood, aptly named for controlling fire strength. Forget it, no need to wait for a more profound technique, since I can use lifespan evolution, even the most ordinary technique can be promoted to an unparalleled divine skill in my hands. With this thought, Guan's eyes became resolute. He decided to invest 100 years of lifespan into cultivating the springwood skill. You cultivate the springwood skill for 1 year, and due to your mediocre comprehension and talent, your achievement in the springwood skill improved slightly. You cultivate the springwood skill for 10 years, finally mastering the springwood skill, your energy absorption rate increased. You cultivate the springwood skill for 50 years, finally achieving great mastery in springwood skill, your energy absorption rate reached 10 times the previous rate. You cultivate the springwood skill for 100 years, you gain new insights into springwood skill, upgrading it to spring origin art. A flood of memories related to the cultivation of the spring origin art poured into Guan's mind. The spring origin art was far less complex than the dragon strength divine primordial skill, so before long, Guan opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he first listened to the sounds of others in Medicine Valley. Xiao Chuan had fallen asleep, and everyone else was busy with their own tasks. Nobody seemed to have noticed him for the moment. Now came the dilemma. Should he continue to enhance the spring origin art, or directly use the spring origin art to evolve his cultivation level? The higher his mastery of the cultivation technique, the faster Guan could enhance his cultivation level, which would also save on the investment of lifespan. After much thought, Guan felt that the cultivation technique was the most important and should not be taken lightly. First, he would invest 1,000 years. Chapter 8 Divine Wood Pure Yang Skill, Position of the Eldest Senior Brother. Guan did not immediately invest his lifespan in evolutionary cultivation because of the example set by the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill. He feared the disturbance would be too great. Let's wait until tonight. By then, even if there's a great disturbance, given the timid nature of Cheng Suandan and Zhang Chunkaiu, they would probably be scared into hiding and not dare to leave their houses. Night swiftly fell. Only after Meng Lang settled down to rest in his room did Guan bring up his attribute panel. He focused on the spring origin art and chose to invest 1,000 years of his lifespan to evolve it. May the heavens bless me, please don't waste these 1,000 years of my lifespan. While praying, Guan also gave the white spirit rat a rub for some good luck. You have invested 1,000 years of lifespan in the evolution and cultivation of spring origin art. You have cultivated the spring origin art for 1 year, and because of your mediocre comprehension and qualifications, the growth in your cultivation level is minimal. You have cultivated the spring origin art for 10 years, and you have reached a whole new realm of understanding. You have cultivated the spring origin art for 100 years, and you have gained deeper insights into the great earth and forests, developing more thoughts about the spring origin art. You have cultivated the spring origin art for 200 years, and your spring origin art has advanced to the withered wood spring birth skill. You have cultivated the spring origin art for 500 years, and your understanding of the withered wood spring birth skill has reached the transformation realm, enhancing your wood spirit root. You have cultivated the spring origin art for 800 years, and you have sensed the nature's spirit, elevating your withered wood spring birth skill to the divine wood pure yang skill. You have cultivated the spring origin art for 1,000 years, and your mastery of the divine wood pure yang skill has reached perfection, enhancing your wood spirit root. Looking at the series of prompts before his eyes, Guan caught a few keywords and was suddenly overjoyed. Then, a flood of memories poured into his mind. His consciousness was immersed in the inheritance, his entire being emanated a green light, and wisps of verdant spiritual energy sprouted from the ground inside the room. At the same time, Zhang Chunkaiu, who was practicing inside his house, opened his eyes. He looked toward his windowsill, where a sudden gust of wind began shaking his window. He hurriedly got up, walked to the window, and with only a glance outside, he swiftly closed it. He walked quickly back to his desk, blew out the oil lamp, and then hid in bed. No, I must leave early. Medicine Valley is becoming more and more bizarre. Meng Lang was also scared, he shivered under his blanket. Xiao Chuan, exhausted from the day's events, was already sleeping like a log, snoring thunderously. Cheng Suandan sat in meditation in front of the pill furnace. Sensing the activity outside the window, he looked into the night sky. His gaze was profound, without a trace of fear or curiosity, as serene as a deep well. After a long while, Guan finally awoke. When he opened his eyes, he felt as if the entire world had changed. He could clearly sense the wood attribute spiritual energy in the air and could feel the vitality of the plants and trees, a very marvelous sensation. With a thought, the previous prompts reappeared before him. Seeing that his wood spirit root had been enhanced, he was pleasantly surprised. To think that one's spirit root could be improved through the cultivation of techniques meant that he needn't forcefully enhance his spirit root qualification, which was a bottomless pit. Guan had tried it only once but was already traumatized by the experience. He tried to operate the divine wood pure yang skill and, unlike before, he could now effortlessly absorb the wood spirit energy from the world around him. The wood spirit energy entered his body, flowed into his danshan, and transformed into wood attribute spiritual power. The whole process was smooth and slick. Just a single breath was more effective than half a year's worth of his previous efforts. Guan suddenly felt as if he were dreaming, as though he had become a genius overnight. In this case, there was no rush to enhance his cultivation level. He had unlocked lifespan detection when his lifespan broke through 1,000 years, and perhaps when it surpassed 10,000 years, new abilities might emerge. Moreover, with his current rate of cultivation, he felt he could rely on cultivation to enhance his cultivation level. While there was no rush to enhance his cultivation level, his offensive methods needed improvement. The Dragon Strength Divine Primordial skill was a supporting skill without any specific combat techniques. His gaze then fell on the residual wind leg. The Li family's 7 swords were swordsmanship techniques, and he lacked a treasured sword. Moreover, the effectiveness of swordsmanship probably relied on one's cultivation level. The residual wind leg was different as it relied on legs. His physical strength was already sufficient to easily kill a demon from the Foundation Establishment realm. If he combined it with the residual wind leg, the power would surely increase significantly. How much lifespan should he invest? Guan fell into a dilemma. Too little investment would be meaningless, and too much would be heart-wrenching. Forget it, let's go with a round number, 500 years it is. Excited, Guan invested 500 years of his lifespan in the evolutionary cultivation of the residual wind leg. You have cultivated the residual wind leg for 1 year, and because of your mediocre comprehension and qualifications, your movement technique is smooth but fails to unleash the full power of the residual wind leg. You have cultivated the residual wind leg for 10 years, and years of arduous practice have brought your residual wind leg to the pinnacle. You have cultivated the residual wind leg for 100 years, your residual wind leg has returned to its purest form, and you have gained new insights, advancing your residual wind leg to the wind shadow leg. You have cultivated the residual wind leg for 200 years, and your wind shadow leg is fully realized, improving your understanding of body techniques. You have cultivated the residual wind leg for 400 years, and your wind shadow leg has transitioned into the gale shadowless leg. You have cultivated the residual wind leg for 500 years, your gale shadowless leg has reached the realm of integration, enhancing your understanding of body techniques and movement technique. Does a better understanding of body and movement techniques mean an improvement in comprehension? Just as Guan had this thought, his mind was instantly flooded with the memories of the gale shadowless leg. At the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight schemed over Medicine Valley, before even touching the threshold of Guan's house, the door was already opening. Guan walked into the yard and faced the rising sun, stretching lazily, his spirit and vitality completely transformed. His face was full of smiles, and his excitement had not fully subsided. He silently summoned his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 19/1862. Spirit root, first-rate wood spirit root, 4 attributes above average spirit root, lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation. Cultivation level, energy cultivation realm 2nd layer, lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation. Cultivation techniques, fire control art, unachieved, divine wood pure yang skill, mastery, dragon strength divine primordial skill, mastery, lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ultimate skill, Gale Shadowless Leg, achieved mastery, Li family's 7 swords, unachieved, lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation. Energy cultivation realm 2nd layer. Just last night, during the inheritance of divine wood pure yang skill, his spiritual power had increased substantially. Coupled with a night of energy absorption cultivation, he had smoothly broken through to the 2nd layer of the energy cultivation realm. He was no longer the powerless waste. The feeling of spending lifespan was just too awesome. Guan had more ideas about his path to immortal cultivation. He didn't consider adventuring, while slaying demons and ghosts to obtain lifespan could accelerate his lifespan growth, the risk of death would skyrocket. What he thought of was the Medicine Valley's master. Cheng Xuandan didn't have many years left to live, and Zhang Chunkaiyu meant to descend the mountain. The position of Valley Master was his for the taking. When the time came, he could recruit a group of servant disciples to tend the gardens for him. He would only be responsible for the harvest, an idyllic arrangement. Guan placed his hands on his hips and looked around at the surrounding peaks. Perhaps more medicinal herbs could grow on the mountain. Cheng Xuandan didn't expand Medicine Valley, possibly because expansion had no meaning for him. He was just a worker for the Supreme Sect. But for Guan, it was different. He didn't need to share more herbs, all he wanted was the lifespan contained within them. The more Guan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he began kicking in place, stretching his body. He was practicing the leg techniques of the residual wind leg, powerful and imposing, the movements creating blasts of air. Before long, Meng Lang walked out of the neighboring house and caught sight of Guan's leg technique, his eyes widening in amazement. 19-year-old Guan had fully grown into his body, his legs whipping through the air like a lash. Though he didn't move his stance, the force of the air reached Meng Lang's face, leaving him dumbfounded. Meng Lang couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he had mistaken someone else for Guan. When had Guan become so formidable? Feeling Meng Lang's gaze, Guan stopped his kicks, turned around to look at him, and smiled, "Did I wake you up?" Meng Lang hurriedly approached him, scrutinizing him carefully before saying, "How did you suddenly become so powerful? Did you notice the demon wind last night? Does it have anything to do with you?" Guan rolled his eyes at him, saying, "That's right, it was me. Last night as I practiced the residual wind leg taught by my master, it stirred the heavens, the earth trembled, it was so formidable it could startle both heaven and earth and make demons weep. Since you heard the noise, why didn't you come out and witness my might?" Meng Lang certainly wouldn't admit his embarrassing moment, and he huffed, "Your leg technique might be fierce, but without spiritual power support, how could it stir up last night's strong winds? Moreover, it wasn't just strong wind last night, there was also a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Either a demon was absorbing nature's spiritual energy or a great cultivator was breaking through." Guan let out a chuckle and kicked Meng Lang in the rear. "You dare to kick me, rebelling, are you? With Li gone, do you no longer acknowledge me as your elder brother?" Meng Lang exclaimed. "If I recognized you as an elder brother, wouldn't I have to stick with you here for life? Don't you want to become an outer disciple?" "Fair point, you're right about that, I'm different from you." The two began to play and tease each other. An ancient hour later, Zhang Chunkaiyu found Guan and led him around Medicine Valley, explaining in detail every inch of land and herb within the valley. Guan listened attentively, but as he listened, he began to feel something was amiss. Was this like handing over one's last will and testament? Could the commotion last night have scared him out of his wits? Guan had wanted to persuade him, but then he thought that Zhu Moyan was no good person. He probably did a lot of dirty work for the demon of greed behind him. Once Chu Jingfeng resolved the matter, Zhang Chunkaiyu would likely get implicated. After all, they were good friends. It was better for him to descend the mountain sooner. Guan swore he wasn't angling for the position of head disciple, he was genuinely considering Zhang Chunkaiu's well-being. Having mastered the divine wood pure yang skill, Guan was not in a rush to contact Chu Jingfeng. Firstly, he now had the power to protect himself, and secondly, he didn't want to startle the enemy. His return to Medicine Valley was so recent, and Chu Jingfeng's arrival the next day would be hard to dissociate from suspicion. Guan was not wary of Zhu Moyan but the person behind him. According to what Zhang Chunkaiyu had previously mentioned, that person held a high position, and the entire Medicine Valley combined couldn't shake them. It was just as well to improve his cultivation level while waiting. After an ancient hour of touring with Zhang Chunkaiyu, even climbing the surrounding mountains and speaking until he was parched and exhausted, he then took Guan to find Cheng Suandan. Guan saw the pill furnace in front of Cheng Suandan and his eyes were filled with curiosity. He had long heard that Cheng Suandan was skilled in alchemy, he wondered if he could learn it too. Once he learned it and invested his lifespan, he could transform directly into an alchemy grandmaster. Cheng Suandan rose and looked at Guan, saying, "From now on, you are the eldest disciple of this Medicine Valley." Upon hearing this, Guan was shocked and looked instinctively at Zhang Chunkaiyu, asking in a flurry, "Eldest disciple, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 9, The Life of a Great Disciple. Looking at Guan, who was worried for him, Zhang Chunkaiyu felt extremely gratified. What he found hardest to part with upon his departure from the mountain wasn't his master, but his junior brother Guan. He was too obedient, too honest. Zhang Chunkaiyu shared the same concerns as Li Yi, worried that Guan would be bullied in the future. "I've been in Medicine Valley for 40 years, it's time for me to descend the mountain. My aptitude for immortal cultivation is mediocre, and there's no hope for me to achieve foundation establishment in this lifetime. Instead of wasting away here, I might as well enjoy the rest of my days. Junior brother Gu, you take over the position of the eldest brother. Meng Lang, that kid loves to slack off, he can't take on the role of eldest brother," Zhang Chunkaiyu said seriously, patting Guan on the shoulder. Guan hesitated, "But without you, eldest brother, I'm afraid I..." Cheng Suandan spoke up, "If you don't dare, let Meng. I'm not incapable." Guan quickly interrupted. Zhang Chunkaiyu, who had intended to comfort him, was stunned. Cheng Suandan looked deeply at Guan and said no more. Guan cleared his throat and said, "I can't let eldest brother's intention go to waste. All right, actually I'm afraid if Meng Lang becomes the eldest brother, he'll order me around every day." Hearing what he said afterwards, Zhang Chunkaiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The atmosphere relaxed instantly, and Zhang Chunkaiyu began to encourage Guan, who listened intently. After chatting for a while, Zhang Chunkaiyu gathered his robes and kowtowed to Cheng Suandan, leaving Guan alone with Cheng Suandan after 3 loud kowtows and rising to his feet. "You see, nobody wants to stay in Medicine Valley forever. If you don't want to spend your life here, you can speak up earlier. Your master may well be able to help you," Cheng Suandan said calmly. Guan hurriedly replied, "Disciple wishes to stay in Medicine Valley for a lifetime. Don't rush your answer, because it really might be for a lifetime. Master, your disciple dares not lie. I truly wish to stay here for a lifetime. Perhaps in others' eyes, the work in Medicine Valley seems dirty and tiresome, but for me, these are the most comfortable days. Master takes good care of me, and the brothers are also very kind to me. I truly am willing to stay here for a lifetime," Guan said earnestly, needing to express his true feelings at this juncture. Cheng Suandan spoke somberly, "You must have a background. The fact that you survived the demon of greed is no coincidence, and the surge of nature's spiritual energy yesterday also came from the direction of your courtyard." Guan grew anxious, "Master, I really don't have a background. The only background I might have is Ji Xiao of the Ji family, but I'm just her house servant." "The Ji family?" Cheng Suandan glared with shock, the first time Guan had seen such a change come over him. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. On his master's face, Guan saw dread, anger and fear mixing into a ghastly and terrifying visage. Damn it! This old man wouldn't have a grudge against the Ji family, would he? Feeling uneasy, Guan thought he had gone too far. "So that's how it is. From now on, you are the leading disciple of this portion of Medicine Valley," Cheng Suandan said, taking a deep breath. What a turn of events! Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Cheng Suandan was sincere or not, he would take the role of the leading disciple first. Even if Cheng Suandan had malicious intentions, he wouldn't live much longer. Guan was not afraid of Cheng Suandan plotting against him. Could Cheng Suandan take a beating as well as the demon of greed? Disciple will diligently fulfill your expectations, Guan hurriedly promised. Cheng Suandan waved his hand, go call Meng Lang and Xiao Chuan here. Upon hearing this, Guan promptly bowed and then turned to leave. 30 minutes later, Guan, Meng Lang, and Xiao Chuan came down from the attic, with Xiao Chuan extremely excited, repeatedly addressing him as eldest brother. Meng Lang, on the other hand, was discontented, exclaiming angrily, how did you become the eldest brother? Why not me? My cultivation level is higher than yours, and my background is superior. Guan didn't get angry at his words and turned to smile, Meng Lang, being the eldest brother is no easy task, once you take on the role, it's for a lifetime. Master noticed that you have the heart for immortal cultivation, so he let me take the position. Really? Meng Lang's anger subsided. Of course. Look at our eldest brother, he's been here for 40 years. How many 40 years does one have in life? n/o/vel/b//jn. .c//om. Meng Lang fell silent, his gaze changed, filled with sympathy as he looked at Guan. He patted Guan on the shoulder and said, Guan, you've been wronged. Xiao Chuan also grew quiet. He too harbored dreams of immortal cultivation and naturally did not want to spend his life there. Guan pretended to be pensive while inwardly laughing. Meng Lang was indeed easy to fool. And so, the life of Guan as the leading disciple began. Cheng Suandan assigned him to oversee all affairs of Medicine Valley, so he handed over planting and farming tasks to Xiao Chuan and Meng Lang, and only took care of the harvesting himself. Meng Lang, possibly feeling guilty, didn't complain. Since harvesting was a rare task, coming around once every month, Guan spent most of his time cultivating in secret, never letting anyone perceive his true cultivation level. 3 months had passed. In secrecy, Guan reached the 5th layer of the energy cultivation realm. The mastery of divine wood pure yang skill was truly formidable. Guan hadn't cultivated as long as Meng Lang, and he made sure to leave time for reading. The autumn leaves blanketed Medicine Valley, and the surrounding mountains also took on autumn hues, spreading a sense of melancholy in the mortal world. Guan stood in front of the wooden railing, watching the 3rd stage medicinal herbs that were about to ripen, fondling the white spirit rat in his hand. Suddenly hearing something, he turned his head, only to see Cheng Suandan approaching from the valley entrance, followed by 2 people, a boy and a girl, both looking around 14 or 15 years old. He subconsciously used lifespan detection. Yelan, Energy Cultivation Realm 1st Layer 14/110/130. Lu Jujia, Energy Cultivation Realm 2nd Layer 15/140/190. Excellent. 2 more had arrived to serve. Guan's corners of his mouth turned up, and he immediately walked briskly towards Cheng Suandan. He came before Cheng Suandan and clasped his fists in a salute. Lu Jujia and Yelan couldn't help but look at Guan curiously. Guan was handsome, and with the cultivation of dragon strength divine primordial skill and divine wood pure yang skill, he exuded an exceptional temperament which reminded them of cultivators from the supreme sect they had met before. Honor, these 2 are your junior brother and sister. You take them to settle in, Cheng Suandan said before leaving. Honor? Guan almost got goosebumps, but he still saluted Cheng Suandan's retreating figure. He turned to look at Lu Jujia and Yelan, they both hastened to salute him respectfully, which pleased him greatly. Nice. They were more polite than Liya and Meng Lang, those 2 had no etiquette towards Zhang Chunkaihu back in the day. Guan felt an instant liking for his junior brother and sister. He began with introducing himself and asked them to do the same. Lu Jujia had dark skin and wore tattered clothes, like a young farm boy. However, his eyes were bright and spirited. Yelan was thin and petite but dressed richly, and her features were only considered fair. Let's go, "I, your senior brother, will take you to your lodgings," said Guan with a smile, his gentle attitude easing their nervousness. On the way to the disciples' courtyard, Yelan couldn't contain her curiosity about the other disciples within Medicine Valley. Guan introduced them truthfully. After that, he called over Meng Lang and Xiao Chuan and made the four of them meet each other. Unlike Zhang Chunkaiu, Guan genuinely wanted to improve relationships among fellow sect members. After all, he was to be the Valley Master. The addition of Yelan and Lu Jijia to the fold reminded Guan of Zhu Moyan and the Demon of Greed. No good. He needed to resolve this issue soon, lest his junior brothers and sisters encounter danger. Guan, with this matter weighing on his mind, began instructing his junior brothers and sisters on how to go about their tasks. That evening, he closed his room door, took out Chu Jingfeng's spirit stone, and channeled a sliver of spiritual power into it, causing the spirit stone to become hot. This was Guan's first time using such a device from the world of immortal cultivation, and he found it very novel. After a few breaths, Chu Jingfeng's voice came from within, "Who is this? Wow, how many people have you given such a spirit stone to?" Guan forcefully suppressed the urge to complain and said, "Senior, it is Guan from Medicine Valley." Chu Jingfeng fell silent. Guan sensed a trace of awkwardness, but thankfully Chu Jingfeng soon asked, "Do you have information on the Demon of Greed?" "Yes," Guan declared with conviction, and then recounted what he had seen and heard. After he finished, Chu Jingfeng inquired seriously, "Is it true?" "True, without a shred of falsehood. He's not far from our Medicine Valley. I fear he might harm us," Guan seriously stated. "All right, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will look for his cave location in the outer sect and won't trouble you further." "Thank you for understanding, Senior. If this matter is resolved smoothly, I also hope that Senior will not mention me. I am of mediocre talent and seek no trouble, just a peaceful life." "I'll handle it properly." After saying this, Chu Jingfeng cut off the spirit stone connection. Guan placed the spirit stone on the table and carefully revisited his interactions with Chu Jingfeng and Zhu Moyan, confirming there were no slip-ups. What a hassle! I hope this issue resolves smoothly. I just want to farm in peace. Guan thought to himself that, compared to fighting and killing, he much preferred the tranquil life of gathering herbs. After signaling Chu Jingfeng, Guan patrolled every day, keeping a close eye on his junior brothers and sisters, fearing they might venture out of Medicine Valley. 3 days passed without incident. It was not until the deep of the 4th night that Guan sensed a disturbance of spiritual energy outside of Medicine Valley and faintly heard the sounds of weapons clashing. A fight has broken out. He stealthily moved out, making his way to the mouth of the valley. He wanted to stand guard there to prevent the Demon of Greed or any other evildoers from sneaking into Medicine Valley and attacking his junior brothers and sisters. The distant battle was fierce, and by the time Guan reached the valley mouth, it wasn't over yet. The numerous mountain peaks along the way made it impossible for Guan to visually assess the fight, so he relied on his keen hearing to gauge the situation. Suddenly, Guan seemed to sense something, quickly turned around, and looked back at Medicine Valley. His gaze fell upon a pagoda where he saw Cheng Suandan standing by a window, watching him from afar. The bright moonlight bathed the dark pagoda, and Cheng Suandan appeared like a ghost, sending shivers down Guan's spine. "Oh no! He's caught me!" Guan frowned, suddenly unsure of what to do. Just as he hesitated, Cheng Suandan slowly closed the window, but his gaze lingered like 2 chilling beams that deeply unsettled Guan. Guan wasn't afraid of Cheng Suandan himself, but he dreaded the possibility that Cheng Suandan might let his secret slip. Yet upon further thought, he figured it was unlikely. If Cheng Suandan were really in cahoots with the great cultivator behind the Demon of Greed, why bother to summon Chu Jingfeng for protection? It would be superfluous. If they, as mere servant disciples, were killed, the other party wouldn't even need to fabricate a reason to report back to the sect. Chapter 10 Alchemy, 1 Jade 1 Promise. Guan tried not to dwell on Cheng Suandan's intentions. Instead, he focused his attention outside the valley to prevent enemy attacks. He stood guard the entire night. As dawn was about to break, Guan quietly returned to his room. Guan wanted to go to the battlefield to take a look but feared traps, so he could only hold back. The addition of Yelan and Lujia brought more vitality to Medicine Valley, dragging Xiao Chuan all over the valley as they ran. They were in the prime of youth, brimming with energy, and even the normally silent and reticent Xiao Chuan became lively because of them. Guan leaned against the wooden railing of a garden area, holding a copy of Green Hero Travelogue, enjoying the caress of the autumn wind. His gaze occasionally swept towards Cheng Suandan's attic. The face-off from last night lingered in his mind, and he really wanted to talk to Cheng Suandan but feared disrupting the delicate balance. Just then, Lujia approached Guan, his face full of anticipation as he asked, "Senior brother, I heard from Senior Brother Meng that you are proficient in a sophisticated leg technique. Could you teach me? I am willing to take over all your harvesting tasks." Guan looked at him and smiled, "I wouldn't say proficient. If you want to learn, I can certainly teach you. As for the harvesting, let's leave it to Senior Brother. I should do some work, and besides, I enjoy harvesting." Upon hearing this, Lujia's respect for Guan grew even more. Senior Brother is truly a good person. He was extremely excited. Guan tucked the book he was holding into his bosom and then began teaching Lujia the residual wind leg technique. It wasn't long before Xiao Chuan and Yelan also ran over to learn, but as for Meng Lang, he was too proud to admit interest and felt that Guan was not stronger than him. The reason he spoke of Guan's leg technique was merely to avoid Lujia's pestering. The residual wind leg technique was fierce, and even with Guan holding back, it was still dazzling to the three youths. An hour later, as Guan was thinking of an excuse to slip away, a voice came from afar. "Anar, come here." Guan turned his head to look and saw Cheng Suandan standing by the window, gesturing to him. "Here it comes." Guan immediately walked towards Cheng Suandan's attic, while Xiao Chuan and the others did not think much of it and continued practicing the residual wind leg technique. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He made his way into Cheng Suandan's room, closed the door behind him, and quickly approached Cheng Suandan, bowing in greeting. Cheng Suandan was seated in meditation in front of the pill furnace. He pointed to the other side of the furnace and said, "Sit." Guan went to the indicated spot, sat down cross-legged, and meanwhile prepared his words carefully in his mind. "Have you looked for Chu Jingfeng?" The first sentence from Cheng Suandan interrupted Guan's thoughts. "There we go, right to the point." Guan didn't beat around the bush and replied, "Yes, he approached me before saying that if there was any clue about the demon of greed, to contact him at any time. Senior Brother Zhang suggested I manage the cave of an outer disciple named Zhu Moyan. When Zhu Moyan returned, I went to hand over the cave and saw the demon of greed he had hidden behind the vines. His cave is too close to us, I had to find Chu Jingfeng." Cheng Suandan nodded and said, "You did right. This matter indeed had to be left to Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng is no ordinary person. Besides being exceptionally talented, he also has a notable background. That's why he can become an inner sect disciple with the foundation establishment realm cultivation. A significant background? No wonder he dares to investigate the demon of greed." Guan felt reassured in his heart, also worried that if Chu Jingfeng failed, the great cultivator behind the demon of greed might trace back to him. Chu Jingfeng has been investigating the demon of greed, so he took on our Medicine Valley's task. It's part of a power play between his father and a certain eminent figure within the sect. Still, I am quite puzzled. It's been several months since you returned from Zhu Moyan's place, why did you only contact Chu Jingfeng recently? Cheng Suandan stared at Guan and questioned. Guan said helplessly, "Master, you should understand me. I dislike trouble and don't wish to conflict with others. No matter what Meng Lang tried to command me to do, I couldn't be bothered to argue, so originally, I intended to pretend I didn't see anything. But since Master has brought junior brothers and sisters to Medicine Valley, I had no choice but to contact Chu Jingfeng." This was a sincere confession, indeed, these were his reasons. Cheng Xuandan gave him a deep look, then glanced at the pill furnace beside him, and said, "You've done well. From now on, you are my true disciple. I will pass on everything I know to you. As for this matter, let's both forget it. Neither Chu Jingfeng's father nor the eminent figure behind the demon of greed is someone we can afford to provoke." Upon hearing this, Guan was stunned. He looked at Cheng Xuandan's profile and suddenly felt he had misunderstood his master. "Master!" Guan immediately stood up and bowed to Cheng Xuandan, with great formality. Cheng Xuandan looked back at him, showing a gentle expression that was like a different person from his usual self. "In the future, if there's anything you want to understand or learn, you can always come to your master. Don't feel like you're bothering me. I don't have many years left, and there aren't many days for me to teach you." Cheng Xuandan's eyes and tone were softer than they ever had been before. Guan sat down, his voice cautious, "Master, can you concoct the youth-preserving pill?" A staple for the protagonist of any immortal cultivation story is starting with a youth-preserving pill for eternal youth. Guan didn't want to end up as an old man with white hair. Cheng Xuandan shook his head with a smile, then raised his hand, and with a movement through the air, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He poured out one pill and handed it to Guan. Guan did not hesitate and swallowed it directly. The reason he was so bold was that the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill and the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial skill both had detoxifying effects, and describing his current state as immune to all poisons was by no means an exaggeration. Seeing Guan had no guard against him, a look of gratification appeared in Cheng Xuandan's eyes. After taking the youth-preserving pill, Guan felt nothing out of the ordinary, as if he had just consumed a piece of ice candy that melted in his mouth. "Do you have any interest in alchemy?" Cheng Xuandan asked. Guan's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly, "Not hiding anything from you, Master, I have actually wanted to learn alchemy from you for a while, but I was too shy to say anything before." Cheng Xuandan pinched his beard and laughed heartily, his laughter filled with genuine warmth. The atmosphere inside the room became very harmonious, and Cheng Xuandan began to teach the art of alchemy, starting from igniting the fire in the pill furnace. Guan, who had learned the fire control art, picked it up quickly, leading Cheng Xuandan to mistakenly believe he possessed a natural talent for alchemy. However, once Cheng Xuandan's lecture moved beyond managing the fire, Guan started to get confused, which rendered Cheng Xuandan silent for a while. After Guan and Cheng Xuandan established a true mentor-disciple relationship, Medicine Valley became livelier. Cheng Xuandan, who usually stayed shut inside his room, began to come out more often, casually giving pointers to Guan and the others on how to cultivate medicinal herbs. Liu Jijia and Yelan grew increasingly fond of Cheng Xuandan, often praising how amiable and approachable their master was, much to Meng Lang's scorn. Since that night's great battle, there had been no more sounds of fighting outside the valley. Chu Jingfeng and Zhu Moyan never came to Medicine Valley, and Guan didn't dare to inquire into the situation, only able to keep the matter hidden deep within his heart. Time flew by swiftly. A year passed in a blink of an eye. Guan crossed the threshold of 20 and his lifespan increased to over 2,800 years once again. One day at noon, Guan was lying on a cliff halfway up the mountain, reading a book. Below was Medicine Valley, where he could see the figures of Xiao Chuan and Liu Jijia practicing their leg techniques. Ever since the word alchemy appeared on Guan's attribute panel, he stopped pestering Cheng Xuandan. Learning the process of alchemy was truly too dull. It is worth mentioning that, at Guan's suggestion, Cheng Xuandan exchanged more seeds from the outer sect. Needless to say, Taixuan Dan was very competent after they truly became master and disciple. Guan propped his head with his left hand and held the book in his right, exhaling a breath of air to flip the pages. His eyes suddenly widened, and he sat up immediately. The latest edition of Green Hero Travelogue actually included illustrations. There was something special about it. Guan carefully admired the pictures in the book, his mouth constantly critiquing as he went along. A loud screech descended from the sky, and he looked up sharply, his gaze becoming piercing. A white eagle with a wingspan of about 10 feet landed. When it was nearly 2 yards away from Guan, it loosened its talons, and a letter fell, which he caught effortlessly. The white eagle drew a perfect arc in the sky, swiftly disappearing beyond the other side of the mountain. What a majestic eagle! Guan couldn't help but think of his white spirit rat, tiny as a palm, and utterly useless. He opened the envelope and found not only a letter but also a jade pendant inside, engraved with the character Chu. He tucked the jade pendant into his belt and pocketed the Green Hero Travelogue before examining the letter. The letter was surprisingly from Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng first gave a brief account of the battle from before, revealing that Zhu Moyan had died by his sword. Over the past year, he had gathered evidence all around and brought down the great cultivator manipulating the demon of greed, assuring Guan that he needn't worry about the issue anymore. The jade pendant was a token from the Chu family. If Guan encountered problems he couldn't resolve, he could use it to seek out Chu Jingfeng or his clansmen. The Chu family honors the jade, not the person. A promise for a jade. Guan's regard for Chu Jingfeng rose greatly. He hadn't expected such an aloof inner-sect disciple to value loyalty so much. Even if Chu Jingfeng gave him nothing in return, he couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, he had previously said that there was no need for Chu Jingfeng to contact him anymore. After reading, Guan tore the letter into pieces, then scattered them on the ground. With a slight twist of his right foot, the spiritual power beneath vibrated, turning the paper fragments into fine dust. The spiritual power of the 8th layer in the energy cultivation realm was just that strong. Guan's mouth curved in a smile, and he leaped into the air like a wild goose flying swiftly away. Along the way, his toes lightly touched the leaves in the hillside woods, landing gracefully at the end of his path. To this, Liu Jijia and Xiao Chuan had already grown accustomed. Guan kept his aura at the level of the 2nd layer of the energy cultivation realm, and he had already showcased his residual wind leg, earning high praise from Taixuan Dan. Now, he was like a formidable master of the martial arts world. Guan was low-key in his actions, but he felt he couldn't always hide away. Revealing some of his strength appropriately would help him live a better farming life. As soon as he landed, the white spirit rat scurried over and climbed up his leg to his shoulder. I haven't checked your leg techniques for several days. Come on, let's spar. The two of you together, Guan said to Xiao Chuan and the others with a smile. Xiao Chuan and Liu Jijia exchanged glances and immediately charged at Guan. The three of them fought with their leg techniques on the grass outside the garden, moving deftly with their long legs whipping through the air. For a moment, the breeze whooshed, and grass clippings flew about. Guan faced two opponents alone, dismantling Xiao Chuan and the others' techniques with a single leg. Xiaoquan's techniques appeared well-shaped but slightly clumsy. Liu Jijia showed high talent, his kicks already carrying the momentum of the residual wind leg, but every move was slower than Guan. After half a sensor of time, Xiao Chuan and Liu Jijia were panting heavily, and after exchanging a look, they conceded defeat in unison. Guan slowly retracted his leg, which had been suspended in the air, and said with a smile, "You've improved a lot, which made it quite challenging for your senior brother. I estimate it won't be long before you surpass me." "How long is not long?" Xiao Chuan asked bluntly. Guan patted the dust off his trousers and said with a smile, "That depends on how hard you practice." The white spirit rat perched on his shoulder, squeaking as if laughing. Chapter 11, Chapter 11 G Family Ultimate Skill. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Chuan and Liu Jijia, Guan headed towards his own courtyard, pulling out a copy of Green Hero Travelogue from his robes, preparing to thoroughly enjoy the illustrations within. As he reached the front of the courtyard, Yelan approached him. "Senior brother, I want to learn the residual wind leg too," Yelan said, puffing up with frustration. Guan naturally closed the travelogue and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Has senior brother Meng refused to teach you spells?" Yelan grew even more annoyed and said with a sense of grievance, "Yes, he teaches in such a perfunctory manner. I got frustrated and argued with him, and then he snapped at me, saying he needs to prepare for the outer sect examination and doesn't have the time to bother with me, telling me to scram." Guan noticed her cheeks puffing up like balloons and felt amused, but he held back and didn't laugh out loud. "Since senior brother Meng is busy, let's not disturb him. How about this, tomorrow at noon, I will personally teach you the residual wind leg, how does that sound?" Guan said soothingly. Yelan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why tomorrow? Senior brother is tired, have some sympathy. You were just being harried by your two senior brothers, you can go ask them," Guan said, pointing towards Xiao Chuan and Liu Jijia in the distance. After finishing his sentence, he walked past Yelan and headed towards his own room. Yelan noticed the book in his hand and wondered to herself, "Is Green Hero Travelogue really that interesting?" Guan closed the door of his room, lay on his bed, and picked up Green Hero Travelogue again. The reason he liked Green Hero Travelogue was that it was a series, with a new volume released every 6 months. Following a serialized book in the immortal cultivation world gave Guan a sense of being back on Earth. He soon became immersed in the content of the book. He seriously suspected that the book was written by a cultivator from the Supreme Sect, just that he didn't know how advanced the author's cultivation level was since the book didn't include detailed battle records, only leisurely travels and romantic adventures. An hour later, Guan suddenly heard a commotion from the neighboring house. It seemed like Meng Lang was rolling on the ground, his breathing highly irregular. Did he mess up his practice? Guan hesitated whether to check on him or not, but Meng Lang soon stopped. This kid didn't even cry out in pain. As the surrounding spiritual energy flowed towards his house, Guan knew he had resumed his cultivation. Tisk tisk. Liya has already risen to prominence. Could it be that Meng Lang also had his own extraordinary encounter? Goodness, if this is the case, then the three of them joining Medicine Valley on the same day, accepting the same master, and each having great opportunities, would indeed be the stuff of legends. Guan quickly reconsidered and felt he might be overthinking it. Meng Lang would be lucky if he could die a natural death. In his view, with Meng Lang's temperament, once he left the valley, it wouldn't be long before he died. He was inept at speaking and quick to anger, hardly the demeanor of a cultivator. He stopped pondering and continued indulging in Green Hero Travelogue. Guan spent 6 ancient hours each day absorbing spiritual energy, usually using his sleeping hours for cultivation. As cultivators don't need to sleep, the process of energy absorption itself was a better form of rest and relaxation than sleep. With the remaining time, he didn't just read travelogues, he had other books too. Taixuan Dan had already passed on to him the 100 Herbs collection, a manual produced by the Supreme Sect that documented various spirit flowers and grasses around the world, with specific medicinal properties noted by Taixuan Dan. Though Taixuan Dan's cultivation level was low, having lived for a century, he indeed possessed extensive knowledge and broad experience. People with poor qualifications have this advantage: they can spend more time accumulating knowledge and experiences. Another year passed, and winter snow arrived. Flurries of large snowflakes blanketed the garden, and Guan was directing his junior brothers and sisters in clearing it. As for Meng Lang, that guy had become obsessed with his training, hiding in his room all day to practice, and now, Guan couldn't get him to do anything. Taixuan Dan said to just let him be. Every edge of the garden had special talisman papers that could generate heat, but these papers had a time limit. Once they expired, it would only take an hour for the snow to blanket the entire garden again. Watching Xiao Chuan, Lu Jijia, and Yelan bustling about, Gu An's mind wandered. He was increasingly dissatisfied with the production of Medicine Valley and felt it was essential to clear new land. Once this winter was over, he planned to have them go up the mountain to cut trees and cultivate the soil. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from afar. Guan turned to look and saw a man in plain clothes riding a flying sword, cutting through the snowy sky, resembling a sword immortal. Do yet. Guan instinctively sent out a lifespan detection toward him, discovering that his cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Such a rapid breakthrough! The arrival of Du Ye also caught the attention of Xiao Chuan and the others. As Du Ye flew close to where Guan was and then leaped off, skillfully stowing his sword into its sheath at his waist, his movements as smooth as flowing water, Xiao Chuan and the others stared in awe. They had joined the Supreme Sect not to do menial work but to cultivate immortality, a dream hindered by their mediocre spirit root qualifications. They had joined Medicine Valley while waiting for a chance. Du Ye sized up Guan, clapped him on the shoulders and said with a laugh, "Not bad, you've fully grown up, no longer the little kid who used to follow me around." Guan exchanged pleasantries with Du Ye while inwardly swearing. "We're all house servants, what's with the pretense?" After several detours, Du Ye finally brought up the main topic. He whispered, "How are the medicinal herbs coming along? Come with me to retrieve them." Guan nodded with a smile. He indeed had some herbs stored away, rightfully his as the top disciple of Medicine Valley, and he planned to give them all to Du Ye. Although he could steal lifespan, that stuff required time. Before achieving absolute invincibility, he had to foster good relations with the Ji family, as they might prove useful in the future. Although the Chu family was strong, their influence was only within the Supreme Sect. The Ji family, however, was different. They were a top-tier family within the entire Taixuan dynasty. The Ji family where Guan previously stayed was just a branch in one city, but descendants of the Ji family could be found in all immortal cultivation sects throughout the dynasty. Along the way, Du Ye began to talk about the outer sect. "Li Ye is from your Medicine Valley, isn't he? Recently, he has been quite the topic of conversation. He is a descendant of the Taixuan imperial family and is currently competing with his imperial brother. The two have even made a life and death duel pact, causing quite a stir. It is said that Li Ye was considered a waste just a few years ago. By some stroke of luck, his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he has already reached the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment realm." Hearing Du Ye mention Li Ye piqued Guan's interest. Why does Li Ye sound like a bitter and vengeful protagonist from a fantasy novel? Curiously, Guan asked, "Must one reach the foundation establishment realm to become an outer disciple?" Du Ye nodded and said, "Naturally, like me, my cultivation level is insufficient. Although I am in the outer sect, I still belong to the servants, but staying in the outer city allows me to be involved in these matters. Reaching the foundation establishment realm directly promotes one to an outer disciple, and reaching the core formation realm advances one to an inner sect disciple. Above the inner sect disciples are the inheriting disciples and true disciples. These are the explicit rules. If one's talent is exceptional, they can also break these rules. Arthur Miss is such a person. From the moment she joined, she was an inheriting disciple, and she is now thinking about breaking through to become a true disciple. To become a true disciple, relying solely on cultivation level is not enough, one must also be able to command respect and possess sufficient prestige. That's why I need to pave the way for her." When Du Ye mentioned Ji Xiaoyu, he spoke incessantly. For the first time, Guan did not mind his verbosity and listened attentively. As they entered the house, Guan listened while taking out the bundle he had prepared earlier. Du Ye spoke for a while before finally stopping. He raised his hand slightly, dissatisfied. He said, "Is that all?" Guan replied with a smile, "The future is long, after all. Immortal cultivation is not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Instead of overstepping my bounds and risking being banished from the valley, it's better for me to stay compliant, providing herbs all year round. I won't keep a single plant to myself, all will be offered up." Hearing this, Du Yi's expression softened. He asked again, "Really? Really, with my qualifications, what do I need herbs for? Living a peaceful life is my pursuit," Guan responded affirmatively. Du Yi opened his mouth but eventually sighed. His right hand reached for his storage bag, from which he took out a manual and handed it to Guan. Guan took it and saw it was titled 8 Directions Step. This surprised him. Had the guy had a change of heart? Du Yi explained, "This is a stepping technique from the Ji family. It's only the basic step of Ji family's ultimate skill, Kailan step, but if you learn it, you might move faster, which could help you escape trouble someday. This technique does not depend on spirit root qualification, as long as you practice, you can always learn it." Guan began to see Du Yi in a new light and was about to say something when Du Yi grabbed the bundle, patted his shoulder, and walked past him. Guan turned around, following his steps, and saw him off. Reaching the courtyard, Du Yi turned back to him and said, "After all, we have grown up together. Even if our paths diverge later due to different choices, our friendship remains. If life treats you poorly, you can always come to me." With these words, his left hand slapped the scabbard, and with a metallic ring, the sword was drawn. He leaped up and rode away on the sword. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Such an impressive sword control technique. Guan lowered his gaze to the manual in his hands, his lips curving upwards. He began to browse through the 8 Directions step and started practicing it in the courtyard. A Ji family ultimate skill? He wondered if, by using his lifespan to cultivate, he could evolve and deduce that Ji family's ultimate skill. When Xiao Chuan and the other two finished cleaning all the sectors, they quickly came to Guan's courtyard, curiously watching him practice the stepping technique. "Senior brother, what cultivation technique are you practicing?" Yelan asked curiously. Guan, shifting his stance, asked with a smile, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." The three responded in unison. Guan replied, "Wait until I learn it, then I will teach you." Bang! The door of the house next door burst open, and Meng Lang, whose eyes were covered with bloodshot veins and forehead full of blood-colored veins, emerged, looking terrifying. Xiao Chuan, Lu Jijia, and Yelan were all scared. Meng Lang charged towards the nearest Yelan like a crazed beast, his aura ferocious. Yelan was terrified and couldn't react quickly enough. In less than a moment, Meng Lang was about to collide with Yelan. Guan grasped Yelan's shoulders and pulled him back, while his right foot simultaneously stepped on Meng Lang's chest. Boom! Meng Lang's momentum exploded, his aura whirling around him, and his feet scraped long marks on the ground. Guan's right leg slowly straightened, pushing Meng Lang backward. Xiao Chuan and the others widened their eyes, Guan's posture deeply imprinting in their minds, leaving them in awe. Is senior brother this powerful? Although Guan usually managed to win over them in sparring without using spiritual power, Xiao Chuan and Lu Jijia always believed they would eventually surpass their senior brother. Suddenly, Meng Lang grabbed Guan's right foot with both hands, a brutal force attempting to break his leg. Guan leapt up sharply, then forcefully stomped down, pressing Meng Lang into the ground with a thud, forcing him to kneel. Meng Lang's knees sank into the soil, his body trembling, unable to push Guan's foot off, looking extremely wretched. Chapter 12 Foundation Establishment, Nighttime Turbulence. Watching Guan suppress Meng Lang with a single leg, Xiao Chuan, Lu Jijia, and Yelan were extremely excited. On normal days, Meng Lang always boasted that he was the strongest in Medicine Valley. Who would have thought that today, in his loss of control, he would be made to kneel by a single leg from his eldest senior brother. No wonder the eldest senior brother isn't Meng Lang. The master has a discerning eye. Guan gazed down at Meng Lang, who was kneeling before him, and spoke, "Haven't you come to your senses yet?" His spiritual power flowed through his right leg into Meng Lang's body, forcibly smoothing out the chaotic spiritual power within him. Meng Lang's breathing stabilized, the bloodshot in his eyes began to fade, and his ferocious expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing that he had awakened, Guan slowly retracted his leg, then helped him up. Meng Lang suddenly came to his senses, looking up at Guan while breathing heavily. "Guan! What just happened to me?" Meng Lang asked with difficulty, the violent fluctuations of qi blood in his body making speaking quite strenuous. Guan replied, "It seemed like you experienced a cultivation deviation." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's eyes widened in shock and he asked, "I didn't harm you, did I?" Xiao Chuan and Lu Jijia's expressions instantly became peculiar. Yalan subconsciously wanted to answer, but Guan hastily interjected, "It's fine, you managed to restrain yourself at the critical moment." Meng Lang let out a sigh of relief, forcing a cheerful smile he said, "That's right, after all, I am the true eldest senior brother. How could I harm you?" Yalan, on the other hand, looked at Guan with eyes full of admiration. The eldest senior brother is not only powerful but also very gentle. Xiao Chuan and Lu Jijia shared the same thoughts, while feeling contempt for Meng Lang. "Talk is cheap, just a moment ago he was like a ghost." Guan told Xiao Chuan and the others to disperse, then helped Meng Lang back to his room. "What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? It's too shady, isn't it?" Guan asked, although he had a poor opinion of Meng Lang. After all, they had spent day and night together, and if possible, he still hoped Meng Lang would be safe and sound. Meng Lang chuckled and said, "Of course, it's a divine skill, it's just that my talents and comprehension aren't enough, making it easy to go astray. But there's no helping it, I must become an outer disciple." Confused, Guan asked, "Why must you become an outer disciple when you didn't seem to care before?" Meng Lang's complexion instantly darkened, and he fell into silence. Seeing that he did not want to speak, Guan did not press further. After helping him to bed, Guan then turned and left. This incident was but a minor episode for Guan, he couldn't control others' fates. Everyone had their own aspirations, and if one perished on the immortal cultivation path, it wouldn't be considered a pity. Arriving in the courtyard, Guan continued to practice the 8 trigrams step. Winter passed and spring arrived, another year of fine scenery. In the early morning, when Medicine Valley still held remnants of snow, Guan took his junior brothers and sisters up the mountain. Felling trees and pulling out roots is also a form of cultivation. You can use your spiritual power to do it. Once your spiritual power is depleted, you can cultivate to replenish, which will aid in improving your cultivation level. Dressed in green, Guan stood in the forest, smiling softly. He had his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master. That day, with a single leg, he had subdued Meng Lang, who went into cultivation deviation, successfully establishing himself as a dominant figure in the eyes of his junior brothers and sisters. Guan even felt the younger junior sister developing different thoughts about him, increasingly clinging to him. Fortunately, he guided Yalan in her cultivation timely, diverting her attention. How could one speak of affection in immortal cultivation? In this life, Guan did not wish to fall into the whirlpool of emotions too early, such would lead to losing his way. Xiao Chuan turned and asked, "Eldest senior brother, do we use our hands, or do we use our legs?" Guan maintained his smile and said, "However is convenient for you. Cultivation is one aspect, completing the task is another. You must find the right balance." Is this how Zhang Chunkai felt before? Talking nonsense is actually quite enjoyable. Junior brother Xiao Chuan, let's see who can do it faster. Lu Jijia said, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Xiao Chuan readily agreed, and Yalan also clamored to join, only to be ignored by the two who did not enjoy competing with a girl. So Guan watched them pulling up trees while simultaneously planning out a new garden area. What medicinal herbs should be planted in this mountain? Guan got lost in thought. Although Xiao Chuan and the others were cultivators, their cultivation levels were not high. It took them an entire half a day just to clear a piece of land. Guan brought soul-shaking grass seeds, a third-grade medicinal herb, for them to plant. After finishing it all, the senior brothers went down the mountain together, chatting and laughing, as the sunset stretched their shadows long across the hillside. Guan encouraged his junior brothers and sisters to share their goals. All three aimed to enter the outer sect, each driven by different motives. Xiao Chuan simply wished to become stronger, Liu Zhijia aimed to prove himself to his family, Yelan seemed to have some unspeakable secret, speaking vaguely. Guan listened with keen interest, believing that every person should have their own story. Hearing different people's stories could enrich his own life as well. A month had passed since they planted the soul-shaking grass, and that night, the moon was sparse with stars. Guan was sitting in meditation on his bed inside his room, gazing at his attribute panel and caught in a dilemma. Name: Guan n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lifespan: 20/3163. Spirit root: first class wood spirit root, 4 elements decent spirit root. Lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation. Cultivation level: energy cultivation realm 9 layers. Lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation. Cultivation techniques: fire control art, unmastered, divine wood pure yang skill, mastery, dragon strength divine primordial skill, mastery, alchemy, initial insight. Lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation. Ultimate skills: Gale shadowless leg, integrated mastery, Li family's 7 swords, unmastered, 8 trigrams step, unmastered. Lifespan can be invested for evolutionary cultivation. Should I invest my lifespan to break through the cultivation realm? Cheng Xuandan has the ability to refine foundation establishment pills. Now that she is so good to Guan, perhaps he could seek a foundation establishment pill. However, Meng Lang's anomaly made Guan wary of Cheng Xuandan once more. Meng Lang had no illustrious background. If he possessed a divine skill, he could have practiced it long ago. Why wait until Liya and Zhang Chunkaiu had left before he began? With Guan's current senses, he could be certain that Meng Lang hadn't been in contact with any strangers in the past 2 years. At most, he was summoned by Cheng Xuandan, and Guan wouldn't eavesdrop on their conversations every time. Forget it. Better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Play it safe. The path of immortal cultivation is fraught with dangers. A single misstep can result in utter destruction. Guan immediately invested a year of his lifespan into his cultivation level to undergo evolutionary training. Special reminder: cultivation level is actually present. The evolution process turns the abstract into the concrete, and its consumption will exceed the lifespan used in actual cultivation. You focused on energy absorption cultivation for 1 year, and due to the lack of a foundation establishment pill and opportunities, you failed to break through the foundation establishment realm. 2 lines of prompts appeared before Guan's eyes, and since he hadn't succeeded in breaking through, his cultivation level saw no improvement. Guan, unfazed, continued to invest year after year. Failure, failure, failure. After a full 9 times, his expression could no longer remain composed. Damn it! Laozi doesn't believe this anymore. Invest 100 years. Guan, with his temper flaring, directly invested 100 years of his lifespan into his cultivation level for evolutionary training. You cultivated energy absorption for 10 years, and with your great accomplishment in the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully attempted to break through the foundation establishment realm, but ultimately failed. You cultivated energy absorption for 20 years, and with your great accomplishment in the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully attempted to break through the foundation establishment realm and finally succeeded. You cultivated energy absorption for 30 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the foundation establishment realm. You cultivated energy absorption for 50 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the third layer of the foundation establishment realm. You cultivated energy absorption for 70 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the fourth layer of the foundation establishment realm. You cultivated energy absorption for 100 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the fifth layer of the foundation establishment realm. Rows of prompts crazily flashed before Guan's eyes. He had no time to rejoice when he sensed something was amiss. The breakthrough through so many levels would surely cause an enormous commotion, wouldn't it? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than his body started to overheat, the divine wood pure yang skill automatically circulated, and he quickly stood up and leaped out of the open window. His steps were incredibly fast, silent and swift, and in less than 3 breaths' time, he dashed into the forest. With his feet kicking against the mountain wall, he climbed rapidly to the peak like an agile monkey. By this time, nature's spiritual energy was already surging toward him. He leaped, plunging into the dim forest, his right foot landing on a branch to gain momentum. After several jumps, he landed smoothly on the ground. Spiritual energy madly flooded into him, creating a whirlwind around him. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy grew faster and faster, causing him to feel secretly alarmed. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly. If the breakthrough had happened in Medicine Valley, it would have certainly disturbed others. Cheng Xuandan and Meng Lang might not dare to come out, but Xiao Chuan and Lu Jijia, 2 hot-headed fools, would definitely do so. While Guan thought this, he surged forward quickly, as nimble as a spirit fox. Under the cover of night, the forest rustled with the sound of swaying leaves. Leveraging the gale's shadowless leg, Guan's running speed was extremely fast as he traversed the range of mountains. He was getting farther and farther from Medicine Valley. He had not yet stopped when his cultivation realm began to break through, with spiritual energy violently surging into his energy channels, also inducing his Danshan to evolve. So painful! Guan frowned, but his pace did not slow down. He ran wildly for more than 10 miles, and eventually, he stopped in a stand of trees, sitting down beneath one to cultivate energy. While cultivating, he marveled to himself. He hadn't expected 100 years of lifespan to allow him to break through from the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm to the 5th layer of the foundation establishment realm. It seemed the lifespan he seized was truly substantive. Of course, his rapid breakthrough was primarily due to the mastery of the divine wood pure yang skill. If he were to invest 1,000 years of lifespan, could he possibly reach the elixir formation realm in one go, or even touch upon the nascent soul realm? Guan lost himself in boundless reveries. The more spiritual energy he absorbed, the more the forest seemed to be engulfed in a tempest, violently shaking, with leaves falling everywhere in the darkness. They appeared like demons and ghosts baring their fangs and claws. This commotion is a bit exaggerated. Guan ruefully thought to himself, recognizing the downsides of evolving cultivation with lifespan, excessive noise that drew unwanted attention. After evolution, it wasn't a case of cultivation level increasing out of thin air but compressing the necessary spiritual energy into one period for a rapid breakthrough. Such was the turmoil from the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm to the 5th layer of the foundation establishment realm. What kind of earth-shaking disturbance would it cause when he attempted to break through from the elixir formation realm to the nascent soul realm? During the breakthrough, should other cultivators be attracted, that would be bad news indeed. Guan made it a habit to plan for the worst scenarios. No good. He had to be even more careful in the future. Guan decided to invest a year of lifespan into his cultivation level each day going forward, advancing step by step. Time swiftly passed and the night was engulfed by a fierce wind. Guan's robe billowed with the gusts as the spiritual power within him grew rapidly. A short while later, his aura suddenly shifted. Foundation establishment successful. His Danshan transformed, generating spiritual power even quicker while also stimulating his bones and entire body to become stronger. It wasn't over yet. His cultivation level kept soaring, as clouds of dust mixed with grass clippings swirled around him, the sound mighty. Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd Layer. Foundation Establishment Realm 3rd Layer. Foundation Establishment Realm 4th Layer. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, I only remember his kicks were very fast. Guan was not pleased by his rapid breakthrough, as he constantly felt a taut string in his heart, fearing that someone might come. The Supreme Sect was so vast, and in the 100 miles around Medicine Valley, it was rare to see a trace of anyone. Could he have avoided alerting the great cultivator? As Guan was thinking, he suddenly sensed two powerful presences approaching from afar, stronger even than Chu Jingfeng had been initially. Whatever you fear always comes true. He was in the middle of advancing from the 4th to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm and couldn't conveniently rise, and even if he attempted to flee now, escaping those two would be difficult. Big trouble. Guan nervously felt the two encroaching presences, and when they were less than 100 yards apart, they stopped on the opposite sides of a mountain peak. He was in a dim forest, dressed in a dark green robe, and the dust flying around made it hard to see his true face. Sensing that the two were not aggressively coming over, Guan sighed in relief. It seemed they were wary of him as well and dared not disturb him rashly. Guan's cultivation level continued to increase. With movements being so loud and due to being separated by a mountain, he couldn't hear the two people's conversation, making him constantly unable to relax. By the time he broke through to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, the two on the other side of the mountain had still made no move. Guan's rate of cultivation growth began to slow down. He lifted his right hand, pressing it against the tree trunk behind him, connecting his spiritual power with the trunk. A green light appeared on the trunk, winding around his palm. As the green light completed its circuit, he withdrew his right hand and pulled a piece of wooden mask directly from the tree trunk. He placed the mask over his face and with the fingers of his other hand, he carved out 2 eye holes, the carved portions falling away, leaving a complete mask over his face. Spiritual power continued to drill into his body, but he was already able to stand up. Feeling that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was settling, a loud voice came through. May I ask which deist friend is breaking through here, and why not do it within your own cave? This voice was very serious, clearly suspecting that Guan was not a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Guan hesitated about whether he should respond. He was just a servant disciple. Having succeeded in foundation establishment within a few years of joining, even though he could smoothly enter the outer sect, risks still remained. The noise he caused tonight was too great. If those two knew his identity, surely a third and fourth person would come to know, and what if someone harbored malicious intent against him? It was no wonder Guan was overthinking. Having grown up as a house servant, he was all too familiar with the vicious nature of people. Guan, while tying the mask with vines, pondered with eyes flashing cold light, gleaming eerily in the night. Not possible. He couldn't expose himself. Guan didn't want to get embroiled in trouble, even becoming an outer sect disciple wasn't necessarily good for him. The Supreme Sect would not foster disciples for nothing. Outer sect disciples had to undertake sect assignments, inevitably placing themselves in mortal danger. Once his cultivation was completely stable, he stood up, his face obscured by the mask except for his eyes, still surrounded by spiraling currents of energy. At that moment, he sensed two presences swiftly approaching from the mountain. Clearly, they now considered him an intruder. Guan dared to keep silent also because he assessed that their cultivation levels were not very strong. If he felt they were too powerful to contend with, he wouldn't have thought so much. He immediately turned and dashed deeper into the forest. Whoosh! A slicing sound came from behind Guan, and he looked back to see a cold gleam rushing toward him in the dim forest, breaking branches along its path, followed by a woman. This woman was dressed in white, her right arm extended straight, her palm facing the sword handle, connected by spiritual power. The blade emitted a fierce sword chi, unstoppable, flashing like a startled swan through the forest. In an instant, her sword had reached Guan's back, less than half a yard away. Guan's left foot landed, his body shifted backward, and as he simultaneously crouched with his left leg, the blade just flew over him. The woman in white widened her eyes, her face enveloped in shadows of the night, but the blade light shone right into her eyes, those stunning, shocking eyes filled with astonishment. Time seemed to slow down, but it was over in a blink. As Guan crouched, his right leg kicked backwards, striking the abdomen of the woman in white with a force she had never experienced before. Her consciousness plunged into oblivion, and blood spewed from her mouth. Thud! The woman in white flew back, crashed against a large tree, then fell to the ground, her condition unknown. "How dare you!" A furious shout came, and Guan fixed his eyes to see a figure cloaked in green light rapidly approaching, leaving behind a series of afterimages. So fast! Guan's eyes couldn't keep up with the movement technique of the other, and in his panic, he immediately deployed the Gale Shadowless leg. He had no real combat experience, having dealt with the demon of greed by merely using a slap, so facing a formidable opponent, he dared not close in. Spiritual power surged into his right leg as he shifted a step backward, his right leg lashing out violently. As he lashed out, a gale sprang up from nowhere, howling toward the figure cloaked in green light. Within the green light was a man wielding a sword, his pupils suddenly dilated, filled entirely with leg shadows. Dust filled the air, a row of trees were knocked down, leg shadows overwhelmed the swordsman, rolling on through dozens of yards with a mighty uproar. Guan retracted his leg and plunged into the darkness. The forest returned to calm as the dust settled, revealing the swordsman lying on the ground, motionless. At dawn, Yelan walked out of the house, her gaze habitually turned toward the courtyards of her senior brothers, and over not-so-high courtyard walls, she saw their figures. "They really are diligent, I can't afford to fall behind," Yelan thought to herself as she hurried along. Arriving in the courtyard, she briskly approached Guan and greeted him politely, "Senior brother." Guan smiled and nodded at her. "Senior brother, are you planning to do some work today?" Yelan asked curiously, as Guan was dressed in an old cloth robe, which he only wore during harvesting times. Guan replied, "Yes, I'm planning to take some time this afternoon to go up the mountain." Not dwelling on it any further, Yelan continued, "There was a fierce wind last night that scared me from cultivating. I was afraid the chaos in the spiritual energy might disrupt my energy absorption." "Senior brother, I heard from senior brother Meng that you once encountered a demon attack. What happened during that time?" While watching Xiao Chuan and Lu Jijia practicing the residual wind leg, Guan began to recount the incident. He was always patient, no matter to whom he was speaking. An hour later, after the junior brothers and sisters had left, Guan had some time to relax. He lay under a tree, one hand holding Green Hero Travelogue, the other playing with a white spirit rat, thoroughly enjoying his leisure. At that moment, he was still thinking about the two people he encountered the previous night. He had already restrained his power, so he hoped he hadn't killed those two, right? Guan felt somewhat uneasy, as after all, he bore no grudge against those two. In the absence of a grudge, Guan did not wish to kill anyone. With such concerns, Guan endured a rather distressing day. As the sun set and the moon rose, noon arrived the following day. Stepping before a wooden railing to read, Guan suddenly caught sight of figures at the mouth of the valley. Focusing, he noticed there was more than one person. A man and a woman. Guan silently breathed a sigh of relief, it was good they were alive. He used Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill to suppress his cultivation level to the third tier of the Qi cultivation realm, ensuring he wouldn't be recognized. Soon, Cheng Xuandan emerged from the loft and briskly walked up to the two individuals, bowing with his fists clasped. Standing before him was a woman in white and a man in blue. The woman in white had a cold, resplendent beauty, her skin fair and smooth like cream, with almond eyes and willow brows, her right hand holding a sword sheath, exuding an unapproachable, proud aura. The man in blue was also handsome, with a tall posture and ornate robes, though his face was somewhat pale. Both were outer disciples of the Supreme Sect, the man named Shi Yang, and the woman named Li Xuanyu. Confronting Chengsu and Dan, Shi Yang smiled and clarified their intention. After listening to Shi Yang, Chengsu and Dan responded, "These past few days, no one else has come to Medicine Valley." Chengsu and Dan had lived for 100 years, experienced everything, so he appeared very composed. Shi Yang glanced toward Medicine Valley and said, "Could you summon your disciples here?" Chengsu and Dan had no objections. He turned, sank his breath to his lower belly, and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Guan and others ran over. "Xiao Chuan, go fetch senior brother Meng as well," Chengsu and Dan instructed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan immediately turned and ran to find Meng Lang. Shi Yang and Li Xuanyu started examining Guan and the two others, their brows furrowed, remaining silent. Chengsu and Dan was silent too, waiting for Meng Lang to arrive. Taking this opportunity, Guan checked the lifespans of the two outer disciples. The previous night had been too urgent to check. Li Xuanyu, Foundation Establishment Realm 4th Level 24/245/1670. Shi Yang, Foundation Establishment Realm 5th Level 25/298/1304. Impressive. Both geniuses, over 20 years old and already in the Foundation Establishment Realm, plus their maximum lifespans stretching over 1,000 years, with Li Xuanyu's even higher than Li Yu's. Both surnamed Li. Could this girl also be from the imperial family? Guan was secretly shocked, grateful he hadn't revealed his identity the previous night. Before long, Xiao Chuan brought Meng Lang, who appeared irritable. Upon seeing Meng Lang, Shi Yang narrowed his eyes and communicated telepathically to Li Xuanyu beside him, "Sister Li, this child's energy is turbulent, showing signs of deviation. Although his cultivation level is very low, he might be connected to the person we are looking for." Li Xuanyu stared at Meng Lang, her cold eyes seeming to see right through him. Meng Lang, feeling their gaze and noting their distinguished appearance, promptly reined in his expression. He lowered his head and stood next to Guan, Xiao Chuan following closely behind. Chengsu and Dan then asked, 2 nights ago, several miles outside Medicine Valley, a mysterious cultivator was breaking through a significant barrier, suspected to be a spy from the demon path. Have you seen anyone else these past few days? Impressive. Spies from the demon path too. Guan internally remarked but showed a frown of concern on his face. Meng Lang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Not another demon invasion? Again? What do you mean?" Shi Yang demanded, staring at Meng Lang. Unable to hold his tongue, Meng Lang immediately blurted out the previous incident involving the demon of greed, which also implicated an inner sect disciple. Shi Yang's expression shifted slightly. "Is this area so dangerous?" Shi Yang suddenly lost his interest in pursuing the matter further. Seizing the opportunity, Guan asked, "Elder Ones, have you encountered the spy from the demon path? Could you provide us with some clues?" The others nodded, the word demon heightening their tension. Shi Yang pondered and said, "It was too dark that night, but I remember his leg technique was very fast." Chapter 14 Daily Plan, Medicine Poison. Leg techniques very fast? Xiao Chuan, Liu Zhijia and Yelan all had slight changes in their expressions. They thought of Guan simultaneously, but they did not look towards Guan, just inwardly speculated. Meng Lang asked, "What do you mean? You two haven't defeated that spy from the demon path?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yang's face couldn't hold back his emotions. He took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, they were better than us. My cultivation level is at the 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and my cousin's is at the 4th layer of the foundation establishment realm. The demon path cultivator who easily defeated us has an immeasurable cultivation level. If you have any clues, tell us as soon as possible to avoid leaving troubles for yourselves. Once he mentioned his cultivation level, Meng Lang, Xiao Chuan, and others all gasped in shock. Meng Lang felt scared and quickly asked, "Since you are not his match, why do you still dare to seek him out? Why not ask the inner sect disciple to come help?" Shi Yang responded, "We have our own backup." He was increasingly annoyed by Meng Lang, who was too irritating for his blunt way of speaking. Guan took the opportunity to say, "If the person is truly a spy from the demon path and you both were easily defeated, that's unreasonable. I observe that both your injuries are not severe. Could the demon path be so benevolent?" Shi Yang looked at him, his eyes conveying subtle thoughts. After thinking, he replied, "It's indeed hard to determine, but both outer disciple and inner sect disciple have their own caves and wouldn't come here to break through. There must be something fishy. You really don't have any clues?" Li Xuanyu sized up Guan, who feigned tension and dared not make eye contact with the two outer disciples. "Both of you, it seems my disciples indeed haven't seen any spy from the demon path," Cheng Xuandan spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Shi Yang wanted to speak, but Li Xuanyu spoke first, "If that's the case, then we shall take our leave." After saying that, she raised her hand in a salute to Cheng Xuandan, then turned and left. Shi Yang could only follow her steps, glaring at Meng Lang before he left. Xiao Chuan turned his head to look at Guan, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Yelan, who put her finger to her lips to signal silence and kept giving meaningful looks. Cheng Xuandan, without saying more, turned and walked towards his loft. After watching Shi Yang and his companion leave the valley, Guan then walked towards his own courtyard, with others closely following behind. Xiao Chuan seemed to have more to say but refrained. Guan glanced at him and smiled, asking, "What, do you think my leg techniques could be powerful enough to defeat two cultivators from the foundation establishment realm?" Xiaoquan's face turned red and he couldn't help but scratch his head. Meng Lang snorted with laughter and said annoyingly, "Your elder brother is only at the 3rd layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and besides, the residual wind leg technique he practices is one of the most common leg techniques in the outer sect. How could he possibly be the demon path spy mentioned by the outer disciples?" Lu Jujia nodded. He really didn't consider Guan as a spy from the demon path. In his eyes, the elder brother was the gentlest, kindest person he had ever met. Yelan, however, was somewhat dissatisfied and said, "Even if it's the most common leg technique, the elder brother will eventually master it." The event of Guan suppressing Meng Lang with one leg move had not reached Meng Lang's ears. As instructed by Guan, neither younger brother nor sister had let it slip. Meng Lang shook his head in amusement, then left alone to practice his spells in the forest. Yelan watched his departing figure, angrily clenching her fists, her cheeks puffing out. "All right, let's each continue our cultivation and strive to enter the outer sect early," Guan said with a smile, then gestured with his hands for his younger brothers and sisters to disperse. Elsewhere, above the mountains, Shi Yang and Li Xuanyu flew side by side with sword control. Their speed was moderate, their eyes scanning the area below. "Cousin, I always felt there was something off about Medicine Valley just now," Shi Yang said, a cold light flickering in his eyes. "That guy was too infuriating." Shi Yang thought of Meng Lang's ugly demeanor, growing angrier as he dwelled on it. Li Xuanyu's expression was icy as she softly said, "I think that servant disciple was right, perhaps the other party isn't a spy from the demon path but simply doesn't want to be recognized. The fact that we're still alive is the best proof." Shi Yang frowned and said, "There's someone like that within the outer sect? It feels like they have at least a 9 layers foundation establishment cultivation, and that leg technique I've never seen before must be some ultimate skill. His background must be significant. We will know eventually." Li Xuanyu looked towards the horizon, a frown tightly knitting her brows as if she thought of something. Shi Yang also sank into silence. Both were famously talented within the outer sect, and the thought of their previous night's opponent also being an outer sect disciple struck him hard. As summer gradually came, the summer in Supreme Sect was extremely hot, with the whole world seeming to warp. Liu Jijia, who was tilling the ground, was emitting white steam all over. Guan, now 21, was in the courtyard practicing alchemy. In front of him was a small cauldron. He watched the boiling potion, hesitant whether to throw the herbal medicine in his hand into it. Alchemy is really a skill. As Guan struggled, Meng Lang rushed into the courtyard, hurried into his own house, and in less than 10 breaths, he came out with a bundle. Guan, I'm going for the outer sect examination. Once I make a name for myself, I'll come back and take care of you. With these words, Meng Lang excitedly left. Outer sect examination? Guan was surprised. Meng Lang was only at the 7th layer of qi cultivation. How was he taking the examination? If one couldn't demonstrate outstanding talent at the entrance, they could only wait until foundation establishment was successful to enter the outer sect. This was the Supreme Sect, the number 1 sect of the Taixuan dynasty. A foundation establishment realm cultivator would be revered in some third-rate sects, but in Supreme Sect, they could only be an outer sect disciple. Guan looked in the direction Meng Lang had run off to, seeing Cheng Xuandan descending the stairs. Cheng Xuandan was actually taking Meng Lang out of the valley together. Guan felt there was something fishy about this, but even if he tried to stop it now, Meng Lang wouldn't listen. The fellow had become obsessed with becoming an outer sect disciple. Why bother with it? I am pursuing the path of immortality. If I get involved in this and that, will I ever have peace? Guan thought so, and his gaze turned resolute. He continued with his alchemy, striving not to think about Meng Lang. Consequently, he sat in front of the small cauldron for a day and successfully produced a pile of medicinal dregs. It was not until deep into the night that he stealthily slipped out. He did not leave Medicine Valley for Meng Lang but for his own cultivation. 2 months had passed since Shi Yang and Li Xuanyu had left, and he was ready to start his daily regimen. From then on, every deep night, he would sneak out and invest a year of his lifespan into his cultivation level. This particular infusion of lifespan to enhance cultivation was similarly loud, but thankfully not as much as before, and it ended quickly. The next day, Guan took the opportunity to ask Yelan how her cultivation went last night, and this time she did not hear any disturbances, having achieved a smooth practice. Guan was utterly relieved. His daily plan could be implemented. Days went by. After half a month since Cheng Xuandan and Meng Lang had left, with no return, Guan could affirm that Meng Lang's chances were slim. Previously, when Zhang Chunkai went to the outer sect, he would return in at most 7 days, never having such a delay. As Xiao Chuan and 2 others inquired when their master would return, Guan could only divert their focus, urging them to concentrate on their cultivation. 2 months later, Cheng Xuandan finally returned. Cheng Xuandan's head was full of white hair, and he did not wear his cloth hat. His appearance greatly shocked Xiao Chuan and the others, who all crowded around him, and so did Guan. I'm fine, just need a few days of rest. Cheng Xuandan waved his hand weakly as he gently pushed Liu Jijia away and then headed to his loft. Guan furrowed his brows deeply. He saw that Cheng Xuandan's cultivation had fallen to the 2nd layer of the energy cultivation realm, and even his lifespan was shortened, remaining only 2 years. He had initially thought Cheng Xuandan intended to sabotage Meng Lang, either by snatching his body or turning Meng Lang into a puppet. Instead, Cheng Xuandan appeared as though he was on the brink of death. As Guan watched Cheng Xuandan's retreating figure, he fell into deep thought. Yelan, thinking he was worried about Cheng Xuandan, spoke out to comfort him, "Big senior brother, don't worry, master will be fine." Guan looked at her and smiled, nodding. After chatting with his junior brothers and sisters for a few moments, Guan left alone. "I feel something is off about master," Lu Jijia said to Xiao Chuan in a low voice, frowning and with a severe look in his eyes. Xiao Chuan nodded and added, "Indeed, something's off." Lu Jijia leaned close to his ear, starting to whisper. Meanwhile, Yelan kept gazing at Gu An's disappearing figure. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. After Cheng Suandan returned, he stayed locked in his room, and Guan could sense him practicing healing spells, though his aura grew weaker by the day. Just as it was nearly winter, Cheng Suandan finally emerged from his room. He called out to Guan from afar, and Guan immediately ran to him. "Master," Guan greeted with respect. Cheng Suandan's hair was completely white, including his beard and eyebrows, and some brown spots even appeared on his face, making him look extremely aged. "Come, I'll take you to the outer sect," Cheng Suandan said with a stroke of his beard and a gentle smile. Guan couldn't help but ask, "What are we going to do at the outer sect? Don't you want to be the valley master in the future?" Cheng Suandan countered. Upon hearing this, Guan's heartbeat quickened, but his expression dramatically changed to one of panic, and asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong? Please don't scare me." Seeing him so flustered, Cheng Suandan's gaze softened even more. "Come, let's talk on the way," Cheng Suandan said and then turned, heading out of the valley. Guan quickly instructed Xiao Chuan, who was closest to him, and then followed Cheng Suandan's steps. After leaving the valley, Cheng Suandan headed towards the woods, now unable to fly with sword control, which meant they would have to walk to the outer sect. All of a sudden, Guan really wanted to turn back and tell Xiao Chuan and the others not to pick the herbs that were about to ripen, waiting instead for his return. As the master and disciple walked through the woods, Guan tried to offer his help to Cheng Suandan, but it was politely declined. "The sect's stipend for the valley master is limited. You have to be careful recruiting servant disciples in the future, and you'll also need to deliver a certain amount of yield every year." Cheng Suandan walked ahead, talking casually. Guan appeared to be listening intently, but he was also alert. After all, Meng Lang's fate was still uncertain. Cheng Suandan's pace wasn't fast, and given the many hills nearby, it took them half an hour to cover a few miles. Guan was beginning to become impatient. How long would it take to reach the outer sect? He even considered carrying Cheng Suandan. As they crossed a small stream, Cheng Suandan suddenly asked, "Why do you not inquire about Meng Lang's whereabouts?" Guan feigned confusion and asked, "Didn't he go to attend the outer sect assessment? Did he not pass?" "I lied to him, he has already been turned into medicine poison by me," Cheng Suandan answered as he continued walking forward, seemingly unafraid of Guan attacking him from behind. Guan, hearing this, remained expressionless. He carefully sensed the surroundings to make sure no one else was around. Chapter 15, 1000 Autumn Pavilion, Master of Mystic Valley. Medicine poison? Master, you! Guan feigned alarm as he spoke. Could Cheng Suandan be plotting against him as well? Without turning back, Cheng Suandan pushed aside the branches obstructing the path and stooped to walk through, continuing to speak as he moved forward. "Meng Lang has slightly better qualifications than you, but only by a small margin. Even with the support of my elixirs, it would be very difficult for him to reach the Foundation establishment realm. Medicine Valley only needs one successor. His existence is a threat to you, you must be able to sense the flaws in his character." Hearing this, Guan fell silent. Something about this didn't seem right. Why did it sound like he killed Meng Lang for his benefit? But he did not wish for Meng Lang to die. Though Meng Lang was humble, his nature wasn't inherently bad. "Don't overthink it. Though I killed him to pave the way for you, blame him for having better qualifications than you. I was helping the future master of Medicine Valley," Cheng Suandan said casually. Guan couldn't help but ask, shouldn't the master of Medicine Valley be chosen based on who has stronger qualifications? But if one's qualifications are too impressive, how could they live in Medicine Valley peacefully for life? Is there something special about Medicine Valley? Indeed, there is. I am not only a disciple of Supreme Sect but also a spy for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion is a demonic sect not as powerful as Supreme Sect, which is why it has planted many spies like me. Well, there were really spies from the demonic path. Suddenly, Guan didn't know how to respond. He had come to see that Cheng Xuandan indeed did not intend to harm him. What was most fatal was that Cheng Xuandan obviously intended to pass on the heavy responsibility of being a spy to him. After I die, you can be at ease as the Valley Master. You don't need to do anything deliberate. When the Thousand Autumn Pavilion needs you, they will naturally seek you out. All you need to do is to obey orders. Of course, you may also report to the Supreme Sect. After all, I don't have many years left. However, you have to carefully weigh whether the Supreme Sect can tolerate your presence. For a servant disciple like you, they would rather mistakenly kill than let one go, Cheng Xuandan said, his tone tinged with a hint of contentment that made Guan feel like hitting someone. Remember the secret code of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, no regrets under the cold vines of 1,000 autumns. It is hard to find the root in the desolation of myriad laws. Do I have no other choice? What do you think? Guan was silent once again. Even for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a spy like me is insignificant. You might not encounter them in your lifetime, Cheng Xuandan said in a self-deprecating tone. Guan pondered and realized that he indeed had no power to resist. It was like a lump of yellow mud falling into one's pants. It wasn't necessarily a demonic path spy, but it might as well be. Nov. L. B //JNN. Master, if you are a cultivator from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, staying in this Medicine Valley must have a reason. Why not disclose it? Guan asked solemnly. You're quite astute. Yes, there is a 7th grade spirit tree hidden beneath the soil of Medicine Valley. When we return, I'll take you to have a look, he replied. 7th grade. Guan's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with excitement. Fine snowflakes fluttered through the world, and a majestic city stood between the mountains. The city gate was 10 zhang high, with some people entering the city on foot, Supreme Sect disciples flying on swords, and even disciples riding mounts. Walking on the mountain path, Guan stared at the Supreme Sect's outer city from a distance, his eyes filled with amazement. What a vast city! Supreme Sect has 8 outer cities, within which are 4 inner cities, and inside the inner cities is the main city of the sect, a place where only the most exceptional, high-status individuals can set foot. Viewed from above, it is said that the sect's layout resembles a masterfully crafted compass, with each mountain holding its own mysteries, Cheng Xuandan explained with a sense of longing and regret. Unable to contain his curiosity, Guan asked, how large is Supreme Sect, then? The journey here had taken them nearly half a month, which spoke volumes about the distance between Medicine Valley and this city. Boundless and vast, even I am not sure, replied Cheng Xuandan as they continued towards the outer city gate, with Guan following closely behind. When Guan first joined Supreme Sect, he didn't visit the outer city. An elder of Supreme Sect had hosted Ji Xiao in a mountain forest pavilion. It was on her account that when Guan expressed his desired destination, the elder dispatched a disciple to escort him to Cheng Xuandan's Medicine Valley. This was his first time at the outer city. As the master and disciple arrived at the city gate, Cheng Xuandan showed his token, and Guan caught a glimpse of 2 characters engraved on it. Mystic Valley. After entering the city, a thunderous uproar greeted them, surprising Guan. The city gate was shielded by a restriction. With his hearing, he couldn't detect any sound from within while outside the city. Top quality herbs, first come first served, only 10 plants for sale today. Treasures from the cave of a nascent soul great cultivator, come take a look. A purebred snow mountain spirit fox with the potential to speak human language after just 5 more years of raising. Treasure hunt! Treasure hunt! Each item for just 10 low-grade spirit stones. May luck decide your find. Maps of an ancient great cultivator's cave, available for those with substantial strength. Guan was drawn to the shouting from both sides of the street. There were loft shops on both sides, and the street was spacious without any disciples setting up stalls. He even saw brothels. Impressive indeed, befitting the reputation of an upright and orthodox sect. Taixuan Dan continued to describe the sights, broadening Guan's horizons. No wonder so many people were desperate to join Supreme Sect. The resources for immortal cultivation were indeed plentiful. Guan was not only listening but also frantically using lifespan detection. After walking about 2 li of streets, he had seen 5 cultivators whose lifespans exceeded 500 years. The outer sect truly concealed dragons and crouching tigers. An hour later, Taixuan Dan led Guan into a huge mansion. The plaque above read 3 large characters. Elixir Hall. Inside the Elixir Hall, people came and went, some hurried, some with furrowed brows, and some with hearty laughs. Guan followed Taixuan Dan to a courtyard to meet an elder of the Elixir Hall. Zhu Qinglu, at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment Realm, was one of the elders of the Elixir Hall, supervising 51 medicine valleys, and he was Taixuan Dan's superior. He had a plump figure, dressed in a loose blue daoist robe, with a kind smile on his face, giving off a harmless vibe to everyone. In the main hall, Zhu Qinglu met with Taixuan Dan and had a disciple serve him tea. "Suan Dan, why do you look so unwell?" Zhu Qinglu asked with concern. Guan took the opportunity to use lifespan detection. Zhu Qinglu, Foundation Establishment Realm 9 Layers 211/267/510. He had lived for 211 years. Guan stood by Taixuan Dan's side, careful not to be disrespectful. Taixuan Dan chuckled, "To be honest, my time is near. Today, apart from delivering herbs, I am here for my disciple. I want to transfer the position of Valley Master of Mystic Valley to him." Zhu Qinglu looked at Guan and laughed. 3rd level of Qi cultivation, it seems this child has something extraordinary about him. "Oh, please. What a dirty curse." Taixuan Dan smiled and said, "This child has a pure nature, can unite disciples, and is willing to stay in Medicine Valley for life. He's the best candidate." Zhu Qinglu didn't say much else, he raised his hand and gestured, and a disciple walked in from outside the hall. 30 minutes later, Guan walked out of the Elixir Hall with Taixuan Dan, playing with a bronze token in his hand, inscribed with the words Mystic Valley, feeling the presence of restrictions within it. From today onwards, in the Supreme Sect's Elixir Hall, his identity would be Master of Mystic Valley. "The Valley Master's storage bag is with me, I will pass it on to you." Taixuan Dan's voice came from ahead, interrupting Guan's thoughts. Guan quickly asked, "Master, where do we go next?" He wanted to return. A batch of herbs was ready for harvesting and he was worried his junior brothers and sisters would pick them. "Before we return, I'll take you to the chores hall, where you can recruit servant disciples. Today, you can recruit 1 servant disciple to take back with you. This is also to familiarize you with the process," Taixuan Dan replied without turning his head. Guan looked at his retreating figure, his emotions surging within him. Everyone has many sides, and this was fully embodied in Taixuan Dan. The former Taixuan Dan was cold to his disciples, and now he even refined one of his disciples into medicine poison. He was a spy from the demon path, no matter how you looked at it, an evil person. But his kindness towards Guan was genuine. The chores hall was not far from the Elixir Hall, just around a few streets, and the mansion was even larger. Upon entering the main gate, Guan saw a vast square filled with people. Looking at those disciples waiting to be chosen, Guan realized he was quite fortunate. If it were not for the support of the Ji family, with his own spirit root qualifications, he would be waiting to be selected just like these people. "You can look around yourself, I won't interject. After you've made a choice, I'll take you to register, Cheng Suandan said softly, rubbing his chest, clearly in some discomfort. Guan nodded and then stepped forward. Did he need to consider his choice? Activate the golden finger. Guan began frantically using lifespan detection on everyone he saw. The majority here had very low maximum lifespans, and there were even those doomed to early deaths, with only a year of life left, still hoping to be chosen. Guan quickly found a genius whose lifespan exceeded 500 years. He didn't rush to a decision but decided to see everyone first. Medicine Valley didn't need a genius, what he needed was someone with a long current lifespan. The maximum lifespan is the limit of someone's cultivation, and reaching that limit is incredibly difficult, requiring a great deal of fortune to achieve. The reason there are so many hidden talents is that the spirit root qualification does not entirely determine the future height of a person. The current lifespan is different, as long as they don't suffer serious injury, they can live that long. Soon, Guan's gaze locked onto a young boy, a little monk with an ordinary face and dressed in worn robes, sitting cross-legged in a corner of the square. Wuxin, Qi Cultivation 2nd Layer 15/330/380. Qi Cultivation Realm and he has a lifespan of 330 years. Extraordinary. It's possible that this child's physique is special, or he might cultivate some unique technique. Guan immediately approached Wuxin, who sensed something, opened his eyes, and was met with Guan's smiling face. Little brother, would you like to come to my Medicine Valley? It's not too busy usually, and you will have plenty of time to cultivate, Guan said with a gentle smile. Upon seeing his smile, Wuxin nodded subconsciously. Cheng Suandan, watching Wuxin from the side, seemed to notice something, then glanced at Guan with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 16, 7th Level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Mysterious Forest. After being invited by Guan, until he walked out of the chores hall, Wuxin did not say a word. From beginning to end, he had only nodded his head. Guan suspected he had recruited a mute. For Wuxin, becoming a servant disciple as soon as possible was the most important thing at the moment. Guan made a good first impression on him, so he agreed outright. The reason he was so eager to become a servant disciple was because he was a spy from the demon path. He came from the demonic sect of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the youngest son of a pavilion master there. Since his talents were inferior to his brothers, he had volunteered to come and be a spy. One reason was to escape the oppressive environment at home, the other was to see if he could establish some achievements. If he could not, then so be it. Wuxin watched Guan and Cheng Suandan ahead of him, making a preliminary judgment about the two. 1. A kind and simple ordinary cultivator. 1. An old man close to the grave. From their conversations, it seemed that Medicine Valley was indeed tranquil and would provide a good atmosphere. The snow flew heavily, and Mystic Valley was submerged in a whiteness where heaven and earth were indistinguishable. Bang! Wuxin was kicked down into the snow splashing onto his face, and he clutched his chest in pain. Lu Jujia! Why are you being so serious? Yalan chided from the side. Lu Jujia stood in the snow, slowly retrieving his leg. He tilted up his chin and huffed, sparring should be serious. Only then can there be improvement. His cultivation level had already reached the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, making him the openly strongest person in Medicine Valley. Yalan's cultivation level was at the 4th layer, and Xiao Chuan, like Guan, was at the 3rd layer. Wuxin, at the 2nd layer of the Qi cultivation realm, had no chance against Lu Jujia. Damn! How could a servant disciple be so strong? Wuxin almost lost his composure. He saw Lu Jujia practicing his leg techniques, so he couldn't resist trying to challenge him, only to be defeated by Lu Jujia's 2 kicks. What he did not know was that Lu Jujia had a great senior brother who spent time every day sparring with him. Lu Jujia, who always fought with all his might, never managed to win. Day after day, his leg techniques had become extremely refined, his physical strength considerable. Wuxin, refusing to believe it, thought he had merely been careless. He stood up and rushed towards Lu Jijia again. Bang! Bang! Lu Jijia kicked twice and once again knocked Wuxin to the ground. Wuxin felt his forearm was about to break, and the 15-year-old lay in the snow, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Why is it like this? This was not the life of a spy he had imagined. He wasn't facing fiery mountains or blade-laden paths, and if he were to face defeat, it should have been on the path of stealing intelligence. Instead, he was defeated by a servant disciple who appeared to be ordinary in every aspect. If I hadn't cultivated this technique with my talent, how could I endure such humiliation? Wuxin clenched his fists tightly. The quarreling voices of Yelan and Lu Jijia were piercing to his ears. Lu Jijia, looking at Yelan before him, disagreed. He's a boy, not a frail girl. Step aside, don't be biased towards him. When senior brother kicked me to the ground, why didn't you say anything? Yelan glared at him and said, how could I not say anything? I defended you back then, and you even yelled at me. Besides, senior brother didn't exert as much force as you. Think about it, when senior brother spars with you, doesn't he wait for you to finish all your leg techniques before he gently defeats you? Unlike you, who is rough and reckless. What can Wuxin learn from sparring with you? With that, Lu Jijia's dissatisfaction shifted as he thought it over, realizing she was right. It was precisely because he always exerted his full strength that he could think more deeply. Simply being on the receiving end of hits certainly didn't teach much. Lu Jijia felt ashamed, his gratitude for Guan deepening. Senior brother was truly too good to him. Yelan helped Wuxin to his feet. Seeing his eyes red, she quickly consoled him, don't mind him. He means well, wanting to seriously spar with you to improve together. It's just that he is a person who takes things too seriously. Seeing Wuxin's red eyes, Lu Jijia scratched his head in embarrassment. Jijia, I see your leg work has improved. Come, let's practice. A gentle voice came from behind. Lu Jijia turned around to see Guan approaching with a spring-like smile. Hearing this, Lu Jijia immediately nodded eagerly, his confidence having swelled recently, feeling he could defeat his senior brother. Yelan and Wuxin looked towards Guan, Wuxin secretly curious. Was this senior brother really that powerful? Could he really defeat Lu Jijia across two minor realms? Guan stopped and waved at Lu Jijia, who chuckled and rushed towards him with a lightning step. Bang! Lu Jijia was sent flying 10 meters, carving a long trench in the snow. Seeing stars, he nearly passed out, feeling as though his organs were shifting, the pain immense. Wuxin was stunned. Such fast legs! He hadn't even seen how Guan had kicked. Yelan, on the other hand, laughed with joy, quickly walking up to Guan to praise his increasingly faster leg work. Guan ruffled her hair, then turned to Wuxin and asked, Wuxin, do you want to learn leg techniques in the future? Wuxin's lifespan was longer than that of others, marking him as having potential talent. He couldn't be damaged by Lu Jijia's kicks. Yes. Wuxin responded, his tone firm and strong, unlike his usual gentle self. From a distance, Lu Jijia's wails of pain drew Guan's attention. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Guan walked up to him, looked down at him, and snorted, stop pretending, brother asks you, do you like this kind of sparring? Lu Jijia lay on the ground, slightly turning on his side, glanced at Guan with one eye, saw his serious expression, covered his eyes again, and said in pain, brother, I was wrong. Guan pulled him up, patting the snow off his body while speaking softly, a true strong person is not one who defeats those stronger than himself, but one who can control his own arrogant heart and not bully those weaker than himself. Lu Jijia rubbed his chest, seriously pondering Guan's words. Yelan and Wuxin also heard, especially Wuxin, who was greatly moved. He never expected such a highly skilled person hidden in this small medicine valley. In the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, bullying the weak was the norm. He was weak, even his father and brothers bullied him. That's right. They were not strong at all. Wuxin thought to himself, his view of Guan changing. You start by teaching Wuxin how to train his legs, Guan said, patting Lu Jijia's shoulder. Lu Jijia xiquickly nodded, not daring to refuse. Afterward, Guan took Yelan up the mountain to look after the seeds that had been planted not long ago. Xiao Chuan was on the mountain. As for Chengsu and Dan, after returning, he stayed in his room without coming out. Guan had visited once, and he said he was recuperating, after which Guan didn't dare to disturb him again. Days passed, and with the addition of Wuxin, Medicine Valley became lively. Lu Jijia and Xiao Chuan loved to tease him, and the sound of the three frolicking could be heard in Medicine Valley from time to time. The end of the year. Night fell. Guan was reading in his room, no longer the Green Hero Travelogue but another book titled Thousand Autumn Pavilion Secret History. This book came from the book collection Pavilion of Medicine Valley, its authenticity unknown, but he read it for amusement. The lamplight of the oil lamp flickered slightly, strands of cold wind sneaked in through the cracks of the window, but Guan, now at the 6th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, remained unaffected. When he finished the contents of the current page, he put down the book, preparing to stand up for his daily routine. Suddenly, he heard a slight noise from the neighboring room. Someone was stepping out of the room, their movements light, but they couldn't escape his ears. It was Wuxin. Guan was very familiar with the aura of everyone in Medicine Valley and instantly identified the person. He silently listened to Wuxin's footsteps. Wuxin headed toward the book collection pavilion and upon entering, started browsing through the books. What is he looking for? Guan was filled with curiosity. In his view, Wuxin was very honest, conscientiously doing whatever he arranged, unlike Lu Jijia who would occasionally slack off. Besides being honest, Wuxin also had a competitive spirit second only to Lu Jijia, frequently challenging his two senior brothers, repeatedly losing and fighting repeatedly. Could it be that this kid was looking for a secret manual? Thinking this, Guan felt a bit sorry for his young junior brother. Starting tomorrow, he would personally teach the young junior brother. Wuxin searched for half an ancient hour, then quietly returned to his own room. A while later, Guan got up, quietly leaving his room. He was off to the distant forests for his daily routine. Another summer arrived. Guan turned 22 years old, his lifespan had already exceeded 4,000 years, and he planned to save up to 10,000 years before using it. Half a year passed, and thanks to his daily routine, his cultivation level successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, though his apparent cultivation level remained at the 3rd layer of the Qi cultivation realm. As time passed, Guan grew increasingly curious about the 7th tier spirit tree that Chengsu and Dan had mentioned. He had even tried searching for it, but could never find the entrance to the underground. Occasionally, Wuxin also explored around at night, and once, the two nearly ran into each other, but fortunately, Guan's excellent hearing alerted him in advance. Nearing noontime, Guan squatted under a tree, observing his white spirit rat. The white spirit rat was frantically running in circles in front of him, very lively. Has it grown? But spring has already passed. Guan thought puzzledly. He had raised the white spirit rat for a few years, and its size had not changed. Without Li, he could not judge the growth stage of the white spirit rat. The little creature had been spinning in front of him for a long time. The white spirit rat seemed to understand Guan's words. It suddenly jumped up, bit Guan's hand, then swiftly ran away. Guan did not feel any pain, so he was not angry. His gaze followed and saw that the white spirit rat actually stopped and started frantically running in circles again. Wait a second. Could it be? Guan thought of something and quickly stood up, walking toward the white spirit rat. Seeing him approach, the white spirit rat no longer dallied and ran towards the forest, and soon, both disappeared into the woods. Wuxin stood under the tree, looking in the direction Guan had gone. Frowning, he speculated, the forest again. Lu Jujia mentioned that the previous Liya and Meng Lang also liked to cultivate alone in the forest, and senior brother's leg technique is far superior to his cultivation realm. Could there be a secret in the forest? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He did not follow Guan but planned to check it out quietly at night. On the other hand, Guan followed the white spirit rat over mountains and ridges, eventually leaving Medicine Valley. Good grief, does this creature regularly roam this far? Guan realized he had underestimated the white spirit rat and grew even more curious about where it would lead him. Before, Liya had said that the white spirit rat held the title of treasure hunting rat. Could it have found the 7th tier spirit tree? Chapter 17, Serving as Valley Master. Guan truly underestimated the activity range of the white spirit rat. He followed it for over 10 miles, and the rat still didn't stop. The further he got from Mystic Valley, the less interest he had. Although he had been to the outer sect, that was only on one route. With Mystic Valley at the center, once he passed a radius of 20 miles, he felt it would be dangerous, even though he was already at the 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Fortunately, the white spirit rat did not continue indefinitely. When it was about 20 miles away from Mystic Valley, it stopped. This was still a mountainous area, with a small stream flowing down from the mountains. The white spirit rat stopped at the edge of the stream and began to circle around. Guan walked up to it. There were many flowers and plants on both sides of the stream, as well as numerous stones of varying sizes. He picked up the white spirit rat, then swept his right leg across. Boom! Grass and debris flew everywhere, and stones scattered all around. Guan cleared a large area with just one sweep of his leg. Looking closely, he discovered a square stone slab near the stream. I'll be damned! A manhole cover? Guan walked over to the stone slab and crouched down. The slab was carved with mysterious patterns he had never seen before, neither in writing nor in pictures. He could feel a trace of spiritual energy leaking from the edges of the stone slab, which perhaps was why the white spirit rat had been able to find this place. In the Foundation Establishment realm, one already has divine sense. Divine sense is an invisible, intangible force. When divine sense reaches out, it is like opening the heavenly eye, enabling one to see through objects and spy within. Guan seldom used it, but that didn't mean he lacked divine sense. In fact, as soon as one reached the 7th layer of the energy cultivation realm, one could begin to cultivate divine sense. He immediately concentrated his divine sense in an attempt to penetrate the stone slab and explore the space beneath. However, as soon as his divine sense touched the slab, it was repelled by a mysterious force, causing his body to tremble. This strong? Even divine sense at the 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm couldn't penetrate its restriction. Guan hesitated. With such a strong restriction, could there be immense danger beneath? There were currents of spiritual energy inside. Either it was nurturing some kind of heavenly material or treasure, or someone was in seclusion below. No. He couldn't be reckless. He needed to observe for a while first. Guan let go of the white spirit rat, then moved the surrounding stones and weeds to cover the mysterious stone slab completely. Only after he had thoroughly concealed the slab did he take the white spirit rat and turn back to the valley. The white spirit rat squeaked, but he paid it no mind. Upon his return to Mystic Valley, Guan did not mention this to anyone, as if he had never left the valley. In the following nights, in addition to his daily tasks, Guan would go to the vicinity of the stone slab to observe. Night after night, there were no signs of the covering materials around the slab being disturbed. Apart from that, Guan noticed that Wuxin went into the forest every night, apparently in search of something. He did not expose Wuxin, as his intuition told him that Wuxin had an extraordinary identity. A lifespan of over 300 years at the second layer of the energy cultivation realm suggested that he must be practicing some special cultivation technique. Guan had once specifically used his divine sense to observe Wuxin's cultivation, but could not discern anything exceptional. It seemed just like normal energy absorption cultivation. And so, the scorching summer passed. Mystic Valley gradually became covered with the yellow of fall, and Guan cleared 17 plots of land in the surrounding mountains. The workload increased, requiring Taixuan and others to patrol every day. One evening, Cheng Xuandan summoned Guan, signaling with his eyes for him to follow. The master and apprentice walked towards the mountain peak to the north. Guan looked at Cheng Xuandan's receding figure with complex emotions. Cheng Xuandan's lifespan had decreased again, his age matched his remaining life, meaning he was nearing death. Even though Cheng Xuandan had tricked him, Cheng Xuandan indeed had made considerable sacrifices for him. As a man facing imminent death, he couldn't help feeling sentimental. He tried to convince himself not to feel sad. He was pursuing the path of immortal cultivation toward eternal life. He would inevitably experience many more farewells in the future and would eventually get used to them. Of course, this was provided that he could keep on living. Wuxin, who was watering plants, saw Guan and his master's figures and raised an eyebrow. He silently noted the direction the two were heading, certain that there must be some secrets within that stretch of forest. As they entered the woods, Cheng Xuandan spoke, "I am taking you to the entrance that leads underground. You cannot tell anyone about this place, including your junior brothers and sisters. Today they may be close to you, but once they leave Medicine Valley and gain experience in the outside world, they will become strangers to you." Guan did not argue, he had always been clear on this point. As long as Taixuan and the others didn't abandon their goal of becoming outer disciples, their separation was inevitable. After a moment of hesitation, Guan asked, "Master, were you originally from Thousand Autumn Pavilion, or were you chosen by them later?" Cheng Xuandan's steps were heavier than before. He replied, "My experience is the same as yours. My identity is inherited from my teacher." Guan fell silent. He suddenly felt that Cheng Xuandan was also a pitiable person. "After doing some work for my master, I couldn't get rid of this identity. But I have no regrets," Cheng Xuandan said. Hearing his master's words, Guan wanted to speak but refrained. He hadn't done anything yet, but could he make it ashore? Cheng Xuandan began recounting his experiences with his master, who he described as having an unpredictable temperament, sometimes stern and other times capricious, like a child. In his words, his master was like an old child who never grew up. They wound their way to the back of the mountain peak, where Cheng Xuandan stopped in front of a moss and vine-covered cliff face. "Master, is Martial Master dead or alive?" asked Guan, unable to hold back his question. He thought of the stone tablet he had been focusing on, which wasn't far from Mystic Valley, and with the master of Mystic Valley being a spy for the demon path, he had reason to suspect that the stone tablet was left by Cheng Xuandan's master. Cheng Xuandan replied, "He bid farewell and left before passing away in meditation, and your teacher will follow in his footsteps. I'll be leaving tomorrow, and I bequeath all of Medicine Valley to you." Guan's brow furrowed, but it wasn't Cheng Xuandan he was considering, it was his master. Does that mean Cheng Xuandan's master might still be alive? Cheng Xuandan took out a compass from his sleeve, pushed aside a piece of vine on the cliff face, found a groove, and pressed the compass into it. As he channeled his spiritual power into it, the compass trembled and emitted a faint light. Guan could clearly feel Cheng Xuandan's breath growing even weaker. He couldn't help worrying that Cheng Xuandan might suddenly die right there. The cliff face began to tremble, but the sound was not loud. Soon, a hole appeared in the cliff, one that Guan had to lower his head to enter. Cheng Xuandan said, "Go on in, I'll wait for you outside." Guan hesitated and said, "Master, why don't you hand me the compass? After you leave, then I will go in." Cheng Xuandan smiled, then took off the compass and handed it to Guan. A stone door emerged from the hole in the cliff, sealing it off completely again. It was so perfectly aligned that it didn't look like there had been a hole at all. Cheng Xuandan turned and began to walk down the mountain, with Guan following him. The underground space has its own set of complete formations. In the future, if you wish to plant some spirit grasses and spirit flowers that you don't want others to know about, you may choose to grow them below, Cheng Xuandan said softly, as if making his final arrangements. Guan listened attentively, feeling conflicted. He was grateful for Cheng Xuandan's actions, but deep down, he always remained on guard. He couldn't relax until the very end. Since Cheng Xuandan was going to die anyway, he could relax after his death. In the future, Guan would offer incense to Cheng Xuandan annually, and he would show his respect then. The descent down the mountain was slow. Cheng Xuandan's voice was faint as he described everything below ground, and Guan listened carefully. The details were plentiful and didn't sound fabricated. By the time they reached Medicine Valley, night had already fallen. Cheng Xuandan's last words to Guan were, "Life's journey is long. Sometimes being of average talent is a good thing, and you can do what you want to do." Guan watched him return to the pavilion. After Cheng Xuandan shut the door, Guan still stood there, gazing, lost in thought. After standing still for nearly half an ancient hour, Guan finally walked to his own courtyard. The junior brothers were all cultivating in their rooms, and the courtyard was quiet. That night, Guan was cultivating the entire time. Just before dawn, he heard Cheng Xuandan's footsteps. He went to the window and watched Cheng Xuandan descend the stairs. Cheng Xuandan moved staggeringly and slowly. He didn't look in Guan's direction. After descending the stairs, he headed straight for the valley entrance. Guan watched his figure vanish at the mouth of the valley but still did not leave the window. When the sun rose from the eastern mountain, the first rays of the morning sun crept over the mountain tops, casting Guan's elongated shadow. When Xiao Chuan, Lu Jijia, Yalan, and Wuxin gradually woke up, they all sensed something amiss in Medicine Valley. They quickly realized what was wrong. Usually, at this time, the senior brother would lead them in their cultivation techniques, and that body-strengthening technique known as eaglet taking flight indeed held some profound secrets. The unwavering Guan had, surprisingly, not led them in their exercises today. It wasn't until noon that Guan appeared and gathered them together to announce that Cheng Xuandan had departed and, starting from today, he was the master of Medicine Valley. Xiao Chuan and the others were somewhat excited as they asked about Cheng Xuandan's whereabouts. Ever since Liya had left, Cheng Xuandan had become gentle, and he was very kind to his disciples, so their impression of him was extremely good. Only Wuxin was not particularly moved. After half an ancient hour of commotion, the junior brothers and sister finally dispersed. Guan went to the mountain peak, gazing at the direction Cheng Xuandan had left. It was only after Cheng Xuandan's figure had completely disappeared from view that Guan went into Cheng Xuandan's room. Cheng Xuandan's pill furnace was still there, and the table beside it was covered with various items, including a storage bag, letters, numerous keys, and even a jar of spirit flowers. He picked up the letter and read its simple content. "My dear disciple, knowing your fondness for harvesting flowers, I leave you with a 5th-order tiger blood flower to pick as a parting gift." A smile appeared on Guan's face as he then picked up the storage bag. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. He was most interested in that item. What cultivator would be without a storage bag? And so, he began to check the legacy Cheng Xuandan left behind. It wasn't until evening that Guan left Cheng Xuandan's pavilion, now with a purple fabric bag at his waist, which was Cheng Xuandan's storage bag. He headed toward the northern mountain peak, arrived at the cliff where the underground entrance was, and took a compass out of the storage bag, placing it in the groove on the cliff face. Along with a deep rumble, a hole appeared in front of him. Guan took the compass and then ducked his head to enter the hole. After only 5 steps, the tunnel suddenly expanded, and as he moved forward, the mouth of the tunnel began to close. Chapter 18, Myriad Poison Mystic Skill, 7,000-year lifespan. After the entrance completely closed, Guan continued along the tunnel. With the spiritual power of the seventh layer of Foundation Establishment Realm, Guan moved as if walking in broad daylight, unimpeded, while the tunnel widened as he progressed, seemingly endless. Guan grew more curious about Cheng Suandan's master, wondering what kind of remarkable person could construct such a massive underground tunnel. The tunnel meandered downward, and after traveling over 10 ancient hours, Guan still hadn't reached the end. He could now be certain that the area beneath the slab was connected to this underground tunnel. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A gust of spirit wind came from the tunnel ahead, hitting Guan's face, making him feel refreshed and delighted. Light began to appear ahead in the tunnel. The walls were set with various colored crystal stones, which Guan carefully sensed and found disappointing as they were not spirit stones. If they had all been spirit stones, he would have struck it rich. As Guan thought this, he continued forward. His senses remained on high alert. Although Cheng Suandan had been very good to him until the end, the thought of Cheng Suandan's methods with Meng Lang made him cautious. What if Cheng Suandan was just acting? After walking a few more ancient hours, Guan saw that the tunnel ahead was very bright, and he heard the sound of water. The exit was here. Guan cautiously made his way forward, arrived at the tunnel exit, and looked into the underground space ahead, his eyes widening. I really struck it rich. Guan murmured to himself, a look of joy in his eyes. Following his gaze, there was a vast underground space ahead, several times larger than Mystic Valley, with a height from the ground to the ceiling of over 100 yards. A giant tree, over 100 meters tall and needing dozens of people to encircle it, stood there. Its branches and leaves were sparse, bearing fruits that looked like lanterns, glowing blue and translucent. Beneath the tree was a dense grassland, and beside it, a 2-yard-wide underground river flowed, perfectly at the edge of the space, against the cliff. Green Vine Tree, Grade 7245/9999/87600. An extreme lifespan of 87,000. Nearly 10,000 current lifespan. Seeing this prompt, Guan felt an impulse to uproot the tree but restrained himself. According to Cheng Suandan, this 7th grade spirit tree was key to the underground formation, overseeing the entire formation, which allowed other heavenly materials and treasures to grow freely. The spiritual energy gathered by these treasures would drive the formation and, in turn, nourish the spirit tree. If he uprooted the green vine tree, Guan would lose a planting site of immense potential. This place could also serve as his dwelling. The formations set by Cheng Suandan's master were extensive and rich. Here, one could cultivate and make breakthroughs without any noise escaping. Guan scanned around and saw numerous distinctive stone statues embedded in the tunnel walls in various directions, each with unique symbols between them, arcane and mysterious. He stepped out of the tunnel entrance, and as he entered, he noticed a stone tablet next to him, engraved with 4 characters. 8 Scenic Caves. After looking at it briefly, Guan continued to walk into the grotto heaven. Along the way, he frantically used lifespan detection. All over the place were 3rd and 4th grade spirit grasses and spirit flowers. The closer to the green vine tree, the higher the grade of the herbs, dazzling him. With such a huge treasury hidden, how could Cheng Suandan fail to reach Foundation establishment? Guan didn't know whether to sympathize with Cheng Suandan's poor abilities or his inadequate alchemy skills. Even if his alchemy skills were lacking, Cheng Suandan could sell some herbs, exchange them for spirit stones, or ask the alchemists of Supreme Sect for help with alchemy. In Guan's view, for a sect like Supreme Sect, securing resources for a Foundation establishment cultivator shouldn't be difficult. Of course, another possibility was that Cheng Suandan feared revealing his identity. Guan walked to the base of the green vine tree. Standing there, he could better feel the vastness and vitality of the tree. He circled around the green vine tree and saw that there were not just one entrance to the 8 scenic caves but a total of 8. He suspected one of the entrances might lead to the slab he had discovered earlier. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He had no immediate plans to explore the other entrances. Turning around, he took out the 100 herbs collection from his storage bag and began to cross-reference them. If they were ripe, he would pick them directly. The harvested herbs could be taken to the outer sect, exchanged for more high-rank seeds, and his developments could continue. The thought alone excited Guan. An hour flew by swiftly. Guan had already harvested over 133rd grade spirit herbs, wildly reaping over 900 lifespans, taking his total lifespan past the 5,000-year milestone. This identity of a demon spy was worth it. Guan was exhilarated, as the 8 scenic caves had a vast amount of medicinal herbs planted. He had only harvested 1/10 so far, and even these were of the lowest grade. In the future, this would be his dwelling, his secret base. Just as Guan was about to bend down to pick the next herb, he suddenly heard a noise and immediately turned around, his gaze shifting towards a distant cave entrance. The cave entrance was pitch black, looking eerie and terrifying. Guan moved to the side. Not all the plants on the grass were medicinal herbs, there were also ordinary weeds. He suspected a fight might break out next, so he had to move to avoid damaging his herbs. Those were his lifeline. Guan walked towards the underground river, his gaze constantly on that cave entrance. Soon, footsteps and heavy panting could be heard from inside the cave, as if a beast was about to emerge. A foot stepped out from the darkness, and when Guan finally saw the true identity of the figure in the cave, he frowned. It was Meng Lang. At this moment, Meng Lang was disheveled, with tattered clothes and bare feet, his neck covered in bloodstains. His face was flushed as if scorched, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and white mist emanated from his mouth. Roar! Meng Lang roared at Guan and charged toward him fiercely. His speed was very fast, and the distance between him and Guan was rapidly closing. Far from retreating, Guan advanced, stepping forward to meet the charge. The distance between them quickly shortened, kicking up bits of grass along the way. Meng Lang leaped, trying to tackle Guan. Guan sidestepped and delivered a knee to Meng Lang's abdomen, sending him flying back. Guan's brow furrowed even more, his right leg feeling somewhat numb. Good heavens! How had Meng Lang become so tough? Guan felt that even the demon of greed was not as tough as Meng Lang. Although he had not used his full strength or his spiritual power, he could still make a rough judgment. He had held back his power because he wanted to see if Meng Lang could still come back to life. He shook his right leg and charged at Meng Lang again. Meng Lang fell on the grass, seemingly impervious to pain, and immediately got up again, lunging at Guan. Guan planted his right foot forward, forcibly stopping his body's motion, and then lifted his left leg, channeling spiritual power into it to execute the Gale Shadowless Leg technique. The violent wind sprang up from the ground, and successive shadows of kicks landed on Meng Lang, sending him flying again. He rolled over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. His limbs were clearly twisted. He tried to get up, but the next second he fell, his forehead heavily hitting the grass. Guan retracted his leg, a curious expression on his face. Was the medicine poison from Taixuan so powerful? Just at first grade yet possessing such a robust physique, felt comparable to the demon of greed. How could Taixuan compare to the great cultivator backing the demon of greed? Guan was increasingly certain that Taixuan was hiding something, probably related to his master. He walked up to Meng Lang, looking down at his body, grotesque like a demon, his mind filled with hesitation, unsure how to proceed. He's already dead anyway, why should I care about his identity from before? Guan's eyes flickered, and the grass and dust around his feet began slowly swirling upward, indicating that he was cultivating energy. At that moment, Guan saw the corner of a book peeking out from Meng Lang's embrace. He immediately reached out, pulling the book towards him with spiritual power from afar. Myriad poison mystic skill. Guan whispered, quickly flipping through the book. It was a cultivation technique, and moreover, it was incomplete. The last page showed a clear break in content. Besides the initial technique of immortal cultivation, there were also records of 5 types of poison skills, each accompanied by illustrations. After comparing them, he finally identified the poison worm that Meng Lang was afflicted with. Flame corpse poison. The afflicted, their bodies harbor flaming energy, flesh tough as deep rock, possessing immense strength, incurable by any medicine, unbreakable by any skill, until their bodies are utterly shattered. Guan read this and couldn't help but look at Meng Lang, his eyes showing sympathy. How pitiful! The myriad poison mystic skill had a method to suppress the flame corpse poison. It merely required covering his 7 orifices, preventing the poison worm from consuming spiritual energy, which would force the worm into a dormant state, rendering the host immobile. He immediately used mud to seal Meng Lang's 7 orifices, then he stood up and looked towards the cave entrance from which Meng Lang had come. He did not immediately go to explore but put the myriad poison mystic skill into his storage bag and turned to continue harvesting medicinal herbs. Even if Cheng Suandan's master was still alive, he had not attacked him, a Qi cultivation realm cultivator. Whether due to a lack of intent to kill or inability to move, why should he stir up trouble unnecessarily? The longer the time passed, the more beneficial it was for Guan. An hour later, Guan left the 8 scenic caves, satisfied, with his lifespan having reached an impressive 7,000 years. He had harvested all the 3rd-grade medicinal herbs he could, and it was time to plant new seeds, which would take years to mature anyway. After harvesting the 3rd-grade medicinal herbs, it would be time to harvest the 4th-grade ones. To prevent damaging the ecological balance maintained by the formation, Guan did not collect all the mature medicinal herbs at once. He harvested some and planted some, a sustainable and effective method for steady development. And even if the medicinal herbs were mature, they could be left to grow longer. The longer they lived, the more lifespan they could capture. Of course, there was a threshold to this, and Guan was still observing it. The next morning, the new master of Mystic Valley, Guan, left his room early and immediately urged his junior brothers to come out. After hearing Xiaoquan's response, he proceeded towards Yalan's courtyard. "Junior sister, time to come out," Guan called. "Okay, senior brother." Yalan quickly responded, more proactive than the junior brothers. It wasn't long before everyone was standing in front of Guan. Guan glanced around at them and smiled, "Congratulations, you're going to be senior uncles soon. I'm going to take in more servant disciples, and they will be my disciples, your junior nephews." At these words, everyone became excited, eagerly discussing the future. No one mentioned Cheng Suandan, not because they were heartless or dishonorable, but because they had agreed privately not to mention Cheng Suandan for the next month. Guan gave a few encouraging words, then started to lead his junior brothers and sisters in exercises to stir their muscles and bones. Afterwards, he still had to go to the 8 scenic caves to plant flowers and herbs. Life was about to become busy. Chapter 19, Lifespan Barrier, Breaking Through to the Elixir Formation Realm. In 8 scenic caves, the light from the fruits of the green vine tree shone upon cave walls, while the shimmering reflections from the underground river did likewise, bestowing tranquility and beauty upon the grotto. Guan walked under the green vine tree, turned around with his hands on his hips, and gazed upon the area he had planted with a satisfied smile on his face. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. The romance he pursued was in cultivating his crops and his spiritual path. All that fighting and scheming could stay far away from him. Immersed in self-satisfaction, Guan's attention drifted. He wanted to build a loft within the 8 scenic caves where he could take refuge and rest occasionally. He was still young now, but in 50 or 60 years, he could follow in Cheng Suandan's footsteps, let his senior disciple handle all affairs, and simply enjoy life. But it was still too early to think about a senior disciple since Medicine Valley was his foundation, and not just anyone who became his disciple could oversee everything. Many plans began to form in Gu An's mind. First, he needed to train a deputy valley master. Xiao Chuan was worth considering, with mediocre talent but honest nature, though his manner of speaking and dealing with people was somewhat rigid. Liu Jijia would eventually move to the outer sect, so he was out of the question. Yelan. No, it was best to send her away early, to avoid destroying his Daoist heart. As for Wuxin, that needed further consideration. He would have to recruit more disciples. While contemplating, Guan looked up. He was curious about the fruits of the green vine tree. Some celestial and terrestrial treasures had fruits as their form. Would picking the fruits of the green vine tree explode his lifespan? No sooner thought than done. Guan leapt up, grabbed a fruit, and tore it off. He landed on the grass, then admired the fruit in his hand, a pumpkin-sized fruit that he estimated to weigh 7 or 8 kilograms. Guan took out a sheet of spirit protection paper from his storage bag to wrap around the fruit's long stem, to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy and loss of nutrients. All this was money, after all. About 10 breaths later, a line of text appeared before his eyes. You have successfully obtained a green vine fruit, 6th rank, with 85 years of lifespan. Damn, that's good. 85 years of lifespan. Gu An's gaze towards the green vine tree changed. This was a veritable money tree. It absolutely must not be uprooted. It has to be well cared for until the end, so it can be cultivated and cherished. Excited, Guan threw the green vine fruit into his storage bag, and then counted the fruits on the tree. There were 16 of the same large size as the one he just plucked, and he refrained from touching the smaller ones. He immediately sprung into action. Some of the fruits were in high places, and he had to climb the tree to reach them. In that moment, he fervently wished he had learned the sword control technique. Still at the Foundation establishment realm, he could not yet fly or levitate, nor did he have any other means to do so. After much effort, Guan finally succeeded in picking all 16 green vine fruits, amassing a total of 1,360 years of lifespan. His total lifespan had now reached 8,400 years. He was getting closer and closer to the 10,000-year mark. Enough! All in one go. Once he reached 10,000 years, he could increase his cultivation level through investment, then explore the other 7 cave entrances, ensure they were clear of dangers, and then he could live peacefully and quietly. With a plan in mind, Guan set out to execute it. The 8 scenic caves were rich with medicinal herbs, and he kept his eye on his attribute panel as he picked, planning to stop as soon as he reached 10,000 years of lifespan. An hour later, a prompt appeared before Guan. You have achieved a lifespan of over 10,000 years for the first time, unlocking the lifespan barrier feature. Lifespan barrier consumes lifespan to open a barrier that can block all spying, perception, and speculation. The lifespan consumed depends on your cultivation level, aura, and the required spiritual energy. Lifespan barrier. At the sight of the words consumes lifespan, Guan furrowed his brow. Wasn't this asking for his life? But after reading the full explanation, he was pleasantly surprised. His breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm had already caused such a commotion. What would happen when he reached even higher realms? If things continued in this way, he would inevitably alarm the entire Supreme Sect, something that Guan had worried about before. Now, he had no such fears. This feature was too good to be true. I like it. Guan chuckled to himself as he walked towards the cave entrance. Once he broke through to the core formation realm, he would explore the other entrances. Although the 8 scenic caves had formations protecting them, there could still be dangers within, so he decided to break through outside, which would be a good opportunity to test the lifespan barrier. No matter what lay hidden in the shadows, he would face it unflinchingly. When Guan returned to Medicine Valley, it was already deep into the night. He had moved into the loft previously occupied by Taixuan Dan, which also housed many secret manuals, elixir records, and rare books, all of which he intended to read through eventually. After entering the house, Guan approached a wooden cabinet made of special wood that could preserve the spiritual energy of celestial and terrestrial treasures as much as possible, a fact previously explained by Taixuan Dan. There were several such cabinets. He took out all the green vine fruits and placed them in the cabinet. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out another green vine fruit and placed it on the table. Sitting at the table, he pulled out the Thousand Autumn Pavilion secret history from his bosom and began to read quietly. It wasn't until the late night that the white spirit rat finally returned. It ran straight to Guan's shoulder, its small eyes fixed intently on the green vine fruit on the table. Guan gently picked it up and placed it on the table, then waited for it to make a move. The white spirit rat approached the green vine fruit, sniffed its scent, then climbed on top of it and started to nibble gently. Guan was not clear on the miraculous effects of the green vine fruit, as the 100 Herbs collection didn't list heaven and earth treasures above the 5th rank, so he could only use the white spirit rat to test it. He let the white spirit rat choose for itself, banking on its nature as a spirit beast. If the green vine fruit was poisonous, it should be able to smell it. If it couldn't smell the poison, then Guan would give it a generous burial. The green vine fruit was 10 times the size of the white spirit rat, and it struggled to gnaw on it, but Guan did not help. Waiting was boring, so he simply decided to break through tonight. Guan stood up, then quietly left the pavilion, sneaking out of Mystic Valley, and headed west. He crossed mountains and valleys, traveling nearly 20 leagues. First, he jumped to the top of a large tree and observed in all directions, ensuring there were no signs or traces of other cultivators. Only then did he sit down on a patch of grass in the mountain valley to meditate. He hadn't consumed lifespan for cultivation for quite some time and found himself quite expectant. With the lifespan barrier in place, Guan could safely evolve his cultivation level this time. Let's start with 1,000 years to test the waters, he thought, feeling bold with 10,000 years of lifespan in his possession. What was a mere 1,000-year investment? It was just a splash of water. He invested 1,000 years of his lifespan into cultivating energy in order to evolve his cultivation practice. You have cultivated energy absorption for 30 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment realm. You have cultivated energy absorption for 100 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment realm. You have cultivated energy absorption for 150 years, and with the great accomplishment of the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully assaulted the core formation realm, starting tribulation crossing. You did not endure the minor heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation crossing failed. You have cultivated energy absorption for 200 years, and with the great accomplishment of the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully assaulted the core formation realm, starting tribulation crossing. You did not endure the minor heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation crossing failed. You have cultivated energy absorption for 450 years, and with the great accomplishment of the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully assaulted the core formation realm, starting tribulation crossing. You successfully endured the minor heavenly tribulation, condensed a golden core, and stepped into the core formation realm. You have cultivated energy absorption for 500 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 2nd layer of the core formation realm. You have cultivated energy absorption for 600 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 3rd layer of the core formation realm. You have cultivated energy absorption for 720 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 4th layer of the core formation realm. You have cultivated energy absorption for 850 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 5th layer of the core formation realm. You have cultivated energy absorption for 1,000 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 6th layer of the core formation realm. Line after line of prompts crazily flashed before Guan's eyes. Seeing the 6 failed tribulation attempts, Guan nearly ran out of breath with frustration. Was crossing tribulations really that difficult? Accompanied by the last prompt, Guan's body began to cultivate energy autonomously, and he instantly felt a surge of nature's spiritual energy about to erupt. He hurriedly activated his lifespan barrier. Lifespan barrier activated, lifespan consumed, 0 years. This prompt hung directly before his eyes, and as nature's spiritual energy flowed into him, the number 0 jumped to 1. Hope the consumption isn't too great. Guan silently prayed. As the abundant nature's spiritual energy crazily flooded into him, he felt incredibly unobstructed and experienced an indescribable sense of exhilaration. This time, he didn't move during his breakthrough, so he didn't feel any pain. With him at the center, the ground released waves of energy that rushed towards him from all directions, diving into his body. One could faintly see an invisible barrier with a diameter of nearly 50 meters. Guan looked beyond the barrier and saw that outside it, there was not even a slight disturbance. The grass and trees were completely calm, clearly unaffected by him. He became immediately curious, wondering why there was no disturbance. Soon, he understood. Once the barrier was up, the spiritual energy he absorbed for cultivation came from the earth's depths. This completely put his mind at ease. Not much time passed before his cultivation level reached the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm, and the lifespan consumed by the barrier had reached 5 years, causing him a bit of heartache. This thing was too costly. It reminded him of the experience of playing some mobile games in his previous life. One word, expensive. Just as Guan was inwardly complaining, he suddenly saw a bright light in the distant mountains. Narrowing his eyes, he faintly discerned the scene of cultivators engaged in combat. 10 leagues away. Above the forest, Shi Yang swung his sword, releasing slashes of sword qi, sweeping through like a wild wind through the woods, scattering leaves in a frenzy. Dressed in black, Li Yi stood atop a tree, lifting his sword before him. A powerful force burst from him, forming a faint golden bell shadow that repelled all of Shi Yang's sword qi. Shi Yang's black hair whipped wildly in the wind, his face sporting a ferocious and defiant grin. He laughed loudly. Li Yi, is this all the skill you have? You think you can contend with the prince with such ability? Will you even make it into the inner sect alive? Li Yi's face was stern as his gaze shifted towards Mystic Valley. This won't do. If this keeps up, it would alert the people of Medicine Valley. Li Yi didn't want to bring trouble to Guan and the others. He immediately pushed his sword, dispelling the sword qi, then flew in the opposite direction of Mystic Valley. Shi Yang pursued closely, and both of them flew on their swords, swiftly vanishing to the edge of the night sky. Within the lifespan barrier, Guan couldn't see clearly the cultivators fighting in the distance, but fortunately, the bright lights disappeared. He dared not let his guard down. The lifespan barrier could not probe, perceive, or deduce, but that didn't mean it was completely nullified. What if someone accidentally stumbled into it? Time passed quickly as Guan's heart was filled with apprehension. Golden core was beginning to condense inside him. As the lifespan barrier's consumption surpassed 50 years, his core formation was successful. Although the consumption of the lifespan barrier was high, it was within the range Guan could accept. Before beginning, he had been worried it might be too exploitative and drain him dry instantly. Now, his worries had vanished into thin air. Another thought crossed his mind. Having reached the 6th layer of the core formation realm with 1,000 years, should he continue to invest in his cultivation? Chapter 20, Transformation of the Spirit Root, Cultivator of the Nascent Soul Realm. The night sky was silent, with only the occasional cries of birds and beasts, as the mountain forest lay quiet in the darkness. Guan sat meditating within the lifespan barrier, enjoying the moonlight. The moon tonight was beautiful, just like his mood. His cultivation level had reached the 4th layer of the core formation realm, drawing ever closer to its end. He planned to keep investing, right up until he broke through to the nascent soul realm, and then invest in an ultimate skill, for the Gale shadowless leg no longer satisfied him. What nascent soul realm great cultivator would use legs? It had to be a sword. Guan decided to bestow his favor upon the Li family's 7 swords. With the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm, he needed the attack methods worthy of it. Assume Cheng Xuandan's master is a nascent soul realm great cultivator. Guan intended to overestimate his opponent as much as possible to reduce the chance of defeat. After the cultivator he had combated earlier left, he never returned, allowing Guan's heart to finally relax. As a core formation realm cultivator, he had enough influence in the outer sect to swagger around. Even if someone were to burst in suddenly, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single kick from him. Core formation realm, 5th layer. With another increase in cultivation level, Guan's divine sense also grew stronger. The core formation realm and the foundation establishment realm were as different as heaven and earth. The difference in spiritual power was like the gap between the sky and the earth. His divine sense now could be concentrated to form a powerful impact force. Having reached the core formation realm, he felt as though he truly resembled a cultivator. If the core formation realm was like this, how powerful would the nascent soul realm be? Guan could hardly wait to invest his life force. He was forced to wait until his cultivation level reached a breakthrough to the 6th layer of the core formation realm, then he finally pulled up the attribute panel. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards his spirit root. He had once tried to enhance his spirit root, but it was in vain, causing him a psychological shadow, fearful that it was a bottomless pit, so he shifted his lifespan to other areas. Moreover, deducing cultivation techniques could also improve spirit root qualification. Now that he was strong enough and had plenty of lifespan left, it was time to try and elevate his spirit root once more. After some time, once the increase in his cultivation level halted, Guan directly invested 2,000 years of lifespan into his spirit root. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan into the evolutionary cultivation of your spirit root. You have comprehended the natural ways of heaven and earth for 100 years, enhancing your 5 elements spirit root perception. You have comprehended the natural ways of heaven and earth for 200 years, enhancing your 5 elements spirit root perception. You have comprehended the natural ways of heaven and earth for 1,000 years, finally capturing a trace of the heaven and earth true meaning. Your spirit root is baptized by heaven and earth, the qualifications of your 5 elements spirit root begin to transform, all of your 5 elements spirit root qualifications evolve into second-rate mortal qualifications, with the wood spirit root being particularly prominent. You have comprehended the natural ways of heaven and earth for 1,200 years, enhancing your 5 elements spirit root perception. You have comprehended the natural ways of heaven and earth for 2,000 years, finally capturing a trace of the heaven and earth true meaning, and at the same time, comprehending the earth's vein flows. Your spirit root is baptized by heaven and earth, the qualifications of your 5 elements spirit roots begin to transform. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. All of your 5 elements spirit root qualifications evolve into first-rate mortal qualifications, with the wood spirit root and the earth spirit root being particularly prominent. Line after line of prompts appeared before Guan's eyes. When he saw the initial prompts about the 5 elements, his heart began to bleed. What a blunder! This thing truly is a bottomless pit. Seeing that the qualifications of all 5 elements spirit roots had reached first rate, his mood lightened somewhat. However, he still felt pained, especially considering that his prior comprehension of the divine wood pure yang skill had already brought his wood spirit root to first rate. That's not the right way to think. He should consider that it took 1,000 years for the divine wood pure yang skill to bring just one spirit root to first rate. To get all 5 spirit roots up there would require at least 5,000 years. That raised the question, why hadn't he cultivated techniques of the other 4 attributes? As a person, you must always try new things to find the most perfect path. As Guan reflected upon himself, the earth spirit energy surged once more, not to increase his cultivation level this time, but to temper his sinews and bones. Pain. Guan experienced an unprecedented level of pain and could only grit his teeth and bear it. To divert his attention, he began thinking about the attribute panel again. It seemed that spirit root qualification was the hardest to elevate, which made sense. Spirit root qualification was akin to maximum lifespan, and cultivation level represented current lifespan. Breaking through the maximum limit was always the hardest. No amount of hard work could compare to breaking through a fate set by the heavens. That's why the Supreme Sect treated geniuses so well. For them, Jiao with dual spirit roots was far more important than a core formation realm cultivator. For most people, the fewer the spirit roots, the higher the qualification. If a person's total talent value represented by their spirit roots is 100, then dual spirit roots could split 50 each, but if there were 5 elements spirit roots, the talent value for each would be only 20, and being versatile sometimes means being mediocre. Now it was different for Guan. By elevating his spirit root qualifications, it was as though he was increasing the total talent value from 100 upward. Regrettably, he couldn't invest cultivation into enhancing a single spirit root attribute. Currently, the other spirit roots weren't of much help as he cultivated the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, so his cultivation speed increased only slightly. However, he noticed in the prompts that the prefix mortal preceded the first-rate qualification. Could there also be holy bodies and spirit bodies? Guan let his thoughts wander, and meanwhile, the consumption rate of the lifespan barrier began to slow down. From the start of the breakthrough, a total of 134 years had already been spent. As his spirit root qualifications continued to improve, Guan noticeably felt each attribute of spiritual energy become more distinct, which also caused his perception of the entire world to change. The sensation of pain was being replaced by a sense of novelty. After a long time, Guan's body no longer absorbed spiritual energy, and the spirit root on the attribute panel changed to a top-tier 5 elements spirit root. He did not rise to his feet but instead invested 2,000 years of lifespan into his cultivation level. The failure of his tribulation cast a long shadow, so he decided to achieve a miracle by a bold stroke. If he were to invest only 1,000 years of lifespan and got stuck at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, he would have no choice but to spit blood. Such a possibility did exist. After failing the tribulation, he would have to waste 50 years before he could continue to charge forth. It was all too real. In reality, failing a tribulation would result in either death or injury, and indeed recovering from such injuries took time. And the tribulations of the nascent soul realm were bound to be even more difficult, with the number of failures likely to be nothing less than more. Begin. You practiced energy absorption for 100 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 7th layer of the elixir formation realm. You practiced energy absorption for 200 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 8th layer of the elixir formation realm. You practiced energy absorption for 300 years, and your cultivation level has broken through to the 9th layer of the elixir formation realm. You practiced energy absorption for 400 years. With the great accomplishment of the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully charged into the nascent soul realm, began the tribulation, but you did not endure the Taixuan heavenly tribulation. Tribulation failed. You practiced energy absorption for 1,500 years. With the great accomplishment of the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully charged into the nascent soul realm, began the tribulation, but you did not endure the Taixuan heavenly tribulation. Tribulation failed. You practiced energy absorption for 1,600 years. With the great accomplishment of the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill, you forcefully charged into the nascent soul realm, began the tribulation, and finally endured the Taixuan heavenly tribulation. Tribulation succeeded, promotion to nascent soul realm. You practiced energy absorption for 1,800 years. Your cultivation level has broken through to the 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm. You practiced energy absorption for 2,000 years. Your cultivation level has broken through to the 3rd layer of the nascent soul realm. Damn! to actually fail 12 times. By the time Guan saw that he failed the tribulation 6 times, his heart sank to the bottom. When he failed for the 10th time, his vision turned black. Thankfully, he eventually succeeded in breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Is the nascent soul realm that difficult to break through? Collapsing into thought, Guan realized why the lifespan consumed during simulated cultivation was higher than the actual expenditure. Simulated cultivation was akin to practicing without any aids. Normal cultivation would involve consuming elixirs, using formations to gather spiritual energy, both of which could also assist with crossing the tribulation, not to mention the marvelous effects of some rare and exotic treasures. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged again, and the consumption speed of the lifespan barrier began to accelerate. Guan calmed his heart and began to enjoy the upgrade of his cultivation level. The rising sun schemed across the mortal world's landscape, lighting up Mystic Valley as it gradually brightened. Standing on the mountaintop, Guan looked down upon the autumn-colored forest, his robe fluttered in the wind, and the sunlight showered down upon him, as if at any moment, he might ascend and become an immortal. He had already condensed his nascent soul, becoming a true cultivator of the nascent soul realm. To reward himself, he increased his apparent cultivation level by 1 layer to the 4th layer of the energy cultivation realm, and henceforth, he planned to increase it by 1 layer each year until he hit the 9th layer. This way, he would not be conscripted. He couldn't resist checking his attribute panel once more. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 22/4502. Spirit root, top tier 5 elements spirit root, with wood and earth attributes being more prominent, lifespan can be invested for simulated cultivation. Cultivation level, nascent soul realm 3rd layer, lifespan can be invested for simulated cultivation. Cultivation technique, fire control art, not mastered, divine wood pure yang skill, mastery, dragon strength divine primordial skill, mastery, alchemy, initial insight, lifespan can be invested for simulated cultivation. Ultimate skill, Gale shadowless leg, integration and comprehension, Li family 7 swords, not mastered, 8 directions step, not mastered, lifespan can be invested for simulated cultivation. In the future, Guan planned to invest more in the Li family 7 swords and then continue to accumulate lifespan saving up to a significant milestone of 100,000 years before making use of it. For now, he needed a few days of rest to settle his excited heart. With his cultivation level of the nascent soul realm, he could certainly go to the Supreme Sect to obtain decent positions and treatment. However, the thought of the sect possibly sending him out to slay demons and engage in combat with the demon path, or even possibly face infighting, quelled those stray thoughts. He who does not forget his beginnings, achieves the intended outcome. It didn't matter who came calling, he was determined to hunker down in Mystic Valley till the end. Occasionally, he could search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but he must not divert his primary focus away from Mystic Valley. Higher status might allow his lifespan to increase much faster, but there was an equally proportional increase in danger. After all, since he had no enemies, why the hurry? Guan turned around and started walking down the mountain. Already capable of flying in the sky at the nascent soul realm, he chose not to do so, opting for walking down the mountain instead. When he got to Medicine Valley, Xiao Chuan and the others gradually came out to greet him. "Senior brother, you went up the mountain so early." Yelan greeted Guan, and whether it was her imagination or not, she felt that today's senior brother seemed even more handsome. Guan smiled and replied, "I went to check on the seeds. You will lead them in their practice today." Yelan nodded in agreement, wishing to ask more, but Guan had already started walking towards the loft. Not far away, Wuxin watched Guan's figure, secretly thinking, there must be a secret in the woods. I will surely find it. Guan ascended the stairs, pushed the door open, and upon entering, he immediately saw the white spirit rat lying on the table, its body inflated like a balloon, while the green vine fruit was nowhere to be found. Still breathing, not dead. He immediately performed a lifespan detection on the White Spirit Rat. White Spirit Rat, First Order 12/120/180. Its lifespan had increased by 70 years, initially, the White Spirit Rat had only 50 years. Was the green vine fruit's medicinal effects so strong? Guan immediately went over to the wooden cabinet, took out a green vine fruit, and began to nibble on it. Chapter 21, Li returns, Li family divine weapon. Guan took his first bite of the green vine fruit and immediately felt a warm energy flowing into his stomach, warming his entire body. It's working. He began to eat it greedily, and in no time, the huge green vine fruit was all gone. As he digested the fruit, he accessed his attribute panel, eagerly anticipating an increase in his lifespan. However, he ended up waiting for an entire hour. His lifespan didn't increase at all. His chi blood, on the other hand, had increased significantly, and his physical strength was greater. What's going on? Is my realm too high, or is this fruit only suitable for spirit beasts and demon beasts? Guan wondered privately. He looked at the White Spirit Rat on the table, which was still sound asleep. Its lifespan hadn't increased further, but its aura was steadily growing stronger. Just wait and see. The White Spirit Rat slept for 3 days, and when it woke up, it was as big as an adult cat. It leaped into Guan's arms, affectionately nuzzling him, but its eyes were looking towards the cabinet behind them. No more eating. Guan, who was reading a book, huffed, knowing it would cause trouble if it kept growing, especially with Taixuan and others getting curious. People like Lujia and Yelan would eventually go to the outer sect, and Guan did not want them to know too many of his secrets. The White Spirit Rat looked pitifully at Guan and even nodded its head, making Guan widen his eyes in surprise. It actually understood? Guan pointed his right hand to the side and said, "Come over here." The White Spirit Rat immediately jumped over without hesitation. He continued to issue commands, and as long as they were not complicated, the White Spirit Rat followed them, which made him grow increasingly fond of it. It's finally acting like a spirit beast. Guan picked up the White Spirit Rat and left the house with it. It was currently autumn, and all the gardens were filled with fallen leaves. Taixuan and the others were cleaning, and Medicine Valley was peaceful. As Guan walked down the stairs, he set the White Spirit Rat down and said, "Don't eat randomly." After saying that, he pointed at the White Spirit Rat's mouth. It seemed to understand and nodded, then turned and hopped away. Guan watched, his expression bemused. Why does it look like a rabbit? Could it be that not only its lifespan but also its genes had been altered? Yelan was the first to notice the White Spirit Rat, mainly because she was drawn by Guan's gaze and then saw a large white rat running toward her, which shocked her so much that her face paled. "There's a rat demon!" Yelan exclaimed aloud, drawing the attention of Lujia, Taixuan, and Wuxin. They too were startled upon seeing the White Spirit Rat, having never seen such a large rat before. "White Spirit Rat, slow down!" At the sound of Guan's voice, the White Spirit Rat immediately stopped, turned to look back at him, then turned again and walked towards the forest, its pace slower than before. Seeing this, Yelan and the others put down their tools and ran toward Guan. "Senior brother Gu, is that your White Spirit Rat? How did it get so big? It must be another White Spirit Rat, right? It seems a bit clumsy, and its legs don't seem very good. That spirit beast's bloodline is no simple matter." Hearing the discussions of his junior brothers and sisters, Guan smiled but remained silent, letting them speculate. Guan looked at everyone and said, "In a while, I plan to make a trip to the outer sect. Who wants to come with me?" As soon as he spoke, everyone except Wuxin wanted to go. What an opportunity! Wuxin kept his expression unchanged, but inside, he was thrilled. After some competition, Guan finally chose to take Yelan and Taixuan to the outer sect, scheduling it for 7 days later. Why 7 days? Because he planned to thoroughly explore the 8 scenic caves first. Guan turned to look towards the entrance of the valley, where a figure was approaching. It was Li Yi. After many years, Li Yi had gained a more weathered and stern appearance. The black clothes flapped in the autumn wind, complemented by the sword at his waist, giving off an undeniable aura of a proud swordsman. Xiao Chuan and the others also noticed Li Yi, and his appearance made them nervous. Whoever came to their medicine valley generally had a higher status than them, especially someone who looked as formidable as this man. Guan checked Li Yi's lifespan and discovered he had reached the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. That was really fast. No wonder he was the first protagonist I discovered with a protagonist's fate. Guan immediately walked over, and the others quickly followed him. As Li Yi scanned everything in Medicine Valley, his gaze fell on Guan, and he appeared somewhat dazed. In the past, Guan would always be at the back of the group, but now he was capable of leading the other servant disciples. It was indeed a changing of the guard. When Guan approached him, he greeted with a clasped fist and a smile, "Brother Li, it's been a long time." Injured? Guan could feel that his qi blood was in disorder, his breathing shallow, clearly indicating internal injuries. Li Yi smiled and said, "Indeed, it's been many years. How's Master, and what about the senior brother and Meng Lang?" Guan replied helplessly, "Master was approaching his end, so he passed away a while ago, and the senior brother left the valley after you did. As for Meng Lang, he went to take the outer sect examination and never returned." At these words, Li Yi was stunned. Xiao Chuan and the others, standing behind, whispered among themselves, deducing Li Yi's identity. Meng Lang had often mentioned that there had been a member of the imperial family who worked as a servant with him. Meng Lang lamented, "So you're the only one left?" Guan asked, "Would you like to come inside and sit?" Li Yi nodded. The reason he came here was not only to revisit this place but also to heal his injuries, as only here did he feel safe. As Guan led Li Yi towards the loft, he signaled to the others to continue clearing the fallen leaves. As they reached the Valley Master's loft, Li Yi set foot on the stairs, and his emotions peaked. He couldn't help but cough, and his complexion turned pale. The color on Guan's face, who was walking ahead, changed slightly. He sensed a faint soul fluctuation emanating from Li Yi. Good Lord! This guy really does have a grandfather-like figure with him? Guan turned back and asked with concern, "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Li Yi waved his hand and said, "Nothing, just a minor injury." Injured? Well, you should stay then, Medicine Valley has plenty of living accommodations, Guan immediately said. Li Yi nodded with a smile, thinking to himself, "Junior brother Gu is still as considerate as ever, I must support him this time." After the two entered the house, Guan had Li Yi sit down and then began to brew some tea. Li Yi surveyed the room, and his gaze was quickly drawn to the green vine fruits in the wooden cabinet. Over the past 3 days, Guan had placed most of the green vine fruits into his storage bag, leaving only 2 in the cabinet to prevent the white spirit rat from stealing them. If the white spirit rat really did steal, he could not bear to kill it, so he simply hid the fruits. This fruit. Li Yi squinted his eyes, but he did not look for too long. His gaze soon fell on Guan. After many years, on seeing Guan again, he was actually stunned by Guan's demeanor. Although Guan used to be good-looking, he did not have the impressive aura he now possessed, resembling a great cultivator from the inner sect, composed and with a touch of transcendence. If he hadn't noticed that Guan's aura was only at the 4th level of Qi cultivation realm, he would have doubted that this person was the Guan he knew. Taking advantage of boiling water, Guan came to sit at the table to chat with Li Yi. In order not to let the atmosphere turn cold, Guan inquired about the life of an outer sect disciple, and Li Yi answered each question. As an outer sect disciple, you must complete 1 outer sect bounty mission every year. Guan curiously asked. Li Yi smiled and said, "That's right, and it's an away mission too. Did you ever encounter any demons?" Nearly every trip out I encountered them. The Taixuan dynasty is so vast, there's always some place overrun by demons. Last year, I nearly died there. It was a third-level demon beast, comparable to the core formation realm. I and several friends fought fiercely, but one died, and the rest barely escaped with serious injuries, Leah explained, his face showing a hint of palpable fear toward the end. Third level? Core formation realm. Guan feigned a shocked expression, dissipating the gloom in Leah's heart. He then started to recount the specific details of that time, with Guan listening as if to a thrilling story, providing very responsive feedback. In fact, he was indeed curious about Leah's experiences. After listening, he only had one thought. Too dangerous. He was glad he had not become an outer sect disciple. Aside from demons, I also had to be wary of other cultivators. While treasure hunting, I clashed with disciples from another sect for half a month. It was tough to kill him, and guess what happened next? Leah said enthusiastically as he began recounting another experience. Guan guessed, did his father come? Leah looked at him surprised and shook his head, not his father, but almost, his master came. Good Lord! Guan felt even more fortunate not to have joined the outer sect. If the outer sect was so dangerous, wasn't the inner sect even more perilous? Leah continued recounting his cunning and fierce struggle with the enemy's master, giving Guan the feeling of listening to a storyteller. Very thrilling. When the hot water was ready, Guan got up to brew the tea. Leah casually asked, "Junior brother Gu, are the fruits in the cabinet left by your master?" Guan, with his back turned, answered, "I found them outside, have you forgotten? The white spirit rat is a treasure-hunting rat." Upon hearing this, Leah raised his eyebrows. Can it really find treasure? Suddenly, he also wanted to raise a white spirit rat. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Junior brother Gu, could you give me one of those fruits to heal my wounds? I won't leave you uncompensated. Do you want a secret manual or a magic artifact?" Guan turned around, carrying the tea, and set it down in front of him, speaking in an indifferent tone, "I'll just give you one, don't give me anything. What's our relationship?" Upon hearing this, Leah was deeply moved. In his years in the outer sect, although he had friends, they were all relationships based on interests. No one had ever treated him so well without expecting anything in return. After speaking, Guan went to the wooden cabinet, took out a green vine fruit, and placed it beside Leah's teacup. His actions made Leah feel even more ashamed. "Leah, oh Leah, to think you once looked down on him and on Medicine Valley, even though you joined the outer sect, in the end, you still rely on him to save you." Leah mocked himself inwardly. Following that, he raised his hand and took out a treasured sword from his storage bag. The sword sheath was blue, embedded with numerous gems and had an exquisite design, making it appear rich and splendid. The hilt seemed to be coiled with a dark golden dragon. Leah placed the sword on the table, its weight making a heavy and clear sound. He caressed the sword and softly said, "This was given to me by my mother, I'll give it to you. It might save your life one day n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Guan was dazzled by the sword, although he only saw the sheath, he could feel the power contained within the sword. After all, he was a nascent soul realm cultivator, and he saw more than Leah did. This was definitely a divine weapon. Chapter 22, 2000 Years of Evolution, Taixuan Divine Shocking Sword. "I can't accept it, how could I take the sword your mother left you?" Guan quickly waved his hand and spoke the truth. Such a sword with a history surely had many origins and could lead to troubles. Leah lowered his eyes to look at the sword sheath, his thoughts sinking into reminiscence. "This sword is named Heavenly Residence. Since I was 3, it has accompanied me. Now, I cannot unleash all its power, nor do I have the qualifications to use it anymore. It's better left with you, perhaps here in Medicine Valley it may find someone destined for it. Guan, confused, asked, "Why are you not qualified? This sword wouldn't be related to the imperial family, would it? If so, I dare not accept it." Just thinking about entangling with the Li family gave him a headache. Indeed, the sword was gorgeous and he loved it, but he preferred his life undisturbed even more. Li Yi looked at him and smiled, "Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. Rest assured, this sword won't cause you trouble. The Li family wouldn't dare to claim this sword, for it was a token of engagement my father gave to my mother. With it in your possession, the Li family would rather not trouble you. If you encounter unsolvable troubles in the future, you can also take this sword to Chengluo and seek my father. How could someone of my low status meet the emperor? Don't worry. As soon as heavenly residence appears in Chengluo, my father will feel its presence. In any case, you must accept it, or else I won't eat this fruit." "Then don't eat it." Guan almost blurted that out, but he restrained himself. He looked at the heavenly residence sword again. Truth be told, he still didn't own a single magic artifact of his own. Cheng Xuandan's heritage had left him nothing but talisman paper, not even a sword. What's there to fear? I am a nascent soul realm cultivator. If I really encounter an unbearable trouble, I could just throw the sword to them. Guan took a deep breath and reached for the heavenly residence. The sword had some weight to it, causing his right hand to tremble as he lifted it, which made Li Yi laugh heartily. "Junior brother Gu, even if your talent is ordinary, don't forget to cultivate daily. The 7-sword art of the Li family I taught you, you must practice it," Li Yi said earnestly. Guan, holding the heavenly residence sword with both hands, forced a smile and nodded. "Haha! Young man, you still need to train your eyesight more." Thus, Li Yi settled down inside Medicine Valley, and Guan personally arranged a courtyard for him where no one would disturb him. Li Yi meditated on the bed, beside him lay half-eaten green vine fruit. With both hands, he performed a cultivation spell, continuously cultivating energy to heal his injuries. A pale blue shadow emerged from Li Yi's body and whirled throughout the room. It was an old man, benevolent in appearance, his Taoist robe fluttering slightly, exuding the majestic demeanor of a venerable deist. Li Yi opened his eyes and spoke, "Ancestor, what fruit is this? Its medicinal effect is so potent." The soul body, known as the Ancestor, first waved his hand and the space in the room fluctuated. Following that, he stroked his beard and laughed, "It should be the green vine fruit nurtured by the holy tree, the green vine tree, of the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. The lowest grade of green vine fruits is 6th grade, you are quite lucky. The fruit from 1000 Autumn Pavilion? 1000 Autumn Pavilion's infiltration is deep indeed, no wonder the Supreme Sect regards them as a formidable foe," Li Yi muttered to himself. The Ancestor looked at the green vine fruit and said, "The 1000 Autumn Pavilion and the Supreme Sect have harbored grudges for thousands of years. Both factions have many pawns planted in each other's sects. Your junior brother Gu is lucky. If he hadn't met you, the green vine fruit would have brought disaster upon him." Li Yi shook his head, "It's not that he is just lucky, but rather he is kind-hearted and values loyalty greatly. People like him will always be rewarded. On the contrary, I am the one who is lucky." The Ancestor nodded, "That's reasonable. In the world of immortal cultivation, such people are indeed rare. However, you need not feel too guilty. Heavenly residence, given to him, means much more than the green vine fruit." Hearing him mention heavenly residence, Li Yi sighed, "I failed to meet my mother's expectations, but I really do not wish to vie for the throne. I only want to avenge her and then travel the world, far from the struggle for power. Heavenly residence is one of the 3 emperor swords of Taixuan. To fully wield its power, you must master the emperor-level sword technique. Even your 9 devastating swords is only at the beginner stage. To master the emperor-level sword technique, it will probably take another 100 years, the elder pondered. Li Yi fell silent. The ancestor joked, "You can't even easily defeat that guy named Shi Yang. You need to try harder. Remember, your fourth brother has already reached the core formation realm." Li Yi took a deep breath, said nothing more, and closed his eyes to continue healing his injuries. The ancestor then looked out the window. Although the window was tightly shut, he could hear the laughter of Xiao Chuan and others. This is indeed a good place, far from worldly struggles. Unfortunately, those with a mission are not suited for this place. Ah well, no more lamenting, I need to go back to sleep to rejuvenate my spirit. In the depths of the night, Mystic Valley was silent. Guan used the dragon strength divine primordial skill to conceal his energy and left Mystic Valley silently, heading to the woods over 20 miles away. He sat under a tree, accessed the attribute panel, and focused on the Li family's 7-sword art. How much lifespan should I invest? After much deliberation, he decided to invest extra, to enhance his actual combat ability. Let it be 2,000 years. With this single investment, I'll just focus on preserving my life for 100,000 years. He immediately chose to invest 2,000 years of lifespan, and the moment he thought it, the first digit of his lifespan changed from 4 to 2. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan in cultivating the Li family's 7-sword art. You practice the Li family's 7-sword art for 10 years, achieving significant proficiency, and begin to contemplate further possibilities. You practice the Li family's 7-sword art for 50 years, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Your Li family's 7-sword art ascends to 7-sword art. You practice the Li family's 7-sword art for 300 years, you perfect the 7-sword art, which ascends to the 9 devastating swords. You practice the Li family's 7-sword art for 500 years, you achieve mastery of the 9 devastating swords and consolidate your own sword intent. You cultivated the Li family's 7-sword art for 1,000 years, your 9 devastating swords reverted to their original purity and were promoted to the emperor-level sword technique. You cultivated the Li family's 7-sword art for 1,200 years, your sword intent condensed its own heaven and earth imperial energy, enhancing your sword Dao comprehension. You cultivated the Li family's 7-sword art for 1,800 years, your emperor-level sword technique reverted to its original purity, sword intent triggered the sword Dao, experienced the true meaning of the sword Dao, you entered into a sudden enlightenment, and the emperor-level sword technique was promoted to the Taixuan divine shocking sword. You cultivated the Li family's 7-sword art for 2,000 years, your Taixuan divine shocking sword achieved unity and coherence, enhancing your sword Dao comprehension. A series of prompts popped up frenziedly. When the evolution time reached 1,000 years, Guan immediately activated the lifespan barrier. He was afraid of disturbing the mysterious presence underground and the soul within Li Yi. When all the prompts settled, a massive influx of memories entered his mind, and the ground surged with spiritual energy, which didn't enter his body but surrounded him instead, gradually condensing glimmers of cold light akin to sword qi, shimmering with an unusual brilliance in the night. Guan entered a state of path enlightenment. Time passed unknowingly, and he gradually woke up. At this moment, it was still dark. Guan first looked at the consumption data of the lifespan barrier.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Good heavens, just by contemplating the cultivation technique, he had actually consumed 300 years of lifespan. Fortunately, he had fully mastered the Taixuan divine shocking sword. The profound understanding of the sword Dao made his mood delightful. Looking at the attribute panel again, he saw that the ultimate skill section listed the Li family's 7-sword art, which had now turned into the Taixuan divine shocking sword, with the words unity and coherence bracketed beside it. He didn't immediately get up but took out the heavenly residence sword and laid its sheath across his legs, his palms resting on it, and his eyes closed shortly after. He was feeling the sword intent of this sword. Once the sword intent of the sword merged with his own sword intent, he would be able to subdue this magic sword. Inside this magic sword were numerous restrictions, resembling different magic spell challenges, waiting for the sword master to breach them using divine sense and spiritual power. Guan didn't understand restrictions, but fortunately, he had his own sword intent, which passed through the restrictions. An hour later, Guan stood up, tossed the heavenly residence sword into his storage bag, and headed towards Mystic Valley. With a step, he levitated, sword chi condensing beneath his feet, traveling by sword. Upon nearing 10 miles from Mystic Valley, he then landed and proceeded on foot, suppressing his aura to the extreme. The night gradually passed, and the eastern sky slowly revealed hues of pink. Morning arrived. Li Yi pushed open the door, greeted by the rising sun. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The medicinal effect of the green vine fruit was incredibly strong. He was no longer feeling as unwell and felt that a few more days might see him fully recovered. Li Yi smiled as he looked towards the far end of the garden, where Guan was instructing junior brothers and sisters in drills. The set of movements piqued Li Yi's curiosity. Though the movements were slow, they inexplicably seemed to hold a mysterious essence. Li Yi immediately approached, making his way next to Guan, who greeted him with a nod, which he returned. "What are you guys practicing?" Li Yi asked curiously. Guan responded with a smile, "This is something I learned from an old man when I was a kid. It's good for strengthening the body and maintaining a healthy spirit. I bring them out every day to practice, ensuring they start the day with a good spirit." Liu Zhijia complained, "I actually feel it's kind of useless." Xiao Chuan shot him a glare, saying, "That's because you are dull-witted." Li Yi then said, "Actually, it is useful, but it requires long-term commitment." His words as an outer disciple naturally commanded respect. Guan glimpsed at Li Yi, finding him more amiable than before, surprisingly capable of uttering such emotionally intelligent words. Actually, the reason he brought the junior brothers and sisters to drill was mainly to clear their minds completely from cultivation and dreams, to prevent them from messing up his own flora. "Once you finish the drill, how about I teach you a sword technique?" Li Yi said cheerfully. Hearing this, Xiao Chuan and the others became excited and thanked him profusely, addressing him as Brother Li Yi. Li Yi looked at Guan and said, "You join us too. Since you now have a sword, it's good to practice more." Guan smiled and nodded. "All right. Let me test whether your mastery of the Li family's 7-sword art is up to par." Li Yi's involvement enriched the atmosphere even more. Watching the junior brothers and sisters being rowdy did not annoy him, instead, he felt pleased. It was only by noon that Li Yi, pulling Guan along, made their way into the woods. "Show me your Li family's 7-sword art, and once you've mastered the basics, I'll teach you the real sword techniques." "The Li family's 7-sword art is just basic sword moves," Li Yi said earnestly. Chapter 23, The Soul-Shaking Bell, Yin-Yang Art. In the forest, Guan couldn't persuade Li Yi and eventually performed a clumsy rendition of the Li family's 7 swords. It was then that he realized, pretending to be terrible was even more difficult than pretending to be skilled. Confronted with Guan's stiff sword moves, Li Yi criticized him for a while before beginning to patiently teach him how to use the sword. Guan could tell from his swordplay that he had been practicing the 9 devastating swords and could be considered a genius, his talent for the sword dao at least surpassing Guan's. The next day arrived, and Li Yi still wanted to practice swordsmanship with Guan. Guan couldn't take it anymore. "Senior brother Li, I have no talent for the sword, let's just stop, shall we? I only have a few decades of life to live. Wouldn't it be a waste to laboriously practice the sword? I would rather plant and water flowers than practice the sword," Guan said helplessly, secretly stimulating the dragon strength within his body, causing his eyes to turn red. Seeing this, Li Yi, with the sword in hand, suddenly felt a sense of blockage in his heart. What was he doing? Was he repaying junior brother Gu in a way he liked? Wasn't this also a kind of harm? Li Yi couldn't help but think of his childhood, when the emperor father forced him to learn with his brothers, yet he could never grasp what they excelled at. Sighing, he walked over to Guan, patted his shoulder, and said, "Junior brother Gu, it was inconsiderate of me, I'm sorry." Guan forced a smile and said, "It's all right, senior brother is also thinking of my best interests. It's just that I am untalented and lacking." The more Guan said this, the guiltier Liya felt. The two sat down and began to talk about their first year in the valley, dispelling the tense atmosphere of sword practice. In the following days, Liya no longer insisted on practicing the sword with Guan, but he still spent an ancient hour teaching Xiao Chuan and the others swordsmanship. For those like Xiao Chuan, whose dreams had not yet been extinguished, learning the sword from an outer disciple was a rare opportunity. This went on until 5 days later when Liya prepared to leave. Guan, accompanied by his junior brothers and sisters, saw Liya off at the mouth of the valley. Xiao Chuan and the others were very reluctant, having learned so much from Liya. "Senior brother, this will always be your home, come back to visit often," Guan said with a look of reluctance. "Home?" A surge went through Liya's heart, but he wore a light and breezy smile and said, "Yeah, I will come back." With that, he turned and left, his black robe in the forest resembling a raging black flame, the bleak autumn wind unable to extinguish his fire. Guan felt that he was burning with a certain determination, possibly related to his recent injury. Only when Liya had disappeared deep into the forest did Guan withdraw his gaze. Turning to his junior brothers and sisters, he smiled and said, "Practice hard so that one day you can join the outer sect and bring glory to Mystic Valley." Lujia immediately vowed to enter the outer sect. Xiao Chuan said the same, though clearly with less conviction than him. Yelan seemed preoccupied, lost in thought. Wuxin spoke up, "I won't go to the outer sect, I want to stay with Big Brother for life." When he said this, everyone looked at him in surprise, including Guan. This kid. Guan felt touched, perhaps he had misunderstood Wuxin. Lately, Wuxin had been behaving, not sneaking around at night, and nothing had gone missing in Mystic Valley, so they couldn't be certain that Wuxin had malicious intentions. If that was the case, he would assign more menial tasks to Wuxin in the future. Yelan felt regret that she wasn't the one to say those words before Wuxin. At the same time, she realized that perhaps in her heart, while Big Brother was essential, he wasn't as crucial as the pursuit of immortal cultivation and longevity. Lujia couldn't resist mocking Wuxin for being a sycophant, leading to a quarrel among Xiao Chuan, Yelan, and Wuxin.N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Guan led them back to the valley, his thoughts drifting underground. Liya had left, and now it was time to prepare to deal with the trouble beneath the ground. Late at night, in the 8 scenic caves, Guan, holding the heavenly residence scabbard, approached Meng Lang who was lying on the grass with his orifices sealed by mud. "There are signs of movement around the grass, someone has indeed been here." Guan keenly perceived slight changes in the grass around Meng Lang, which would be very hard to detect for an ordinary cultivator. He noticed because he had made a particular point to observe upon leaving last time. He squeezed the heavenly residence sword in his hand and then stepped toward the cave entrance from which Meng Lang had initially run out. Soon, he vanished into the darkness. This tunnel didn't have many crystal stones, and it was very dim, but for a nascent soul realm's divine sense, this made no difference. The cold spirit wind blew through the tunnel, rustling Guan's robes. His divine sense had already reached the end of the tunnel ahead of him. There lay a spacious cavern, not as large as the main chamber of the 8 scenic caves, but still sizable. Several coffins stood there, and a large blue-green crystal stone the size of a water jar was embedded in the ceiling. Bathed in the dim glow, the coffins were incredibly eerie and terrifying. Apart from the coffins, there was nothing else. Guan's divine sense suddenly captured that within one coffin lay a living person, the faint life force unable to escape the detection of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Guan didn't perceive any danger from this weak sign of life, but he did not let his guard down. After a long journey, he finally reached the end of the tunnel. Standing at the entrance, he carefully poked his head out and asked cautiously, "Is anyone there?" No one answered him, as if there was not a single person in the chamber. Guan picked up a stone from the ground and threw it inside. Thud, the stone hit a coffin, but there was no movement. However, he seemed to be frightened, his eyes widening. He instinctively stepped back, pretending to be shocked. "Why isn't there any sound? If I keep acting, it's going to be awkward." Guan was anxious inside. His actions were to ascertain the attitude of the presence, as the other party had not hurt him before. He didn't want to mistakenly kill a good person. At least he needed to feel at ease within himself. Guan gritted his teeth, suddenly drew his sword, and charged into the chamber, swinging wildly. Crack! The heavenly resident's sword struck a coffin lid and got stuck. Yanking it out forcefully, the inertia made him stagger back a couple of steps. Pfft! A gentle laugh rang out, sounding very grating in the chamber. Guan almost got goosebumps. It was a woman's voice, and at first, it sounded like a female ghost laughing. He held the heavenly resident's sword, nervously scanning his surroundings, constantly turning in a circle for fear that demons or ghosts would surge out from the sides. "Boy, are you Taixuan Dan's disciple?" That mysterious female voice spoke again, with a tone so flirtatious it led one's thoughts astray. Guan hurriedly replied, "Yes, Senior, Taixuan Dan is my master. May I ask who you are, and why are you here?" "Those who are here would naturally be your martial master. Taixuan Dan is my disciple. That you could come means his end is near, right?" The mysterious voice dropped its playful tone, carrying a hint of melancholy. Guan responded, "So it is my martial master, I pay my respects." "Master's time indeed has come," he said. He wished to emulate you and find an unknown place to meet the end of his life. The chamber then fell silent once more. Guan stayed alert. If the other party made a move against him, regardless of whether they were his martial master, he would show no mercy. The heavenly resident's sword in his hand had yet to taste blood. After a long while, just as Guan was about to speak again, the other's voice sounded, "Did Taixuan Dan tell you my identity?" Guan replied softly, "My master told me everything. You come from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, and he also asked me to be ready to receive someone from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion at any time. Seeing you like this, so timid and cautious, and the way you entered here, it seems you didn't come willingly, right? You only found out all this after he handed over the Valley Master position to you?" the other asked teasingly. Guan sighed. Everything was said without words. This time, he wasn't acting, he was truly helpless. "Since you have already taken him as your master, you are naturally my disciple as well. Guard this place for another 10 years on my behalf. After 10 years, I will be able to leave the Supreme Sect and will not trouble you." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but ask, "May I know Martial Master's honorable name?" "My surname is Zhang, and my name is Kaiyang. As for my title in the immortal cultivation world, it's not worth mentioning." Zhang Kaiyang? The name was quite pleasant to hear, although he didn't know how many years she had lived. As Guan was thinking, a coffin in front suddenly opened, startling him into raising his sword. 2 objects flew out of the coffin and landed in front of him. He looked down and saw that it was a black small bell and a secret manual. "Consider these a gift for our first meeting, my disciple. The soul-shaking bell can command all the poison skills of the myriad poison mystic skill. Just give it a shake, and all the corpse poison in this cave will obey your orders. The manual is my technique of immortal cultivation, the yin-yang art. The yin-yang art contains the spells to refine the soul-shaking bell, a technique even your master did not learn." Zhang Kaiyang's voice came through, sounding a bit weary. Guan promptly bowed in gratitude and couldn't help asking, "With my mediocre talents, why does martial master treat me so kindly?" "Hee, mediocre talents? Boy, I don't know what unique skills you've been practicing, but your actual cultivation level is definitely beyond the 4th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. You must have reached foundation establishment already. To achieve foundation establishment at such a young age, you are a genius. You managed to suppress your own pride and stay hidden as a servant disciple in the outer sect, and although I have no idea what burdens you carry, it seems you have a strong aversion to the supreme sect. I'm satisfied with your ability, and your approach to things is even more to my liking. Practice hard, and later on, I will teach you more spells. Once you inherit my legacy, I will then recommend you to become a true disciple at the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Zhang Qiang resumed her coquettish laughter, and Gu An's expression changed, feeling as if he had been seen through and could no longer save face. Gu An took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Martial Master. Should you have any orders, feel free to tell me anytime." Having said that, he picked up the soul-shaking bell and the yin-yang art and turned to leave. No more sounds from Zhang Qiang came from the chamber, and Gu An hurried back to the 8 scenic caves. He sat under a tree and began to read the yin-yang art. He pondered whether Zhang Qiang had any malicious intentions. 10 years was not a big deal. He wasn't just a nascent soul realm cultivator but also possessed the Taixuan divine shocking sword. Zhang Qiang was clearly no saint, she was merely wary of Gu An's foundation establishment realm power. In a mere 10 years, how could she go from being wary of a foundation establishment realm cultivator to being able to crush a nascent soul realm cultivator at will? She wasn't hiding here recently, according to Cheng Su and Dan, she had already been dead for 70 years. He would use the next 10 years to extract as many spells and manuals as possible from her. If she left peacefully after 10 years, Gu An wouldn't betray his martial master. If she harbored ill intentions, Gu An would have to let the heavenly resident's sword taste blood. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Zhang Qiang at the 9th layer of the elixir formation realm. Spring passed and autumn arrived, and 5 years flickered by in an instant. Over these 5 years, Gu An had maintained his plan of dedicating 1 year of his lifespan every night. Over 5 years, he had devoted more than 1,800 years of his lifespan, and his cultivation realm had reached the 8th layer of the nascent soul realm. After crossing the 5th layer in the nascent soul realm, the time required for each minor realm increased exponentially. The evolving Gu An could only train rigorously, taking even longer. Now, his remaining lifespan was more than 10,200 years. The incorporation of 8 scenic caves had improved his annual lifespan income. 5 years later, 3 more servant disciples had joined Mystic Valley. They all took Gu An as their master, 2 males and 1 female, respectively named Tang Yu, Su Han, and Zhen Qin, sorted from oldest to youngest. Gu An no longer chose disciples based on their talent, instead, he selected disciples of mediocre talent to avoid trouble. Each of the 3 had a potential extreme lifespan of around 200 years. On that basis, he tried to choose disciples who caught his eye. One day, at the entrance to the valley, Xiao Chuan, Yelan, Wuxin, Tang Yu, Su Han, and Zhen Qin gathered around Lu Jijia. "Brother, I wish you success. Uncle Master, don't forget us when you're in the outer sect. Don't worry, I'll be at Medicine Valley. If you fail, I will mock you." Today was the day for Lu Jijia to go to the outer sect for the assessment. Gu An had sliced a green vine fruit into 4 pieces, sharing them among the 4 junior brothers and sisters. Their cultivation levels surged, with Lu Jijia being the first to reach the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. It is worth mentioning that since eating the green vine fruit, Wuxin had completely settled down. He cultivated peacefully in his room every night without wandering over hills and valleys, and he became even more diligent in his actions. 23-year-old Lu Jijia was spirited and ambitious. He looked toward the pavilion where his eldest brother resided. Seeing his eldest brother standing at the window looking at him warmed his heart. "Wait for my good news, I won't let elder brother down," Lu Jijia said proudly and then turned to depart. With the residual wind leg technique he had cultivated over the years, he felt that he could make a name for himself in the outer sect. Dressed in a robe with a white base and black patterns, Guan watched Liu Jijia leave from a distance, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He couldn't tell if it was relief or reluctance, perhaps a bit of both. To think at just 27 years old I'm this sentimental. What about when I am 200 or 2000, even 20,000 years old? Guan chuckled self-deprecatingly. He turned and sat down at the desk, picking up Green Hero Travelogue to continue his enjoyment. Released last year, Green Hero Travelogue was, in his opinion, a masterful work. The author's skill in describing romantic encounters had reached a transformative realm. An ancient hour later, Wuxin came to visit. The 21-year-old was still dressed as a monk. Guan often teased him about being a jade-faced monk Tang, especially after Guan had custom-made monk robes for him in the outer sect, which further enhanced his aura. Elder brother, I have watered the entire garden up the mountain. Is there anything else you require today? Wuxin approached Guan and spoke softly, glancing at Green Hero Travelogue and immediately blushing brightly. Without even lifting his eyes, Guan said, "There's nothing else, you may go and cultivate." Wuxin moved to the opposite side of the desk but did not leave, hesitating visibly. Guan glanced at him and asked, "Is there something else?" In his black robe, he already had an authoritative presence. Over the years, the yields from Medicine Valley had been excellent, and since he did not hoard money for himself, he had paid out of pocket to buy new clothes for everyone in Medicine Valley, making none of them look like mere servant disciples. Wuxin bit his lip and said, "Brother, to tell the truth, with my talents, it's impossible for me to be admitted to the outer sect. I genuinely want to stay in Medicine Valley with you for life." Guan put down Green Hero Travelogue and studied him closely. Wasn't that what his words implied? He wanted to progress, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Guan frowned, his expression troubled. Seeing his reaction, Wuxin became anxious and suddenly knelt down. "Brother, where do I fall short? I am more diligent than they are, more obedient, and unlike everyone else, I don't want to go to the outer sect," Wuxin said fervently, his eyes beginning to redden. Guan noticed that he had activated some cultivation technique, causing an upsurge of qi blood. "Smart boy, learning from me, hey?" Guan spoke earnestly, "Wuxin, in my heart, no one is better or worse than anyone else. Like the green vine fruit, I divided it equally among you. However, the position of head disciple is crucial and may even represent the next valley master. Although I am a servant disciple, my treatment is no inferior to that of ordinary outer disciples, and I must acknowledge the sect's generosity. It seems you have been hiding something from me. Of course, everyone has their own difficult circumstances that they can't speak of. I won't pry further. You will always be my junior brother, but the position of head disciple." Toward the end, he sighed, looking helpless. Wuxin was stunned, not expecting that his actions from years ago had long been noticed by his elder brother. His first reaction was panic, followed by a feeling of being deeply touched. The last time he had gathered intelligence late at night was 5 years ago. His elder brother had tolerated his behavior for 5 years. What did this mean? His elder brother truly regarded him as one of his. Putting himself in his elder brother's shoes, Wuxin felt that if he had been in the same position, he probably would have severely punished such a junior brother long ago. The more Wuxin thought about it, the more ashamed he became. He really couldn't keep up the act any longer. "Brother, actually..." Wuxin clenched his teeth, it seemed like he had made a significant decision. "Actually, I come from the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. My father is one of the 72 pavilion masters of the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. I am of poor aptitude and was often bullied by my siblings, so I ran away. The reason I wandered around at night was because I heard about Brother Li Yu's deeds, hoping for some opportunity to prove myself to my father someday. But now I've given up. Not to mention comparing to my siblings, even compared to Lujia, I am far behind. Wuxin said all at once, and toward the end, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Guan. Guan's face showed shock and disbelief. You! Hearing the trembling voice of his senior brother, Wuxin felt even more ashamed, his forehead pressed tightly to the ground. Guan had not expected Wuxin to come from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. What was this all about? Why not just rename Mystic Valley to Thousand Autumn Valley then? Guan secretly dispersed his divine sense, forming an invisible barrier, guarding against anyone eavesdropping. He remained silent for a while, then finally let out a deep sigh and said, "Enough, stand up and talk." The uneasy Wuxin, hearing this, instantly silently heaved a sigh of relief. As Wuxin stood up and saw the complicated expression on Guan's face, his heart was even more touched. Indeed, his senior brother truly cared for him. I am not very familiar with the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. I heard it is a demonic sect. Guan took a deep breath and asked. Wuxin nodded and said, it indeed is the demonic path, and it's the most evil one. Corpse path, poison skill, soul capturing, poison creatures, and all other demonic arts, they master them all. I couldn't stay any longer, that's why I escaped. Then, will your father come looking for you? I have to consider the other disciples, Guan worriedly asked. Wuxin quickly shook his head and said, how could he possibly come looking for me? He would rather I were already dead, I am his greatest shame. Hearing this, Guan's expression eased slightly, and he scolded, Wuxin, I won't allow you to belittle yourself like that. How can one's character be judged merely by their cultivation level? Wuxin scratched his head and chuckled, I know, but since the Thousand Autumn Pavilion is a demonic sect, brother, people in the demonic path are not normal. Guan nodded. He seemed to recall something and asked, right, have you ever heard the name Zhang Qiang while you were in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Zhang Qiang. Wuxin was startled and pondered with a frown. After a few moments, he suddenly realized and said, I remember now. She was the premier genius of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion 100 years ago, also the daughter of the second pavilion master, but she has been dead for many years. I heard my father mention her when I was a child, he even wanted my elder brother to marry Zhang Qiang. Curious, Guan asked, how old is your father? Wuxin replied, nearly 500 years old. He has more than 100 children, so he wouldn't care if I were lost. Guan fell silent. The style of the demonic path is quite appealing, isn't it? Guan asked a few more questions, but unfortunately, Wuxin didn't know much about Zhang Qiang. Since you have confessed your background, I will train you to become the chief disciple. If a position of a chief disciple of a valley can be exchanged for a demon cultivator who has lost his way and found it again, it could be considered a meritorious deed. However, this matter must not be disclosed for now. Convince everyone in the valley with your performance, Guan said earnestly. At these words, Wuxin was ecstatic. He was about to express his thanks to Guan when he heard Guan continue to instruct, from now on, you cannot mention a single word about the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, not even when you are alone. This is the supreme sect, and even talking to yourself might be overheard. Wuxin quickly nodded, heeding the instruction. The two brothers shifted the topic, chatting about other casual matters. Wuxin felt himself growing closer to his senior brother, a feeling he was very grateful for. He should have been honest with his senior brother sooner. During the night, 8 scenic caves. Guan came to a clearing next to an underground river, starting to plant medicinal herbs. His movements were not fast. As someone who didn't cultivate much on routine days, he enjoyed the process of planting. What he planted were not just any plants, but life. People from Huaxia inherently loved farming, a habit that followed along with his soul into the world of immortal cultivation. After finishing his planting, he looked satisfactorily at his newly developed garden, neatly arranged, possessing a unique aesthetic beauty. Dear disciple, come here for a moment. Zhang Qiang's melodious voice came from an opening, and Guan immediately went over. Over the years, Zhang Qiang occasionally summoned him to help pick some medicinal herbs and even to assist with alchemy. Guan wasn't busy in vain. During this process, his alchemy skills improved leaps and bounds. Zhang Qiang's mastery of alchemy was far superior to that of Taixuan Dan, clearly evident from how she taught. He made his way to the cave chamber, which was still dimly lit. On the ground stood a pill furnace, half a person tall, with a pile of ashes stacked beneath it. Just as Guan was about to speak, he suddenly heard a noise. He focused his gaze and saw a coffin in the depths beginning to tremble. Boom! The coffin lid fell down, crashing onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Guan saw a hand crawling out from the upright coffin, skinny like a ghost's claw. He immediately cast a lifespan detection. Zhang Qiang, Core Formation Realm 9 Layers 185/304/2490. Goodness! Nearly 2,500 years of maximum lifespan. Why does someone in the Core Formation Realm 9 Layers have only 300 years of lifespan? Could it be related to her injuries? Guan wondered, and at the same time, his last trace of caution vanished. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Have you ever heard of the nascent soul realm? Crack! An emaciated foot stepped out from within the coffin, treading upon a piece of charcoal and snapping it in two. Guan saw that it was a raggedly dressed woman with disheveled hair, her body grotesquely thin as if drained of flesh and blood. The robe on her body was faintly recognizable as a white garment, with both sleeves and pant legs tattered. She staggered out, resembling a ghastly spectre. Zhang Qiang slowly lifted her face, her features equally withered, her eye sockets sunken, her eyes bulging and terrifying. Her gaze fell upon Guan, who hastily lowered his head, frightened. Good disciple, I owe you a lot for helping me with alchemy these 5 years, allowing me to recover swiftly. Zhang Qiang squeezed out a smile, even more horrifying, with a foul breath escaping her mouth. She no longer referred to herself as this seat but as I, which made their relationship seem much closer. Guan, suppressing his discomfort, said, "It is the duty of a disciple. But there is something that puzzles me." "Ask away." As Zhang Qiang spoke, she trembled toward the pill furnace. Guan, watching her, asked, "If alchemy could help you recover faster, why did you not have my master help you with alchemy before?" Taixuan Dan thought Zhang Qiang had been dead for 70 years, meaning she had hidden here for 70 years, and Taixuan Dan had never realized she was still alive. Zhang Qiang replied with a forced, humorless smile, "Because I don't trust him. Your master became my disciple under duress. His heart is fickle, who knows when he might betray me. Half of the disciples he took on are now lying in these coffins." Guan fell silent. He believed Zhang Qiang spoke the truth because Meng Lang had ended just like that. Zhang Qiang sat before the pill furnace and with a wave of her hand, the piled herbs beside her flew into the furnace. 5 years have passed. What level are you at in the Foundation Establishment realm? Zhang Qiang inquired. Guan's apparent cultivation level was at the 5th layer of the Energy Cultivation realm, but Zhang Qiang was convinced he was at the Foundation Establishment level. Guan replied, "I'm close to reaching the 3rd level." "That's slow. Don't neglect your daily training. When I, your martial master, was 18, I reached Foundation Establishment, and at 40, Core Formation. If not for spending decades researching the alchemy Dao and formation spells afterwards, I would already be at the nascent soul realm cultivation level." "Have you heard of the nascent soul realm?" Zhang Qiang said nonchalantly, eyes fixed on the pill furnace. Guan promptly nodded, "The nascent soul realm, those are immortals, rarely seen by outer disciples." "Humph, immortals is but a term for stronger cultivators. Once I have fully recovered, I will find a place to attempt reaching the nascent soul realm. Then, you will have a nascent soul realm pillar to rely on. How does that make you feel, excited?" Zhang Qiang's tone became smug toward the end. Her voice was sultry, starkly contrasting her ghastly image. Thank you for looking after me, martial master. Is there anything I can assist you with? Guan stepped forward and offered. Zhang Qiang replied, just stand by and watch, see how I perform alchemy, and we can chat in the meantime. With a pat of her hand, she indicated for Guan to sit beside her. Guan sat down but kept his distance from her, all the while remaining vigilant. No matter how kind Zhang Qiang was to him, he would never let his guard down until she had left. Meng Lang was a lesson to be learned, likely, he never suspected Cheng Suandan before his death. Zhang Qiang asked about his background, and he divulged without concealing anything, roughly speaking of his life. Of course, he did not mention the Ji family, only saying he had been a house servant before his spirit root was discovered, and thereafter he joined the Supreme Sect. After chatting for about an hour, Zhang Qiang allowed Guan to leave, instructing him to return for the next 3 nights. If things went well, there would be a generous reward. Guan arrived as agreed. The 3rd night had come. Guan sat across from the pill furnace, holding the yin-yang art in his hands, occasionally asking Zhang Qiang for clarifications. Eventually annoyed by the questioning, Zhang Qiang couldn't help but curse, "You're not tricking me, are you, boy?" Reaching the foundation establishment realm at such a young age, yet so slow on the uptake. Guan protested, "Alchemy is alchemy, energy absorption is energy absorption, aren't they?" Zhang Qiang suddenly didn't know what to say, but then her attention was grabbed by the pill furnace. More and more steam began to emerge from the furnace, and the small holes on the lid turned dark green, eerily odd. Guan shivered as he watched. What kind of elixir was she concocting? Could it be a poison elixir? Zhang Qiang's eyes shone with excitement. She fell silent, staring intently at the pill furnace. Time ticked by, second by second. Guan remained on alert, prepared for any sudden attack from Zhang Qiang. Some time passed. A dull thud came from within the pill furnace, and with it, a grotesque smile spread across Zhang Qiang's face, uglier than a cry. She lifted her right hand, fingers poised, and the lid of the furnace flew off. Her hand moved quickly, snatching a pill that emerged from the furnace, popping it into her mouth before Guan could react. So fast, subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. As if afraid Guan would snatch it. After swallowing the elixir, Zhang Qiang immediately sat cross-legged and began cultivating energy. In less than 3 breaths, wisps of white vapor rose from her body. Guan stood up and slowly stepped back, widening the distance between them. More and more white vapor appeared, coiling around Zhang Qiang, obscuring her figure as if she was a zombie amidst the mist. Guan constantly checked her lifespan, on guard against her potential breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Zhang Qiang's current lifespan began to increase. Guan was witnessing someone's lifespan grow in raw numbers for the first time, and the sight was utterly shocking. He suddenly became very interested in Zhang Qiang's elixir. What kind of miraculous elixir was it? Not only Zhang Qiang's lifespan was increasing, but her aura was also intensifying, quickly surpassing that of the Foundation Establishment realm. A true elixir formation realm cultivator. Guan keenly noticed that Zhang Qiang's physical body was recovering, growing increasingly thicker as if a balloon were being inflated. Pretty impressive. He patiently waited. Gradually, the sound of Zhang Qiang's breathing filled the cave, growing heavier and heavier until, in the end, it was like the roar of a wild beast. After a long while, Zhang Qiang's panting abruptly ceased, and Guan noticed her realm hadn't broken through to the nascent soul realm, so he wasn't so tense. Amidst the white mist, Zhang Qiang stretched lazily, showing off her graceful figure, which was unrecognizably different from before. As she emerged from the mist, her hair was still disheveled, and her clothes were in tatters, but beneath the worn-out garments was skin white as snow, making Guan's face heat up in the dim light of the cave, causing him to avert his gaze. "It's been a long time since I walked like this." Zhang Qiang said in a reminiscent tone as she walked up to Guan, leaning forward with her hands brushing her hair aside, and asked, "What do you think, my obedient grand disciple, does your martial master look beautiful?" Guan took a quick glance, and although her face was dirty, her facial features indicated that she was indeed a rare beauty who, in his opinion, could only be compared with Ji Xiao of the Ji family and Li Xuanyu, an outer disciple. Martial master is indeed of unparalleled beauty in the world, but this disciple is more concerned about the state of your health. Has your injury fully healed? Guan asked with clasped hands, his words sincere. Get well soon and be on your way. Fully healed is still a long way off, I need to rest for another 5 years, Zhang Qiang laughed, her bright eyes surveying Guan, evidently pondering something. Phew! She suddenly struck out at Guan with a palm as fast as lightning, then stopped just in front of his chest, the forceful wind pulling his robes backwards wildly. Zhang Qiang asked with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Why didn't you dodge?" Guan's face stiffened as he replied, "I didn't have time to react." In reality, however, that was not the case. In his eyes, Zhang Qiang's movements were too slow. In a flash, his dragon strength could have counteracted her spiritual power. Her stopping wasn't sparing Guan's life, it was saving her own. Zhang Qiang couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter shaking her whole body, and she even ended up clutching her stomach. Guan watched her laugh without saying anything to interrupt. After a good while, Zhang Qiang finally turned and walked toward the pill furnace, saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill my own disciples and grandchildren. Even when Cheng Suandan wanted to betray me, I spared his life. I even took his protection to hide within the Supreme Sect. As long as you are filial to me, I will never let you down. If someone bullies you, I won't just stand by and watch." Upon hearing this, Guan couldn't help but laugh as well. Zhang Qiang stood in front of the pill furnace, turned to Guan, and said, "Leave behind a set of new clothes and you can go back. Come again tomorrow night, I will teach you spells." Guan immediately took out a set of his own white robes from the storage bag, gently placed them on the ground, and then raised his hand to salute Zhang Qiang before taking his leave. It wasn't until he disappeared into the darkness that Zhang Qiang turned around. She approached the white robes and picked them up from afar with a lift of her hand. She sniffed their scent and let out a light chuckle. At dawn, Guan was training the people of Medicine Valley. A figure approached the entrance of the valley. It was Li Yi. Li Yi was still clad in black, his sharp aura more imposing than 5 years ago, exuding the demeanor of a strong individual. His arrival immediately captured everyone's attention. "It's brother Li Yi!" Xiao Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Guan immediately walked toward Li Yi, instructing the others to continue their drills. As he approached Li Yi, about to speak, Li Yi beat him to it. "Let's talk upstairs in your building." Something important? Guan instantly tensed up. What matter was so important that Li Yi personally made the trip? He led Li Yi straight to the loft, and after climbing the stairs and entering the room, he closed the door. Li Yi walked over to the table, waved his hand, and a green vine fruit appeared on the table, rendering Guan speechless. "A green vine fruit appeared in the elixir hall of the outer sect 4 years ago, I purchased it. But due to heavy duties, I never had the chance to give it to you," Li Yi said with a smile. Guan's expression turned strange. Li Yi asked, "What's wrong?" Feeling that he couldn't hide the truth, Guan cleared his throat and said, "I was the one who sold this fruit to the elixir hall." In order to avoid suspicion, he had sold it at a low price, which earned him praise from the elder of the elixir hall for his grateful heart toward the sect. Guan had dared to sell it because Li Yi had mentioned that green vine fruits were not rare in the Supreme Sect, not in the outer sect but certainly in the inner sect, which, to be precise, possessed strange and precious treasures of the world. He never imagined that Li Yi would buy it back. Li Yi helplessly said, "This turned out quite ridiculous. Such a fruit can enhance chi blood and is a very rare heavenly material." How could you sell it? For how many spirit stones? 20 mid-grade spirit stones. What? I spent 10 top-grade spirit stones. Li Ye's eyes widened. One top-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Both fell into silence at the same time. In fact, Guan felt it wasn't a bad deal. By relying on the green vine fruit, he had established a good relationship with Zhu Qinglu of the Elixir Hall. Over the next 4 years, Zhu Qinglu took good care of him, offering many conveniences. However, facing Li Ye, he felt somewhat embarrassed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Li Ye said somberly, let's just consider it a contribution to the sect. Besides this fruit, there's another matter for which I've come to you. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 The Great Outer Sect Conference of the World. What is it? Guan asked, hoping in his heart that it wouldn't be trouble. He had no desire to get involved in the strife that whirls around the outer sect. Li Ye smiled and said, don't you enjoy planting? You mentioned before that you even helped an outer disciple manage his cave. Now you have the opportunity, and the compensation is quite good. Take care of it for a year and you'll get a mid-grade spirit stone and a bottle of spirit energy elixir. Upon hearing this, Guan breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't refuse a chance to earn lifespan, especially since he rarely practiced cultivation and had plenty of time on his hands. He began to inquire about the employer's identity, and Li Ye didn't hide the fact that the outer disciple was a good friend of his and that the cave was near the outer city. After Guan agreed, Li Ye immediately took him there. Li Ye flew on his sword, with Guan standing behind him, sharing the blade. Their figures drew envious gazes from Xiao Chuan, Yelan, and others. Who wouldn't yearn for sword control flight? The tall Tang Yu lamented, if only our master could learn the sword control technique from martial uncle Li Ye and teach us, wouldn't that be great? The slim and handsome Su Han nodded in agreement. Although he had been in Medicine Valley for 4 years, he still yearned for the outer sect. Not just him, Tang Yu and Zhen Qin felt the same. Yelan didn't say much and pulled Zhen Qin back to their residence to cultivate. Elsewhere, above the mountains, Li Ye's sword control flight was very fast. He looked straight ahead, his black clothes fluttering and hair dancing wildly, exuding a carefree and unruly temperament. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I've noticed that there are more servant disciples in Medicine Valley than before, Junior Brother Gu. You should recruit fewer disciples and invest more spirit stones into your own cultivation, Li Ye said earnestly. Although Guan always said his talent was not up to par, Li Ye still held out hope for him. He didn't want to be still in the prime of life 100 years later, while Guan had already entered his twilight years. In his years at the Supreme Sect, Li Ye had a few good friends and some friends of convenience, but in his heart, none could compare to Junior Brother Gu. Junior Brother Gu was the only one who treated him well without expecting anything in return. He didn't want to lose such a friendship. Guan laughed and said, don't worry, Senior Brother Li. The reason I recruit more disciples is that the farming land inside Medicine Valley has expanded. Each year I hand over more medicinal herbs, and the Elixir Hall is gradually improving my treatment. I won't give up my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Ye showed a smile. That's true, you're diligent and always achieve something great. How can I compare with Senior Brother? Your reputation in the outer sect is so brilliant. The two started flattering each other. Li Ye usually hated this kind of flattery, but for some reason, coming from Junior Brother Gu, he didn't mind it at all. 2 ancient hours later, Li Ye sent Guan back to Mystic Valley and then left on his sword. No sooner had Guan landed than he was surrounded by 2 disciples, Su Han and Zhen Qin. They were curious where Guan had gone, and he didn't hide it from them. After a few words, he sent them away. The departure of Lu Jijia greatly stimulated the disciples of Medicine Valley, causing a quietness in the valley. Whenever they had free time, disciples would cultivate in their rooms, hoping to catch up with Liu Zhijia's progress. Guan returned to his room, picked up the yin-yang art, and began to flip through it. Starting tonight, Zhang Qiang would teach him sorcery, and he was looking forward to it. What cultivator would mind having multiple spells? Besides, Guan lacked many fundamental spells. Late at night, in the 8 scenic caves. Under the green vine tree, Zhang Qiang, dressed in white with her black hair casually draped, looked like a fairy descending to earth, but her stunning face was full of annoyance. Why are you so dumb? I've told you the sorcery technique multiple times, why can't you remember it? Zhang Qiang said, barely holding back her anger. She stood beside Guan, her gaze fixed on the black energy in his hands. She was teaching him the soul-capturing skill, a sorcery that could snatch a person's soul, extreme in its malignancy. Guan replied helplessly, Martial Master, you've only taught me for a short while, can you be a bit more patient? It's not that. It's just. Zhang Qiang suddenly didn't know what to say. Before she recovered her strength, she had looked forward to teaching Guan. After all, he was a genius in her eyes, but the reality was different from what she expected. This kid was too odd. When she taught him sword control technique, he got it with a snap, but teaching him anything else, he was like someone just starting on the traditions of immortal cultivation. In terms of the sword Dao, Guan was definitely the strongest genius she had ever seen, but the key was she wasn't skilled in the sword Dao. If I could easily learn everything, wouldn't I have avoided being a servant disciple? Guan sighed. Zhang Qiang held back for a long time before she managed to say, but you shouldn't be this foolish, right? Guan's hand twitched. True to a person of the demon path, her words hurt so damn much. Angered, Guan said, I have my strengths too. When it comes to talent in the sword Dao, even you, martial master, might not compare to me. Zhang Qiang laughed upon hearing this and teasingly said, then shall we try? Neither of us will use spiritual power, just sword moves to spar. All right. Guan's hands loosened, and the dark aura dissipated. He then stood up, ready to teach Zhang Qiang a lesson. Zhang Qiang shifted 2 steps to the side and raised her right hand, extending her forefinger and middle finger together, and with a smile said, since we are just sparring, let's not harm our camaraderie. Let's use our fingers as swords. Guan nodded, his left hand resting behind his waist, his right hand in front. Zhang Qiang narrowed her eyes, for some reason, when Guan raised his hand, she felt inexplicably panicked. What's happening to me? How could I be scared by a Foundation establishment junior? Zhang Qiang cursed herself for being useless, having lost the pride that once looked down upon everything. She immediately thrust her fingers towards Guan. As she made her move, she revealed the speed of someone in the elixir formation realm. Guan's right hand, with 2 fingers extended, struck hers horizontally, like flicking a sword, deflecting her arm away. Zhang Qiang's eyes sharpened. She shifted her stance, moving past Guan's side like a ghost, her fingers pointing towards his ribs as if they were swords. Guan turned around, his fingers pointing downward, stabbing swiftly and touching the back of her hand, causing her a sharp pain and an instinctive withdrawal. The 2 of them moved around under the tree, countering each move made by the other. Zhang Qiang's attacks were fierce, while Guan's movements flowed smoothly like drifting clouds and flowing water. After 30 moves, Guan clearly felt Zhang Qiang's impatience and intentionally exposed a flaw, allowing her to touch his abdomen. He then clutched his belly and staggered back. Zhang Qiang did not pursue her advantage. She stood up and stared at Guan with intense eyes. Guan feigned a pained expression, frightened by her gaze. What kind of look was this? As if she wanted to devour him whole. Zhang Qiang took a deep breath and said, very well, I still underestimated your sword Dao comprehension. The sword moves you just performed lacked structure, but each was straightforward and direct, targeting the opponent's weaknesses. You are a rare sword Dao genius, unseen for a century. Should you find a good master, you will surely become renowned across the world as a sword cultivator one day. Guan shook his head and replied, renowned across the world? Let's not. That would surely bring lots of trouble my way, and I hate fighting the most, not to mention life and death battles. Zhang Qiang was stunned for a moment, finding it quite interesting. It was her first time encountering such a timid genius. It was Martial Master who was too hasty and shouldn't have scolded you. Come now, continue cultivating the soul-capturing skill. Even though you are suited for the sword Dao, you must master some spells. Only then will you be well prepared for anything, Zhang Qiang gestured. Guan immediately approached her and continued to cultivate the soul-capturing skill. After the sparring session, Zhang Qiang's attitude had indeed improved a lot. She spoke in a warm and gentle tone, and occasionally gave him goosebumps. Thus, Guan came to the 8 scenic caves every night to cultivate spells with Zhang Qiang, and as soon as he mastered a spell to the point it appeared in the attribute panel, he would start cultivating the next one. Zhang Qiang thought he was discouraged but did not press the issue. After all, she had many spells. While recovering from her injuries, she also found it quite interesting to instruct her juniors. Besides, every month Guan would visit the outer disciples' cave abode to tend to the medicinal herbs within. At the end of the year, with winter snow fluttering and filling the sky, Guan, wearing a straw hat, climbed halfway up the mountain and arrived in front of a cave abode. Just as he was about to take out his token, he suddenly sensed something. There were people inside. And not just one person. Guan immediately thought of leaving, but the conversation inside the cave had abruptly stopped. If he left now, it would prove he could penetrate through the restrictions and detect what was happening inside the cave. He could only press the token against the mountain gate, which obediently opened. He stepped inside the cave, through the passageway, and into the chamber, where he saw 3 people and momentarily paused, quickly bending down to greet them. Sorry, I didn't know the predecessors had returned. I won't disturb you any further. After speaking, he turned around, preparing to leave. The master of the cave, Chen Li, appeared to be in his early 40s, with the refined air of a scholar. He raised his hand with a smile and said, No need, you do your thing, and we'll continue with ours. Upon hearing this, Guan could only turn back around, bow again, and then head to the area with the medicinal herbs not far off. Guan noticed the other 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman was none other than Li Xuanyu, who had previously sparred with him. The man was not Shi Yang, but someone else, handsome and graceful, with the appearance of a gentleman who might have stepped out of a painting, stunning even men with his beauty. Li Xuanyu looked at Guan. She clearly recognized him but said nothing. Guan discreetly checked the handsome man's lifespan. Xiao Qinjun, Core Formation Realm, First Layer 58/621/1508. Core Formation Realm, First Layer. Inner Sect Disciple? Chen Li, after observing Guan start to harvest the herbs, turned to glance at Li Xuanyu and Xiao Qinjun, sighing and saying, The Outer Sect Great Competition is about to begin. This time it's hosted by Supreme Sect, putting a lot of pressure on us. Xiao Qinjun laughed and said, What's there to worry about? There are many talents in the Outer Sect. Even if those schools and sects join forces, it's difficult for them to overpower Supreme Sect. In the Taixuan dynasty, Supreme Sect is the strongest. Chen Li shook his head and replied, I heard that Ancient Sky Sect, Heavenly Extinction Sect, and Thousand Autumn Pavilion each have Outer Sect geniuses with dual spirit roots, who are deliberately holding back their realm, waiting for this competition. He paused and looked at Xiao Qinjun with a hint of reproach, Junior brother Xiao, why didn't you wait to make your breakthrough? Your master should have been aware of this. Xiao Qinjun laughed and responded, Senior brother Chen, the Outer Sect Great Competition is held at least twice every century. As cultivators, how can we be so concerned with winning or losing? Besides, Supreme Sect has new geniuses emerging every year. Don't worry, the burden won't fall on you alone. The three of them chatted and laughed about the outer sect great competition, with Xiao Qinjun and Chen Li doing most of the talking while Li Xuanyu occasionally interjected. Chapter 27, Wanyan Sect, Su Ruyi. An assembly for outer disciples from all over the world? All the genius disciples of the outer sect are gathering at the Supreme Sect? Does that include the disciples from Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Guan listened with great interest. Such a grand event was sure to be exciting, but he worried whether a cultivator from Thousand Autumn Pavilion would take this opportunity to approach him, pressing him for intelligence about the Supreme Sect. Chen Li and the other two shifted their conversation to other subjects, eventually leading to the inner sect. Chen Li was very curious about the inner sect and what it was like. Xiao Qinjun gave a brief description: the bustling inner sect city, the rich heritage of the various peak inheritances, the abundant mission rewards, etc. Guan felt like he was listening to a story. However, Guan still didn't yearn for it. Inner sect disciples also had to defend the Taixuan dynasty, not only exorcising demons from within the realm but also assisting the dynasty in repelling invasions from other dynasties. He found the thought headache-inducing. After Guan finished his tasks and harvested several hundred years of lifespan, he approached Chen Li, preparing to take his leave. "You're quite meticulous in your work, can you also look after my cave for me?" Li Xuanyu suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Chen Li immediately replied with a smile, "The boy does work satisfactorily, adheres to rules, and since he comes recommended by Li Yi, we can certainly trust him." Li Xuanyu stared at Guan, awaiting his answer. Under everyone's gaze, Guan found it hard to refuse, so he nodded in agreement. "You two seniors can continue your conversation, I will take him around to familiarize himself with the place," said Li Xuanyu as he got up to leave. Guan hurriedly bowed to Chen Li and Xiao Qinjun, then followed Li Xuanyu's pace. Once the gate to the cave was closed, Xiao Qinjun smiled and asked, "The Li family's grudges are truly complex. What do you think, does junior sister Li have any enmity with Li Yi?" Chen Li shook his head and said, "How could there be any grudge? If there were, she wouldn't have spoken up for Li Yi back then. He would have been killed by Shi Yang long ago. Now, with Shi Yang missing for several years, I suspect that he might have been killed by Li Yi." Xiao Qinjun lifted his teacup, his eyes reflecting a subtle change. After leaving the cave, Guan followed Li Xuanyu, both riding on the same flying sword but keeping a respectful distance. Standing behind Li Xuanyu, Guan could smell a unique, clean fragrance, which was far more delightful than the scent on Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang, although she had cleaned herself up, still hadn't completely rid herself of the smell of death. They travelled in silence. Li Xuanyu's cold demeanour made Guan unwilling to speak. Her cave wasn't too far from Chen Li's, and soon they touched down. Guan distinctly felt that the restraints around her cave were stronger, and after entering it, this feeling grew even stronger. The spiritual energy is so rich. Li Xuanyu began to explain the origins and cultivation process of the herbs inside her cave. Guan listened attentively. After about 30 minutes, Li Xuanyu handed him a token. With this token, he could directly open this cave. She offered him the same treatment as Chen Li. For Guan, harvesting lifespan from herbs was enough, but he wouldn't mind receiving spirit stones either. Guan gave a formal bow and took his leave. "Wait, what's your relationship with Li Yi?" Li Xuanyu suddenly asked. Guan stopped and, turning around, said, "Li Yi is my senior brother, so naturally, our relationship is good." He could tell that Li Xuanyu's relationship with Li Yi must be decent, else, she wouldn't use him, a mere servant disciple, to scheme against Li Yi, right? Li Xuanyu said nothing more but nodded slightly. Guan bid farewell once again. Managing a cave for an outer sect disciple wasn't exhausting. It typically involved visiting once every half a month or monthly. Guan felt that he could take on some more work. His enterprises became increasingly abundant, with the 8 scenic caves and mystic valley being the main trunk, and now with additional branches, his lifespan would grow. He aimed to reach 100,000 years of lifespan as soon as possible. As the winter snow melted away and spring arrived, the mystic valley began to be adorned with lanterns and streamers by evening twilight. In front of the pavilion, the youngest, Zhen Qin, was squatting on the ground, cutting paper while quietly asking, "Master, what does the spring festival signify?" She was 9 years younger than Guan, with a sweet face, big eyes, a petite figure, and a gentle personality. Even Liu Jijia and Xiao Chuan held a fondness for her. "When I was young, I heard an old man say that the spring festival represents the start of a brand new year, to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. During this time each year, people wish each other good fortune. Since there aren't any festivals worth celebrating in Medicine Valley, let's just set the spring festival," Guan said as he sat nearby, weaving a lantern. Not far away, Wuxin, Xiao Chuan, Tang Yu were hanging up lanterns and pasting red papers, Yalan was preparing dishes, and Su Han was checking the different garden districts. Upon hearing this, Zhen Qin's face lit up with anticipation. The idea about Spring Festival came to Guan a few days ago when he overheard the people of Medicine Valley talking about their hometowns. He couldn't help but reminisce about his own home on Earth in a previous life, especially since it was the Spring Festival. So, he decided to make it Mystic Valley's first festival. They could also plan other festivals in the future, making life in Medicine Valley less monotonous. He just wondered if there were any other Earth transmigrants in this mortal world. Guan pondered quietly, reasoning that he had crafted the story of the Spring Festival coming from an old man's tale as a precaution. Just then, Guan's brows furrowed slightly as he sensed 2 disturbing presences approaching the Mystic Valley, already less than 10 miles away. The cultivation levels of the 2 individuals were in the Foundation establishment realm, yet their auras were thick with the stench of blood. "They've killed many people. The World Outer Sect conference is about to begin, could it be that demon cultivators have come to visit?" Guan silently prayed, hoping that the strangers would not enter their Medicine Valley. However, what he feared came to pass. The 2 individuals flew directly towards Mystic Valley and, in no time, their figures appeared on the mountain top, overlooking Medicine Valley. They were a man and a woman, both dressed in deep purple robes, their demeanors sinister and enchanting. Even in broad daylight, they looked like fierce ghosts. The woman had a seductive figure, her face painted with dark makeup, her nails long like talons as she covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Su, we're not far from the Supreme Sect's outer sect, why don't we rest here for a while? We could also inquire some information from the servant disciples here." The man standing next to her was tall and burly, with a stern face and a purple crown on his head, set with a red gem that looked like a crimson vertical eye. "A bunch of energy cultivation realm worms, what can we learn from them?" the man in purple said coldly. He hailed from the Wanyan sect, his name was Su Ruyi, and he had come with his Daoist friend, Chan Ji, to participate in the World Outer Sect conference. Chan Ji laughed, "You know what those people from Supreme Sect are like, Mr. Su, their strength isn't up to par, and they're fond of using their numbers to bully the few. It's better to arrive early and avoid trouble. Waiting here isn't such a bad idea." Upon hearing this, Su Ruyi felt it made sense and leaped down, followed closely by Chan Ji. Guan looked up, and immediately cast lifespan detection. Su Ruyi, Foundation Establishment Realm 9 Layers 67/389/920. Chan Ji, Foundation Establishment Realm 7 Layers 74/370/605. It looks like they're both prodigies. Guan stood up, and Zhen Qin couldn't help but follow his gaze. Upon seeing Su Ruyi and Chan Ji, she was so scared that she quickly hid behind her master. Xiao Chuan, Wuxin, and Tang Yu also noticed the arrival of the 2 demon cultivators and immediately put down what they were doing to run towards Guan. Su Ruyi and Chan Ji landed in the garden, their gaze sweeping over the herbs, which made Guan's heart tighten. The security of Supreme Sect is too poor, isn't it? Near such a grand event, don't they dispatch disciples to patrol? Guan cursed silently. Of course, he also understood that, to the Supreme Sect, the value of Mystic Valley was just so-so, as it was planted with only low-rank medical herbs, meant to serve the outer sect. Chan Ji turned her head, glanced at Guan and the others, and asked, "Who is the Valley Master here?" Guan stepped forward, bowing, "I am the Valley Master. May I ask what matter brings the two seniors here?" Chan Ji threw a flirtatious look at Guan, and with a smile, she asked, "Young man, we are a husband and wife here to attend the World Conference at Supreme Sect, and would like to rest in your valley for a few days. What do you think?" Su Rui's gaze fell upon Yelan and Zhen Qin standing behind Guan, his cold eyes making the two ladies uneasy. Yelan furrowed her brows and stood in front of Zhen Qin. Guan felt displeased, but he sensed a familiar aura drawing near. He asked, "May I ask which sect or faction the two believers hail from?" Chan Ji's eyes turned cold, about to speak. What's the point of wasting words with him? We want to stay, and with his mere chi cultivation realm 5th layer cultivation, can he drive us away? Su Rui said impatiently. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from within him, turning all present pale, as if they were in a cold cellar. Do the two from the Wanyan sect seek to be enemies with Supreme Sect? A cold and clear voice came from the sky, and everyone looked up to see Li Xuanyu standing on a flying sword, poised in the wind like an exiled immortal. Li Xuanyu. Chan Ji pronounced each syllable slowly, her teeth clenched tight. Li Xuanyu said, "Come with me." With that, she turned to leave, quickly disappearing behind the mountains. Su Rui leaped up, the gourd at his waist flying out, swiftly enlarging and landing beneath his feet. Chan Ji jumped up, landing behind him, and the two of them flew off on the gourd. The people of Medicine Valley heaved a sigh of relief. Were those two demon cultivators? Su Han couldn't help but ask. Su Rui's murderous aura had frightened him pale. Wuxin said, "Yes, the Wanyan sect is a powerful demonic sect." Xiao Chuan said discontentedly, "Aren't we at Supreme Sect a renowned righteous faction? Why invite demonic sects to come?" The disciples began to discuss the matter, all of them shaken by fear. If Li Xuanyu hadn't appeared, they might have faced a huge disaster that night. Guan turned his head towards the horizon and furrowed his brow slightly. Nov. L. B //JNN. Afterward, he had everyone continue preparing for the spring festival, while he went back to his room to rest for a while. Dusk fell, the sky turned a crimson red. Guan stood in front of the side window of the loft. He could already sense that there was a battle far away, very faint, probably 30 miles away from Mystic Valley. Suddenly feeling something, he immediately flipped over the windowsill and vanished into the woods. In the woods far away, the trees were toppled and the ground was scarred with shocking fissures. Su Rui and Chan Ji stood shoulder to shoulder, smug smiles on their faces. Opposite them stood not only Li Xuanyu but also Li Yi. The Li family's 9 devastating swords are indeed formidable, but your cultivation levels are not up to par, Su Rui said with a cold laugh, his right-hand fingers twitching as tendrils of purple energy circled around his fingertips. Li Yi's corners of his mouth were stained with blood, the hand clutching his sword trembling, while beside him, Li Xuanyu's condition was similar, though her injuries were less severe than Li Yi's. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Flying Leaves Annihilate Enemies, Such Overbearing Sword Chi. Chan Ji ignored Li Yi, fixating her gaze on Li Xuanyu as she taunted with a bewitching smile, "Li Xuanyu, aren't you the girl of heavenly pride? Why do you look so disheveled? It seems you and your brother are no match for us." Su Rui stepped forward, moving towards Li Yi. Li Xuanyu suddenly threw her sword, which midway split into 4 shadows, all converging on Su Rui. Su Rui reacted swiftly, waving his right hand as a purple aura burst out like flames, forcibly blocking Li Xuanyu's sword. Chan Ji appeared behind Li Xuanyu like a ghost, brandishing a red fan and forcefully fanning it to release rolling clouds of red poison mist, compelling Li Xuanyu to leap away. The red poison mist spread rapidly through the forest, and within it, a massive python moved swiftly, causing the red mist to rise wherever it passed, quickly enveloping Liya and Li Xuanyu in a matter of moments. Li Xuanyu landed next to Liya, scanning the surroundings, unable to see Chan Ji's figure while Su Ruyi hovered above the forest, looking down at them. On Supreme Sect's territory, do you dare harbor murderous intentions? Liya asked gravely. Su Ruyi's lips curled upwards as he mockingly said, I've heard that since the current sect leader assumed leadership, the Supreme Sect's control over the borderlands has weakened continuously. It seems the intention was for the disciples in the borderlands to resolve conflicts themselves. The 8 outer city forts are like a wall, within which lies reputable sects, but outside, it's survival of the fittest, no different from the demon path. Up till now, no one has come to intervene. It seems beyond the outer sect, Supreme Sect hasn't deployed anyone on guard. Today, if I kill you and capture your sister, it wouldn't matter if we don't attend the Global Outer Sect Conference. What do you think? And those from Medicine Valley too, I'll kill them all. Having Princess Li come out to protect them must mean they share a close bond with you. Su Ruyi seemed to recall something, licking his lips. Buy me some time, Li Xuanyu whispered softly, and then she sat down cross-legged, her hands moving quickly in a spell-casting motion as a faint golden flame emerged at her brow. Li Ya's expression tensed, he suddenly crouched before leaping up, his sword raised above him. Like sword chi erupting from the ground, his powerful force caused the surrounding forest in a radius of dozens of meters to shake violently, stirring the rolling red mist in a grand spectacle under the dusk sky. Su Ruyi scoffed dismissively and quickly pulled a purple banner embroidered with a ferocious evil ghost from his storage bag, as if it could burst forth at any moment. He flipped his left hand downward as a surge of spiritual power erupted, forming a massive palm imprint that smashed down, forcefully suppressing Li Ya's sword chi. Li Ya frowned, his spiritual power far inferior to Su Ruyi's, incapable of contending with it. Under his gaze, Su Ruyi's purple banner exuded a purple whirlwind that muddled his divine soul. This isn't good. Li Ya's face paled, a strong dizziness sweeping over him, the most terrifying part being his body unable to fall. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He wants to capture your soul, truly reckless and audacious. The voice of the martial master resonated in Li Ya's mind, the tone alarmed and angry. Hearing this, Li Ya grew even more panicked. Let me taste the flavor of a Taixuan imperial lineage soul. Su Ruyi said with a gruesome smile, his eyes filled with greed. Whoosh! A sharp sound of cutting through the air came from afar, causing Li Ya, who was paralyzed in mid-air, to instinctively glance over, as Li Xuanyu, who was meditating and cultivating energy, also couldn't help but look up. A leaf carried along an intense sword chi, slicing through the sky at a breathtaking speed, heading straight for Su Ruyi. Su Ruyi's gaze flickered unintentionally, but the leaf was so fast he could hardly react. Bang! His head burst open, blood mist drifting, enveloping the forest with red fog that was swept away by a strong wind, tumbling Li Ya to the ground. Li Xuanyu, exerting her own spiritual power to withstand the strong wind, was still forced to hurriedly get up. Mr. Su! Amidst the fierce wind, Chan Ji screamed out, just about to leap up when another whooshing sound came, forcing her to turn her head. The terrifying strong wind pressing down on the red poison mist swept over her body, her robes forcefully pulled back, outlining her perfect body curves. Reflected in her eyes was a falling leaf. Bang! The leaf penetrated her skull, blood splattered painting the forest, and the leaf continued its relentless path, cutting down several trees, stirring up clouds of dust, eventually piercing into the trunk of a large tree. Thump! Thump! The body of Su Ruyi hit the ground, followed by Chan Ji's body falling. Soon after, only the sound of the wind remained in the forest. Liya propped himself up, sitting on the ground with disheveled black hair, completely dumbstruck. Not far away, Li Xuanya was similarly scared. Looking at the corpses of Su Ruyi and Chan Ji, she found herself in a daze. A leaf slays the enemy, such a domineering sword chi. This person must be at least of nascent soul realm and highly skilled in the sword Dao. The martial master's voice echoed in Li Ya's mind. Startled awake, Li Ya quickly stood, clasping his fist and shouting, "May I know which senior has lent their hand?" Hearing this, Li Xuanyu also stood, looking around. Unfortunately, no one responded to them. "Boy, go check there." The martial master's voice rang out again, urging Li Ya to walk in a certain direction. Li Ya immediately went, trembling and in pain, severely affected by the soul capturing. Li Xuanya went to check the bodies of Su Ruyi and Chan Ji, stabbing them twice with her sword, using sword chi to pulverize their hearts. Li Ya walked about 200 paces before stopping in front of a tree, his gaze falling on the trunk, causing his face to suddenly change. "How could this be?" Li Ya said, trembling, following his gaze to a tree leaf stuck in the trunk, swirling with a thread of sword chi, the whole trunk already split as if it might explode at any moment. This person made their move from 10 miles away. I could only capture the direction, unable to detect their presence. The elder's voice was filled with emotion, and he followed up with admiration. "It seems the Supreme Sect isn't so bad after all, with a great cultivator watching over the surroundings." Li Ya looked at the leaf, struggling to calm his emotions. At that moment, Li Xuanyu approached from behind him, and she, too, was stunned when she saw the leaf. Night fell, and in Mystic Valley, the Valley Master's pavilion was brightly lit and decorated. Guan and the disciples seated around a large round table, clinking cups and exchanging drinks, the atmosphere merry. Xiao Chuan and Tang Yu were competing in a drinking contest. Xiao Chuan, already flush-faced, refused to admit defeat despite others' attempts to dissuade him, and continued drinking. The drink they were enjoying was not ordinary liquor but spiritual wine specially bought by Guan from the outer sect, a jar valued at 2 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 2 months' salary of a servant disciple. "Today we encountered 2 demon cultivators, there won't be more coming after, will there?" Su Han suddenly asked, and with these words, the atmosphere at the table chilled. Smiles faded, and worry set in among everyone. Guan reassuringly smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are outer disciples patrolling. Didn't you see them today? Maybe after this incident, the patrolling intensity will be increased." He wasn't worried himself because he was immersed in joy. Killing Su Ruyi and Chan Ji, he had successfully seized 112 years of lifespan. He was contemplating the pattern of the lifespans he had seized, only able to discern that the years taken depended on the remaining lifespan of the target, ranging between 0.5% to 2%, and specifics were random. Though the lifespan seized from cultivators was higher, Guan did not look forward to encountering such situations again. Too many enemies killed would eventually bring trouble, better to stack up lifespan securely through medicinal herbs. There are always others out there, and even if one grows strong through killing others, encountering a far stronger opponent would still result in death. He could not determine how high the strongest cultivation in the mortal world could be. Yet he felt that if he could just survive for thousands of years, he might truly become unbeatable in the mortal world. Upon hearing Guan's words, everyone felt reassured, and the mood became merry again. Guan didn't dwell on his own matters, beginning to chat with his junior brothers and sisters, asking about their upcoming cultivation goals. The atmosphere continued to rise, and even he began to drink. The first spring festival in Mystic Valley was a great success. Until late into the night, everyone dispersed. Guan then went to the 8 scenic caves. Zhang Qiang was cultivating under a green vine tree, surrounded by demonic qi, appearing rather eerie. Guan, carrying a meal, approached her and said, "Martial Master, today is Mystic Valley's spring festival, this meal was prepared by my junior sister. Would you like to try it?" Hope it helps you restore your power soon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiang opened her eyes, her confusion evident as she asked, Spring Festival? What is that? Guan recited the prepared explanation, claiming he heard it from an elder. Setting a festival is indeed a good idea, it unifies people, Zhang Qiang nodded in approval, then looked at the basket of wood boxes in Guan's hand. Guan promptly set the basket down, taking out dishes one by one, along with a small jar of wine. Spying this, Zhang Qiang's eyes lit up, and she said thoughtfully, Since it's your kind intention, I must not refuse. She directly grabbed a bowl of food and began shoveling it into her mouth, gobbling it down. Guan hurriedly poured the wine for her and asked curiously, Martial Master, there's something I've been unclear about. You say? Zhang Qiang mumbled unclearly, then took the bowl of wine, drinking it in one gulp with moisture, either oil or wine, around her mouth. Why does Thousand Autumn Pavilion place spies outside the outer sect? It feels like nothing significant can be gleaned about Mystic Valley, Guan asked. Zhang Qiang gave him a glance, saying irritably, Who asked you to gather intelligence? Your role is to guard and wait until the green vine tree fully matures, then this place will become a base for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Others will handle intelligence gathering. Hearing this, Guan became even more uneasy. What? To become a base? Guan frowned and asked, Is Mystic Valley the only possible base? Of course not, besides Mystic Valley, there are at least 5 other medicinal valleys under the control of spies from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. They are unaware of each other's identities, but they reached the position of a true disciple 100 years ago, and today, they might already be of elder level, Zhang Qiang casually responded. Guan fell silent. Had the Supreme Sect already become so permeable? Zhang Qiang put down her cleaned plate, picking up a large drumstick and chuckled, The taste isn't bad. Although I have long practiced fasting, satisfying my cravings occasionally is also nice. As a reward, later I'll teach you a secret technique from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Chapter 29, Chapter 29 Demon Shadow Divine Skill, Zhang Qiang's Appreciation. What secret technique? Guan asked expectantly. He had already learned many spells from Zhang Qiang, but as far as spells were concerned, the more the merrier. Once Zhang Qiang left, it would be hard for him to encounter such a devoted martial master again. Zhang Qiang took a bite of a big chicken leg and said proudly with a smile, One of the 9 great secret techniques of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the Demon Shadow Divine Skill. The Demon Shadow Divine Skill? It sounded. Guan frowned and asked, Is this a cultivation technique? He wasn't lacking in cultivation techniques. If he changed techniques and started over, he would have to cultivate his spiritual power from scratch, and he didn't want to waste his lifespan. Zhang Qiang said vaguely with his mouth full of chicken, I already told you, it's a secret technique. The Demon Shadow Divine Skill will allow you to better infiltrate as a spy. You'll see soon enough. A twitch appeared on Guan's face. I don't want to be a demon path spy. Forget it, I'll just get through Zhang Qiang's visit. In the future, I will speak to others as needed and craft my identity however necessary while roaming the pugilistic world. The following day at noon, Guan was reading under a tree when 7 steps away, Yelan and Zhenqin were practicing their swordsmanship with graceful movements. Unfortunately, they could not attract Guan's attention. Big senior brother, martial uncle Liya is here. Xiao Chuan ran up and informed him, followed by a person Liya himself. Guan immediately got up, tucked Green Hero Travelogue into his bosom, and walked towards Liya. The people in the pavilion said, Liya started. Guan nodded, then led him upstairs. Zhenqin ceased her sword practice and looked anxiously at Yelan, Martial Uncle yet, Martial Uncle Liya couldn't be here because of those 2 demon cultivators from yesterday, could he? Perhaps, Yelan replied softly, glancing back. Inside the room, Guan and Liya sat opposite each other. While pouring tea for Liya, Guan asked, "What's wrong?" Liya began to speak, "I'm planning to stay in Mystic Valley for half a year. Is that okay?" "Of course, that's fine. You can stay as long as you like. Have you encountered some trouble?" Guan readily agreed and kindly inquired further. Liya hesitated for a moment but still decided to talk about his experience from the day before. It might motivate junior brother Gu to cultivate more diligently due to the pressure. After listening, Guan's eyes widened in shock. "Those two are dead? Won't the Wanyan sect cause trouble?" Liya huffed, "He attacked Li Xuanyu and me. If anyone's going to cause trouble, it will be the supreme sect against the Wanyan sect. Besides, the imperial court will also pressure the Wanyan sect because Li Xuanyu is my father emperor's most beloved daughter." Guan asked in surprise, "Then why would they dare to make a move on elder Li? Su Ru and Chanji commit all kinds of evil and are unscrupulous. Chanji and Li Xuanyu had a fallout in Yuchen City. Naturally, they wouldn't let the chance slip to attack when Li Xuanyu was alone. ANDN/O/vel/b/in. .c//om. Liya spoke disdainfully. But in the end, he held back. "And what?" "Nothing." Guan felt like hitting someone, "Then speak the whole sentence or do not mention end at all." Liya looked at Guan and asked, "Have you seen anyone else passing by Medicine Valley from yesterday to today?" Guan shook his head. "You might not have seen, but if that nascent soul realm elder hadn't acted yesterday, Li Xuanyu and I would have been in great peril. That elder's sword Dao was truly terrifying. Plucking leaves to kill enemies, those at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm were like vegetables in the field before him, easily killed with a single leaf." As Liya spoke of the previous day's battle, he became visibly excited, beginning to depict the scene. Guan's eyes widened, occasionally drawing in a breath of cold air as if he was listening to a myth. The nascent soul realm elder had thrown just 2 leaves, yet Liya used all the vocabulary he had to describe the event with great enthusiasm. Sword cultivators should indeed be so, undefeated with or without a sword. Everything in the hand becomes a sword, even for me. In short, senior brother, I believe I have found my path. From now on, I will focus on practicing swordsmanship and delve into the sword Dao." Liya showed a look of yearning, and Guan nodded, secretly thrilled inside. "Brother, the esteemed elder you are praising to the skies is right in front of you, it's just that your cultivation is too shallow to see through it." Guan interrupted Liya's reverie and asked, "Why doesn't the sect send disciples to patrol or protect us servant disciples during the grand event of the outer sect world?" Around Mystic Valley, there were at least 6 residences of outer disciples within a 50-mile radius. Although most weren't at their caves, a simple order from the sect would surely bring someone. Liya's smile faded, and he said gloomily, "Think about it, why are there people in the sect who dare to keep a demon of greed outside the outer sect? Isn't it because the sect does not value servant disciples? But don't worry, I will stay until the end of the outer sect world event." Guan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Aren't you participating?" "My cultivation level isn't sufficient. Rashly participating would only lead to injury. Such a grand occasion is surely the world of those at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm." Liya shook his head. This response made Guan look at him in a new light. He seemed quite self-aware. Of course, it might also be because the blow from Su Ru was too big. The two chatted for a while longer before coming downstairs. Guan had Xiaochuan and Tang Yu help clear an area for Liya to reside alone. Knowing that Liya would stay for half a year, everyone in the valley was happy. Firstly, they would have someone to protect them, secondly, they could learn swordsmanship from Liya. In their eyes, everything about Guan was great except that he knew too few spells to guide them. Liya was different, he was a bona fide Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. In the days that followed, cultivators often flew over Mystic Valley on their swords. Guan also saw many flying artifacts and demon beast mounts, involuntarily sighing in his heart. This is the world of immortal cultivation. A month later, deep into the night, Zhang Qiang leaned against the green vine tree, her right leg swinging idly, a pale, delicate calf peeking out from beneath the hem of her dress, gleaming brightly. She held a book in her hands, casting glances towards Guan in the distance, who was picking medicinal herbs. Suddenly, she flipped to her feet, the book flying into the pendant around her neck. She stretched, extending her body in a long yawn. "Good disciple, stop your work for now and practice the demon shadow divine skill," she said. Zhang Qiang called out as she leapt gracefully, landing in front of the pill furnace. Inside the furnace, the elixir was being concocted, with plumes of white smoke rising from under the lid. Without turning his head, Guan replied, "It's all right, I'll be done soon." Zhang Qiang shook her head with a chuckle, thinking to herself, "This kid is really industrious, truly commendable. I should refine some elixirs for him." Half an incense stick's time later, Guan brought the gathered herbs over to Zhang Qiang's side, arranging them meticulously by type on the ground, which filled her with even greater satisfaction. This child really is beyond reproach. Guan had just reaped over 1300 years of lifespan, leaving him in a rather good mood. Such fruitful opportunities do not come easily. Continue your practice, and if there's anything you don't understand, ask me at any time, Zhang Qiang instructed softly, still watching the pill furnace. Guan nodded, then began cultivating the demon shadow divine skill, which he had practiced for a month without it entering his attribute panel, much to his irritation. He had to master it now. The 8 scenic caves fell into tranquility, with Guan and Zhang Qiang meditating near the pill furnace, their figures shrouded in the hazy elixir smoke. 4 more days passed, and the demon shadow divine skill finally appeared on Guan's attribute panel. He looked at his attribute panel, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 27/12268. Spirit root, first rate 5 elements spirit root, wood, earth attributes more prominent. Cultivation level, nascent soul realm 8 layers. Cultivation techniques, fire control art, unmastered, divine wood pure yang skill, mastery, dragon strength divine primordial skill, mastery, alchemy, initial insight, myriad poison mystic skill, unmastered, yin-yang art, unmastered. Ultimate skills, Gale shadowless leg, fully integrated, Taixuan divine shocking sword, fully integrated, 8 directions step, unmastered, demon shadow divine skill, unmastered. Spells, soul capturing skill, unmastered, sword control technique, fully integrated, enchanting eyes, unmastered, poison wood array, initial insight, wind control skill, unmastered, corpse control skill, unmastered. If it was on the attribute panel, it had to be real. In just over 5 years, Zhang Qiang taught him 8 cultivation techniques and spells. Thoroughly responsible. This also caused Guan to see her in a new light. Although she was a demon cultivator, her teaching attitude surpassed that of the righteous path. Guan stood up, bowed to Zhang Qiang, and said, "Martial master, let's call it a night for now. I wish to go back and rest." Zhang Qiang continued to meditate in front of the pill furnace, surrounded by swirling demonic qi. Without opening her eyes, she replied, "After you go back, focus on cultivating. I can only continue to nurture you for at most another 2 years before I leave." Guan didn't make a sound and turned to leave. Zhang Qiang opened one eye, peering at his retreating back, and thought, "It seems this boy is a bit saddened. After all, where else could he find such a wonderful martial master like me? Observing his loneliness, when I return, I'll arrange for someone to take over my place, and have him continue to cultivate within the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. Then, I'll ask my father to find that man to impart the sword Dao to him." With his back to her, Guan strode towards the cave entrance. He barely restrained the joy in his heart, not letting himself burst into laughter. At last, she was indicating she would leave. Although Zhang Qiang treated him well, he was more eager to enjoy the 8 scenic caves alone. Returning to the forest, Guan didn't immediately head back to his building, but instead headed into the distance, ready to invest a year of his lifespan into his cultivation level. He felt he was nearing the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, perhaps within the coming days. Even if it seemed close, he remained restrained, investing just 1 year of lifespan daily. 20 li away, Guan sat down in meditation under a tree, suppressing his aura to its lowest, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding flora. He immediately invested a year's lifespan into his cultivation level, and spiritual energy surged towards him. The nearby plants rustled as though cheering him on, wishing him an early breakthrough. Soon, the flow of nature's spiritual energy returned to normal, indicating he had completed a year's energy absorption. Guan stood up, ready to depart, but as he was about to take a step, he sensed something and quickly hid behind a tree. About 4 breaths later, the sound of breaking air approached, and 2 people flew over the space above Guan's head. Guan's vision was extraordinary, capturing the figures of the 2 people, and he swiftly sent out 2 lifespan detections. Zhou Yujian, Core Formation Realm 9 Layers 142/490/980. Zhou Lin, Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd Layer 27/280/1400. Core Formation Realm 9 Layers. Guan was secretly curious about which sect or clan these 2 individuals came from. After they were gone, Guan quietly returned to Mystic Valley. The next morning, like usual, he led the disciples in drills, while Li Yi just greeted him, mentioning he needed to visit the outer sect. It wasn't until noon that Li Yi returned, flying on his sword, bringing someone with him. It was Zhou Lin, whom Guan had detected the night before. Chapter 30, Nascent Soul Realm 9 Layers, Wood Spirit Sword Technique. Junior Brother Gu, let me introduce you to my childhood friend, Zhou Lin. He wants to discuss swordsmanship with me. We'll have him stay at my courtyard. Li Yi approached Guan and introduced him. Zhou Lin, dressed in yellow, had a handsome and noble face, his inherent arrogance not fully concealable. He wore a precious sword at his waist, clearly of high grade. Li Yi introduced Guan to Zhou Lin, but Zhou Lin merely nodded slightly at Guan without saying a word. Guan was unfazed and smiled, then, Senior Brother Li, you go ahead and settle him in. Li Yi nodded, his eyes conveying an apology. Zhou Lin, pulling Li Yi forward enthusiastically, said, Jilin from the Ji family was truly impressive today. Have you seen his swordsmanship? It is extremely exquisite. I feel he stands a chance to be the ultimate victor. Jilin? The image of a handsome and proud face surfaced in Guan's mind. Jilin, like him, had entered the Supreme Sect under the guidance of Ji Xiaoyu. The 2 didn't interact much, but Du Ye had previously helped Jilin gather herbs. Unexpectedly, Jilin was already making a name for himself at the grand gathering of the outer sect disciples across the world, given that he was only a few years older than Guan. Of course, it might be related to the practice resources he received. The provisions from the Supreme Sect combined with those of the Ji family made his rapid progress in cultivation understandable. Guan walked towards the tree, but his ears were keenly eavesdropping on the conversation between Li Yi and the other. The world's outer sect Grand Assembly had already begun, gathering talented outer sect disciples from both righteous and demonic paths to compete. From Li Yi's conversation, the assembly was in the format of one-on-one duels, and those disciples who remained undefeated began to gain fame. Guan did not hear Ji Xiaoyu's name mentioned, and with a second thought, it made sense since Ji Xiaoyu was not part of the outer sect. Xiao Chuan, Wuxin, and others were very curious about Zhou Lin, gathering in small groups and discussing amongst themselves. Zhou Lin's arrival did not disrupt life at Mystic Valley. He disdained servant disciples, spending his time practicing swordsmanship with Li Yi and returning to his room for cultivation after practice. Due to their arrival, Guan reduced his visits to the 8 scenic caves, but he still adhered to his daily schedule. A month quickly passed by. Guan finally reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm. That night, as he walked back, he felt as light as a feather. When he returned to Mystic Valley, he discovered someone practicing swordsmanship in Li Ye's courtyard. He returned to his own loft and stepped up to the window to watch after entering the room. The person practicing was Zolin. When Zolin had first arrived, Guan thought he was a swordsmanship prodigy. But over the course of a month, as he watched Zolin practice daily, Guan realized that this fellow's talent in the sword dao was extremely mediocre. By now, Guan had a certain level of achievement in the sword dao, and he could judge Zolin's talent was even inferior to Su Han's. Su Han had the strongest swordsmanship talent in the valley, yet that was only by the standards of Mystic Valley, it was not much to speak of outside. After watching for a while, Guan closed the window. At dawn, Guan went downstairs and saw Zolin still standing in the courtyard, staring at the sword in his hands with furrowed brows. Guan greeted his junior brothers, sisters, and disciples to start their drills, the noise catching Zolin's attention. Actually, you don't have to force the swordsmanship. With your incredible spirit root qualification, once your cultivation level is higher, you might achieve more with less effort. Liya approached Zolin and spoke softly. Zolin's face darkened as he said, "No, I must become a sword cultivator. My father is the maniac swordsman of Kanghu Lake." Liya initially wanted to persuade him but then thought better of it. He too had been trying to prove himself to his father. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Zolin intently watched Guan and the others practice, sensing something profound in Guan's movements, which seemed just like everyone else's, yet somehow embodied a deeper enigma. Initially, Zolin thought it was his illusion, but the more he watched, the more he felt he was not mistaken. Liya did not continue to disturb Zolin, he turned and walked towards the forest, needing ample time for cultivation himself. Defeated by Su Ruyi, although he seldom mentioned it, he kept it constantly in mind. He did not want to face defeat again. After Guan finished a set of drills, he instructed the valley's disciples to busy themselves. The valley's affairs no longer required his direct involvement, as Wuxin was gradually taking over the role of senior brother's authority. Xiao Chuan was more reserved and not keen on directing others, so he was willing to let Wuxin take the lead. Yelan went without mention, she had refocused her efforts, fully sprinting towards the outer disciple examination. For people with average talents like hers, there was only one way to become an outer disciple: reach the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, then participate in and pass the outer sect examination to wait for the distribution of the foundation establishment pill. If they could break through to the foundation establishment realm directly, there would be no need for the examination. The question of whether or not to improve his skills in alchemy to help craft the foundation establishment pills for his junior brother and sisters lingered in Guan's mind. The ingredients for the foundation establishment pill could all be found in the valley, the actual challenge was the process of alchemy. Yelan was still some time away from reaching the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, giving Guan enough time to weigh this matter. As for Xiao Chuan, that was an even longer journey. Virtually no one with their level of talent could reach the 8th layer of the Qi cultivation realm in their entire lifetime. Guan walked towards the loft, pulling out the green hero travelogue from his chest, his face showing anticipation. He had deliberately saved the last 5 chapters, waiting for a sunny and pleasant day to enjoy them. The storm was fierce as Green Hero and his Mizyan met in a ruined temple, their pent-up grievances and love about to erupt. Just the thought made Guan very excited. "Brother Guan!" Zolin's voice rang out, and Guan turned his head to see him walking briskly over. Approaching Guan, Zolin seemed a bit embarrassed. Guan did not dwell on his previous arrogance, smiling and asking, "Brother Zhou, what's the matter?" He gritted his teeth and said, "I've been observing your techniques, they are quite exquisite. Could you teach me?" "No problem, let's go under the tree," Guan responded. Promoting public broadcasting gymnastics is a duty we, the sons and daughters of Huaxia, must bear. Zolin was taken aback. He did not expect Guan to be so agreeable and was immediately filled with shame. He hurried to keep up with Guan's pace. The two arrived at the courtyard in front of the attic. Guan wasted no words and began to teach him the exercises. Zolin had a photographic memory. Whatever Guan taught once, he learned immediately. That's it? Zolin asked, frowning. Conf Lud, Guan asked, not enough? That's all the moves. What about the mental method? There is no mental method. Impossible, without a mental method, how can you? Zolin said, frowning. His words only confused Guan more, prompting him to ask, what about me? Zolin became frantic and said, it's just that you give me a different feeling, the moves are the same, but different from others. You must have a mental method. Guan, feeling helpless, thought to himself, has this kid been addled by his obsession with swords? Seeing Guan's expression, Zolin felt even more embarrassed. Rationality told him that a servant disciple couldn't possibly be concealing a peerless mental method. However, his previous feeling couldn't be wrong. From a young age, he was exceptionally sensitive to a person's qualifications and aura, even earning praise from his master for having an exquisite spirit heart, adept at discerning people's true natures. This servant disciple before him was certainly no ordinary person. Zolin's eyes shifted as he said, how about this, I'll teach you some swordsmanship, and you try it out. Guan originally wanted to refuse, but seeing his insistence, it seemed difficult to shake him off, so he just nodded in agreement. A chance not to learn is a chance wasted. Noticing that Guan had no sword, Zolin took a long sword out of his storage bag and handed it to him while drawing the precious sword hanging at his waist to demonstrate his own sword techniques. This kid really doesn't know how to behave. Why swing a sword so fast? Guan complained in his mind, yet he watched very closely. At a distance, Tang Yu and Su Han saw this scene. Not daring to come too close, they could only watch from afar. If master learns it, couldn't he just teach us? Su Han said expectantly, his fondness for the sword clear. The traditions of immortal cultivation are indeed vast, but only the path of the sword cultivator truly captivates my heart. Tang Yu nodded, saying, as long as master learns it, if we ask him, he definitely won't refuse. In their hearts, Guan was the best master, the real issue was whether the master could learn Zolin's sword techniques. The answer was definite. Guan had invested 2,000 years of lifespan in the Li family seven-sword art, his achievement in the sword Dao was already profound. Zolin's demonstrated sword techniques, while decent, were not as advanced as the upgraded version of the seven-sword art of the Li family, much less comparable to the 9 devastating swords. Right, it's unlikely that Zolin would impart his strongest swordsmanship right at the start. After Zolin finished demonstrating, he turned to Guan and asked, how much did you remember? Guan shook his head, maybe 20%. I can't be certain. Your swordsmanship is too fluid, it dazzled me, and I've already forgotten the earlier moves. Zolin frowned and immediately asked Guan to try. Thus, Guan began performing the sword techniques Zolin had just demonstrated. His movements were hesitant and his strokes stiff, making Zolin's frown deepen. At a distance, despair overcame Tang Yu and Su Han, it seemed their master would not learn it. After fumbling through another demonstration, Zolin tried once more, this time even slower, yet he still didn't remember it all. After struggling for half an ancient hour, Guan found an excuse to slip away. An irate Zolin sought out Liya and complained that Guan was mocking him. Upon learning the reason, Liya gave a wry smile and said, he truly has no talent for the sword Dao, and he quite dislikes sword training. Really? Zolin's anger subsided somewhat, but he couldn't help recalling the poise with which Guan had performed the earlier exercises. He felt Guan was concealing something. He is my junior brother, how could I not know? Liya gave him a look before warning, stop pestering him. It's already good that you are allowed to stay. Keep bothering him, and you might as well head back to the outer sect and find your father. Zolin fell into deep thought, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the attic where Guan resided, lost in thought. Elsewhere. Inside the attic, Guan sat meditating on his bed, eyes closed, reminiscing about the sword techniques Zolin had taught him. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of sword light in them. He accessed his attribute panel, and under the ultimate skill category, Wood Spirit Sword Technique appeared. Wood Spirit? Could it be a wood attribute sword technique? Guan's Divine Wood Pure Yang skill was also of the wood attribute. If he cultivated wood attribute spells, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. He had previously quickly learned the poison wood array that Zhang Qiang taught him. However, he did not plan to enhance this sword technique for the time being. He had to save up to 100,000 years of lifespan first. With 1,000 years to activate the lifespan detection function, 10,000 to activate the lifespan barrier, and surely a new function upon reaching 100,000 years of lifespan, he had always been looking forward to it. Chapter 31, Chapter 31 True Dragon Blood Lineage. Ever since Zolin taught Guan sword training, every time they met, Zolin would gaze at him with a look of resentment, which made Guan quite uncomfortable. Luckily, with Liya around, Zolin didn't dare to pester him. Days passed by, one after another, and there were always cultivators flying over the skies of Mystic Valley. Every time someone flew past, Guan would use lifespan detection to gauge their realms. He even captured the presence of those in the nascent soul realm, but he couldn't discern which sect or faction they belonged to. Spring gave way to summer, and Guan turned 28. Ever since he reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, he had halted his daily routine. He feared wasting his lifespan and planned to break through forcefully using his substantial lifespan later on. Beyond hard work, he also believed in metaphysics. The scorching days of summer arrived. In the woods, Guan lay under a tree reading a book, while Wuxin was directing Tang Yu, Su Han, and Zhen Qin to weed, and Xiao Chuan and Yelan were cultivating in the valley. Tang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and cast a curious glance toward the green hero travelogue in Guan's hands. What exactly is that book? The valley's biggest secret was what the green hero travelogue contained. The three disciples also wanted to read it, but unfortunately, Guan had kept the entire set of the green hero travelogue to himself, and they couldn't find it in the book collection pavilion. Suddenly, a large white spirit rat darted out from the bushes and ran into Guan's arms. It was indeed the white spirit rat. Guan noticed something in its mouth and straightened up just in time to see it spit out an egg the size of a chicken egg. The eggshell was bluish-white with brown wave-like patterns on it. He could feel the fluctuations of spiritual power inside. Was this the egg of a demon beast? Guan had encountered demon beast eggs before in the outer city and seen their varying prices. The most expensive ones were astronomical figures that made his scalp tingle. While Wuxin and the others were not paying attention, he quickly threw the demon beast egg into his storage bag. The white spirit rat lifted its head, looking proud, and Guan, amused, embraced it and gave it a good stroke. After weeding, Wuxin and the others began to sow seeds. Once everything was done, they all walked back to Mystic Valley together. Tang Yu walked beside Guan, asking him about the difficulties of the residual wind leg technique. He didn't like swords, so he was the only disciple among the three who diligently practiced the residual wind leg technique. Guan gave patient guidance, all the while holding onto the white spirit rat tightly, not letting it escape. When they returned to Mystic Valley, Liya, who had gone to the outer sect in the morning, had already returned. However, Zolin had not, which was a relief for Guan. Liya came to Guan and said, "The conference of the outer sects has ended, and now is the time for exchanges between the sects. During this period, there will be disciples patrolling nearby, so I should head back." Upon hearing this, Guan immediately showed a look of reluctance and said, "Then I won't keep you any longer. You are determined to follow the immortal path, and I can't hold you back. If you ever miss this place, you can come back anytime. As long as I'm still alive, I will always be here waiting for you." Liya nodded. Then he pulled Guan up to the attic, closed the door securely, and took out 3 white jade bottles from his storage bag, placing them on the table. These 3 bottles of elixirs are the Foundation Establishment Pill, Top Grade Spirit Elixir, and Soul Cleansing Pill. Take good care of these and don't reveal them carelessly, especially the Foundation Establishment Pill. You must save one for yourself, and don't trust your disciples too much. There are many who would kill their master for an elixir, and people's hearts can change. Guan was stunned and quickly waved his hands. "I can't accept this. Even if I were the Valley Master for 100 years, I won't have enough spirit stones to repay." "Repay what? You are my junior brother, and besides, I will be coming back to bother you again. If you don't accept, I won't come back." Liya glared and spoke sternly. Hearing this, Guan had no choice but to reluctantly accept. He was deeply moved. More than the valuable elixirs, he cared more about Liya's feelings toward him. Liya continued, "Last night, 100 miles away, there was a battle between demon cultivators, resulting in several casualties. These were all geniuses from various sects. Their deaths will certainly provoke investigations from their sects. You better not leave the valley these next few days." Guan nodded, about to say something when Liya turned and left. He didn't take the main door but jumped out of the window instead. He soared with his sword control technique, cutting across the sky over the mountain peaks and disappearing without a trace. Guan turned to look at the 3 bottles of elixirs on the table, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and swept the 3 bottles into his storage bag with a wave of his sleeve. Late at night, Guan went to the 8 scenic caves and made his way to the green vine tree. Zhang Qiang was still meditating in front of the pill furnace. Her aura was growing stronger and she wasn't far from the 9th layer of the elixir formation realm. Guan was happy for her. She was about to depart. "Dear disciple, it's been a long time since you came to see me. I thought you nearly forgot about me," Zhang Qiang's voice rang out. Guan stepped forward and performed a salute, saying helplessly, "Martial Master, could you please not add the word dear? Your disciple really can't handle it. A demon cultivator is a demon cultivator, never serious in their words." Zhang Qiang pursed her lips in a smile but didn't pick up the conversation. Guan took out the demon beast egg from his storage bag and brought it to Zhang Qiang, asking, "Martial Master, what kind of demon beast is this?" At that, Zhang Qiang opened her eyes. She glanced casually at the egg in his hand, seemingly unconcerned at first. But as she was about to look away, something struck her, and she suddenly widened her eyes in shock. She turned around and snatched the egg from Guan's hands. She examined it closely, her gaze as if trying to see through the eggshell. Seeing this, Guan grew inwardly tense. Indeed, there was something extraordinary about this creature. When he heard from Liya about the battle between demon cultivators last night, he suspected that the white spirit rat had found the egg in the aftermath of the battle. Having lived in this area for so many years, not to mention seeing a demon beast egg, he hadn't even seen a single demon beast. "It really is the holy beast of the ancient sky sect," Zhang Qiang murmured to herself. "Holy beast?" Guan's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, he wanted to strangle the white spirit rat for bringing him this trouble. Zhang Qiang handed the demon beast egg to Guan and said, "This is a sky dragon, a rare beast in the mortal world with true dragon blood lineage. It can grow into a 9th layer demon beast with immense potential, possessing the fierce might to level mountains and overturn seas. Revered as a holy beast by the ancient sky sect, this creature will be loyal to only one master throughout its life. It is gentle and subdued towards its master, but to others, it is extremely ferocious. Should the master of a sky dragon fall, it will go mad and slaughter indiscriminately." Upon hearing this, Guan quickly said, "With such power, it's better to give it to the martial master, who also needs assistance in the immortal cultivation world. Really? Asked Zhang Qiang with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Guan nodded, his expression sincere. Seeing this, Zhang Qiang's expression softened, her heart moved. Upon reflection, from the moment they met, this young man had always been courteous and respectful to her, carrying out her orders meticulously. His words now might truly be sincere. Zhang Qiang had faked her death for 70 years, falling into this state due to betrayal. Over the years, she had hated many people. When she first met Guan, she was full of caution, so after recovering her body, she made her move to test him. Zhang Qiang forcefully stuffed the sky dragon egg into Guan's hand. Their hands touched, making his feel a trace of coldness. No more refusals, it just so happens that the green vine tree requires a powerful presence to guard it. If you raise the sky dragon here, there's no fear of exposure, Zhang Qiang said earnestly. Guan felt that made sense upon hearing this. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. That way, it would also prevent people from stealing plants and flowers. Guan sighed and said, "All right, then." Zhang Qiang began to narrate the legend of the sky dragon and its habits, allowing him to understand more. The more Guan listened, the more excited he grew, and he began to look forward to the sky dragon. Finally, he left the sky dragon egg under the green vine tree for Zhang Qiang to nurture. Over the next month, the number of cultivators passing over Mystic Valley in the sky gradually decreased, and for 3 consecutive days, none were seen coming and going. Only then did Guan leave the valley. He still had a part-time job to do, which also provided him with a significant lifespan income that he could not miss out on. Compared to fighting and killing, Guan preferred to earn lifespan in a steady and down-to-earth manner. In the middle of the day, he first went to Chen Li's cave. Finding Chen Li not inside, he spent 30 minutes tending to the herbs before leaving. Next was Li Xuanyu's cave. Li Xuanyu was also absent from her cave, so Guan started to get busy. True to being a princess, Li Xuanyu had recently planted a batch of 5th-layer herb seeds, which made Guan quite expectant. 5th-layer herbs needed at least 5 years, or even 10 or more, to mature. Fortunately, Guan could afford to wait. However, just as Guan was about to finish, Li Xuanyu unexpectedly returned. "I greet Senior Li," Guan hurriedly came forward, clasping his fists in salute. Dressed in white, Li Xuanyu was still as cold and holy as ever, but Guan could sense that her aura was unstable. "She's injured again. She really is combative." In a soft voice, Li Xuanyu said, "You and Liya are fellow disciples, there's no need to call me senior. You may call me martial sister." Upon hearing this, Guan had no choice but to do so, addressing her respectfully as martial sister. Li Xuanyu glanced over the cave and said, "You've done a good job. Do you need me to recommend you for this part-time work? If I speak up, those employers will show me some courtesy and won't treat you unfairly." "I do need it, thank you, martial sister Li." Guan quickly replied, as he was still looking forward to accumulating 100,000 years of lifespan to break through to a realm above the nascent soul realm, and naturally wouldn't refuse. Li Xuanyu nodded and said, "Come back in a month." Guan made his salutations and then took his leave. After he left, Li Xuanyu went to the bed and began to cultivate energy to heal her injuries. Her complexion quickly grew pale, devoid of any color, followed by a spit of black blood that sprayed onto the ground. Outside the cave, Guan felt her aura suddenly fluctuate wildly, presumably due to her injuries flaring up, but he did not halt his steps on account of it. He couldn't heal injuries, and besides, he didn't want to get too involved with Li Xuanyu. After the conclusion of the Outer Sect Great Assembly, time in Mystic Valley resumed its rapid pace as before. When Guan saw Li Xuanyu again, her injuries had largely healed. Under her guidance, he was introduced to 5 outer disciples. With that, he was simultaneously managing the caves of 7 outer disciples. Since each cave was different, he had to leave the valley every 3 or 4 days. To make traveling easier, he elevated his apparent cultivation level to the 6th layer of the energy cultivation realm, employing sword control technique for each journey, as the spiritual power of the 5th energy cultivation layer was insufficient for him to travel back and forth in a single day. He did not reveal the heavenly residence sword, instead stepping upon an ordinary flying sword. This was a common magic artifact exchanged from the outer sect, meant to keep his travels incognito. Summer passed, autumn arrived, and the fallen leaves blanketed Mystic Valley. After the autumn colors, winter snow came, plunging Mystic Valley into a vast expanse of white. One day, Guan was engrossed in writing in the attic. Having read enough of Green Hero Travelogue, he wanted to write a book himself. Coincidentally, on his last visit to the outer sect, he discovered he could earn spirit stones from writing, though the vetting process was very strict. With his background as a reincarnated earthling, Guan decided to give Supreme Sect a bit of a shock. Earn more spirit stones, and he could buy more seeds. Engrossed in writing, he suddenly sensed something and furrowed his brows. The sky outside darkened as billowing thunderclouds rolled in from the horizon. A terrifying celestial might enveloped the heavens, earth, and forests. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Sword Duel in the Snowy Night, Nascent Soul vs. Nascent Soul. Is this, the Thunder Tribulation? Guan looked at the thunderclouds outside the window, his brows gradually smoothing out as a look of curiosity spread across his face. He wasn't worried, because he felt that the heavenly might was far from Mystic Valley. Tang Yu, Su Han, and Zhen Qin, who were clearing snow in the garden, turned their heads to look, while Yelan, who was sitting in meditation in the forest, also opened her eyes. Xiao Chuan stepped out from his own house and gazed at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. Wuxin was meditating at the mountain peak, where the snowfall couldn't hide his figure as he stared at the horizon, frowning deeply. Such a strong sword intent! Wuxin murmured to himself. Although his cultivation level was modest, he was from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion and had seen plenty. The entire sky quickly became covered with thunderclouds, resembling a boundless ocean about to unleash towering waves, plunging the snowy forest into darkness, the wind between heaven and earth growing stronger, causing the forest to sway and shake off sheets of accumulated snow. Disturbed by this heavenly might, Guan found himself unable to concentrate on his writing, so he got up, descended the stairs, and called his disciples to look after various gardens. An ancient hour later, several cultivators flew swiftly over Mystic Valley, hurrying toward the direction the heavenly might came from and disappeared into the vast snowy expanse. This scene made the disciples in the valley even more nervous, uncertain of what was actually happening. Only when it was nearly evening did a thunderclap rumble through heaven and earth. Guan stood on the mountaintop, seeing from a distance the lightning interweaving with thunder in the sky, striking a certain point on the ground and forming a tremendous fan shape, extremely magnificent. The lightning reflecting on his face as his black robe fluttered in the wind. No wonder I failed so many times in my evolutionary cultivation, with the thunder tribulation being so terrifying. Guan lamented inwardly, his long-repressed grievances finally dispersing. Though evolutionary cultivation consumed more lifespan than reality, it was safer, and looking back at his achievements, could the Supreme Sect find a second person who reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm at the age of 28? Afterward, he turned and descended the mountain, preparing to continue writing. That night, the thunder roared on and off, causing everyone in Medicine Valley to not be able to cultivate in peace. By noon the next day, the thunder was still ongoing, the wind between heaven and earth becoming fiercer as if a blizzard was imminent. Guan occasionally led the disciples out to check on the medicinal herbs. A full 3 days and nights passed before the thunder finally stopped. As the thunderclouds dispersed in the sky, sunlight finally poured down, giving the disciples of Mystic Valley a sigh of relief. However, before they could enjoy half a day of happiness, a sharp and overwhelming pressure engulfed heaven and earth, making them feel a heavy pressure on their chests, their hearts pounding with fear. Inside the loft, Guan put down the brush in his hand and looked out the window with a worried frown. He felt a strong sword intent coming from the horizon, but for the moment, he couldn't judge how far away it was. What is he doing? Guan was puzzled. Had the person begun comprehending the sword right after the thunder tribulation? Was he that desperate? All Guan could do was to pray that the other party wouldn't disrupt his medicine valley. Although the other's sword intent was powerful, after a silent comparison, he felt it was not as profound as his Taixuan divine shocking sword. After all, the Taixuan divine shocking sword was the result of 2,000 years' sacrifice of his lifespan. How many people in the mortal world could live for 2,000 years? Late at night, 8 scenic caves. Guan came to visit Zhang Qiang, and he made his way to the base of the green vine tree, lifting his hand to pay his respects to Zhang Qiang. Don't come in for the next while, so as not to be discovered by Zhou Yujian, Zhang Qiang said without even opening her eyes. Zhou Yujian? Guan remembered this person, who was the father of Zhou Lin. When he and his son flew over Mystic Valley back then, Guan had even performed a lifespan detection on them. Zhou Yujian's cultivation level previously was precisely at the 9th layer of the core formation realm. After crossing the tribulation, he would be a cultivator of the nascent soul realm. Guan quickly thought about it in his heart, but asked anxiously, who is Zhou Yujian? He is the one who has been crossing the thunder tribulation these past days. According to your master, he has already made a name for himself as the maniac swordsman of Kanghu Lake, Zhang Qiang answered. The maniac swordsman of Kanghu Lake? Curious, Guan asked, Martial Master, did you know him from before? Yes, indeed, I did know him. Once, in his overweening ambition, he sought me as a deist companion and got severely humiliated by me, turning him into a laughingstock of the inner sect. Since then, he has devoted himself to swordsmanship in isolation, not emerging from seclusion until I was injured and feigned death. I haven't seen him since, Zhang Qiang said. She opened her eyes and looked at Guan with a teasing smile. Dear disciple, don't get carried away with emotions in the future, they lead to suffering. Guan responded, Thank you for your teachings, Martial Master. I will surely bear them in mind. Then, Zhang Qiang told Guan to take a seat and began to instruct him on the poison skills of the Myriad Poison Mystic skill. The Myriad Poison Mystic skill included the energy absorption skill as well as many poison skills and required a lot of time to study thoroughly. After staying in 8 scenic caves for 2 ancient hours, Guan then took his leave. 3 days later, at dawn, Guan was leading the disciples in drills. They stood atop the white snow, amidst bone-chilling winds, yet they were still lightly dressed. Whoosh! A sound of cutting air came, startling everyone to turn their heads. They saw a sword chi strike the eastern mountain peak, cutting down 2 large trees on the mountainside, which collapsed with a crash and rolled down the slope, finally being blocked by a row of trees, kicking up snow and dust like a white mist. Looking up, there was a 6-meter-long crack on the mountainside, as if it had been chopped by a giant sword, quite a spectacular sight. Su Han said with a frown, This is not the first time. If it continues like this, it will inevitably endanger us. The other disciples were also anxious, their training movements consequently slowing down. Wuxin sighed and said, Sword cultivators seek enlightenment in their sword dao, which could be as short as a few days or as long as several decades. Who knows how long that person will continue their enlightenment? Guan rarely lacked a smile, but now his face was somber. He was worried about the herbs in Mystic Valley. Yesterday, he had made a trip to the outer sect to report the matter to the Elixir Hall, only to be told that he could choose to temporarily move to the outer city and forego this year's harvest, but the Elixir Hall would not compensate for any losses in Mystic Valley. The herbs in Mystic Valley were Guan's treasures. How could he simply give them up? If Mystic Valley collapsed, even the 8 scenic caves might be exposed. No. He must think of a solution. Guan's eyes flickered with determination. He could endure humiliation for the sake of survival, but for his herbs, he was willing to fight. All right, hurry up and finish training, then proceed to your own cultivation practices. If that person hasn't left in 2 more days, we will go to the outer city to take refuge, Guan instructed. Upon hearing this, the disciples were all revitalized, having been worried about the collapse of Mystic Valley and already considering taking refuge outside. The short winter days quickly passed. Night gradually fell. Atop a mountain peak, Zhou Yujian sat in meditation, 5 swords standing before him, each with a different shape and even the widths of their blades varied. As night descended, snowflakes filled the sky. As they landed on his body, they instantly melted into wisps of white mist, making his entire presence appear even more formidable. 100 yards away, on another peak, Zhou Lin sat meditating at the edge of a cliff, surrounded by 3 large banners fluttering in the wind. When sword qi approached, an invisible barrier deflected it, preventing him from suffering any harm. Though unharmed, the booming sound of sword qi striking the formation jolted Zhou Lin awake. He lifted his eyes toward his father, his brows furrowed tightly, eyes filled with admiration. They say the dragon begets the dragon and the phoenix begets the phoenix, so why hadn't he inherited his father's aptitude for the sword Dao? Feeling his father's strong sword intent, Zhou Lin aspired to be strong. Despite having outstanding spirit root qualification and cultivating his energy absorption much faster than his peers, he only wished to become a powerful sword cultivator like his father. If it were not for the need for sword enlightenment, his cultivation realm would certainly not be limited to the second layer of the foundation establishment realm. Alas! Zhou Lin sighed, then prepared to continue his study of the sword Dao, unconvinced that he couldn't make a name for himself in the way of the sword. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly saw his father standing up, causing him to be taken aback. Was it over? Zhou Yujian stood at the peak facing the direction of Zhou Lin, but his gaze was set higher, on a taller mountain in the distance where night shrouded any sign of life, yet he could feel the lock of sword intent on him. Nov. L. B//JNN. The 5 precious swords before him began to tremble as if facing a formidable enemy. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Zhou Lin, on the other mountain, also stood up, calling loudly, "Father, what's wrong? Did you succeed?" Zhou Yujian did not answer him but instead called out, "I do not know which Daoist friend has arrived. Why not show yourself?" 10 miles away. Guan, clad in white, stood atop a mountain peak, wearing a wooden mask. Spiritual power covered his face beneath the mask to avoid detection by divine sense. His white garments fluttered, blending into the snow behind him. In his right hand, he fiddled with a leaf wrapped in strands of sword qi. From high above, his gaze could see Zhou Yujian as well as Zhou Lin. Before releasing his sword intent, he had already scouted the area for 100 miles to ensure no other powerful cultivators were present, and only then had he come to the mountain top. Guan disliked needless killing, but Zhou Yujian threatened his precious medicine valley, and he had to drive him away. "Blame yourself for choosing the wrong place," Guan muttered to himself. As he spoke, he was already stimulating his cultivation technique, channeling spiritual power into the leaf. Meanwhile, upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Lin quickly turned around, but with his foundation establishment realm cultivation, he was unable to discern the person 10 miles away, especially in the darkness with snow obstructing his vision. Unable to see the newcomer, he couldn't help feeling tense. Zhou Yujian felt the opponent's sword intent rising and knew that the fight could no longer be avoided. A spy from the demon path? Or could it be, they sent someone? Zhou Yujian's gaze flickered. His right hand grasped a precious sword before him, the blade was slender and crimson, flaring up with flames as he gripped it, becoming the brightest object in the night sky. He drew the sword and slashed through the air, igniting a wave of fire that hung across the night sky. Under the cold sky, to use the devouring flame sword technique, it seems the past few days of sword enlightenment has greatly improved father's mastery of the sword. Zhou Lin turned his head and saw the sword fire in his father's hand, his face showing admiration. No matter who the opponent was, he believed his father could not be defeated. Since the deist friend refuses to speak, I can only assume that you wish to disrupt my path enlightenment. Let this icy snowy land bear witness to whose sword intent is stronger. Zhou Yujian's icy voice echoed between heaven and earth, and as his words finished, a surge of soaring sword intent burst forth from him. The mountain he was on trembled violently, snow avalanching down, and even the one Zhou Lin was on began to shake. 10 miles away. Too much talk. Guan murmured softly, so quietly that only he could hear himself. As his words faded, he violently flung the leaf in his hand. The object that flew was not a leaf but a divine sword that pierced through time and space. Chapter 33, Disturbing the Outer Sect, Deification. In the dim snow night, Zhou Yujian's sword intent formed a shocking and domineering column of air, stirring the wind and snow, linking the sky with the mountain. Hot flames ascended from within the column, miraculously transforming into a fire dragon rising up. Zhou Lin stood with his eyes wide and his mouth agape, unable to believe that his father's devouring flame sword technique had reached such a level, something he had never heard of before. Boom! A tremendous booming noise suddenly came from behind Zhou Lin, like a thunderclap out of the blue, startling him into turning around subconsciously. His face hadn't completely turned when a bright sword light illuminated it, and his eyes widened, catching a glimpse of a dazzling sword light sweeping through the dim horizon. That sword light was indescribably bright, its impact turning the falling snow into massive waves of air, as if the very night sky were about to be pierced through. This scene deeply shocked Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin's mind went blank, entirely too late to think further. The dazzling sword light cut through the night sky, streaking above his head, the strong winds it created instantly activating the formations surrounding him, forming an energy shield that rippled violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. Under Zhou Lin's gaze, the dazzling sword light collided with Zhou Yujian's sword intent with an unstoppable, ruinous force. Zhou Yujian reacted faster than Zhou Lin, but not faster than his opponent. He had no time to employ swordsmanship and could only desperately resist with his own sword intent. Boom! The terrifying column of air that enveloped him was directly dispersed, and the crimson flame dragon disappeared in an instant. Zhou Yujian's sword intent was forcibly shattered. His robe tore apart, and blood burst from his skin. His eyes widened, reflecting the image of a falling leaf. How is this possible? Such a thought flashed through Zhou Yujian's mind. Before he could even feel fear, the leaf pierced into his shoulder, the terrible sword chi exploding, propelling him backward, smashing through mountains after mountains, before finally crashing into the forest dozens of miles away. The night sky had a clear path carved through it, where approaching snowflakes vaporized into mist, hovering between the mountains, an incredibly spectacular sight. Atop the mountain, Zhou Lin stood within the formation, incredulously staring in the direction where his father had disappeared. He then knelt to the ground, unable to accept everything he had just witnessed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. His father, who was unbeatable in battle, had actually been defeated. And he was defeated without the power to fight back. 10 miles away, atop a mountain. Guan maintained his gesture of a hand swipe, his white clothes flapping violently in the chilly wind mixed with snowflakes, his eyes calm beneath his mask. How can your 100 years of practice stand against the efforts of my 2,000 years of lifespan? He thought to himself. He had shown mercy, aiming not for Zhou Yujian's head but his shoulder. He turned away and disappeared into the vast snow, as if he had never been there. At dawn, as usual, Guan was leading his disciples in drills. Zhen Qin, while twisting her waist, looked toward the sky and said, "It seems like the snow has lessened today." Wuxin gazed into the distance and remarked, "Not just the snow, that strong sword intent is also gone." Upon hearing this, the rest of the disciples immediately became excited. Could it be that person has already left? It's possible. It's said that sword cultivators seeking sword enlightenment need to find a place with mountain spirits and scenic water to meditate on nature. Our area can hardly be considered blessed land. Don't be too careless. What if he's merely taking a nap? Have you forgotten the recent tribulation thunder? Would a great cultivator of that level need a nap? Listening to their debate, Guan couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat and said, "Focus on your drills. Whether that senior has left or not, we'll find out by taking a trip down there later. Hopefully, there won't be any more nearby tribulation crossing or sword enlightenment. If he accidentally struck too hard, that would not be a pretty sight." In the following 2 days, there was no sword intent enveloping the heavens and earth, confirming for the Mystic Valley disciples that the person had already left. Since then, Mystic Valley returned to its normal rhythm of life. Occasionally, cultivators flew over Mystic Valley, and the disciples were already accustomed to it. Only Guan knew that those people might be investigating the incident of Zhou Yujian's injury, as he had detected that one of the cultivators had the cultivation level of the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. Night fell. After several days apart, Guan visited Zhang Qiang in the 8 scenic caves. After exchanging formalities, Guan said, "It seems that Elder Zhou Yujian has already left." Zhang Qiang, who wasn't practicing her cultivation but rather refining elixirs, stared at the flames beneath the pill furnace and said, "Not left, he's now either dead or injured." "What? Why would you say that?" Guan feigned shock as he asked. He even added, "He is a nascent soul realm great cultivator after all." Zhang Qiang gave him a sidelong glance, somewhat annoyed. "Nascent soul realm or not? There are levels beyond the nascent soul realm." In the last few days, there were 2 bouts of strong sword intents clashing. One of the sword intents far surpassed that of Zhou Yujian, and the battle ended in an instant. This indicates that the other party's strength far exceeds Zhou Yujian's. Hearing these words, Guan rejoiced secretly within his heart. Externally, he frowned and hesitated. Then, might Mystic Valley be in danger? Rest assured, several days have passed. Would you stomp on an ant you see by the road? Zhang Qiang looked back at the pill furnace and spoke softly. She seemed calm, but her heart was filled with a sense of urgency. She realized she might have fallen out of touch with the immortal cultivation world. 70 years was enough to overturn dynasties, and she herself had reached the core formation realm in just 40 years. Who knows what the landscape of the immortal cultivation world is like now? When making a breakthrough in the future, one must be more cautious. Do not follow in Zhou Yujian's footsteps. He might have thought no one would dare to interrupt him, unaware that internal conflicts within the Supreme Sect are intense. Zhang Qiang said with a hint of melancholy. Guan, surprised, asked, "Are you suggesting that the one who attacked Elder Zhou Yujian is a cultivator from the Supreme Sect?" Of course. Cultivators from other teachings would not dare to rashly invade the Supreme Sect's territory. Moreover, the attacker disappeared quickly without a second battle. He could only belong to the Supreme Sect. Zhang Qiang confirmed with a nod. "And you guessed it right. After Guan made his move last night, he quickly left the scene of the incident. As soon as he arrived at Mystic Valley, he felt several powerful divine senses sweeping over him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, his dragon strength divine primordial skill was strong enough." Zhang Qiang clearly had many thoughts. She began to teach Guan how to navigate the immortal cultivation world from now on. After a long talk, Guan finally got away from her to check on the Sky Dragon egg. The Sky Dragon egg was placed by Zhang Qiang under a tree, surrounded by dry grass, with many talisman papers cushioned underneath. They were inscribed with Zhang Qiang's spells to help the Sky Dragon egg better absorb nature's spiritual energy. What would the Sky Dragon look like when it hatched? Guan had already begun to fantasize about riding atop a true dragon and wandering the mortal world. The news of Zhou Yujian being seriously injured was more impactful than Guan had anticipated. Even after more than half a month had passed, as he came to the outer sect, he often heard people discussing the matter along the way. It used to be rare to hear about nascent soul realm cultivators in the outer sect, but now the whole town was talking about Zhou Yujian, perhaps related to his recent tribulation crossing. Before the tribulation crossing, Zhou Yujian was an elder of the outer sect and ranked among the top in terms of strength. Following Elder Zhu Qinglu of the Elixir Hall, Guan arrived at the book collection hall of the outer sect. The book collection hall was in charge of all book towers in the outer sect, including the scripture pavilions in various places. Cultivation techniques, esoteric texts, tales of wonders, and travelogues, any books that flowed into the Supreme Sect had to be registered at the book collection hall. Young brother, your idea to write a book is good. I fully support you. If it passes, I will notify them to increase the scale of your first batch of books, said Zhu Qinglu, walking ahead and turning back with a smile. Ever since taking advantage of the green vine fruit, he treated Guan like a younger family member, at least outwardly. Guan replied with a smile, I'm deeply grateful for the senior's support. I will certainly not forget your kindness. Ha ha ha, you are too formal, said Zhu Qinglu, stroking his beard and laughing. Though he said these words, the smile on his face was even brighter. The book collection hall was vast, no less so than the Elixir Hall. Passing through a series of corridors, they arrived inside a large hall, where an old man sat drinking tea at a table, with rows of bookshelves visible in the adjoining room. Elder Lu, it's been a while. How have you been? Zhu Qinglu crossed the threshold, cupped his fists, and greeted with a beaming smile. Guan immediately conducted a lifespan detection on him. Lu Chong, Foundation Establishment Realm 9 Layers 226/270/340. Seeing Zhu Qinglu, Lu Chong immediately put down his teacup and stood up to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chong pulled Zhu Qinglu to sit down. They reminisced about the last time they had met, even talking about their joint entry into the Supreme Sect 200 years ago. Guan stood behind Zhu Qinglu, portraying a demeanor of seriousness and curiosity. Elder Lu occasionally glanced at him, apparently quite satisfied. After chatting for nearly half an ancient hour, Zhu Qinglu finally stated his purpose for the visit. That sounds fine. Young man, hand over your book to me. I'll take a glance. If it's suitable for distribution, then it's a deal, said Elder Lu, looking toward Guan and speaking with confidence. Guan promptly took out the book he had written. Elder Lu received it and glanced at the cover, commenting, Investiture of the Gods? Nice title. He began to leaf through it while Zhu Qinglu stood up and wandered to the nearby bookshelves. Guan respectfully stood by the side. Initially, Elder Lu was casual, flipping through the pages without much care, but as he read on, he sat up straighter. Just then, a young man in white robes strode in and loudly said, Elder Lu, do you have any books about sword cultivators? I want to see who in the Taixuan world can defeat the maniac swordsman of Kanghu Lake with a single leaf. Elder Lu raised his hand, signaling for the young man to be silent. Guan turned to look and subconsciously performed another lifespan detection. Guyu, Foundation Establishment Realm 8 Layers 34/291/1402. A prodigy. Guan had seen such geniuses before, so he didn't give Guyu another glance. Guyu approached Elder Lu and leaned over to see the investiture of the gods in his hand. It didn't take long for Guyu to become engrossed as well. Half an hour passed. Zhu Qinglu came over and asked in surprise, Brother Lu, wasn't it just supposed to be a quick look? Why are you taking so long? He then glanced at Guan. What did this kid write? Could it be crossing the line? Elder Lu looked up, a bit stunned, then stood and intently stared at Guan before asking, Did you really write this? Guan nodded, thinking to himself that indeed, it was written by one of his Earth's ancestors. Zhu Qinglu frowned and asked, Is there a problem? If it's not suitable, I'll have him rewrite it. No problem, it's fascinating, replied Elder Lu, shaking his head. He looked at Guan again and said, This book can be distributed. Your talent is admirable. I'll arrange for you to have a 30% profit share. Each book sold will have half its spirit stones handed over to the sect, and 20% given to the book collection hall. Guan naturally didn't dare to object and quickly expressed his gratitude. Zhu Qinglu nodded slightly, feeling that Elder Lu had given him face. With a smile, Elder Lu asked, "Will the author's name be your real one?" Guan shook his head and said, "Better not. I fear it might bring trouble later on." "Then let's go by the name Pan for the author," he said. Chapter 34, 30,000 Years Lifespan, Ziwei Array Chronicles. Guan originally wanted to use the name of Su Zonglin, the original author of Investiture of the Gods, but then he thought about writing other books to earn some extra money, so he thought of a different name. Elder Lu and Zhu Qinglu didn't think too much of it, and Pan only changed his surname compared to Guan, which they could understand. After that, Elder Lu began to admonish Guan, mainly to remind him of what he could not write, and he hinted, both openly and subtly, that Guan should incorporate the Supreme Sect into his story and portray it in a good light. Even if he didn't write about the Supreme Sect, he could use metaphors. In any case, the more he praised the Supreme Sect, the better the treatment he would receive in the future. In response, Guan could only agree. As for whether he would do it, that was a matter for later. Writing books was only something he did in his spare time, he wouldn't put too much effort into it. After Elder Lu finished speaking, Gu Yu approached them excitedly and said, "Brother, have you written any other books?" Guan shook his head and replied, "It's my first time." "Ha ha ha, not bad at all. I have high hopes for you, you might even surpass Green Hero's status within the Supreme Sect," Gu Yu said, patting Guan's shoulder with an all too familiar expression. Upon hearing this, Guan suddenly became interested and asked, "Do you know Green Hero?" Gu Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you also like his travelogues?" "I don't know him personally, just that he's a cultivator from the Supreme Sect. I asked Elder Lu, but he absolutely refused to tell me." Elder Lu laughed heartily and pulled Zhu Qinglu to walk outside, saying, "Join me for a bit, to catch up and also let the younger generations chat for a while." Zhu Qinglu nodded, and the two of them quickly left the hall. Gu Yu then pressed Guan for details on writing Investiture of the Gods, and seeing that Elder Lu didn't treat him lightly, Guan answered patiently. A good ancient hour passed before Guan followed Zhu Qinglu out of the book collection hall. That disciple named Gu Yu holds no ordinary status. It's rare to see someone who can be treated in such a way by Elder Lu, Zhu Qinglu spoke with profound meaning. Guan nodded, but he had no intention of becoming close friends with Gu Yu, as such a person could disrupt his peaceful life. They didn't walk together for long, and after parting ways, Guan began to purchase herbal seeds and some clothes as well. It wasn't until nightfall that he returned to Mystic Valley. The days passed, one by one. Another new year arrived, and Mystic Valley's second spring festival went even more smoothly, without any hitches, and the atmosphere was even more joyful than the first year. As usual, Guan sent food to Zhang Qiang. He began to count the days, preparing for Zhang Qiang's departure. Once Zhang Qiang left, he would make full use of the 8 scenic caves, filling them with all kinds of spirit flowers and spirit grasses. After the new year, Guan took Wuxin to the outer sect and once again selected 3 servant disciples, this time 2 women and 1 man named Yan Mei, Yang Min, and Ye Yan. All 3 of them were 18 and looking forward to their new life in Mystic Valley. By becoming servant disciples, not only could they earn spirit stones, but they also had the chance to inherit their master's spells. This time, Guan wasn't just recruiting servant disciples, but was also bringing Wuxin to get him thoroughly accustomed to the status of the chief disciple, so that he could run errands for him in the future. After returning to Mystic Valley, Guan had Wuxin take the 3 to meet the others in the valley, while he entered the northern woods to make some plans. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He wanted to fill the nearby woods with medicinal herbs, as the herbs he had submitted to the outer sect last year made it into the top 10 of Medicine Valley. Zhu Qingluo valued him even more, enhancing his treatment. Now, he supported 9 servant disciples with ease, and he was even thinking of recruiting more. It's hard for people to be content with their current state, and that's exactly how Guan felt about the annual income of his lifespan. If it didn't grow as much as last year, he would feel discomfort. Guan stood under a tree, scanning the woods, beginning to envision the layout of the garden. Suddenly, the white spirit rat scurried out of the woods. Seeing it, Guan felt both a headache and anticipation. Afraid it might find a good treasure, yet hopeful it would. It hopped all the way to Guan's feet and spat out a jade ring. Guan reached out to collect the jade ring and tucked it into his belt, intending to check it in private later. He scooped up the white spirit rat, not allowing it to run around anymore. "Good job, I'll feed you a green vine fruit tonight," Guan said with a smile. The white spirit rat seemed to understand and stopped struggling, instead lying obediently in his arms. After Guan stood motionless for half the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he turned and left the woods, standing on the grass next to the garden, waiting for someone's arrival. Soon, a sound of someone tearing through the sky was heard. An outer disciple arrived on a flying sword, landing quickly beside Guan, his figure drawing the attention of the other Mystic Valley disciples. "Senior brother! I'm back!" The newcomer was Lu Jijia, who had previously gone to participate in the outer sect examination. Dressed in outer sect robes, he looked quite different from before. Guan smiled and said, "I thought you weren't coming back." Lu Jijia scratched his head and replied, "How could that be? As soon as I got the Foundation Establishment pill, I went into seclusion. Right after succeeding in Foundation Establishment, I rushed back here immediately to share the joy with all of you." Guan smiled and reached out to squeeze his shoulder, indeed his physique had strengthened. At this moment, the others crowded around, eagerly asking about his experience in the Foundation Establishment realm, to which he responded proudly, one by one. When Guan first met Lu Jijia, he was only 15, and to see him so successful now, Guan felt nothing but gratification. The journey to immortality is too lonely for one person. If those he interacted with could come to a good end, he too would have fewer regrets. Lu Jijia's return made Mystic Valley lively, and Yan Mei and her 2 companions, who had just entered the valley, were greatly inspired. They saw a pathway ascending. By working hard in Mystic Valley, there was hope for promotion to the outer sect. That evening, Guan studied the jade ring brought back by the white spirit rat. The restrictions inside were forcibly broken by his divine sense, and he discovered that it was full of spirit stones. An unexpected fortune? Guan developed greater expectations for the white spirit rat, which successfully obtained the right to eat the green vine fruit. Lu Jijia stayed in Mystic Valley for a month before leaving. Everyone knew that once he left, it was very likely they would never meet again in this lifetime, unless they too could become outer disciples. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed, and Guan was already 30 years old but appeared to be only around 20, thanks to the youth-preserving pill he had taken. His lifespan had now exceeded 30,000 years. Mystic Valley was expanding its scale, and the number of outer disciples responsible for managing his cave residence had reached 11. His lifespan increase was growing every month. Life was busy and fulfilling, but he did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit. With the arrival of midsummer, the moon was bright and the stars scarce, and fireflies glowed in the quiet forests. In the woods, Zhang Qiang, dressed in a white garment, walked ahead. Barefooted, even when treading on branches, she felt no discomfort. Guan followed behind, silent. "All right, let's stop here." Zhang Qiang stopped and turned to look at Guan. Guan nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Martial Master, please be careful on your departure. After all, this place is still within the domain of the Supreme Sect." Having spent so many years together, and with Zhang Qiang teaching him so many spells, it was definitely a lie to say he had no feelings for her. However, more than these feelings, Guan hoped for her departure. Zhang Qiang nodded, raising her right hand from which a blue-covered book appeared. She directly tossed the secret manual to Guan. Practice well. The next time I return, I will examine your cultivation level. If you disappoint me, your martial master will punish you, Zhang Qiang threatened in a tone akin to warning a child, even waving her fist, which made Guan both cry and laugh. Before he could respond, Zhang Qiang disappeared on the spot, and Guan could feel her demonic qi rapidly departing. In the dim forest, Guan's lips curved up slightly. He turned to head back to Mystic Valley, simultaneously looking at the secret manual in his hand. Ziwei Array Chronicles. He casually leafed through it and found that each page of the book had special restrictions, with text describing formations, but the methods to practice the formations required probing with divine sense. There's something here. Guan thought of the formations in the 8 scenic caves. It was precisely those formations that prevented the great cultivators of the Supreme Sect from detecting the existence of the green vine tree as they swept over Mystic Valley. Although Zhang Qiang's cultivation level was only at the 9th layer of Elixir Formation realm, her achievement in formations and alchemy deo far exceeded that of her realm. After all, she reached the Elixir Formation realm at 40 and had since focused on the study of formations and alchemy, also contemplating formations during her feigned death years. Guan suddenly felt the Ziwei Array Chronicles in his hand was heavy with significance. Night turned to day. Dawn arrived. Zhang Qiang's departure affected only Guan. Life in Mystic Valley continued as normal. After overseeing the disciples' drills, Guan returned to his own attic with Yelan. He took out a carefully prepared little wooden box and handed it to Yelan. The box was squarely shaped and finely crafted, as if it contained jewels. Yelan was stunned for a moment, then opened the box curiously. Immediately, she saw an elixir placed inside. "Senior brother, what elixir is this?" Yelan asked. Seated at the table, Guan poured himself some tea and smiled. "A foundation establishment pill, prepared especially for you. Don't mention it to anyone. In the future, if the disciples in the valley reach the 9th layer of Qi cultivation realm, I will do the same for them, but they must not know I have a foundation establishment pill in advance, to prevent trouble." Foundation establishment pill. Yelan's eyes widened. She instinctively thought of refusing, but Guan preempted her. "Don't worry. I have kept a foundation establishment pill for myself. Once you succeed in foundation establishment, you might even become my backbone in the outer sect later. Work hard in your practice, that's the best way to repay me." Yelan felt a complex mix of emotions, having much to say but finding herself lost for words. Guan earnestly advised, "The journey of life is long, and people will always have many thoughts. Don't forget what your greatest pursuit in this life is." Although Yelan hadn't been clingy these years, every time she looked at him, her eyes were so tender. Sometimes, he could even overhear other disciples' discussions. Everyone could see her affection for him. Guan's feelings for Yelan were that of brother and sister. He had not reached the point of wanting to spend his life with her, and in his heart was only immortal cultivation. After listening, Yelan nodded vigorously, softly saying, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will practice diligently and not disappoint you. I will strive to climb higher and take care of you in the future." As she spoke, she even winked at Guan. Guan smiled and then gestured for her to leave. Yelan carefully put away the foundation establishment pill and left, closing the door behind her. However, just before it closed completely, she suddenly said, "Senior brother, no matter where I go in the future, I won't have feelings for any other man. You'll be the only one in my heart." Having said this, she abruptly closed the door and scurried away. Chapter 35, Flying Leaf Sword Immortal, Divinity Transformation Realm Legacy. Yelan successfully established her foundation with the help of a foundation establishment pill in just 1 month. That night, Guan watched over her in secret as she endured her tribulation, and it passed with more thrills than dangers. The day after her successful foundation establishment, Yelan took her leave in a hurry. Her sudden success in establishing her foundation became a marvelous topic among the disciples of Mystic Valley. There were many speculations. Some said it was thanks to the foundation establishment pill given by Guan, others theorized that Yelan had a fortuitous encounter, and still, others believed there was divine assistance during her cultivation in the forest. Regardless, Yelan had ultimately departed. Beneath the hot summer sun, Guan stood on the balcony of the loft, watching the busy disciples, and suddenly felt a sense of change, that things were no longer the same. Cheng Suan Dan, Zhang Chunkaiu, Li Ye, Meng Lang, Lu Jijia, and Yelan were all gone. The ones who remained were now his juniors. The oldest among them in terms of tenure was Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan had given up on thoughts of leaving the outer sect, but he was not disheartened and continued to live an active life. Apart from cultivating, he found other meanings in life. Guan's gaze turned to a corner of Medicine Valley, where a bamboo fence enclosed a duck pen. Xiao Chuan was leaning on the fence, communicating with the ducks. These weren't ordinary ducks from among the common folk, each had a hint of third-rank demon beast blood in them. Each was priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chuan had emptied his own purse to buy just 2, the remaining 10 were paid for by Guan, which deepened Xiaoquan's gratitude towards him. Though these ducks had the bloodline of a third-rank demon beast, it would be considered extraordinary if they could grow to the first rank. The flesh of low-rank demon beasts is beneficial to cultivators as well. Should I start a livestock business? It could not only increase my lifespan but also earn spirit stones. Guan suddenly felt tempted. If herding sheep or cows in the mountains was acceptable, then why not? However, doing so would invariably require expanding manpower, and he feared making too much of commotion and drawing the attention of the Supreme Sect. He had considered running away to the mountains to do this on his own, but he quickly discarded the idea. Not to mention the difficulty in moving the green vine tree, just the resource channels of the Supreme Sect were something he did not want to miss out on. Inside the Supreme Sect, as long as he had enough spirit stones, he could buy anything he desired, which wouldn't necessarily be the case outside. Certain rare items were hard to come by. If it came to it, he would just glorify the Supreme Sect in his books later on. Guan thought to himself that as long as the medicinal herbs and demon beast meats he contributed were sufficient, why would the Supreme Sect make things difficult for him? They might even assist him. Yes, that was the plan. In the future, Xiao Chuan would become a beast tamer, and Wuxin would become the chief disciple in charge of cultivation. They would be his left and right guardians in Mystic Valley. The more Guan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he began to contemplate his plan. The jade ring found by the white spirit rat contained a vast fortune. He had calculated it to be equivalent to 2 million low-grade spirit stones or 200 top-grade spirit stones, which was enough for him to make bold moves. Once he had the idea, he acted on it. Guan called out to Xiao Chuan, who immediately ran over and leapt onto the balcony. "Big senior brother, do you need something?" Xiao Chuan asked. Guan shared his thoughts, and Xiaoquan's eyes lit up. The more he listened, the more excited he became. The two of them hit it off instantly. In the end, Guan had Xiao Chuan make a trip to the outer sect. When the time came, Xiao Chuan would bring a list written on paper, and he agreed without hesitation, departing that very day. Xiao Chuan, too, had mastered the sword control technique, but as his spiritual power was insufficient, a round trip would take him 2 days, including a night's rest in between. 3 days later, Xiao Chuan returned and handed Guan the list he had prepared earlier. He spoke excitedly without pause, revealing that he had met Lu Jijia in the outer sect. Lu Jijia personally took him to inspect the demon beasts, saving him a great deal of trouble. After discussion, Guan decided to start by purchasing 50 young beasts to test the waters, since only with such an order would the beast hall of the outer sect consent to deliver them to Mystic Valley. After a day's rest, Taixuan set off with the spirit stones provided by Guan, accompanied by Tang Yu and Su Han, both of whom had reached the 5th layer of the energy cultivation realm, giving them a substantial presence. If not for a batch of medicinal herbs that were soon to be harvested, Guan would have wanted to go himself, fearing being swindled. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Luckily, such concerns were unfounded, as the Supreme Sect was, after all, a reputable and righteous faction. 5 days later, Taixuan and the others returned on swords. Following behind them were 3 double-horned white eagles with wingspans of 5 zhang, each with a cultivator standing on its back, and their talons carrying large cages, inside which bound lamb cubs with no horns yet could be found. The flight had not been bumpy, thanks to the talisman papers on the cages. Upon landing, Guan went forward to thank them. The 3 disciples from the medicine hall were not particularly warm, but they did not embarrass him either. After exchanging pleasantries, they left on their eagles. Taixuan, these sheep cost me 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. You'd better take good care of them, Guan said, patting Xiaoquan's shoulder with a meaningful tone. It wasn't just the spirit stones, it was his life. Once grown, these lamb cubs would have the strength of the 1st rank, equivalent to the 3rd layer of the energy cultivation realm, though they would not develop the same sentient intelligence as humans. Taixuan nodded seriously, scratching his head, and said, "Big senior brother, can I recruit a couple more servant disciples to give me a hand then?" Guan replied, "Have others help you for the time being. We will recruit more disciples after 6 months, my storage bag is a bit tight right now." Taixuan, all smiles, thanked him profusely. Guan actually had plenty of spirit stones left, but fearing too much attention, he chose to restrain himself for 6 months. After dealing with Taixuan, Guan returned to the loft. All the people in the valley came running over, curious to see the 1st-rank sheep demons, as they offered a novel sight to those who normally focused on plants. Guan returned to the attic, prepared to write the next volume of Investiture of the Gods. Lu Chong from the book collection hall had urged him several times, so it was time for him to write. Listening to the laughter and joyful voices of the disciples outside the window, the corners of Guan's mouth involuntarily turned up. In a courtyard, the white-haired Zhou Yujian sat meditating under a tree, pinching a leaf in his right hand, his brow furrowed tightly. Compared to himself, who had successfully crossed the tribulation years ago, he had aged significantly, lost his edge, and no longer looked like a nascent soul realm great cultivator. Zolin walked into the courtyard and turned his head to look. Seeing his father under the tree, he immediately approached and snatched the leaf from his hand. "Father, how long do you plan to continue this decadence?" Zolin asked angrily, tossing the leaf in his hand to the ground and stepping on it. Zhou Yujian looked up at him, his gaze as calm as still water, and said, "Your father has not been decadent. You sit all day with a leaf, how long have you been looking at it? How long since you last absorbed energy, and how long since you've refined your sword intent?" Zolin said with a tone of disappointment, his anger surging as he thought about the frustrations he'd endured over the years, struggling to contain it. Zhou Yujian bent down to pick up the leaf and asked, "And when you sat there clutching your sword, deep in thought without absorbing energy, what was it for? Are you working harder with a sword in your hand than I am with a leaf?" Zolin choked up, his face reddening, and he gritted his teeth. "A sword is a sword, a leaf is a leaf. It's because I haven't grasped the sword Dao that I sit in frustration. You're different, are you seeking the Dao of the leaf? But the flying leaf sword Immortal defeated me with just a leaf. Do you think the leaf in his hand is not a sword? That's different. The true sword Dao has never been limited to a certain sword." Zhou Yujian spoke softly, his gaze once again locking onto the leaf in his hand, his eyes becoming distant. Zolin cursed under his breath and reached into his storage bag, pulling out a book and said, "Father, take a look at this book, it's called Investiture of the Gods. It's been spreading through the immortal cultivation world these past 2 years, and many sects are discussing it. Some say it contains records of the great wars of immortal cultivation from the ancient era." Zhou Yujian remained unmoved. Zolin placed Investiture of the Gods at his feet, then turned and left. As soon as he left the courtyard, he couldn't help but pull out another copy of Investiture of the Gods from his storage bag. Zhou Yujian began to daydream. After an unknowable amount of time, he finally couldn't help but blink, his gaze unconsciously glancing down at Investiture of the Gods on the ground. During the autumn season, Mystic Valley was covered with the colors of withering yellow and green. Inside the attic, Guan and Liya sat opposite each other drinking tea, with Liya holding a book and speaking incessantly. It was Investiture of the Gods. These past 2 years, Supreme Sect has really been in the limelight. One is the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal who defeated the maniac swordsman of Kanghu Lake from the nascent soul realm with a single leaf, becoming famous in the immortal cultivation world. The other is because of this book, Investiture of the Gods. The immortal cultivation stories recorded within are so grand that all sects are discussing it. Some people even say this might be a real account from the ancient era. As Liya kept praising Investiture of the Gods, Guan's eyebrows tightened. Is it that popular? But his share of the profits isn't that much. Is it the book collection hall taking a kickback, or are the other sects not reading genuine copies? On second thoughts, how could there be copyright in the immortal cultivation world? After talking for a long time, Liya finally added with enthusiasm unfinished, "I wonder who this Panin really is. He is truly talented. I really want to meet him. They say even inner sect disciples and inheriting disciples are reading this book." Guan said with curiosity, "So powerful. Then I have to see it, to see if it can match up to Green Hero Travelogue. Can that lowbrow book even compare to Investiture of the Gods?" Liya said with disdain. Guan just smiled. Liya put down the book in his hand, picked up his teacup, and drained it in one gulp before saying, "I'm leaving to gain experience and probably won't be able to return for at least 10 years. For him, 10 years meant little, but for junior brother Gu, it was different, so he had made a special visit to inform him. Guan was not surprised. What cultivator would spend a lifetime nestled within the sect? They must venture out to train, seek opportunities, and refine both their cultivation and heart. "Do you have a goal?" Guan asked casually. Liya revealed a smile and said, "Indeed, I do. There is a divinity transformation realm great cultivator in the southernmost Jizhu who will soon face the end of his lifespan. He wishes to choose a suitable successor before his final moment. This person is a sword cultivator, and I plan to go and try." "Divinity transformation? What realm is that? How many levels above the nascent soul realm?" Guan asked with feigned curiosity. Liya laughed and said, "Divinity transformation is just above the nascent soul realm. If it were several levels higher, he wouldn't appear in Taixuan, for there is more to this land than the Taixuan dynasty. Besides, it is said beyond the sea lies an even vaster world, but one cannot travel there without reaching the nascent soul realm." He stood up, a proud smile on his face, and declared, "Junior brother Gu, when I return, I'll be the heir of a divinity transformation realm great cultivator. Then, if you call me senior brother, I might even let you see the spells of the divinity transformation realm." With that, he turned, walked to the window, and leaped out, stepping on his sword to fly away. Guan looked at the footprints on the windowsill, raising an eyebrow. "Divinity transformation realm, hey? I must reach it before Liya returns." Chapter 36, Chapter 36 Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill, Comprehending Divine Skills. After Liya left, Guan threw himself into the construction of Mystic Valley, his leisurely days beginning to dwindle, as those young sheep demons proved to be quite troublesome. At 4 months old, they were running through the mountains and forests as if on flat ground, swift as the cheetahs of earth in his previous life. Had the valley not been filled with immortal cultivators, they would have long since run off. Guan had no choice but to study Zhang Qiang's Ziwei Array Chronicles, learning some low-level restrictions to seal the sheep pen. Half a year later, Guan had Wuxin take Taixuan to the outer sect to recruit 2 more servant disciples, named Chen Hong and Zhen Xiaoer, both of mediocre aptitude, which pleased him. The number of servant disciples in Mystic Valley reached 10, making it a lively place every day. Time flew like an arrow, days passed like a fleeting horse, never to return. 3 years had flashed by in an instant. It was autumn again. Xiao Chuan was patrolling the various gardens, followed by a row of ducks, flocking together in a grand procession. Around Medicine Valley, atop the mountain peaks, disciples were seated in meditation, absorbing energy, while the forests were occasionally shaken by the noise of Tang Yu and Su Han chasing after the sheep demons. Guan emerged from the western forests with a smile on his face. He had just harvested another batch of medicinal herbs, gaining several hundred years of lifespan, drawing ever closer to his goal of 100,000 years. His lifespan had now reached 80,000 years. In 3 years, he had earned nearly 50,000 years of lifespan, mainly because the medicinal herbs he had been cultivating for many years had reached maturity, including 10,000 years worth of lifespan earned by managing the caves for outer disciples. The diminutive Zhen Qin, carrying a bamboo basket on her back, ran out from the forest. She quickly approached Guan and said, "Master, can you teach me alchemy today?" A dry leaf clung to her head, and the hair on her cheeks was slightly disheveled. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Guan chuckled, "Of course, but you'll have to use your own herbs. That way you'll be more careful." Zhen Qin had once overheard Guan taking a youth-preserving pill, and her interest in alchemy had been piqued since then, pestering him incessantly, which lasted for half a year. "I've been ready for a long time," Zhen Qin exclaimed excitedly, jumping around next to Guan, like a girl who refused to grow up. Whiz! A sound of breaking through the air flew over Mystic Valley. Guan looked up and habitually performed a lifespan detection. Another nascent soul realm cultivator. This year, more than 10 nascent soul realm cultivators had passed over Mystic Valley, which made Guan feel vaguely uneasy, as if a major event were about to happen. The great meeting of the outer sect from years ago had not attracted so many nascent soul realm cultivators. This won't do. The dragon strength divine primordial skill needs a boost. What if a great cultivator far exceeding the nascent soul realm appears and sees through his cultivation level? What then? Guan silently decided. Over the years, the dragon strength divine primordial skills enhancement to lifespan had been diminishing. Now, a gain of 1 year for half a year of practice was already quite good. He estimated that in another 10 years, this technique would no longer extend his lifespan. Afterward, Guan took Zhen Qin back to his own loft to begin teaching her the alchemy technique. Until late at night, Guan quietly entered the 8 scenic caves. Since Zhang Qiang had left, Guan had also explored the other 6 cave tunnels, finding that their ends were filled with corpses similar to Meng Lang's, which had been refined using different poison skills from the myriad poison mystic skill by Cheng Suandan and Zhang Qiang. As for these poison corpses, Guan temporarily had no intention of dealing with them. He made his way to the green vine tree and arranged his robes before sitting down to meditate on the spot. At that moment, a shadow fell from the tree and burrowed into his embrace. A small black dragon. Slim and about 2 feet long, it had a pair of dragon horns and whiskers by its mouth. Its body was covered with tiny black dragon scales, and its sharp claws made it resemble the dragons from ancient Huaxia legends, albeit with a different color. This was the holy beast of ancient Sky Sect, Sky Dragon. As Guan stroked it, he checked its lifespan. Sky Dragon, Tier 11/965/18,000. Its lifespan had increased again. When the Sky Dragon was born, it only had a lifespan of 500 years. Now, just a year later, its lifespan had nearly doubled. As expected of a demon beast with the potential of Tier 9. Guan recalled the process from last year when the Sky Dragon acknowledged him as its master, and a smile appeared on his face. The newborn Sky Dragon had bitten him straight away, infuriating him into tossing it aside, after which it had come over pitifully to snuggle up to him. Guan felt that the Sky Dragon was not recognizing a master through blood, but rather identifying who its kin was. Their bond was a kind of soul resonance. He could understand its thoughts but couldn't directly manipulate its life and death. Sky Dragon would only be loyal to one master for life, indicating that although it was inherently fierce, it was also exceedingly loyal and righteous. "Good, go eat," Guan said. He took out a demon sheep that he had killed from his storage bag, which he had just slain that morning, yielding only 3 years of lifespan. The Sky Dragon's eyes lit up, and it immediately grabbed the sheep demon's carcass, flying to one side. The demon sheep's body was several times bigger than the Sky Dragon, but held in its claws, it appeared surprisingly light, as if the sheep demon had no weight at all. Guan brought up the attribute panel and focused on the cultivation technique column, investing 2,000 years of his lifespan into the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill. The Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill was fundamental in concealing his cultivation level and aura, the basis of his stand in the world, and of utmost importance. He even felt it was more essential than the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan into evolving and cultivating the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill. You have cultivated the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill for 10 years, nature's spiritual energy refining your body, increasing your physical chi blood. You have cultivated the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill for 100 years, nature's spiritual energy refining your body, increasing your physical chi blood. You have cultivated the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill for 200 years, and your Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill has reached the pinnacle of perfection. You have cultivated the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill for 400 years, and on this day, you have grasped the true essence of the earth, elevating your Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill to Earth Lineage Emperor Energy Skill. You have cultivated the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill for 1,500 years, feeling the rules of the earth. Your Earth Lineage Emperor Energy Skill has broken through its limits, ascending to Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill. You have cultivated the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill for 1,800 years, and your understanding of the Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill has improved, becoming thoroughly proficient. You have cultivated the Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill for 2,000 years, and your understanding of the Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill has reached the pinnacle of perfection. You have comprehended a divine skill, Mystic Yellow Dragon Might. Line by line notifications popped up before Guan's eyes. The Dragon Strength Divine Primordial Skill ascended to Earth Lineage Emperor Energy Skill, then rose again to become Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill. And he had even awakened a divine skill. Guan felt overjoyed, thinking that his luck this time was extremely good. Vast memories rapidly flowed into his mind, immersing him in the vast information of deist sorcery. Sky Dragon, who was gnawing at the sheep meat, turned around, its eyes, like gems, revealing a look of curiosity. Wisps of green energy rose from the grass beneath Guan, encircling his body. His eyes shut, he began to breathe unconsciously, a faint dragon roar lingering in the air. Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill, which refined the body with the profound yellow energy of the earth, allowed the physical body to become one with nature. The so-called dragon roar was, in fact, the sound of the earth. A full 2 ancient hours passed before Guan finally awoke. He opened his eyes only to furrow his brow immediately. All the flowers and plants around him had withered. He hurriedly stood up and took a glance at the spirit grass in the 8 scenic caves. After a complete sweep, he finally exhaled in relief. The withered ones were merely weeds, those spirit flowers and spirit grasses were not greatly affected. In the future, he mustn't be reckless again. Whether it was advancing his cultivation technique or having a breakthrough, he would need to leave the 8 scenic caves lest he drain its spiritual energy dry. Guan sat down again, reviewing the mystic yellow dragon energy skill while cultivating energy according to the method. Condensing a breath of mystic yellow dragon energy, his physical body united with nature. Sky Dragon, having finished eating, lay beside the sheep carcass, sleeping. Within the 8 scenic caves, only the sound of wind remained. During the early hours of the morning, Guan came down from the loft, dressed in a set of green robes, his black hair casually tied behind his head, with 2 long strands by his ears, all exuding the ethereal and unrestrained temperament of a practitioner. His body hadn't yet fully adapted to the mystic yellow dragon energy skill, but he wasn't in a rush. With nightly practice, in at most a month, he would be able to manifest mystic yellow dragon energy. As for the divine skill that came with the mystic yellow dragon energy skill, the mystic yellow dragon might, he didn't need to cultivate it separately. When the mystic yellow dragon energy emerged, the dragon might would naturally form. The so-called dragon might was actually the might of heaven and earth, capable of intimidating all beings. Guan began to drill the disciples, and as everyone gathered for the drill, they could feel that the mood of Guan that day was good. Zhen Qin inquired with curiosity as to what made her masters so happy. Nothing much, I read a book last night called Investiture of the Gods. You could also borrow it from the book collection pavilion when you have time, Guan explained with a smile while doing the drill. Xiaoquan's eyes lit up, saying, I know Investiture of the Gods, almost everyone in the outer sect has a copy. It's said to contain the ancient secrets of the immortal cultivation world. The disciples became intrigued and began asking Xiaochuan about what was written in Investiture of the Gods. Guan did not interrupt further, his mind still pondering the mystic yellow dragon energy skill. Over the next month, he cultivated the mystic yellow dragon energy skill every night, finally succeeding in manifesting a breath of mystic yellow dragon energy in his abdomen, taking his ability to hide his cultivation level and aura to the next level. Guan felt a great weight lift from him. Now, he could live in peace and quiet. Just like the previous years, this year passed by uneventfully, which to Guan, was the best possible outcome. As the winter snow just began to thaw, Mystic Valley once again welcomed the spring, with all the disciples preparing for the spring festival. Guan sat beneath a tree deeply engrossed in Green Hero Travelogue. Zhen Qin came over suddenly, hands clasped behind her back, leaning over to ask, Master, what would you like to eat tomorrow night? I'll cook for you. Guan, without shifting his gaze, replied, anything will do, whatever you cook, I'll eat. Curious, Zhen Qin leaned in to see what book he was reading, but he stopped her. Hurry up and prepare the ingredients. If you delay the festival meal for tomorrow night, be careful, I won't teach you alchemy. Guan said, feigning severity. Upon hearing this, Zhen Qin stuck out her tongue and could only turn to leave. Guan vaguely heard her muttering, always reading those unserious books. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Just who had spread this rumor? Smearing his reputation. Now all the disciples in Medicine Valley knew he enjoyed Green Hero Travelogue. Although they dared not mention it to his face, they often teased him about it behind his back. Guan stood up, tucking the Green Hero Travelogue into his chest. Starting today, he was giving it up. Guan stepped out of the courtyard, ready to check the garden, when his gaze was suddenly drawn to the mouth of the valley, his brows knitting together. He saw a man in white robes strolling towards him, appearing to be in his 30s, with a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. What made Guan frown was that he could not sense the other man's presence. He immediately cast lifespan detection towards him. Li Suandeo, Divinity Transformation Realm, 8th Stage 230/899/3020. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, The Emperor's Recruitment. 3,000 years of maximum lifespan? Guan was startled by the information about the other party's lifespan. It was the first time he had encountered someone with such qualifications. Moreover, they were at the 8th level of the divinity transformation realm. But this lifespan seemed rather short and didn't match Guan's expectations for the lifespan of someone in the divinity transformation realm. Could someone in the divinity transformation realm only live 899 years? Guan speculated that the other party might have been injured and lost years of their lifespan. He immediately walked over while pondering in his heart. He guessed that the other person might be a high-ranking member of the Supreme Sect, but he could not show too much respect since the other person had suppressed their aura. If he could see through the other person's cultivation level, they would surely be relentless and might even take him for a spy of the demon path. Li Xuandao walked towards the valley, surveying the gardens along the way. Guan approached him, cupped his fists, and asked, "I am Guan, the Valley Master of Mystic Valley. May I know the name of this deist friend and the purpose of your visit?" Li Xuandao's gaze landed on Guan, his eyes indifferent, exuding immense pressure. But then he smiled, and that feeling of pressure vanished completely, giving a misleading impression. He said warmly, "My name is Xuandao, from Kangzhou. I've come to the Supreme Sect to visit my child. The journey is long and tiresome, and I wish to rest for a few days at your esteemed valley to recover my spiritual power. I wonder if the Valley Master would accommodate me." Upon hearing this, how could Guan refuse? He agreed immediately and then called for Xiao Chuan to arrange accommodations for Li Xuandao. Guan avoided staring at Li Xuandao, so as not to arouse suspicion. Surname Li, coming to visit a child, could he be a member of the imperial family? Guan wondered curiously. So many medicine valleys in the outer sect to go to, yet he chose Mystic Valley, it must have something to do with Li Yi. Guan continued to patrol the garden, everything was as usual. On the other side, Xiao Chuan led Li Xuandao to an uninhabited house and said, "The house is simple, I hope you won't mind. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me or any other disciple." Li Xuandao nodded and then asked, "I saw sheep in the forests on my way here and disciples tending to them. Aren't you a medicine valley? Why do you keep so many sheep?" Xiao Chuan did not conceal anything and replied, "The valley was originally only for growing medicinal herbs. But as my spirit root qualification is limited, I gave up on going to the outer sect. When the eldest senior brother learned that I liked raising livestock, he indulged my interest and incidentally earned spirit stones to help more disciples cultivate and advance to the outer sect sooner." "Oh? Is the eldest senior brother the Valley Master?" "Yes. Then he really is a good person, considering so much for you all." "That's right, my eldest senior brother is the best person in the world." Hearing Li Xuandao praise him, Xiao Chuan became delighted and started praising Guan non-stop. This made Li Xuandao even more interested in Guan and he asked about more of his deeds. Without thinking too much, Xiao Chuan sat down with Li Xuandao and spoke with even more enthusiasm. Guan, who was checking the garden, curved his lips upward, thinking that his kindness towards this silly boy hadn't been in vain. Whether Li Xuandao was related to Li Yi or a high-ranking member of the Supreme Sect, having a good image of himself could only be beneficial. After all, Li Xuandao couldn't possibly be a person from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, right? Wait a moment. Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Suddenly, a chill ran down Guan's spine, and his smile stiffened. Better to be safe than sorry. In dealing with Li Xuandao later on, he had to be even more cautious. It was better to sail the ship carefully for 10,000 years. The arrival of Li Xuandao aroused the curiosity of the other disciples. After all, it was rare for visitors to come to mysticvalley.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. That day, after settling in, Li Xuandao did not come out again, as if he was indeed recovering his spiritual energy. Because of Li Xuandao's arrival, Guan dared not go to the 8 scenic caves and spent the night honestly in the attic. The next morning, as always, Guan led the disciples in drills. Li Xuandao, hearing the commotion, also came out to watch, and Xiao Chuan greeted him enthusiastically. Guan merely nodded to Li Suandao, he did not avoid him. As the morning drills began, Li Suandao wasn't particularly interested at first, but as he watched, he found it quite intriguing. After the drills, Guan dismissed the disciples and pulled out a book from his robe, beginning to flip through it as he walked toward the attic. At this time, he had to remain calm and not let the arrival of Li Suandao disrupt his normal routine. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, Li Suandao caught up to him. "Valley Master, what are you reading?" Li Suandao asked with a smile. Guan turned around and raised the book in his hand, replying, "Investiture of the Gods." "Have you read it?" Li Suandao's smile grew wider as he said, "I have indeed read it, and I know it by heart." "Oh? So we share a common interest." "Ha ha ha, I had a feeling of kinship with the Valley Master from the moment I saw you. Shall we talk about investiture of the gods?" Hearing Li Suandao's insincere words, Guan could only agree with a smile. He invited Li Suandao upstairs, and once Li Suandao was seated, he started boiling water for tea, igniting the fire with spiritual power. Li Suandao scanned the interior decoration of the house and said, "Valley Master, what do you think of King Zhou?" "Goodness! You test me as soon as I arrive." With his back to Li Suandao, Guan added tea leaves to the cup and said, "Based on the story alone, he's brutal and inhumane, but looking closely, his actions are somewhat illogical." After hearing this, Li Suandao reflected, "Indeed, when I first read it, I thought King Zhou was foolish and cruel, but upon a second look, something seemed amiss. In the world of the book, immortals really exist, and King Zhou couldn't have been unaware. Under such circumstances, to still dare to desecrate the holy image of Envui, it doesn't seem like an action befitting a monarch of his time." And Envui, so high above, faced with a mortal who desecrated her, didn't directly punish him, but instead sent a fox spirit to wreak havoc on the emperor's heart, causing great chaos under heaven. Can such conduct really be deemed worthy of an immortal, worthy of a god? Guan turned around, carrying the teacup to the table, and placed it in front of Li Suandao. He began to laugh. "There are indeed many inconsistencies, but after all, it's a story fabricated by people. For the sake of a good tale, they wrote these contradictions, it's somewhat understandable." He couldn't determine Li Suandao's identity, so his stance was deliberately ambiguous. Li Suandao shook his head, "Perhaps the story is false, but the portrayal of the times within the story is true, that even with heaven just 3 feet above, mortals cannot triumph over it." Guan didn't expect him to interpret investiture of the gods in that way. If King Zhou had been powerful enough to tower above all the immortal sects, how would the story have been written? Li Suandao asked. After thinking it over, Guan replied, "Then the final battle wouldn't be against the heaven-reaching sect master, but against King Zhou." Li Suandao was stunned for a moment, unable to suppress a chuckle as he lifted the teacup, blowing away the steam inside. Guan couldn't decipher his smile and could only maintain his silence. After taking a sip of tea, Li Suandao began to inquire about the cultivation in Mystic Valley, even asking about some detailed aspects, to which Guan answered each one. "Joining the Supreme Sect, you don't seek immortal life, but focus on nurturing plants. Is it a reluctant choice, or do you truly enjoy it?" Li Suandao asked. Guan responded with a bitter smile, "There's both necessity and fondness. Everyone has their pursuits, eternal life isn't necessarily the only meaning. Of course, if I had exceptional talent, I too would pursue immortality." Li Suandao teased, "You truly are a curious person, hiding nothing at all. In this life, when we look back and then to the future, there are only 4 words, finding joy amid hardship," Guan answered with a shrug. He grew more suspicious that Li Suandao was from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, wanting to probe his stance on Mystic Valley. Li Suandao set the teacup down and questioned, "What's your opinion of the current emperor? Do you think he's like King Zhou?" Guan was taken aback. The change in topic was quite abrupt, wasn't it? How did the conversation shift to the emperor of the Taixuan dynasty so suddenly? Could it be he's not from Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but truly a relative of Li Yi? Gu An's thoughts raced. I don't know much, since before joining the Supreme Sect, I was just a house servant. Now in Medicine Valley, I hear even less of the outside world. Why, has the emperor done something? Li Xuandao smiled. No, nothing of that sort. It's just he has been on the throne for too long, and there are many discussions about him in court and among the populace. People seem to think an emperor shouldn't reign for too long. If he does, it's only a matter of time before he becomes ineffective. And the world of immortal cultivation fears even more an emperor who has cultivated to immortality, thereby allowing imperial power to overbear the immortal cultivation world. Guan became tense. That statement involved too many different layers of society, he dared not speak carelessly. Seeing that Guan didn't dare to continue, Li Xuandao bantered again with a smile. Do you think it's better for an emperor to have a long reign, or to change every few decades? Knowing his cultivation level was at the 8th layer of divinity transformation realm, Guan dared not remain silent. After a moment's thought, Guan said, in my view, it depends on the character of the emperor. If he is virtuous and can manage the world well, staying in power isn't a problem. If such a virtuous emperor, who still has many years of life, were to abdicate in favor of an inept son, that would be a disaster for the people. The common folk don't care about 1,000 autumns, they only live 100 years or so. If this life is bitter, they will bemoan why that emperor ever abdicated. Li Xuandao laughed once more, and Guan could clearly sense his mood improving. Wait a minute. Relative of Li Yi, surname Li, first discussing King Zhou, then the current emperor. Guan recalled hearing in the Ji family that the emperor of the Taixuan dynasty also practiced immortal cultivation and had been on the throne for 200 years. You make a reasonable point. It's indeed not right for us to listen to those voices, we should see for ourselves how the people are living, Li Xuandao said with a genial laugh. At these words, Guan's face drastically changed as he exclaimed, You are the current emperor. As he spoke, he tried to stand up. Li Xuandao raised his hand, and a powerful pressure forced Guan back down. He didn't resist in case the other party could discern his cultivation level. Keep it down. You needn't treat me as the emperor, just consider me Li Yi's father. It's fine to call me uncle, Li Xuandao said with a smile, his expression very gentle and devoid of any imperial majesty. Guan was at a loss for what to say next. An emperor at the 8th layer of the divinity transformation realm. This was big trouble. Li Xuandao spoke up, bring out the heavenly residence sword. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately retrieved the heavenly residence sword from his storage bag. Li Xuandao's gaze grew complicated as soon as he saw the heavenly residence sword. He took the scabbard and gently caressed it. Considering what Li Yi had said, the heavenly residence sword was a gift from his father to his mother. After her death, the sword passed into his hands. Now, observing Li Xuandao's expression, Guan started to flesh out a tale of deep-seated emotions between Li Xuandao and Li Yi's mother. After a long while, Li Xuandao put the heavenly residence sword down and pushed it towards Guan, saying, in the Supreme Sect, you're the closest to Li Yi, and I heard you even saved him. Keep this sword, I bestow it upon you. From now on, you are the master of the heavenly residence sword. Additionally, we plan to establish a medicine valley near the Supreme Sect, where many high-rank medical herbs will be cultivated. You will manage it for us. We won't be unfair to you. In the coming days, helping you with foundation establishment, even core formation, is far from a difficult task. But you must understand one thing, on the surface, you are a disciple of the Supreme Sect, but your heart belongs to us. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Hateful Heaven Divine Sword, Shocking Change at Supreme Sect. Li Xuandao finished speaking, his face filled with a smile as he looked at Guan, waiting for his decision. Guan was dumbfounded. The emperor wanted him to become a spy too? This was forcing him to be a triple agent, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. This wasn't what Guan pursued, but the key issue was that it was difficult for him to refuse. The other party, in terms of both cultivation level and status, was above him. Not refusing meant endless troubles in the future. If he refused, there would be trouble now. However, Guan thought of the high-rank medical herb he mentioned earlier, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. With a hesitant tone, Guan asked, "Do I have the option to refuse?" "You do. If you refuse, I will erase your memory of today, as if we had never met," Li Suandeo said with a light laugh. Feeling helpless, Guan asked, "Why choose me? My aptitude is mediocre. With your status, digging up a disciple from the Supreme Sect is as easy as flipping a hand." Li Suandeo shook his head, "I am not deliberately trying to poach a disciple from the Supreme Sect. It just so happens that you have an excellent relationship with Li Yi. I want to promote you, and because your aptitude is mediocre, I feel more at ease, for I can fulfill your needs." He paused for a moment and then said in a frivolous tone, "People do not wish for an emperor to live forever, nor do I wish for the master of Medicine Valley to live forever." "You're quite the humorist." All Guan could say was, "If that's the case, then I can only accept." "Decades from now, when you look back, you will not regret your decision today," Li Suandeo said with a laugh, his tone full of pride. Unable to contain his curiosity, Guan asked, "Has your Majesty been paying attention to senior brother Li all this time? Now that our business is concluded, there's no need to address me as your Majesty. Call me uncle instead, that's more like family," Li Suandeo said sternly. Seeing that he did not seem to be testing him, Guan called out uncle once. Li Suandeo revealed a smile and said, "To tell you the truth, I have quite a few pawns in the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. I am well aware of Li Yi's situation." Previously, Guan thought that Li Yi had a poor relationship with his father, the emperor. It seemed that was not the case. Could there be some misunderstanding here? He wanted to ask on behalf of Li Yi, but he held back. The emperor before him aspired to eternal life, and such an emperor's attitude towards princes would certainly be complex. Even if he cherished a prince, there was probably wariness in his heart. Which crown prince wants to be crown prince forever? Which prince doesn't secretly long for the throne? Guan felt a wave of emotions. He thought Li Yi and Li Xuanyu already possessed strong talents until he saw Li Suandeo, which explained why those two were so talented. Bloodline inheritance. 230 years old, at the 8th layer of the divinity transformation realm. He couldn't have broken through to the divinity transformation realm in his hundreds, could he? That's preposterous. Most importantly, this fellow had cultivated a secret technique to conceal his aura. If it weren't for Guan's lifespan detection ability, he would never see through his real cultivation level. Perhaps both the court and the immortal cultivation world couldn't see through his cultivation level, which is why he has been able to cultivate securely until now. Afterward, Li Suandeo began to ask Guan about the matters in the valley, curious about the origin of the spring festival mentioned by the disciples. Guan answered him with the explanations he gave to others. Li Suandeo took an interest in the spring festival and decided to participate that very day. How could Guan refuse? An hour later, the two walked down from the attic and joined the other disciples in preparing for the spring festival. The disciples were all delighted, with constant laughter and joyful voices, which also influenced Li Suandeo. As dusk fell, Guan took out the homemade fireworks, and Mystic Valley began to echo with bursts of explosive sounds, deafening to the ear. Firelight sparkled on Li Suandeo's face, his expression full of smiles, even toasting drinks with Xiao Chuan, making it hard to associate him with the emperor of Taixuan dynasty. Tang Yu, Su Han, and other disciples prepared some performances, storytelling, sparring sessions, acrobatics, and so on, making the night lively until the late hours. The next day at noon, Guan saw off Li Suandao. 2 more years, hey? I'm really looking forward to it. Guan thought silently about Li Suandao saying he would send someone to take him to Medicine Valley in 2 years. He planned to aim for a lifespan of 100,000 years within the next 2 years, and then break through to the divinity transformation realm. Wrong, he had to surpass the divinity transformation realm. He wouldn't feel at ease unless he was stronger than Li Suandao, for being close to an emperor was like accompanying a tiger. What if Li Suandao one day had a whim to harm him? Guan looked in the direction of Li Suandao's departure, idly curious about why the emperor had gone to the outer sect alone. Could it be that his real purpose was to visit Li Xuanyu? Li Ye had said Li Suandao's favorite child was indeed Li Xuanyu. Without dwelling further, Guan turned and walked into the valley, preparing to plant some more medicinal herbs. As spring turned to summer, Guan reached the age of 34 amidst the summer days. That day, he bid farewell to Du Yat, who came to ask for medicinal herbs. At the mouth of the valley, Du Yat turned and said, "These years, you've provided a good number of medicinal herbs. Young Master Jilin is quite satisfied with you. In some time, he will send someone with a foundation establishment pill for you, to help you reach the foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Once you become a true outer disciple, he also plans to find a way for you to continue overseeing this Medicine Valley." Having said that, he left, stepping on a sword and leaping over the mountains and forests. Guan shook his head with a wry smile. When he saw off Li Suandao at the beginning of the year, Li Suandao had said something similar. In the future, he would have to keep a distance from the Ji family, lest they plan to take action against the Supreme Sect in the future and require his contribution. Powerful as sects may be, the power of noble families is immeasurable. On this land, dynasties rise and fall, sects come and go, but some noble families can endure for ages. The Ji family is one of them. Alas! I just want to peacefully pick herbs and flowers, so why are there so many people trying to woo him? While thinking, Guan walked into the woods nearby. In the forest, there was a person practicing swordsmanship, and it was Su Han. By now, Su Han had reached the 7th layer of the energy cultivation realm, ranking just behind Guan and Tang Yu within the valley. Tang Yu practiced leg techniques, while Su Han practiced swordsmanship. However, the swordplay he usually practiced, taught by Li Ye, was far from profound. Guan stood at a distance watching his silhouette practicing and hesitated whether to give him any guidance. Su Han, diligent in his duties and dedicated in cultivation, didn't exhibit any faults that Guan could pick on. Hey? No, the swordplay he's practicing isn't the Ji family's 7 swords. Looking closely, the sword techniques he wielded were unfamiliar to Guan, something he had never seen before. Could this young man also have had a fortuitous encounter? When did this happen? Guan grew curious inwardly, then deliberately stepped on dry leaves to make a noise. Noticing Guan's arrival, the sword practitioner Su Han immediately stopped and turned to salute Guan. Su Han, in the outer sect, status is determined by cultivation level. Why do you bother to painstakingly practice swordplay? Guan asked with a smile. Scratching his head with his left hand, Su Han said, "I'm not anxious to join the outer sect, I want to master the essence of swordplay first." Why do you think that way? Once you enter the outer sect, you have to undertake missions. If my strength is inadequate, it could only hinder my future. Su Han's reply amused Guan. Good, this lad is to his liking. Guan asked curiously, "Is your sword technique a family heritage?" Su Han nodded, "It's my father's sword technique, but it's too profound. Only recently have I been able to barely grasp it." Your father must have been very capable indeed. I may not be fond of swordplay, but I have seen plenty of exquisite techniques within the outer sect, none of which surpass the sword technique you were just employing, Guan inquired with curiosity. Su Han shook his head, "My father was a disabled person. Ever since I have memory, he was blind and didn't possess a trace of sorcery. He passed away from illness when I was 7, and later, I found this sword manual in his belongings. As he spoke, he took out a sword manual from his chest and handed it straight to Guan. Guan took it and slightly raised his eyebrows. Hateful Heaven Divine Sword. What an odd name. At the sight of this name, Guan immediately felt the impulse to expel Suhan from Mystic Valley. Clearly, the man carried a burden of grievances. Guan casually leafed through it. With his cultivation level at the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, his retention was such that he wouldn't forget what he read. However, mastering it would depend on his innate natural understanding of the sword Dao. He returned the manual to Suhan, pondering, this sword technique is indeed exquisite, but its mental method seems somewhat malicious. Are you sure you want to practice it? This technique required tempering one's internal organs with sword qi, subjecting the practitioner to unimaginable torment, and some of its methods were even inscrutable to Guan. With his sword Dao achievement, he could assert without doubt that this technique was oddly sinister. Stunned, Suhan asked, Master, do you think I shouldn't practice it? Guan shook his head, I just feel that this sword technique might bring you suffering. I don't know your background, can't understand your feelings. Whether you practice it or not is up to you. If you don't, you're welcome to stay in Mystic Valley for as long as you like, you'll always be my disciple. Moved by Guan's words, Suhan tucked the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword into his chest and nodded vigorously. Guan took out a book from his chest. It was the latest volume of Investiture of the Gods, given to him by Du Ye. Du Ye mentioned that Jilin was so obsessed with this book, it led their retainers to follow suit. The book you wanted. After handing over Investiture of the Gods to Suhan, Guan turned to leave. With a smile on his face, Suhan held Investiture of the Gods in his hands. Returning to Medicine Valley, Guan started to observe the other servant disciples. First, Li Ye, then Wuxin, and now Suhan, all of them had extraordinary backgrounds. Mystic Valley was proving to be very profound. Something felt off. An hour later, Guan finally headed back to his own loft. He couldn't see any issue with the rest of the servant disciples, which eased his mind a bit. On second thought, that made sense, of those able to be admitted into the immortal cultivation world, who didn't carry an exceptional background or experience. In their eyes, he was the protagonist. Deep into the night, Guan quietly went to the 8 scenic caves. After playing with Sky Dragon for half an hour, he took out the Heavenly Residence Sword and began to cultivate the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword. Having many skills won't weigh one down, better to reach proficiency to add it to the attribute panel. Suddenly, the whooshing of the wind could be heard beneath the green vine tree, the sound of a sword blade slicing through the air, while Sky Dragon curiously watched from several yards away, Guan's figure reflected in its dragon's eyes while practicing. At the end of summer, Guan visited the outer city. First, he went to the elixir hall to deliver a year's harvest of medical herbs, then he went to the book collection hall to submit his manuscripts. Ever since Investiture of the Gods became popular, Elder Lu Chang held him in special regard, always receiving him personally, fearful of any leaks. Lu Chang openly worried that Guan might be abducted by the demon path if his fame got out, which would mean a significant loss of spirit stones for the book collection hall. This made Guan even more cautious. After concluding official business, Guan went to visit Lu Jijia. Lu Jijia was delighted and invited him to meet Yelan as she happened to be in the city as well. Not every outer disciple owned a cave abode outside the city, the cost of constructing one was prohibitive, and many chose to reside within the outer sect, basking in its spiritual energy. Seated in the courtyard, as Lu Jijia poured wine for Guan, he spoke with a hint of conspiracy. A major incident occurred in Supreme Sect. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Nascent Soul Blockade, Despicable. What's the big matter? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Guan asked with a smile. Having arrived in the outer city today, he indeed felt that the atmosphere was off, with an indescribable sense of tension. Yelan spoke up, the sect leader and a certain elder are vying for power. Recently, the emperor came to the supreme sect and selected the elder's direct disciple as the national master, granting him a first-rank immortal official position and proclaiming it throughout the dynasty. This has greatly boosted the morale of that elder's faction, who are also spreading unfavorable rumors about the sect leader. Lujia, beaten to the punch, looked somewhat resentful. After she finished speaking, he hastily added, the sect leader's domineering style has offended many elders. In recent years, there have been repeated incidents of disciple casualties and demon path invasions in the territories beyond the outer sect, which has caused dissatisfaction among many elders. Now with the emperor's support, the sect leader's rivals certainly won't hold back. How can this not lead to chaos? Guan curiously asked, doesn't the sect leader have absolute power? Isn't he the strongest cultivator in the supreme sect? Not necessarily, the sect leader is also elected by the collaboration of the elders. Moreover, within the supreme sect, the strongest in terms of cultivation level is not the sect leader but the true inheritor. It is said that he is the most talented person in the supreme sect in 1,000 years. He wanders outside and seldom returns. I have heard a rumor that if he wishes to become the sect leader today, by tomorrow he will be the sect leader, Lujia replied, his tone becoming excited as he spoke of the true inheritor. That impressive? What's his name? Cough cough, I haven't found out yet. Lujia coughed slightly, trying hard to cover his embarrassment. Yelan gave him an annoyed look, then turned to Guan and whispered, I have indeed heard many secrets in the law enforcement hall. The open and secret struggles within the main city of the sect have also spread to the inner and outer sects. Elder brother, you must be careful in Mystic Valley. Those people will do anything for power. Guan laughed and said, surely not. Could someone really dare to slaughter Mystic Valley and then frame the other party? As soon as these words came out, Guan himself felt uneasy. Hadn't someone already bred the demon of greed right outside the outer sect? What else couldn't happen? Seeing his worry, Yelan reached out and held his hand, reassuringly saying, Elder brother, don't worry, I will try to convince the law enforcement hall to increase patrols around the various medicine valleys in the outer sect. Guan naturally withdrew his hand, he was only distracted for a moment, and she had sneaked an attack on him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Well, he had actually noticed, but he was afraid that reacting too quickly would arouse suspicions from his junior brother and sister. Lujia secretly snickered, but was given a stern look by Yelan. Compared to me, you need to be more cautious. Such a power struggle is more dangerous than going out to slay demons, Guan commented solemnly. Lujia was very confident, claiming it was impossible for him to die. Yelan then mentioned that she was in the law enforcement hall, where others wouldn't dare to easily harm her. The law enforcement hall manages all divisions. Joining the law enforcement hall grants power above ordinary disciples, but disciples of the law enforcement hall don't have as much cultivation time as ordinary disciples, as they must intervene whenever any division faces an issue. Guan looked at Yelan, feeling deeply inside. Just a few years out of the valley, Yelan had metamorphosed, no longer the little girl who followed him around, she now appeared capable and striking. The three of them chatted while drinking. Most of the time, it was Lujia and Yelan talking, through which Guan gained a lot of insight into the situation of the Supreme Sect. He felt very gratified that the junior brother and sister he had trained were now looking after him in return, giving him a sense of achievement. If disciples of Mystic Valley were dispersed across various divisions of the outer sect, and even entered the inner sect in the future, wouldn't he have connections everywhere? Just thinking about it excited Guan. 2 ancient hours later, Lujia left first. Guan politely declined Yelan's invitation to visit her residence to taste some delicacies, then left the outer city under her reluctant gaze. Riding his flying sword, facing the wind, Guan felt very pleased. The skies gradually turned crimson, dusk was approaching. Gu An's apparent cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, so his flying speed was not slow. He admired the undulating forests along the way. Suddenly, half an ancient hour later, while flying, Gu An saw a figure emerge from the forest ahead, quickly approaching him, causing him to slow down. A white-robed elder appeared, flying on a sword and carrying a wine gourd, his nose red as a jujube, seemingly just having had a drink. "Young friend, please wait." The voice of the white-robed elder reached him, and Gu An could sense the elder's cultivation aura was at the Foundation establishment realm, but to be safe, he still initiated a lifespan detection. Lin Fuxian, Nascent Soul Realm Level 1603/800/840. Good heavens! Nascent Soul Realm! Gu An inwardly cursed the other's deceit, who had evidently cultivated a secret technique to hide his cultivation level. The two quickly met in midair. Lin Fuxian's face bearing a benign smile, said, "Young friend, I am a disciple of the Outer Law Enforcement Hall, Lin Kun, and I need to inquire about a matter with you. There have been frequent appearances of demon path spies recently. Shall we go to the woods to talk?" Gu An nodded, knowing that it was probably futile to refuse at that moment. It would be better to see what happens. The two quickly landed in the forest, and Gu An casually plucked 2 leaves. Lin Fuxian stepped forward, his tone mysteriously asking, "Young friend, have you heard of Taixuan from the Taixuan Sect?" "Taixuan? That I know all too well. That was the one I killed." Taixuan Chanji had once sought to stay in his medicine valley and even injured Li Yi. How could he forget? Gu An feigned confusion and asked, "I've heard of the Taixuan Sect, but who is Taixuan?" Taixuan was a genius of the Taixuan Sect, and his father was even the vice-sect hierarch of the Taixuan Sect. He died in this area, and recently there have been quite a few spies from the Taixuan Sect investigating the cause of his death. Lin Fuxian stepped forward and said. Gu An immediately stepped back to keep distance between them. Seeing his cautious expression, Lin Fuxian grinned and said, "What? Young friend, you don't suspect that I am a spy from the Taixuan Sect, do you?" Gu An shook his head and said, "The junior dares not, but the junior really has never heard of Taixuan. Since you are a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, why do you need to ask me?" "Ha ha ha!" Lin Fuxian burst into laughter. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and a surge of spiritual power spread out like mist, quickly covering an area of several miles. Gu An panicked, raised his sword with his right hand, and looked tensely at him. Lin Fuxian then opened his wine gourd, and an unpleasant smell of alcohol wafted out. He sneered, "Don't be afraid, there are 15 of your fellow sect members accompanying you in here." Gu An gritted his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you? What's your background? Even if I am to die, can you let me die understanding why? Haven't you guessed it?" Lin Fuxian said with a cold laugh. He lifted his hand and made a grabbing motion from afar. A powerful spiritual power bound Gu An and forcefully pulled him toward himself. Gu An's face showed despair as his body soared into the air, quickly flying towards Lin Fuxian. Lin Fuxian reached out with his left hand towards him while pouring from the wine gourd into his mouth with his right hand. Boom! Gu An suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, instantly dispersing Lin Fuxian's spiritual power. Lin Fuxian's pupils suddenly dilated, a leaf reflecting in his eyes. Encircled by sharp sword qi, the leaf moved as fast as lightning, directly piercing Lin Fuxian's forehead, blood splattering as the leaf continued on its path. Boom, boom, boom. Several large trees were smashed, raising a cloud of dust that lifted into the air like a long, grey wall extending for miles. Lin Fuxian's body trembled, his face showing disbelief as he cried out in anger, You hid your cultivation level, despicable." Gu An took a step forward right in front of him, his right hand's index and middle fingers together like a sword, placed against his chest. Boom! Sword chi burst forth, instantly shattering Lin Fuxian's physical body and scattering the dust wave behind him, the surrounding trees falling outward, revealing a trench several miles long. A figure suddenly flew out of the rolling dust, an old-faced infant that looked odd. It was Lin Fuxian's nascent soul. He flew rapidly towards the horizon, when suddenly a swooshing sound approached his ears. He instinctively turned his head just as a leaf sped forth, directly annihilating his nascent soul, with a mist of blood blossoming in the air. Guan reached out his hand to summon his flying sword, took a step forward, attaching sword chi to his body, and transformed into a sword shadow speeding away, quickly disappearing into the woods. He did not head towards Mystic Valley but in a different direction. On the swiftly traversing path, a notification popped up. You successfully seized Lin Fuxian, Nascent Soul Realm Level 1, 25 years of lifespan. It's a bit little, but there's nothing to be done about it. Although Lin Fuxian was at the Nascent Soul Realm, at 603 years old, he only had 197 years left to live. Guan didn't dwell on it. He took a big detour and then returned to Mystic Valley at the fastest speed possible. He climbed through the window into the attic hall, sat at the table, lifted his hand to summon a jar of wine from the wine cabinet, and started drinking heavily. After drinking a gulp of wine, he gently set the jar down, his right hand trembling slightly, his heartbeat intense. Huff, huff. Guan tried to calm his emotions. That was terrifying. Coming home to encounter a demon path spy. Worried about making too much noise with his previous move, Guan decided to not leave the valley for the next month and lay low for a while. No, it's too dangerous. Today a nascent soul realm came after me, who knows when a divinity transformation or even higher realm might appear. Guan quickly accessed his attribute panel, and seeing his 91,000 years of lifespan, he felt somewhat relieved. The path of immortal cultivation is truly fraught with dangers. Even a regular cultivator at the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm could be intercepted by a nascent soul realm level 1 great cultivator. Isn't that scary? Guan thought about the 15 souls in the wine gourd, feeling sympathy for them. Next, he planned to forcefully harvest a batch of medicinal herbs, striving to reach 100,000 years of lifespan and see if he could unlock new features. Then, he would rejuvenate his lifespan at the first opportunity. Guan took a deep breath and pulled out the green hero travelogue from his chest, diverting his attention. Night fell, and cheers from fellow disciples echoed from outside the window. Guan used his divine sense to check and found out it was Tang Yu and Su Han sparring again, with other disciples watching the excitement. Ordinarily, he would have joined them, but he was not in the mood now. He focused on reading the Green Hero travelogue, his heart finally calming down, though he remained somewhat worried. After a while, footsteps approached, then the door swung open as Zhen Qin rushed in and said, "Master, Big Brother and Second Brother are fighting." Her gaze fell on the cover of the Green Hero travelogue, and she raised an eyebrow. Chapter 40, Hearing of Flying Leaves Again, Lifespan of 100,000 years. Guan closed the Green Hero travelogue and asked expressionlessly, "Don't they often spar with each other? How did it turn into a fight?" Zhen Qin retracted her gaze and said in a panicked voice, "Second senior brother used a set of swordsmanship, and first senior brother mocked that his swordsmanship was too soft. Second senior brother got agitated, he has already stabbed first senior brother, and he refuses to stop." Upon hearing this, Guan immediately stood up. The master and disciple quickly descended the stairs. At this moment, the crowd that had been watching was no longer cheering but incessantly trying to persuade Su Han. Under the cover of night, Su Han, with his hair disheveled, swung his sword wildly like a fierce ghost, his eyes glowing with a bloody light. Tang Yu, facing him, was in a sorry state, his robe slashed into tatters, with 2 shocking wounds on his chest from which blood surged, staining his trousers red. Wuxin and Xiao Chuan wanted to step forward to stop him, but Su Han's sword moves were too fierce for them to get close. Upon seeing Guan arriving, the disciples hurriedly made way. Guan stepped in between the two in 2 strides, grabbing Su Han's right wrist with his left hand and blocking Tang Yu's leg with his left arm. Shaken by the impact, Tang Yu staggered backward, astonished at how hard his master's arm was. He then exhaled, looking at Su Han with a gaze filled with fear. With his wrist in Guan's grasp, Su Han could not move, and with a forceful squeeze from Guan, his sword clanged to the ground. "Wake up!" Guan commanded in a deep voice, and Su Han shivered, the bloodthirsty hatred in his eyes beginning to fade. Standing not far away, Wuxin was secretly startled. First senior brother moves so fast. Although Guan had reached the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, he was not considered a strong cultivator in their hearts, mainly because he often belittled himself. Guan's actions just now changed Wuxin's perception. He suddenly realized first senior brother was not simple. Xiao Chuan, on the other hand, took this as usual because Guan had once subdued the frenzied Meng Lang. Perhaps Guan's spirit root qualification was mediocre, but in Xiaoquan's heart, Guan's combat ability was strong, at least making him feel very reliable. The other disciples were also intimidated by Guan's move, as it was the first time they saw him in action, and he could easily suppress Tang Yu and Su Han, both at the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Zhen Qin was the first to cheer, breaking the silence. The others followed and gathered around. "Master, so you are this formidable. Second senior brother, wake up." "Master, did second senior brother suffer from a deviation? It's all first senior brother's fault for mocking second senior brother. I have never seen second senior brother so angry." The disciples chattered non-stop, while Guan kept his gaze fixed on Su Han. Su Han gasped heavily, his body suddenly slumping like mud, but his right hand was held by Guan, preventing him from falling to the ground. He looked up at Guan, weakly saying, "Master, I..." Before he could finish, his neck slumped, and he passed out. Guan instructed 2 disciples to help Su Han back to his room, then he turned to look at Tang Yu. Under his master's gaze, Tang Yu's face was flushed, he didn't know how to explain, but he felt aggrieved as he was injured. "Go back to your room and stop the bleeding," Guan said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Tang Yu quickly bowed and then left. Guan turned to the others and said, "Aren't you disbanding yet? Are you not practicing today?" With that, he turned and walked toward the attic. The disciples watched his retreating figure, exchanging looks. Although Guan didn't say anything too harsh, they all thought that Guan was angry. Little did they know, Guan was just not in the mood to lecture. That night, all the disciples in the valley were preoccupied with their own thoughts, unable to calm their minds. Guan stayed alone in the attic, and in the middle of the night, he sensed several strong divine senses sweeping over. Eventually, his fight with Lin Fuxian had caught the attention of the Supreme Sect. The next morning, Su Han came to visit Guan. He was there to apologize. "Apologizing to me is useless, you didn't hurt me," Guan said, looking at him with a calm expression. Su Han gritted his teeth, he started by mocking that my swordsmanship was inadequate. Guan asked, "Did you ever tell him about the origin of your swordsmanship?" You and Tang Yu joined Medicine Valley on the same day, and you two had the best relationship. You know him well, he is brash but not malicious by nature," Guan said with a heavier tone, as he didn't want his disciples to become enemies after so many years of being together. He didn't forcefully stop Su Han from continuing to practice the hateful Heaven Divine Sword, such matters simply couldn't be stopped, and if stopped, perhaps even the bond between master and disciple would be lost. Thinking back on the years spent together with Tang Yu, Su Han could not help but feel remorse. Initially, Tang Yu had only jokingly criticized that his swordsmanship was ineffective, already frustrating him for being unable to master the hateful Heaven Divine Sword. Hence, a conflict erupted, and Tang Yu, also angered, spoke more harshly, leading to his furious and sudden deviation. "Master, I was wrong. I will go to first senior brother later," said Su Han, taking a deep breath, earnestly. Guan said, "Don't wait any longer, let's go now, I also need to check on the herbs." He stood up and walked towards Suhan. The two left the attic one after the other, with Suhan closing the door behind them. He caught up to Guan's pace and couldn't help but ask, "Master, aren't you going to ask why I lost my composure last night?" Guan didn't turn back and said, "It likely involves your hateful heaven divine sword. This swordsmanship was passed down to you by your father. Whether to practice it or not is not for me to decide. You need to think it through and decide what's most important to you in your heart." Suhan slowed his steps, standing in front of the stairs, staring blankly at Guan's retreating figure. What's most important? Guan had no time to worry about his disciples' conflicts. He had already said what needed to be said. If they couldn't get along, then he would let them leave Mystic Valley and never meet again. Guan began inspecting the herbs in each garden area to see which ones were nearing maturity. He needed to quickly gather 100,000 years of lifespan, so he harvested some herbs that were close to their maturity stage. Of course, for those herbs that were far from mature, Guan didn't touch them, as he wasn't mad enough to destroy his own foundation. Now that he had many ways to collect lifespan, he wasn't too worried. Above the mountain forest, cultivators floated in the air on their magic artifacts, looking down at the law enforcement hall disciples searching below. Among them was Yelan. Chu Jingfeng stood on a flying sword, his right sleeve fluttering with the wind, emanating an aura of worldliness unlike his former spirited youth. An old man flew over on a gourd, handing a leaf to Chu Jingfeng, saying, "It must have been the flying leaf sword Immortal." Nearby, Lin Fuxian's wine soul gourd of Wanyan sect was found with the souls of 15 disciples of the Supreme Sect. Chu Jingfeng took the leaf and scrutinized it. The surface of the leaf was covered with fine sword marks, almost invisible at first glance. He said thoughtfully, "Does that mean the flying leaf sword Immortal is really one of our own?" The elder nodded and said, "It should be so." The attack on Zhou Yujian was likely a factional dispute. Given his ease in killing Lin Fuxian, if he wanted to kill Zhou Yujian would certainly not survive. Chu Jingfeng remained silent. The elder looked at his flowing right sleeve and said, "Jingfeng, it's time to let go of your hang-ups and get your arm fixed. Otherwise, if you keep using your left hand for swordsmanship, it will be hard to change the habit later." "Why should I fix it? If the flying leaf sword Immortal can use a leaf as a sword, why must I necessarily use my right hand to wield a sword?" Chu Jingfeng countered. Hearing this, the elder shook his head, sighing in resignation, and said no more. In the forest, Yelan stood in a ravine, looking towards the end as if it led to the ends of the earth and sea, her eyes filled with shock. "I heard that it was the flying leaf sword Immortal who acted." This terrifying scene was caused by a single leaf. A female disciple came over, marveling. The surrounding disciples also marveled at the incredible power of the flying leaf sword Immortal, and Yelan admired him too. How high must one's cultivation level be to have such terrifying strength? Yelan turned her head towards another direction, her eyes showing worry. Since Lin Fuxian's death, cultivators flew over Mystic Valley every few days, most of them at the Foundation establishment realm. Guan occasionally could see Yelan among them. She did not come down to visit Guan, as if she was just passing by. But she passed over Mystic Valley 4 times within a month. How could Guan not understand her intentions? This girl. Guan stood at the window, watching the cultivators disappearing into the horizon, feeling warmth in his heart. He accessed his attribute panel, looking at his 99,999 years of lifespan, his hands clenched in his sleeves. It was happening, n/o/b/in.c//om. Tonight, he was going to break through his current realm. Due to this month's forced harvesting, the lifespan harvest for the next year would decrease, but after waiting for another year, it should recover and then continue to increase. He had intentionally left 10 years of lifespan unharvested, waiting to secretly collect them that night. He wanted to thoroughly enjoy the sensation of harvesting life. Seeing that it was still early, Guan couldn't sit still and went downstairs. In the yard, he saw Su Han practicing swordsmanship on the eastern mountain top from a distance. Since the conflict that night, Su Han had become solitary, and others were afraid to disturb him, fearing that he might go berserk. The relationship between Tang Yu and Su Han had, however, improved. After learning the origin of the hateful Heaven Divine Sword, Tang Yu apologized to Su Han, but after that, he practiced even harder. An apology was an apology, but he did not want to lose to Su Han again, especially since he was the oldest disciple. Guan reached the front of the garden fence, looking out with a smile on his face. "Master, what's making you so happy?" Zhen Qin came running over, curiously asking. Guan ruffled her hair, smiling. "What? Do I not smile often usually?" Zhen Qin giggled. "Master, since you're in such a good mood today, why not teach me the residual wind leg technique?" Guan asked in surprise. "I thought you hated practicing swordsmanship and leg techniques, what's changed?" "I want to become a disciple of Law Enforcement Hall just like Uncle Yelan." Zhen Qin clenched her fists, excitedly saying. Earlier, Wuxin and Xiao Chuan had also seen Yelan, and they remarked on it to each other. Their conversation was overheard by Zhen Qin, who was waiting nearby, learning that Yelan's robe belonged to the Law Enforcement Hall, and she greatly admired her. Guan laughed and said, "All right, I'll teach you." It was also good to send this girl off sooner, she always disturbed him when he was reading. And so, Guan began teaching Zhen Qin the residual wind leg technique. When the deep night fell and all the disciples had gone back to their rooms, Guan quietly left Mystic Valley. Before leaving, he also harvested 2 third-tier herbs from the garden. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Top-Grade Heavenly Spirit Root, Breaking Through to the Divinity Transformation Realm. Under the veil of night, Guan swiftly moved through the mountains, heading in the opposite direction from where he had previously slain Lin Fuxian. This time, he planned to break through 100 miles away. Throughout the month, he had observed that no disciples of Law Enforcement Hall patrolled after midnight. As he traveled, rows of prompts suddenly appeared before Guan's eyes. "You have successfully seized bitter root grass, Tier 3, with 6 years of lifespan. You have successfully seized bitter root grass, Tier 3, with 7 years of lifespan. Your lifespan has broken through 100,000 years for the first time, activating the lifespan deduction feature. Lifespan deduction, consume lifespan to deduce the laws of cause and effect in the Great Dao and Destiny. The lifespan consumed depends on the consequences deduced." Lifespan deduction? Guan's brows furrowed, he smelled a conspiracy. This was aiming to trap his lifespan. Could it drain his lifespan in an instant? Guan decided to test the waters fleetingly. When the new function appeared, he gained some insight and knew how to use it. The so-called deduction was actually using lifespan to ask questions. In his heart, Guan silently asked, "Using lifespan deduction, does Zhang Qian currently want to kill me?" About 2 breaths of time passed. "It requires 300 years of lifespan, do you want to proceed with the deduction?" "No. Too expensive." Guan outright refused, but this trial reassured him significantly. At least lifespan deduction would inform him in advance how much lifespan would be required, allowing him to avoid being drained of lifespan all at once. Guan ceased probing and focused on traveling. This feature should be used sparingly, as spending lifespan to explore the unknown seemed temporarily unworthy to him. On the road ahead, Guan was extremely cautious, continually spreading out his divine sense to avoid encountering another nascent soul cultivator. The night was silent. Along the way, although he saw no demon beasts, he could see traces of wild animals, mostly herbivores like wild rabbits and mice. About 50 miles away from Mystic Valley, Guan suddenly spotted a white spirit rat. In the forest, this creature was entangling a rabbit, trailing behind the rabbit's tail and sniffing forward every now and then as the rabbit hopped. It resembled a large dog chasing a rabbit. How humiliating! Guan pretended not to see and quietly left without disturbing the white spirit rat. No wonder this fellow always runs out, even its movements are like a rabbit's. Guan recalled the scene he had just witnessed and could not help but laugh and cry. The white spirit rat had indeed been misraised. Fortunately, he still had Sky Dragon. Thinking of Sky Dragon's majestic figure, Guan felt his mood improve. Half an ancient hour later, Guan arrived in a dense forest, where the overlapping leaves were so thick that even those flying above could not see him. Guan sat down under a large tree, took a deep breath, and summoned his attribute panel. Looking at his lifespan of 100,003 years, his face showed anticipation. 100,000 years of lifespan, truly wealthy and powerful, this time he could properly enhance his various attributes. First, he would enhance his spirit root, maybe invest a bit more since this was the hardest to improve. How much life should he invest? After hesitating for a moment, Guan decided to be bold and directly spend 10,000 years. You invest 10,000 years of lifespan into evolving your spirit root through cultivation. You contemplate the nature's spiritual energy for 100 years, your 5 elements spirit root perception power improves. You contemplate the nature's spiritual energy for 200 years, your 5 elements spirit root perception power improves. You contemplate the nature's spiritual energy for 2,000 years, finally catching a glimpse of the true meaning of heaven and earth. Your spirit root undergoes a baptism of heaven and earth, your 5 elements spirit root qualification begins to transform, with your wood and earth spirit roots becoming notably outstanding. You contemplate the nature's spiritual energy for 4,000 years, your 5 elements spirit root perception power improves. You contemplate the nature's spiritual energy for 5,000 years, feeling the 5 elements arcane between heaven and earth. You resonate with the elements, and your spirit root qualification undergoes a qualitative change, transforming into a 5 elements heavenly spirit root. You contemplate the nature's spiritual energy for 8,000 years, finally capturing a trace of the wood spirit law of heaven and earth. Your wood attribute spirit root undergoes a transformation, becoming a top-grade wood attribute heavenly spirit root. You contemplate the nature's spiritual energy for 10,000 years, your 5 elements spirit root perception power improves. Rows of prompts crazily appeared, so many that Guan dared not blink. When the last prompt appeared, he immediately activated the lifespan barrier. In an instant, the grass beneath his feet shimmered with a ghostly glow, and even the trees behind him emitted a bit of green light, illuminating the area inside the barrier suddenly. 5 elements heavenly spirit root. Guan became excited. The heavenly spirit root was the strongest he had ever heard of, even the Ji family's Ji Xiao could not compare. Heavenly spirit roots were often of a single attribute, but the pace of cultivating with a single attribute was incomparably faster than with dual spirit roots, even to the point of being worlds apart. According to Li Ye, a heavenly spirit root was heaven and earth's favored child, only born either through great fortune or after generations of effort by a family over thousands of years. Could such a spirit root be nurtured? N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Currently, in the Taixuan dynasty, there was only one heavenly spirit root cultivator, residing within the supreme sect. Exact details were not disclosed by Li Ye. Guan suspected Li Suandao was also a heavenly spirit root, just very well hidden. As Guan pondered, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flood into his body, making him itch all over, yet bringing an indescribable sensation of comfort. Let's invest another 10,000 years. With such an abundance of lifespan at his disposal, Guan suddenly felt 10,000 years was not much to spend. Thus, he invested another 10,000 years of lifespan into his spirit root, and rows of prompts crazily appeared before his eyes. Spirit root perception power improves. Spirit root perception power improves. Guan looked at the identical prompts, his daoist heart beginning to tremble. Something was amiss. Trouble. Big trouble. Until the 5,000-year mark, his earth spirit root had transformed into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. For the next 5,000 years, there was only an increase in the perception power of his spirit root, like an abyss, continuing until the end. Gu An's heart bled. He practiced the divine wood pure yang skill relying on the wood spirit root was enough, which meant, the investment of the next 10,000 years wouldn't increase his cultivation speed again. Spirit roots were destined from birth, and in reality, there was no known cultivation technique for enhancing spirit roots. His advancement from an ordinary 5 elements spirit root to a 5 elements heavenly spirit root was already inconceivable. No way. Spend again. He couldn't let these 10,000 years be wasted. Guan gritted his teeth and invested another 10,000 years of lifespan. More prompts quickly popped up, and Gu An's expression had already darkened. After investing 10,000 years, the fire spirit root transformed into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. It couldn't be that it takes 10,000 years to improve just one spirit root, could it? Guan once again invested 10,000 years of lifespan into his spirit root. The spiritual energy from nature flowed into his body more abundantly, and now grey and red lights also appeared around him. Dozens of prompts later, Gu An's water spirit root transformed into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. Would gathering all 5 elements induce a qualitative change? Guan continued investing 10,000 years of lifespan. Eventually, his metal spirit root also transformed into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. In the attribute panel, the spirit root section directly changed to top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root. Guan looked at his remaining lifespan, his gaze becoming vacant. 50,000 years of lifespan, just like that. After the rush, Guan felt an unprecedented emptiness in his heart. The earth spirit energy rushed crazily into his body, plunging his physical body into a bizarre state, itchy and warm but without any discomfort. Countless light stars floated around him, red for fire, green for wood, blue for water, yellow for metal, grey for earth, resplendent like a galaxy, dazzlingly brilliant. Gu An's expression was dazed, his thoughts chaotic. Time sped by swiftly. An ancient hour later, Guan completed the transformation of his spirit roots. He only felt that the entire world had become wonderfully fresh, this abrupt surge of perception invigorating his spirit. This feeling was too marvelous. He suddenly felt that investing 50,000 years of lifespan wasn't a loss after all. A top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root could certainly stand out in the Taixuan dynasty, and as for the whole mortal world, he wasn't sure, because he had no idea how big this part of the world was. Guan took a deep breath and looked toward the cultivation techniques in his attribute panel. Should he invest in cultivation techniques? He feared that enhancing the techniques to a certain stage would result in investments exceeding expectations. Moreover, he already possessed a top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root, and his divine wood pure yang skill wasn't lacking either. How long should he keep building the foundation? A divinity transformation realm demon cultivator might ambush him tomorrow. Upgrade cultivation level directly. New spirit roots, don't disappoint me. Start with another 10,000 years, for cultivation level is of utmost importance and worth investing heavily in. Begin investing. You invest 10,000 years of lifespan for evolutionary cultivation on cultivation level. You practice energy absorption for 10 years, and with the great accomplishment of your divine wood pure yang skill, you forcibly assault the divinity transformation realm, beginning tribulation crossing. You do not endure the 5 elements heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. You practice energy absorption for 100 years, and with the great accomplishment of your divine wood pure yang skill, you forcibly assault the divinity transformation realm, beginning tribulation crossing. You do not endure the 5 elements heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. Seeing the continuous failed tribulation prompts, Gu An's expression remained calm. Failing the tribulation once every 100 years, he could accept that. He didn't believe he could fail 100 times. Fortunately, the situation wasn't as bad as he thought. You practice energy absorption for 2,700 years, and with the great accomplishment of your divine wood pure yang skill, you forcibly assault the divinity transformation realm, beginning tribulation crossing. You endure the 5 elements heavenly tribulation, the tribulation succeeds, and you break through to the first layer of the divinity transformation realm. You practice energy absorption for 3,000 years, and your cultivation level breaks through to the second layer of the divinity transformation realm. You practice energy absorption for 3,200 years, and your cultivation level breaks through to the third layer of the divinity transformation realm. You practice energy absorption for 3,400 years, and your cultivation level breaks through to the fourth layer of the divinity transformation realm. You practice energy absorption for 3,700 years, and your cultivation level breaks through to the fifth layer of the divinity transformation realm. You practice energy absorption for 5,000 years, and your cultivation level breaks through to the ninth layer of the divinity transformation realm. You practice energy absorption for 5,200 years, and with the great accomplishment of your divine wood pure yang skill, you forcibly assault the void crossing realm, beginning tribulation crossing. You do not endure the mystic dark heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. You practice energy absorption for 6,400 years, and with the great accomplishment of your divine wood pure yang skill, you forcibly assault the void crossing realm, beginning tribulation crossing. You do not endure the mystic dark heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. Okay, failing again. Failing a tribulation every 200 years, Guan could accept that. At the same time, he pondered a question: the quality of spirit roots seemed not to determine the success rate of tribulation. Could it be that one's own strength was the key to tribulation? Spells, divine skills, formations, secret techniques, magic artifacts, and more. You practice energy absorption for 9,600 years, and with the great accomplishment of your divine wood pure yang skill, you forcibly assault the void crossing realm, beginning tribulation crossing. You do not endure the mystic dark heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. You practice energy absorption for 9,800 years, and with the great accomplishment of your divine wood pure yang skill, you forcibly assault the void crossing realm, beginning tribulation crossing. You endure the mystic dark heavenly tribulation, the tribulation succeeds, and your cultivation level breaks through to the first layer of the void crossing realm. You practice energy absorption for 10,000 years, and your cultivation level increases. Guan checked his attribute panel again, with nearly 40,000 years of lifespan remaining, which made the corners of his mouth turn upward. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Breaking Through the Void Crossing Realm, the Demon Lord Attacks. Guan didn't continue to push his cultivation level, preferring to wait until he reached the first layer of the Void Crossing Realm. He feared the time it would take to absorb spiritual energy would be too long, and that daybreak might come before he finished. If the disciples discovered he wasn't in the valley, it would spell trouble. With each notification that appeared, Guan could distinctly feel the earth spirit energy wildly surging upwards from beneath the ground. With a boom, spiritual energy rose in a wild frenzy from the ground, pulling at his robes and tangling his black hair as if trying to lift them into the air. His body wasn't blown away, for the spiritual energy had already entered him, tethering him to the ground like chains. This time, the commotion caused by devouring spiritual energy was far greater than his previous breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. In fact, the ground beneath Guan vibrated so intensely he could feel it. He was secretly relieved he had the lifespan barrier, otherwise, his cultivation level could not be concealed. But now he found himself worrying if such a disturbance would affect the Supreme Sect. After activating the lifespan barrier, the spiritual energy wasn't conjured from nothingness, but drawn from beneath the earth spiritual energy that naturally belonged to the Supreme Sect. Guan had a new hypothesis. His progress in cultivation during lifespan evolution, could it be related to the richness of the surrounding spiritual energy? He felt it very likely, recalling Li Suandeo, only 230 years old at the 8th layer of the divinity transformation realm. It was incredible. Upon further thought, there was a huge gap between him and Li Suandeo. If Li Suandeo also had a heavenly spirit root, the advantage was incomparable to Guan's circumstances. As an emperor, Li Suandeo could have the highest quality cave residences, access to the best immortal cultivation elixirs of the dynasty, and surely top-tier cultivation techniques. Furthermore, there were formations, magic artifacts, and the like. Perhaps these were also reasons why Li Suandeo succeeded in tribulation crossing so rapidly. When Zhou Yujian underwent his tribulation, many cultivators swooped in to take formation positions. Others meticulously prepared for their tribulations while he simply withstood them during cultivation evolution. In reality, failing meant death with no 200-year repetition cycles. To compare evolutionary cultivation with Li Suandeo, Guan seemed far behind, but it wasn't a fair comparison. In reality, Guan was a 34-year-old at the first layer of the Void Crossing realm. Could Li Suandeo reach the Void Crossing realm before the age of 300? Was there a second person in this world who cultivated nakedly, staunchly, and withstood heavenly tribulations as he did? Thinking this way, Guan felt much more balanced. The lifespan invested in cultivation was merely a number, while the cultivation level in reality was what truly mattered. At the same time, he wondered if he should cultivate other attribute-based techniques or perhaps find a 5-element skill to practice, which might further unlock the potential of his top-tier 5 elements heavenly spirit root. The rumbling grew. The sound of earth spirit energy surging into his body became louder, and a cyclone formed within the barrier with 5-colored spiritual energy nearly submerging his figure. Clouds gathered, gradually obscuring the moonlight. In a residence, within a small pavilion and beneath an oil lamp on the table, sat Zhou Yujian with white hair, holding a book from which the title Investiture of the Gods could be faintly discerned. Above, the golden light separates into 5 colors, and below, red lotuses chase myriad paths, with an 8 trigrams immortal garment shrouded in purple qi, and a 3-edged treasure sword named Qingping. Zhou Yujian muttered, his face alight with nostalgia. He had been immersed in Investiture of the Gods for several years, finding new insights with each reading. Although the book contained no technique of immortal cultivation, the immortal sorcery described therein left him yearning. He believed the book contained profound truths, though they remained elusive to him for the time being. At that moment, Zhou Yujian felt something, suddenly rising to his feet with a focus that drilled into the ground. The night was somber, the cold wind harsh. The sound of the wind grew louder. The oil lamp flickered violently on the table as if it would go out at any moment. Not just him all around, cultivators flew out from their residences and courtyards, as more and more outer disciples gathered above the city. What's going on? The spiritual energy is sinking. Do you feel it too? Could we be under attack by demons? That's unlikely. This is the Supreme Sect. Who would dare to seek death? Could it be that a large formation is activating underground? The outer disciples debated among themselves. Yelan also flew out of her courtyard on her sword, looking anxiously towards the streets of the outer sect. Under the dim night sky, a continuous stream of cultivators ascended, while servant disciples who couldn't practice the sword control technique gathered on the streets, everyone panic-stricken. Everyone could feel the spiritual energy sinking into the ground, an unprecedented situation that naturally induced panic. What troubled them the most was that the rate of spiritual energy's descent was accelerating, thinning the concentration of spiritual energy within the outer sect. Spiritual energy was the lifeblood of any great sect, as its foundation lay in the richness of spiritual energy. In the woods, Guan had stepped into the divinity transformation realm, and his nascent soul emerged from his body, floating above his head. In the nascent soul realm, one could condense a nascent soul, but ordinarily, it could not leave the body without severing its connection. Thus, the nascent soul usually only emerged when on the brink of death, to find a new body to inhabit. The divinity transformation realm allowed the nascent soul to evolve into a primordial spirit, a manifestation akin to the soul. Primordial spirit emergence was a unique ability of the divinity transformation realm, not severing the connection with the body. Below the divinity transformation realm, one could not see the primordial spirit unless it manifested itself. After the primordial spirit emerged from the nascent soul, a cultivator's divine sense underwent a dramatic change. Guan was immersed in this transformation, his nascent soul gradually turning into a blue lotus, then blooming. His primordial spirit slowly stood up from within, looking identical to his physical self, even down to the appearance of his clothing. Divinity transformation realm was not the end, Guan continued to strive for an even higher realm. The spiritual energy he was devouring grew more and more immense, and he noticed that the forest outside the barrier began to vibrate gently. This made him even more nervous. The disturbance was too great. Guan did not dare to let his primordial spirit fly out of the lifespan barrier, fearing he might encounter a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm probing the area. The Supreme Sect surely had cultivators of the divinity transformation realm. After all, some of the powerful elders from the outer sect had reached the nascent soul realm, let alone those from the inner sect and the main city of sect. He even suspected that the Supreme Sect concealed a void-crossing realm, otherwise, why would Li Suandeo of the Divinity Transformation Realm 8 layers hide his cultivation level? Time continued to pass. An ancient hour later, Guan's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the Divinity Transformation Realm. Suddenly, two figures swept across the night sky. At the same moment he visually identified them, he immediately performed lifespan detection. Oh my! Two nascent soul realm cultivators. Guan grew even more nervous, only hoping that no one would notice this patch of forest. The lifespan barrier could prevent others from seeing his figure, but it would be unfortunate if someone happened to pass by this exact spot. Afterward, strong cultivators kept sweeping across the sky above, the lowest of them at the nascent soul realm. Before long, he spotted figures of the divinity transformation realm, and there was more than one. Guan felt as if he had pierced the heavens, especially since he was now assaulting the void-crossing realm, which required an even more tremendous amount of spiritual energy. This night was destined to be restless. Only when the sky had just begun to brighten did Guan's growth in cultivation level finally slow down. Void-crossing realm, first layer, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Upon reaching the void-crossing realm, one's primordial spirit could traverse tens of thousands of miles. Whether it be spiritual power, divine sense, perception, or chi blood, all would experience a qualitative leap in strength. Guan slowly stood up as the sunlight pierced through the heavens, shining all the way to the lifespan barrier and falling upon him. Clothed in a robe of morning light, he looked toward the sunrise with a smile on his face. The spiritual power within him was incredibly vast, giving him a feeling of omnipotence. He deactivated the lifespan barrier and then began walking towards Mystic Valley. Merely maintaining the lifespan barrier had consumed almost 2,000 years, clearly showing how significant last night's disturbances were. With the breakthrough completed, the world returned to normal, but the spiritual energy in the forest could not compare to that of the previous day. Even Guan, now of the void-crossing realm, could not estimate just how much spiritual energy he had absorbed last night. On his way back, Guan saw great cultivators flying in the sky. Since last night, he had seen 7 divinity transformation realm great cultivators, which made him marvel at the profound depths of the Supreme Sect's strength. He quickly returned to Mystic Valley and then stepped out from the attic, calling the disciples to practice their drills. Master, did you feel the sudden dip in spiritual energy last night? Yan asked, his brows furrowing as he spoke of the matter. The other disciples chimed in, as they too had felt it. They were quite concerned, fearing that Mystic Valley might suddenly collapse. Guan chuckled and said, "This is the Supreme Sect, the safest place in the Taixuan dynasty. How could it possibly collapse?" Upon hearing this, the disciples' worries diminished significantly. Wuxin speculated, it might be related to some kind of formation. Perhaps some great cultivator in the sect was breaking through, needing a vast amount of spiritual energy. Clearly, he had encountered something similar in Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but he couldn't disclose it. Master, why do I feel that there is something different about you today? Zhen Qin stared at Guan, asking curiously. Guan gave her a sidelong glance, saying irritably, you always think there's something different about me every day. If you want to learn the leg techniques from me, just say it directly. The other disciples couldn't help but laugh, and Zhen Qin also giggled embarrassingly. The drill practice officially began, and Guan used the process to get accustomed to his brand new spiritual power. After practice ended, Guan did not return to his room but instead walked towards the nearby forest. For this breakthrough, he had depleted quite a few herbs. The harvest for the next 2 years would be affected, and he could only cultivate new land, expanding more gardens. Sigh. A great cultivator of the void-crossing realm farming herbs for you, the supreme sect should be content. Guan thought to himself gleefully as he entered the forest, and, coincidentally, another cultivator flew overhead. This reassured the disciples in the valley, at least affirming that the supreme sect was indeed paying attention to the situation and not neglecting them. It wasn't until noon that Yelan returned to Mystic Valley. After chatting for quite some time, she finally escaped the throng of disciples and followed Guan up to the attic. She closed the door, then proceeded to close the windows. Not only that, but she also took out talisman paper and pasted it on the doors and windows. Guan watched her nervously and asked, Junior sister, what are you trying to do? What to do? To follow or not to follow? Once all the isolating measures were in place, Yelan finally sat down at the table. As she poured herself tea, she said, Senior brother, something significant has happened. The demon lord might be soon attacking. Guan was taken aback, then sat down and asked curiously, who is the demon lord? Which sect or faction are they from? Chapter 43, Chapter 43. Do you know what realm is above divinity transformation? My martial master speculated that it might be the arrival of the silent karma demon lord from the heavenly extinction sect. Yelan said solemnly. Guan frowned and asked, why do you think so? Last night, the spiritual energy of the outer sect was drained, even affecting the inner sect, combined with the recent killing of Lin Fuxian from the Wanyan sect by the flying leaf sword Immortal. All these incidents together prove that the demon path is preparing to besiege the supreme sect. Draining the spiritual energy of the outer sect is their first step, and among the demon path, only the silent karma demon lord of the heavenly extinction sect is capable of such an act. It is said that his heaven-swallowing demon skill could make 1,000 miles of land devoid of life, Yelan said, her eyes revealing a hint of fear as she spoke. This. Guan was somewhat choked up. Lin Fuxian was killed by him, and last night's events were also his doing. Is the demon path taking the blame for him? Although Guan was reluctantly turned into a spy for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, he never considered himself a demon cultivator. He thought for a moment and then comforted her, Junior sister, don't worry. If the sky falls, there will be tall ones holding it up. The supreme sect is the top sect of the Taixuan dynasty. Even if the demon path attacks, shaking the supreme sect will be extremely difficult. Yelan took a deep breath, her eyes resolute as she looked at Guan. Clenching her teeth, she said, Senior brother, let's flee far away. I am now at the Foundation Establishment realm, and we can hide in uninhabited mountains to cultivate in seclusion. I will help you reach Foundation Establishment. Guan almost lost his composure. Goodness, she really wants to take this chance to pledge her life to me? Guan helplessly said, Junior sister, you are exaggerating a bit. Moreover, where in this world is absolutely safe? If we hide in the mountains and encounter a core formation realm demon cultivator, how would we deal with him? And you are only guessing, I don't think the demon path will attack. If the demon path really plans to besiege the Supreme Sect, shouldn't they have come by now? Making so much noise but not making a move, could it be that they are giving the Supreme Sect time to gather the great cultivators from abroad? Hearing this, Yelan found it reasonable. She thought for a moment and said, "Or why don't you come with me to the outer sect to avoid the limelight?" Guan gravely said, "Junior sister, you really don't need to worry about me. Don't let me affect your cultivation. If you truly care about me, then strive to become stronger. In the future, you can take care of me then. It's also for your own good, for cultivators who don't prioritize cultivation will eventually encounter situations where they are powerless." Yelan felt ashamed and realized she was indeed being too anxious. "Senior brother, I am now at the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm. It won't be easy for a common demon cultivator to kill me," Guan said with a proud smile. Upon hearing this, Yelan burst into laughter. She quickly covered her mouth and said, "Senior brother, would any demon cultivator who dares to infiltrate the Supreme Sect be at the energy cultivation realm? The previously deceased Lin Fuxian is said to be a nascent soul realm old monster." Guan scoffed, "What? Does a nascent soul realm old monster not need to lift a finger to kill me?" Yes, senior brother is the most formidable," Yelan laughed, easing the tense atmosphere in her heart. Afterward, Guan inquired about the situation of the outer sect, and Yelan did not hold back, telling him everything. It was not until dusk that Guan bid her farewell. Originally, he planned to enhance his cultivation and spells tonight, but hearing that the outer sect was already preparing for battle, he dared not act recklessly and decided to lay low for now. He still had a doubt in his mind. If the nearby spiritual energy was drained while he continued to break through, what consequence would it bring? He estimated that the lifespan barrier would devour the spiritual energy of even farther places. In such a case, the Supreme Sect would definitely not be able to sit still anymore. In the following 3 days, Guan stayed within Mystic Valley, not even going to the 8 scenic caves. Sky Dragon had already begun his training, and it didn't matter that he hadn't eaten meat for several days, as Guan had prepared a batch of ripe green vine fruits in advance, which it could eat if hungry. Guan shared a soul resonance with Sky Dragon, so it remembered everything he instructed. Since its birth, it had never caused him any trouble, making him feel reassured about this child. That night, Guan was reading in the attic. Possessing a 5 elements heavenly spirit root, he could exhaust the spiritual energy within 10 yards with a mere breath, and the conversion efficiency to spiritual power was extremely high. Since the spiritual energy of the outer sect was still recovering, he refrained from cultivating and continued suppressing it. Suddenly, Guan sensed something, his expression subtly shifting. He did not get up but continued reading. 30 minutes later, a figure appeared outside his window, who quietly pushed open the window and then leaped in. Guan immediately threw a lifespan detection. Fuxian, Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd Layer 160/198/240. After encountering Li Suandao and Lin Fuxian, Guan relied even more on lifespan detection. After all, there were too many cunning old foxes in the immortal cultivation world. Fuxian appeared to be around 50 years old, of mediocre stature, clad in black clothes, with dark eye sockets and eagle-like eyes, giving off a deeply scheming impression. He stood up and looked at Guan, asking, "Are you the Valley Master?" Guan frowned and asked, "I am." "Who are you?" Fuxian did not answer but continued to size him up. After a few moments, he suddenly said, "Unregretful heart of the 1000 autumn green vine, n/o/vel/b/jn. .c//om." Guan was silent. His divine sense had already spread out, confirming that Fuxian had come alone. Reluctantly, he responded, "All Dharma withered hard to find root." Upon hearing this, Fuxian's expression relaxed. He walked to the table and sat down, as if he were in his own home. While pouring himself a cup of tea, he asked, "What about Cheng Su and Dan?" Is he dead? Guan nodded, my master has passed away. May I know why the elder is seeking me? Do you know the whereabouts of the green vine tree? Fuxiang took a sip of tea, then continued, his gaze sweeping around the room. The room, besides books, was filled with various herbs wrapped in spirit protection paper. Guan saw that he didn't really care about the green vine tree, so he asked, what is the green vine tree? Upon hearing this, Fuxiang withdrew his gaze and looked back at Guan, asking, hasn't your master told you about it? Guan shook his head, indicating no. The green vine tree is the holy tree of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. More than 200 years ago, our pavilion sent a green vine tree to the outer sect of the Supreme Sect, but over time, the clues were lost, and it's unclear where exactly the green vine tree is hidden, Fuxiang said with a frown. It arrived more than 200 years ago? Guan frowned and pondered in silence. Could Zhang Qiang have hidden something from him? Fuxiang sighed and said, to be honest, my master is about to break through to the divinity transformation realm. The tribulation crossing is extremely perilous, and I want to find the green vine fruit to lend him a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Guan curiously asked, what realm is divinity transformation? Above foundation establishment is core formation, above that is nascent soul, and above nascent soul is divinity transformation, Fuxiang said, stroking his beard and smiling as if the one about to break through to divinity transformation was he himself. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator's tribulation is perilous. I heard that nascent souls are already akin to immortals. Guan exclaimed in surprise. What immortals? It's still far off. From foundation establishment to core formation also requires passing through tribulations. Every tribulation is dangerous and mostly lethal. The higher the realm, the more deadly the lightning tribulations become. My master has been preparing for 10 years to overcome his tribulation, Fuxiang said, his face revealing a look of longing. Guan asked, what needs to be prepared? Can't one directly undergo the tribulation? How could that be possible? One must prepare elixirs to maintain spiritual power and heal injuries, have formations for support, and have several sets of magic artifacts ready. I haven't heard of anyone who can just directly undergo the tribulation, said Fuxiang, glaring at Guan as if he found the question rather foolish. After hearing this, Guan felt much more at ease. Suddenly, Fuxiang laughed and said, I see your medicine valley has plenty of medicinal herbs. How about taking me as your master? I'll back you up and teach you spells, and you give 3/10 of Medicine Valley's harvest to me every year. How about it? Guan frowned again. In a low voice, Fuxiang said, boy, my master, who is also your martial master, is in the inner sect. Once he breaks through divinity transformation, he will surely become an elder. By then, you can have whatever you want. Guan widened his eyes, asking in surprise, your master could become an inner sect elder? Then doesn't that mean he has been lurking for many years? Why doesn't he know the whereabouts of the green vine tree? It's a long story. Let's talk about taking me as your master first, Fuxiang said gravely. Guan hesitated and asked, is this your master's intention? How could it be? My master doesn't even know that I'm here in this medicine valley. Boy, you're just a servant disciple. What kind of person is my master, and why would he take notice of you? Fuxiang stated displeasedly. Guan stood up, towering over him, and asked, one last question. Fuxiang frowned and asked in a deep voice, what question? He really wanted to kill this annoying kid. So many nonsense questions. Do you know what realm is above divinity transformation? What? Fuxiang was taken aback, then burst into a rage. He had no idea what lay beyond divinity transformation and felt the other was mocking him. Just as he was about to get up, Guan's right hand was already on his head. He looked up to see Guan's face so cold, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, and his whole demeanor had suddenly changed. In that moment, Fuxiang felt as if he was facing his master. No, even his master wasn't this terrifying. He wanted to speak, but his consciousness quickly drifted into oblivion, and his eyes became listless. Guan was using the soul-capturing skill. Until then, he had never mastered the soul-capturing skill, but now, with the superior 5 elements heavenly spirit root, he grasped it immediately. It might not be proficient, but it was enough to deal with Fuxiang. His spiritual power suppressed Fuxiang, while his divine sense forcefully invaded Fuxiang's mind, searching brutally. After an hour, Fuxiang had passed away. Guan reopened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. This guy indeed didn't know the whereabouts of the green vine tree, nor had his master sent him here. Guan lifted his right hand, raising Fuxiang into midair, and from his palm, a burst of spirit power fire began to incinerate the other. He closed his eyes, unwilling to watch this brutal scene. The spirit fire of the void-crossing realm was so powerful that within just 4 breaths, Fuxiang turned to ash, leaving behind only a storage bag. He had successfully seized 4 years of lifespan. Guan checked it, took out all the medicinal materials and spirit stones. As for the magic artifacts and talisman paper, he didn't dare touch them and instead burned them together with the storage bag to prevent someone from tracing him here. The next morning, Guan went downstairs as if nothing had happened. While the disciples were assembling for drill, he secretly felt guilty. Oh no, I'm acting like a demon. And so it continued until a month later, with no cultivators from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion coming to find Guan, he finally felt at ease. One day, Du Ye suddenly came looking for him, and the two talked on the penthouse floor. The third miss has mastered the Kailan step, and the clan leader is very pleased. He plans to come to celebrate for the third miss, and at the same time, a banquet will be held in the inner sect. As a servant of the Ji family, you must attend to help welcome the guests. In 10 days, I'll wait for you in front of the law enforcement hall in the outer sect. Prepare some medicinal herbs these days as a gift, perhaps you can gain the favor of the third miss, Du Ye said earnestly. Guan nodded, having made up his mind. Tonight, I'll practice the 8 directions step. Let's see how strong Ji Xiao's mastered Kailan step really is. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, The Pinnacle of Divine Feats, Teleportation Array. Du Ye came quickly and left quickly, and Guan could feel his excitement, as if he truly believed himself to be a surname Ji. Guan was also very interested in the inner sect, and being able to visit the inner sect through the relationship with the Ji family banquet was a good thing. He planned to gather more spirit stones during these days so that he could also make some purchases when visiting the inner sect. Until nightfall, Guan quietly left Mystic Valley, heading in the opposite direction of where he had made his breakthrough, and after about 50 miles, he stopped. Sitting in front of a cliff, he pulled up his attribute panel. He looked directly at the 8 directions step and invested 5,000 years of lifespan into it. As a movement technique, it wasn't only helpful in combat but also for escape, so it was essential to improve it. Accompanying the fall of his thoughts, a series of notifications popped up. You have invested 5,000 years of lifespan into evolving and practicing the 8 directions step. You practiced the 8 directions step for 1 year, and you have successfully mastered the 8 directions step. You practiced the 8 directions step for 10 years, and your understanding of the 8 directions step has reached its peak, improving your comprehension of movement techniques. You practiced the 8 directions step for 50 years, and you have gained insight into the 8 directions step, promoting it to the 8 directions mystic step. You practiced the 8 directions step for 100 years, and your understanding of the 8 directions mystic step has reached its peak, improving your comprehension of movement techniques. You practiced the 8 directions step for 300 years, and your 8 directions mystic step has returned to its essence, capturing a trace of the true meaning of space, promoting it to the Kailan step. You practiced the 8 directions step for 1,000 years, and your Kailan step has returned to its essence, enhancing your comprehension of movement techniques and space, promoting it to the heavenly dragon mystic true step. You practiced the 8 directions step for 4,000 years, and your persistent practice has finally resonated with heaven and earth, breaking through the limit of your heavenly dragon mystic true step, promoting it to the infinite traceless mystic heaven step. You practiced the 8 directions step for 5,000 years, and your infinite traceless mystic heaven step has reached the mastery realm, enhancing your comprehension of space. 8 directions step, 8 directions mystic step, Kylan step, heavenly dragon mystic true step, infinite traceless mystic heaven step. Guan was secretly exhilarated, and at the same time, a flood of memories began to pour into his mind. He quickly activated his lifespan barrier and then immersed himself in the inheritance. After an hour, Guan opened his eyes. He first looked at the lifespan barrier, which had only consumed 200 years of lifespan. Although inheriting cultivation techniques and spells wouldn't increase one's cultivation level, it still required the absorption of spiritual energy. After all, in evolutionary practice, no matter what one practiced, one was always in an environment infused with spiritual energy. Compared to his breakthrough to the void-crossing realm, the spiritual energy he absorbed this time was not much. Guan looked at the attribute panel again, falling into thought. His cultivation level certainly still needed to be raised, but recently he had to lay low and couldn't act rashly. Moreover, he wanted to improve his cultivation technique before his cultivation level. He planned to visit the inner sect to see if there was a 5 elements skill. If there wasn't a good option, he would bite the bullet and fully commit to the divine wood pure yang skill. After a moment of consideration, Guan decided to invest in the secret technique taught by Zhang Qiang from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the Demon Shadow Divine Skill. Zhang Qiang said this secret technique was very suitable for intelligence work, and he wanted to see exactly how suitable it was. A small investment should do, let's put 2,000 years of lifespan into it. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan into evolving and practicing the Demon Shadow Divine Skill. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine Skill for 10 years, and you have preliminarily mastered the Demon Shadow Divine Skill. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine Skill for 100 years, and your Demon Shadow Divine Skill has reached the mastery realm, speeding up your execution of the Demon Shadow Divine Skill. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine Skill for 200 years, and your Demon Shadow Divine Skill has reached its peak, improving your comprehension of movement techniques. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine Skill for 500 years, and your Demon Shadow Divine Skill has returned to its essence, elevating to the Carefree Demon Body Skill. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine Skill for 1,000 years, and your Carefree Demon Body Skill has reached its peak, enhancing your comprehension of movement techniques and causality. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine Skill for 1,300 years, and your Carefree Demon Body Skill has returned to its essence, elevating to the Great Yin-Yang Transformation. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine Skill for 2,000 years, and your Great Yin-Yang Transformation has reached its peak, improving your comprehension of movement techniques and causality. Demon Shadow Divine Skill, Carefree Demon Body Skill, Great Yin-Yang Transformation. It only evolved twice. This secret technique must be rather complex in itself, and Zhang Qiang did not deceive him. Guan immediately activated the lifespan barrier and then submerged his consciousness into the inheritance. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with surprise and delight. This secret technique was indeed perfect for espionage. The Demon Shadow Divine Skill allows the caster to be covered in demonic qi, forming a demon shadow that even divine sense cannot penetrate. The Great Yin-Yang Transformation was even more exaggerated. It can't be forcibly dispelled, allowing the caster to maintain the demon shadow state until death, with their true body remaining hidden even after death. Most importantly, the technique could not be deduced, and neither magic artifacts nor dharma treasures could reveal the true body. So domineering. With this skill, Guan could do many things in the future. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Especially when combined with the infinite traceless mystic heaven step, it was invincible, for the infinite traceless mystic heaven step already contained the mystery of the teleportation divine power, and each step could manifest a dharma aspect, allowing for both evasion and attack, with endless profundity. Guan pulled up his attribute panel again, his face showing satisfaction. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 34/30823. Spirit root, Supreme 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit root. Cultivation level, Void Crossing Realm First Layer. Cultivation techniques, Fire Control Art, Unfinished, Divine Wood Pure Yang Skill, Mastery, Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill, Peak, Alchemy, Initial Insight, Myriad Poison Mystic Skill, Unfinished, Yin Yang Art, Unfinished. Ultimate Skills, Gale Shadowless Leg, Complete Understanding, Taixuan Divine Shocking Sword, Complete Understanding, Infinite Traceless Mystic Heaven Step, Mastery, Great Yin Yang Transformation, Peak, Wood Spirit Sword Technique, Novice, Zaiwei Array Chronicles, Novice. Spells, Soul Capturing Skill, Novice, Sword Control Technique, Complete Understanding, Enchanting Eyes, Unfinished, Poison Wood Array, Initial Insight, Wind Control Skill, Complete Understanding, Corpse Control Skill, Unfinished. Divine Powers, Mystic Yellow Dragon Might, Minor Achievement. What a fruitful night! Guan deactivated the lifespan barrier, then stood up and took a step forward, his figure vanished into thin air, only to reappear dozens of yards away in the forest. Then, with another step, he disappeared again. He was like a consistently reappearing flash, such was the mysterious essence of the infinite traceless mystic heaven step. And this was merely a trivial trial, the maximum distance he could cross was much farther. Soon after, he returned to Mystic Valley. It was high noon, and the sunlight was brilliant. Guan stood in the city, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked around at the towering buildings. The streets where he stood were bustling with passers-by, and even demon beast figures could be seen. Above, numerous cultivators flew back and forth. The city alone probably housed hundreds of thousands of people. The Supreme Sect had 4 major intersect cities, each housed hundreds of thousands of disciples. This was almost too astonishing. Guan suddenly felt he had underestimated the strength of the Supreme Sect as well as the vastness of the Taixuan dynasty. The 10 days had come to an end. Early yesterday, Guan had already visited the outer sect where he was tasked with managing the disciples' caves. Having finished the work by dawn, and when noon arrived today, he found Du Ye and the two of them used the teleportation array to arrive directly at the inner sect city. According to Du Ye, the outer sect city was thousands of miles away from the inner sect city, with lands in between where demon beasts raised by the Supreme Sect lived, as well as secret realms for disciples to train and medicine valleys for planting high-rank medical herbs. The teleportation array is an amazing creation, I must study it thoroughly, Guan thought to himself. He had already asked Du Ye about purchasing arrays in the inner sect, and that it was possible as long as he had enough spirit stones or spirit energy elixirs. In the immortal cultivation world, spirit energy elixirs also served as a form of currency, capable of restoring a cultivator's spiritual power as well as being used like spirit stones. Various sects had already standardized spirit energy elixirs so that each elixir contained spiritual energy equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone, with the same value. Ever since Li Suandeo invited him to manage Medicine Valley, he had planned to expand his management of the valleys. If every Medicine Valley had a teleportation array, how convenient would that be? Guan, hurry up, Du Ye urged from ahead, and Guan quickly caught up with his pace. Along the way, Du Ye introduced him to the buildings they passed by. Guan listened attentively, planning to explore in the coming days. The Ji family banquet would not end in just a few days, he had plenty of opportunity to explore. Guan wasn't just listening, he was also using lifespan detection. He had yet to see anyone in the Foundation establishment realm, the worst were in the elixir formation realm, but almost all these elixir formation realm disciples were over 200 years old. After a few streets, Guan finally detected the presence of someone in the Foundation establishment realm. the person was only 40 years old and had already reached the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment realm. It was clear that they were a talented individual who had qualified for the inner sect based on their spirit root. It seemed as though Duya was deliberately trying to broaden Guan's horizons with his unhurried pace, which Guan was happy to accommodate. After half an hour, they arrived in front of a mansion. This mansion was vast, its courtyard walls stretching for miles, and the plaque above the gate bore 2 characters. G Mansion. What boldness! Could all G family inner sect disciples live here? Guan quietly criticized the situation, feeling a sense of foreboding. If this continued, one day the Supreme Sect would suppress the G family, and then he would really become an infiltrator for the G family. Although he was currently affiliated with the Supreme Sect, in his heart, the G family was of greater importance. The G family had raised and nurtured him, allowed him to grow up, and led him to join the first sect like the Supreme Sect. Such favors could not be repaid by simply dedicating low-rank medical herbs. Of course, Guan wouldn't impose himself to repay the G family, but should the G family need him, as long as it wasn't too much to ask, he wouldn't refuse. In front of G Mansion's gates, 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators were on guard. Guan cast his lifespan detection and saw that their ages had already surpassed 100 years. Obviously they were not geniuses and were probably similar to Guan and Duya, likely house servants from the G family. Duya immediately stepped forward, taking out his token, his demeanor humble and subservient. Then you can take over for us. When it gets dark, we'll take you to your place to stay, the cultivator named Zhang Yan said thoughtfully. Duya dared not refuse and immediately agreed. Just like that, Guan and Duya began their guard duty upon arrival. Guan took his position in front of a Kailan statue and suddenly had an idea. Duya, you keep watch for me, I'll give you 100 low-grade spirit stones. I want to go to the inner sect to buy some medical herb seeds, this is also for Miss Third's business, Guan said. Upon hearing this, Duya was momentarily stunned. He wanted to argue but found he couldn't refuse. 100 low-grade spirit stones. The kid was quite generous. Thus, after handing over 100 low-grade spirit stones to Duya, Guan left and began to wander alone within the inner sect city. He hadn't gone far when a voice called out, Guan, what are you doing here? Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Become my disciple. Guan looked back and saw Li Ye's childhood friend, Zolin, walking towards him. After many years, Zolin's cultivation level had only reached the 3rd layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, presumably still obsessed with practicing the sword. Guan turned around and greeted him with a clasped fist, saying, My family summoned me for a task, so here I am. You have a family? Aren't you born from house servant origins? Zolin asked curiously. Guan replied, I indeed come from a house servant background, a servant of the G family. Our 3rd miss is about to host a banquet, and I came along with other servants to help. What? You are from the G family? Zolin's eyes widened. Guan retorted, Didn't senior brother Li tell you? Zolin shook his head and said, He didn't mention it, and it's quite a coincidence. My father was also invited by the G family, and I followed him here for the excitement. Isn't G Mansion right behind us? Where are you heading? He was always interested in Guan, always feeling that Guan was not simple, so he did not want to miss out now that they had finally met. I plan to stroll around the inner sect city. Then let me accompany you. Though I am not an inner sect disciple, I have come here often, thanks to my father's influence, Zolin said enthusiastically, and Guan didn't decline. The two chatted as they moved forward. As Zolin talked about his father, Guan gained a deeper understanding of the hierarchy within the Supreme Sect. Usually, disciples would advance to higher realms as they progress, but some would take the path of power, like Zhou Yujian, who joined the Hall of Elders. Unlike other departments, the Hall of Elders was the center of power in the city. The threshold for the outer sect Hall of Elders was the core formation realm, while for the inner sect Hall of Elders, it was the divinity transformation realm. The Hall of Elders held absolute power in each city, and it was said that in the sect's main city, the power of the Hall of Elders was even greater, being able to decide the position of the sect leader. Therefore, some nascent soul realm cultivators chose to stay in the outer sect as elders to continue seeking their own benefits. Zhou Yujian arrived in the inner sect but had not yet joined the Hall of Elders. However, he had become the head of the book collection hall, which was no small position. It's all because of the flying leaf sword Immortal that my father has gone crazy. Now he spends all day engrossed in investiture of the gods, completely neglecting his sword practice, Zhou Lin said indignantly. Guan asked, "Do you think investiture of the gods isn't interesting?" "It's indeed very interesting. Let me tell you, my favorite character is Yang Jian. Why isn't he a sword cultivator?" As Zhou Lin talked about investiture of the gods, his speech grew denser. Guan silently reflected. It seemed he had underestimated the impact of investiture of the gods on the world of immortal cultivation. As Zhou Lin praised Panan, Guan initially felt secretly pleased, but it became mundane after a while. As he wasn't the true author, he wrote mainly to earn spirit stones. Soon after, Guan asked Zhou Lin to lead him to the scripture pavilion. The biggest difference between the scripture pavilion and the book collection pavilion was that the scripture pavilion contained only cultivation techniques and spells. On the way, Guan had asked about the 5 elements skill, only to be scorned by Zhou Lin. In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivation techniques generally focused on a single attribute, even for those with multiple spirit roots, unless someone intended to start over. Starting over with cultivation techniques, although maintaining the realm, the process of reaccumulating spiritual power could drive most cultivators to despair. Immortal cultivation isn't like learning martial arts, it requires years to accumulate, and no one wants to retrace a journey of decades or centuries, let alone those old freaks who have cultivated for 1,000 years. They only grit their teeth and press on, deeply studying one path. This is exactly why the traditions of immortal cultivation blossom so diversely. Upon reaching the scripture pavilion, Guan indeed did not find the 5 elements skill, but he still purchased basic skills for the other 4 attributes, choosing the cheapest ones available since he could advance through extra expenditure. Spirit stones needed to be mainly spent on purchasing seeds. Zhou Lin puzzled over why he bought different attributes cultivation techniques, to which Guan replied it was for his disciples, earning Zhou Lin's deep respect. Back in Mystic Valley, Zhou Lin could feel his attitude towards the servant disciples. Guan was not only trying to ingratiate himself with someone of imperial family background like Li Yi, but he was also kind to those of lower status. Perhaps Li Yi was right, he truly was a good man. Zhou Lin watched Guan's profile and thought so. "Brother Zhou, could you take me to see the formations?" Guan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin readily agreed. The result left Guan somewhat disappointed. Teleportation arrays were indeed available, but they were all exorbitantly priced, he could not afford them. He would have to consider it another day. Although he was a void-crossing realm cultivator, forcefully taking them was not an option. After arriving at the inner sect, Guan felt convinced that the Supreme Sect must be hiding old monsters of the void-crossing realm, especially since the threshold for the inner sect elders was the divinity transformation realm, and even higher up was the sect's main city. Upon further reflection, the Supreme Sect was indeed potent. So many cultivators from the demon path died at the outer sect, and the demon path did not dare to launch an attack on the Supreme Sect. Even Zhang Qiang, a spy at the core formation realm, only dared operate outside the outer sect. If the Supreme Sect was a grand map, Guan was merely operating in a tiny corner. Until evening, Guan bid farewell to Zhou Lin, then returned to the front of Ji Mansion where Du Ye was still waiting, which touched him somewhat. "Why did you only come back now? Without me, you couldn't get in," Du Ye complained. Guan laughed and patted his shoulder, not saying much. The two entered Ji Mansion. Upon entering, Guan sensed many auras. It turned out Ji Mansion also had seclusion restrictions, and he even caught a whiff of the divinity transformation realm aura. Along the way, he kept using lifespan detection on everyone he met. Ji Mansion was populated, and many were prodigies. Although Ji Xiaohu brought only 5 people into the supreme sect, the Ji family had many branches, and each year, many family members entered various sects. 30 minutes later, Du Ye introduced Guan to Jilin, this renowned genius of the outer sect. Jilin, Foundation Establishment Realm 9 Layers 36/330/900. A 36-year-old at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm, very strong. He must have consumed quite a few elixirs. This is what Guan thought as he took out the prepared herbs. Jilin was not arrogant and treated Guan decently, painting a grand picture for him, and Guan feigned excitement, ending the meeting smoothly. Afterwards, Du Ye led Guan to their accommodations. The two shared a yard, but fortunately, they each had a separate house. There were no issues during the night. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Guan was dragged out of the courtyard by Du Ye. The two stood waiting at the main gate. Not just them but also a dozen other cultivators were there. Under the leader's arrangement, they lined up in 2 rows, prepared to welcome the guests for today's banquet. An hour later, the guests started arriving. The first to arrive was a nascent soul realm cultivator. After that person entered the Ji Mansion, Guan heard other house servants discussing that this person was from the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall, with considerable power. As time passed, more and more guests arrived, and every leading person was at least in the nascent soul realm, with a not insignificant proportion in the divinity transformation realm. No wonder Li Suandeo had to conceal his cultivation level. Although strong in the 8th layer of divinity transformation realm, he was still far from invincible. One guest caught Guan's attention more than once. This person was the master of Fuxiang, named Luo Sunyi. Guan had memorized his face when he had searched Fuxiang's soul. Luo Sunyi, nascent soul realm 9th layer 254/804/1300. A 254-year-old at the 9th layer of nascent soul realm could indeed be considered a genius. The Ji family members in charge at the mansion's front obviously had a good relationship with Luo Sunyi, even exchanging pleasantries for a while. Who would have thought this man was a demon cultivator? Guan silently thought to himself, standing quietly throughout, relatively at ease. About another hour passed before Guan spotted another individual from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a spy. Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang nascent soul realm 1st layer 192/700/2490. After 7 years without seeing her, she had managed to succeed in tribulation crossing so quickly. Zhang Qiang was dressed in the robe of an inner sect disciple, her demeanor cold, lacking the frivolity she had when facing Guan before. She merely glanced at him and the two had no interaction before she walked into the Ji Mansion. Why has she come? It can't just be to celebrate, can it? Guan puzzled internally. Could Zhang Qiang be planning to scheme against the Ji family? Pan. Suddenly, a call filled with surprise drew Guan's attention, as he saw Gu Yu, whom he had once met in the Outer Sect's book collection pavilion, swiftly approaching him. Following Gu Yu was a gorgeously dressed middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary aura, though his own energy was faint, clearly having cultivated some kind of energy-concealing sorcery. Guan instinctively sent out a lifespan detection. Gu Zone, Void Crossing Realm 2nd Layer 690/1805/2800. Good heavens! Void Crossing Realm. The Supreme Sect indeed harbored someone from the Void Crossing Realm. This person also bore the surname Gu, clearly related to Gu Yu by blood. Guan had previously felt that Gu Yu was no ordinary person. Guan, are you from the Ji family? Gu Yu came up to Guan and excitedly asked. Guan nodded, replying, I am just a house servant. With your talents, why be a house servant? I will have my father recruit you into the inner sect. Gu Yu stated boldly, causing the surrounding Ji family members to look sideways. Gu Yu turned to Gu Zong and said, "Father, this is the person I often mention. Please take him under your wing." Following Gu Zong, all the cultivators, both nascent soul realm and divinity transformation realm, curiously surveyed Guan upon hearing Gu Yu's words. Oh no! How did it go wrong with this youngster? Guan inwardly cursed. Gu Zong frowned and said, "In such a public setting, what is the decorum?" Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Great cultivators indeed knew better than to break the rules publicly. Gu Zong looked at Guan, his stern expression suddenly disappeared, he revealed a gentle smile and said, "Young friend, my name is Gu Zong, please take me as your master." Upon these words, everyone visibly reacted, Du Ye included, who looked towards Guan in disbelief. The breath of relief Guan had just released was caught up again. "My spirit root qualification is mediocre, I fear I may not be suitable to take you as my master," Guan helplessly said. Gu Zong laughed and replied, "I don't recruit disciples based on their qualifications, but on our connection. I quite like what you have written." With everyone watching, how could Guan agree, and moreover, he did not prefer to take someone of the same realm as his master. When he had pledged to Chengsu and Dan, it was out of necessity. "I need to discuss this matter with others, I hope you can understand," Guan took a deep breath and said with a forced difficulty. Upon hearing this, Gu Zong burst into laughter, he walked forward, patted Guan's shoulder, left a sentence, and then walked into the Ji mansion. "After the banquet, let's have a good talk. Even if you do not become my disciple, help me with a task and I will fulfill all your requests." Gu Yu winked at Guan and then followed his father's steps. After this batch of guests entered the mansion, the surrounding Ji family members gathered around, asking him what he had written that had earned Gu Zong's high regard. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. An old cultivator joked, "It couldn't possibly be investiture of the gods that you wrote, could it?" Guan smiled and said, "I do wish it were me who wrote that." Du Ye scoffed, "How could he possibly have written investiture of the gods, it's probably something related to cultivating herbs." The others joined in the ribbing, and through this incident, Guan's presence suddenly skyrocketed. Just as Guan was thinking of escaping, a cultivator from the Ji family came out from the mansion and said, "Who is Guan? The third young mistress has summoned him." Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Primordial Deist Talisman, Demon Path Ambition. "He is Guan." Du Ye pushed Guan, who staggered a bit before looking at the summoning cultivator and said, "I am Guan. Come." The cultivator replied, then turned and walked toward the mansion. Guan followed his steps, puzzled. What did Ji Xiao want with him? As a child, he had little interaction with Ji Xiao, given the stark difference in their statuses. After Guan left, the Ji family cultivators guarding the gate surrounded Du Ye, inquiring about Guan. Du Ye's expression turned unnatural, he could only reply to each question in turn. Elsewhere, Guan followed the message-carrying cultivator for about 2 li before finally reaching Ji Xiao's courtyard. The message-carrying cultivator stopped at the courtyard entrance, gestured with his hand for Guan to enter, then turned and left. Guan could already sense Ji Xiao's aura. By his judgment, Ji Xiao was also at the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm but significantly stronger than Ji Lin. He stepped into the courtyard, which was filled with a bamboo grove that warred with the wintry atmosphere, making it feel like springtime. Following the small path through the bamboo, he soon saw a pond enveloped in white spirit mist. Within the mist, a figure was meditating, vaguely discernible as a woman. As Guan approached, he saluted Ji Xiao who was in the pond and said, "Guan pays his respects to the third young miss." Ji Xiao, dressed in green, sat cross-legged, floating above the pond's surface with her fingers intertwined and resting on her knees. Her long hair, held up by 3 pearl-studded hairpins, framed her shining, jade-like forehead which bore a faint, red mark. In terms of facial features, only Zhang Qiang could compare to her in Gu An's opinion. Unlike Zhang Qiang's enchanting demeanor, which blended innocence and wickedness, Ji Xiao was like a celestial nymph descended from the heavens, her expression impassive and radiating a sanctity that forbade desecration. Gu An thought back to the first time he had met Ji Xiao as a child. Even then, she didn't seem like a child. Her eyes appeared as if they had been tempered by the ages. He immediately conducted a lifespan detection. Ji Xiao, Foundation Establishment Realm 9th Layer 34/830/8900. What the heck? An ultimate lifespan of 8900 years? The key point was that she was only at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm. How could she possibly have 830 years of life expectancy? Surprised, Gu An suddenly felt Ji Xiao was more than just someone with dual spirit roots. You did well earlier. After the banquet, you should meet Gu Zong, and you can take him as your master, Ji Xiao said without opening her eyes, her voice melodious yet authoritative. She had actually eavesdropped on the conversation at the mansion's gate. Gu An complained inwardly, but verbally responded, "Third young miss, honestly, I don't wish to take him as my master. I can tell that his status is extraordinary and his cultivation level must be very high, but with my mediocre abilities, having a renowned master would only cause me troubles. I wish to stay in my medicine valley and live out my life peacefully. Supplying a batch of medicinal herbs to the third young miss each year is already more than enough to fulfill me." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao opened her eyes. The mist before her dispersed as she turned her head to look at Gu An with a slight upward flick at the corner of her eyes, adding a commanding air to her delicate features. Her bright eyes seemed to be trying to see through Gu An's heart. Gu An slightly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. It wasn't that he feared her, but his current public identity was a mere Qi cultivation realm house servant. He had to play the part fully. Then don't take a master. However, since Gu Zong wishes to meet you, you'll have to see him regardless. This matter is indeed difficult for you. Tell me, what can I do for you? As long as it's within my power, I will make it happen, Ji Xiao softly said. Perhaps it was because Ji Xiao had once saved Gu An when he was younger that he held a fondness for her. Hearing her offer, he didn't hesitate to say, "Third young miss, the Mystic Valley where I stay is too small. I wish to cultivate more medicinal herbs. Could you help me acquire another medicine valley? Of course, please don't move me from Mystic Valley, my heart is tied to that place, and I can't bear to leave." Ji Xiao fell silent upon hearing this. Gu An was not in a hurry. If she couldn't manage it, then he would ask Gu Zong. He had a rough idea of what Gu Zong wanted from him. What else could they want from a writer like him? Ji Xiao finally spoke, "I can't fully promise the Medicine Valley matter, as this place is not Ji Mansion, and you don't wish to leave your valley. I will try my best. Besides this, you may make another request." Gu An promptly said, "Could you give me a set of teleportation array? I wish to connect the two medicine valleys for ease of travel." "That is not difficult. After the banquet, I will have someone deliver it to you," she replied. "Thank you, third young miss." Gu An smiled, saluting her once more. Ji Xiao closed her eyes then asked, "By the way, what exactly did you write that made Gu Zong hold you in such high regard, even wanting to take you as his disciple?" Gu An thought for a moment, realizing he couldn't keep this a secret. After today, Ji Xiao might investigate him. It might be better to be forthright, Ji family might even protect him in the future. Investiture of the gods. When Gu An uttered these 4 words, Ji Xiao abruptly opened her eyes and turned to look at him, showing a look of surprise for the first time. "Investiture of the gods is written by you? How do you know so much?" Ji Xiao asked, frowning. With a helpless tone Gu An replied, "It's just my imagination, it's not real." Many were saying that investiture of the gods was a piece of ancient history, and individuals like Zolin and Wuxin thought the same, which had made him nervous for a while. If he hadn't checked in the book collection hall of the outer sect and found no records related to Huaxia, he might have actually believed that investiture of the gods was real. Imagined? But the world of investiture of the gods that you depict is so vast and the deist sorcery so captivating, Ji Xiao whispered softly. Clearly, she also enjoyed reading investiture of the gods. Guan pretended to be uneasy, appearing unsure of how to continue the conversation. You mustn't speak about this to anyone else. Investiture of the gods has too great an influence, and Pan An's name has already spread throughout the Taixuan dynasty. Other sects all want to find you. Ji Xiao cautioned. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Thinking it over, she raised her right hand, the jade ring on her middle finger flashing with light, and a small bronze sword appeared in her palm. This is a talisman treasure. You only need to infuse it with spiritual power to activate it. This treasure can slay cultivators in the core formation realm. Keep it to protect yourself, she said. Ji Xiao's words made Guan take another look at the small bronze sword. This was his first encounter with such a talisman treasure. Previously, Zhang Qiang had mentioned to him that talisman treasures do not recognize a master and require stored spiritual power to be used, often left by great cultivators to protect their juniors. He hadn't expected that he would get to enjoy this privilege today. He did not refuse and accepted the small bronze sword. Go back to your room and rest. You don't have to stand guard anymore. Ji Xiao closed her eyes again, her tone returning to its previous indifference. Guan bowed politely with his hand, then turned and left. After leaving the courtyard, Guan curiously pondered the indescribable, inexplicable aura he felt on Ji Xiao, an aura that inexplicably drew one toward it. He did not think too much of it and walked toward his own courtyard. As more guests arrived, the Ji mansion grew lively, bursting with people everywhere. The divinity transformation cultivators were lively and jovial, nascent souls keeping them company, while those in core formation could only scurry about busily, their status dictated by their cultivation realm blatantly apparent in the Ji mansion. As he walked, Guan suddenly saw someone. Zhang Qiang. The two met on a corridor face to face. Guan was very composed, his expression unchanging. Zhang Qiang was the same. As they brushed past one another, maintaining half a meter distance, Guan suddenly felt a jade pendant being slipped into his left hand. Check with divine sense once you're back in your room, and let's pretend we don't recognize each other. The voice of Zhang Qiang reached Guan's ears. She was using the sound transmission skill. Guan clenched the jade pendant tightly and left without turning back, passing by each other as though they were strangers. Inside his room, Guan sat cross-legged on his bed, his left hand gripping the jade pendant, the back of his hand facing upwards. Even inside, he did not let the jade pendant show. He sent his divine sense into the jade pendant and soon furrowed his brow. Inside the jade pendant was a vestige of divine sense left by Zhang Qiang, informing him of why she had come to the Ji mansion. Zhang Qiang's current target was precisely Ji Xiao. Not just her, but Thousand Autumn Pavilion and other demonic sects had also sent spies, all aiming to seize the primordial deist talisman within Ji Xiao's body. The primordial deist talisman was a very special power, like bloodline, innate to one's birth, but once the owner formed a core, the primordial deist talisman would emerge on the golden core. At that point, if the golden core were taken away, the primordial deist talisman would leave the cultivator's body. According to Zhang Qiang, a deist talisman of this nature was a once in 10,000 years occurrence, rarer even than heavenly spirit roots, and possessed life-altering natural benefits. No wonder Ji Xiao had such an exaggerated lifespan. It was because of the primordial deist talisman. Now, Guan was in a quandary. On one side was Zhang Qiang, and on the other Ji Xiao. Whom should he support? Forget it. He wouldn't interfere, after all, Zhang Qiang wouldn't make a move until the banquet was over, waiting for Ji Xiao to accomplish core formation. By then, Guan would have already returned to Mystic Valley. Guan was very curious about the primordial deist talisman. Was the special aura he had felt on Ji Xiao the aura of the primordial deist talisman? Even he, a great cultivator of the void-crossing realm, could not help but feel greedy, which showed how powerful the primordial force contained within the primordial deist talisman was. As time passed, the banquet proceeded smoothly, and the lurking demon cultivators did not act rashly. At noon, Ji Xiao showcased the Kailan step for the guests, and Guan witnessed this scene in the courtyard. Ji Xiao stepped out from the courtyard, ascending to heaven with each step, creating a Kailan Dharma aspect beneath her feet. After 7 steps, the Kailan Dharma aspect enveloped her body. At a glance, it appeared as though 7 dark red Kailans stood in the air, a magnificent sight. With Guan's keen vision, he could tell that Ji Xiao could take 2 more steps. 9 steps was her limit for the Kailan step. But the ultimate limit of the Kailan step wasn't 9 steps. Mastered to perfection, one could make 1,000 steps, where thousands of Kailan, akin to avatars, could encircle and confuse an opponent. Regardless, Ji Xiao's mastery of the Kailan step at the age of 34 was indeed remarkable. With it, she could sweep through cultivators of the same realm. In the evening, Du Ye came looking for Guan with Gu Zong and Gu Yu. Having led the way, Du Ye left, not daring to disturb them. An ancient hour later, Gu Zong left with a smile of satisfaction. Guan escorted them to the gate of the courtyard. Gu Yu turned back, winked at Guan, and said, "Remember, I must have many beautiful ladies as friends in the book. In half a year at most, I'll come looking for you, and the medicine valley you want will definitely not disappoint." Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Demon Shadow Divine Skill, begins to show its might. Gu Zong was asking Guan to write a book about his deeds, and naturally, Guan would not refuse. After all, it wasn't as if he was being asked to cast Gu Zong as the main protagonist of Investiture of the Gods. As an exchange, Gu Zong would elevate Guan's status to that of an outer disciple and grant him a medicine valley twice the size of Mystic Valley. 6 months later, Gu Yu would go to find Guan with the items. Writing a book in exchange for a medicine valley, Guan felt it was a good deal, as he had nothing else to do on normal days. That night, after returning to his room, Du Ye pressed Guan for details about what Gu Zong wanted with him. "Sect secrets, are you sure you want to pry?" Guan asked meaningfully, instantly frightening Du Ye to the point where he shuddered all over and dared not inquire further. The next morning, as the guests of Ji Mansion dispersed, a cultivator found Guan and handed him a storage bag, saying it was from the 3rd Miss. He swept it with his divine sense and found it was filled with materials for formations, a rich assortment indeed. Guan hesitated whether or not to remind Ji Xiao, but as soon as he saw the cultivators of the Ji family in Ji Mansion increasing instead of decreasing, and even many cultivators meditating on the eaves, he knew that the Ji family had already sensed the crisis. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to worry. At noon, Guan followed Du Ye as they left, using the teleportation array to return to the outer city. After saying goodbye to Du Ye, Guan headed towards Mystic Valley. He had already started planning the planting in the 2nd Medicine Valley in his mind. With the addition of Li Suandeo's Medicine Valley, he would have 3 Medicine Valleys, and his future lifespan income was sure to skyrocket. Even though he had reached the Void Crossing Realm's 1st layer, Guan would not consider his lifespan to be in excess. Above the Void Crossing Realm, there were surely many more levels, each requiring more of one's lifespan the higher one climbed. His goal was eternal life, to reach the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation path. Riding on a flying sword, roaming freely between heaven and earth, Guan stood against the wind, harboring dreams of everlasting youth through the seasons. When he arrived back at Mystic Valley, his brows furrowed. He landed from sword control, and his flying sword then buried itself into his storage bag. Ye Yan, who was not far off waiting, saw him and immediately ran over. "Master, you're finally back. Yesterday, a senior came to stay in our medicine valley," reported Ye Yan immediately. Guan nodded and said, "I know, you keep busy." He noticed that there were flags hidden among the weeds around Mystic Valley, clearly part of a formation. He first felt out for the aura of the other, then pretended not to notice the formation and walked towards the direction of that cultivator's aura, quickly inspecting the medicinal herbs along the way. Good heavens! 6 fourth-tier medicinal herbs were missing. Guan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The other's cultivation level was no trivial matter, being a divinity transformation realm cultivator, but even if they were divinity transformation, if they dared to steal his herbs, they would have to pay a price. Guan made his way to Xiaoquan's courtyard and saw someone in the courtyard performing alchemy. The pill furnace appeared ancient, nearly as tall as a person, with wisps of blue smoke coming out of it. The one performing alchemy was an old man, hunched over and short, with white hair tied behind his head with a grass rope. Taixuan Li, Divinity Transformation Realm 2nd Layer 486/930/1050. Once Guan was certain the other hadn't hidden a stronger cultivation level, he directly approached and asked, "May I ask for your honored name, senior, and from whence you come?" His tone was aggressive, a stark departure from his usual manner of addressing people. Taixuan Li stood up, turned towards Guan with a smile, and said cheerfully, "I am Taixuan Li, passing through this medicine valley and thinking to stay a few days." Guan asked, "Is senior from the Supreme Sect?" Given that Ji Xiao was about to reach core formation, he couldn't help but suspect the other's identity. Usually, there were no divinity transformation cultivators visiting his medicine valley. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The busy disciples also turned their gazes toward the yard, sensing that Taixuan Li was no ordinary visitor. They all felt relieved to see Guan returning. "And you, are you the master of this medicine valley?" Taixuan Li asked with a chuckle. Guan replied, "That's correct, senior, but why do you not answer me?" Taixuan Li shook his head with an amused expression, muttering to himself, "He cultivation realm individual cultivator dares to speak to me in such a tone." He suddenly squatted down and slapped the ground with his palm. In an instant, the earth trembled, the flags hidden in the forest in each direction quivered, unleashing a surge of demonic qi. The demonic qi rose swiftly, forming a demonic net that enveloped the entire Mystic Valley, and then the net turned transparent as if everything that happened was an illusion. "What are you trying to do?" Guan asked, feigning panic. The disciples in the distance sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed over. The first to arrive were Xiaochuan and Ye Yan, then Wuxin, Zhenqin, and Su Han. The others hurried over too but dared not approach rashly, standing anxiously outside the yard to watch. Su Han stood at the forefront, with the sword in hand, though his trembling legs revealed his nervousness. Zhenqin's face turned pale with fear, but she still stood in front of Guan, which made him want to laugh. This silly girl! Taixuan Li's right palm was swirling with chilling demonic qi. He slowly stood up, wearing a ferocious grin. "Now that the Valley Master has returned, I won't disguise myself any longer. If you wish to live, then just obediently listen to me, otherwise I'll skin you alive, extract your souls, and let you neither live nor die." Sensing his terrifying aura, all disciples felt a pang of fear. Wuxin mustered the courage to ask, "We are all servant disciples, and even refining our souls would be of no benefit to you. Let's talk this out, what is it that you want us to do?" He spoke quickly, worried that Guan might not understand Taixuan Li's true cultivation level. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Taixuan Li sneered, "Wise of you. From now on, just wait in the valley for my orders. I intend to use your medicine valley for cultivating elixirs. Don't even think of escaping, my formation is invisible and colorless, even a core formation realm cultivator who encounters it would turn instantly into a pool of blood." Having witnessed the formation taking shape earlier, they naturally believed his words. Chu Qunli looked at Guan and said with a mocking smile, "Valley Master, what would you do now if I told you I come from the Wanyan sect?" The Wanyan sect. Truly a shadow that won't disperse. In his entire life, Guan had scarcely killed anyone, besides Fuxiang, everyone else was from the Wanyan sect. Feigning terror, Guan clenched his teeth and said, "Please forgive my earlier insolence, Senior. As long as you do not harm my disciples, you may command me as you wish, even if it's to refine souls, please start with mine." Upon hearing these words, the disciples immediately panicked, but none dared speak out for fear of enraging Chu Qunli. Wuxin clenched his fists inside his sleeves, filled with self-reproach. If only I had cultivated more diligently on a regular basis, and once my cultivation technique had reached its full potential, my brother wouldn't have to suffer like this. Zhen Qin, Xiao Chuan, Su Han, and Ye Yan all shared a similar sentiment. Chu Qunli laughed, a laugh full of contempt. Guan hastily said, "Senior, I have 5th-grade medicinal herbs in my house, particularly suitable for use as medicine primer, do you need them?" "Not bad, you are quite aware of the times, go on then," Chu Qunli said, waving his sleeve. Immediately, Guan turned around and ran towards his loft. The others watched Chu Qunli warily, afraid that he would make a sudden move. Chu Qunli casually dug at his ear and glanced towards Zhen Qin, smiling and saying, "Little girl, come over here and assist me." Seeing his malicious smile, Zhen Qin felt extremely disgusted, but more than that, she was filled with dread. What should she do? Based on the spectacle of the formation from just before, it was certain that no one in the valley was a match for this demon cultivator. Just as Zhen Qin was engulfed in anxiety, a figure clad in purple-black suddenly appeared beside Chu Qunli. Chu Qunli's pupils abruptly contracted, instinctively turning to look. So fast! Impossible! Just as Chu Qunli was about to retaliate, the other party's right hand, swift as a sword, pierced directly through his chest, lifting him into the air. His eyes widened, disbelieving as he looked down at the individual below him. This was a figure enveloped in dark purple flames, its true face indiscernible, as if it had come straight from the 9 nether world. Wuxin, Zhen Qin, and the rest were equally startled by the mysterious figure that appeared so suddenly, retreating in unison. Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Demon Shadow Divine Skill. Chu Qunli said with a trembling voice, his tone laden with terror. He desperately realized he could not summon any spiritual power within him, the strike from before had completely shattered his golden core, and the overpowering spiritual power of the attacker pressed down on his primordial spirit within his body, rendering it unable to escape. The adversary must be higher than the divinity transformation realm. Guan, who had been performing the great yin-yang transformation, glanced back at Wuxin. Wuxin seemed to realize something and his expression changed drastically. Immediately after, the hand that Guan used to pierce through Chu Qunli suddenly clenched into a fist, releasing a terrifying burst of sword qi, instantly disintegrating Chu Qunli's physical body, leaving only his primordial spirit dangling from his arm, while Chu Qunli's storage bag fell into his other hand. Blood splattered everywhere. Wuxin and the rest were splashed by it but were so shocked they couldn't react, frozen in place. The primordial spirit of Chu Qunli began to speak tremblingly, but before he could finish, it was crushed to dust by Guan's overwhelming spiritual power. Guan's figure vanished into thin air. The next second, the sound of a door being smashed open echoed from afar, and Guan, holding a 5th-grade tiger blood flower, was seen climbing down from the balcony of his loft. He rushed towards the courtyard where Wuxin and others were, shouting loudly, "Senior! Stop this madness!" He leaped over the courtyard wall and arrived beside Zhen Qin. Looking at the blood-stained courtyard, he hurriedly turned his head towards his disciples and saw that none were missing, then he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a tense voice, he asked, "The demon, where did he go?" His voice was low, as if fearful of being overheard by Chu Qunli. As if woken from a trance by his voice, Zhen Qin screamed and, gripping Gu An's robe, said with a trembling voice, "Master, he's dead, he was." The other disciples also snapped out of their shock, turning their heads in all directions, dreading the mysterious shadow might reappear. It took Gu An a while to understand from them what had just happened. It has to be said, acting can be very exhausting. Gu An instructed his disciples to hold their ground and stay alert. At the same time, he silently exerted force with his right foot, allowing his spiritual power to spread underground, destroying the invisible formation beneath. Suddenly, a screen of demonic qi appeared above Mystic Valley, and shortly after, the mysterious demon path formation began to collapse, the demonic qi dissipating like smoke, as if it had never been there, with the autumn leaves atop the mountain following suit and fluttering down. The formation is lifted. Ye Yan tentatively asked. Wuxin took a deep breath and said to Gu An, "Brother, let us speak elsewhere." Eliminating Chu Qunli had granted him 66 years of lifespan, not a bad outcome. Feeling pleased, Gu An feigned a puzzled look, he hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. The two headed towards Gu An's loft, while the other disciples gathered together to discuss the recent ordeal. Inside the loft, Wuxin closed the door, turned to face Gu An, and said through clenched teeth, "The one who just attacked must be a great cultivator from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, perhaps someone my father sent to protect me." Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Yangwood Primordial Skill, 9 Layers of the Void Crossing Realm. Watching Wuxin's complex expression, Gu An wanted to laugh, but his years of acting experience kept him from breaking character. Gu An's expression kept changing, first shock, then relief, and finally tension. Seeing the changes in his senior brother's expression, Wuxin felt even more awkward, but he did not regret revealing the matter. Since the last time they opened their hearts to each other, Wuxin felt that his senior brother was the closest person to him, and there should be no secrets between them. "You must not speak of this matter, or I can't protect you." Gu An took a deep breath and said seriously. Wuxin nodded solemnly, recalling the previous battle, which sent chills down his spine. Curious, Gu An asked, "Can you recognize the person just now? What realm was he in?" He wanted to gauge the depth of Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Wuxin scratched his head and guessed, "I didn't see his true face, but he might be in the nascent soul realm. His movement technique was too fast, it feels like those in core formation realm would scarcely possess such capability." Gu An was stunned. "This foolish boy!" he remarked emotionally, "You say your father doesn't care about you, but look, he still sends people to protect you. He really doesn't care about me, but it might also be because he fears I might tarnish his reputation, or perhaps the person who acted just happened to be on a mission to Supreme Sect," guessed Wuxin, feeling unmoved and still resistant to his father. Afterwards, Gu An gave a few more instructions and then took Wuxin downstairs. Gu An did not let the disciples clean up the courtyard but preserved the scene, waiting for Wuxin to go to the outer sect the next day to find the disciple of Law Enforcement Hall. All the disciples in the valley had witnessed the previous battle, hiding it was impossible, so it was better to inform Supreme Sect in advance. He stood in front of Chu Qunli's pill furnace, observing the elixir inside it. He couldn't tell what elixir Chu Qunli was concocting, but decided to keep it for Supreme Sect to determine. That night, Gu An went to the 8 scenic caves, and as usual, fed the sky dragon sheep meat. Afterward, he took out Chu Qunli's storage bag. He emptied everything inside and then destroyed the storage bag. One must say, a cultivator in the divinity transformation realm was indeed rich, with just spirit stones and spirit energy elixirs amounting to a massive sum. He inspected each item, burning all those of no use to prevent anyone from tracking him. For the magic artifacts, he also erased Chu Qunli's marks one by one, making all the artifacts ownerless. In the end, he was left with a letter containing a blank sheet, which required divine sense to read, and an individual had to be in the divinity transformation realm to discern it. After investigating, he learned why Taixuan Li had come, which was for the primordial deist talisman. Taixuan Li's mission was to rendezvous with a member of Taixuan Sect at the outer sect and steal the primordial deist talisman. Apart from Thousand Autumn Pavilion, Taixuan Sect had planted many spies inside Supreme Sect, and the individual Taixuan Li was supposed to meet must be of high cultivation level. Demon path spies truly infiltrated everywhere. How many were there, just like he had been, coerced into such roles? Guan felt a mix of emotions and then stood up to check the medicinal herbs within the 8 scenic caves. The next morning, Wuxin, along with Tang Yu and Su Han, headed for the outer sect. Guan had the other disciples carry on with their normal tasks, grazing sheep, weeding, watering. By noon, the trio returned. Their quick return was due to a ride from a core formation realm cultivator on a giant redwood fan, which accommodated dozens of people. Yelan was also there. As everyone landed, Guan greeted them. The leader was an elder of the law enforcement hall named Murong Ying. Murong Ying, Core Formation Realm Layer 3268/503/908. Murong Ying wore a purple robe, was tall and handsome, sporting a head of hair mixing black and white. His every action displayed the poise of a high-ranking individual. After hearing the full account of the incident from Guan, he nodded slightly, saying, "You've done well. We will clean up this area, and we will not allow any demon cultivator to lurk." Guan immediately expressed his gratitude. The disciples of Law Enforcement Hall did not linger to chat with the valley's disciples. They went to Xiaoquan's courtyard, and on seeing the bloodstains on the walls and ground, everyone was terrified. Murong Ying headed to Taixuan Li's pill furnace, peered inside, and quickly furrowed his brows. Meanwhile, Yelan came over to Guan, comforting him. Guan had Wuxin seek her out first, as her intervention made it easier to mobilize the law enforcement hall, so when she heard about the incident in Mystic Valley, she was eager to rush over immediately. After about half an hour, Murong Ying took the pill furnace away and then motioned for the disciples of Law Enforcement Hall to leave. Watching the departing figures of the Law Enforcement Hall disciples, Zhen Qin couldn't help but look at Guan and asked, "Is it over just like that?" Guan didn't have high expectations for Law Enforcement Hall to take action. Reporting the incident was sufficient. He did not want to be branded as a spy for the demon path. "They will investigate. At the very least you must trust your martial uncle yet," Guan said with a smile. Upon hearing that, Zhen Qin felt it made sense. Still, the demeanor of the Law Enforcement Hall had stung her, and she secretly vowed to become an outer disciple as soon as possible. For Mystic Valley, Taixuan Li was merely a hiccup, but for Guan, it was a caution. How many dangers had Mystic Valley already faced? No. It was time to advance his cultivation level. Before they knew it, 7 days had swiftly passed. That evening, Guan quietly left Mystic Valley and sat down in a forest 100 miles away. He summoned his attribute panel and focused on the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill. First, he would enhance his cultivation technique. He instantly sacrificed 10,000 years of his lifespan. In the end, the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill leveled up to become the Yang Wood Primordial skill, achieving mastery in the process. The Yang Wood Primordial skill also awakened a divine skill, which delighted Guan. He immediately activated a lifespan barrier and transmitted the Yang Wood Primordial skill. An hour later, the transmission ended, and Guan had also understood the mysteries of the divine skill. This divine skill, named Yang Wood Boundless, could channel spiritual power into the earth to condense Yang Wood, which would cover the land. This Yang Wood could devour the essence, spirit, and even the spiritual power of living beings, which was extremely terrifying. As long as the practitioner had enough spiritual power, it could cover tens of thousands of miles. A very domineering divine skill. Guan liked it very much. Guan continued to look at the cultivation level in his attribute panel, planning to level his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Void Crossing realm. As for breaking through, he feared it might be too conspicuous, and currently, he only had just over 20,000 years of lifespan left. He first sacrificed 1,000 years of his lifespan, successfully moving from the first to the fourth layer of the void-crossing realm, which was quite good. However, after sacrificing another 1,000 years, his cultivation level only reached the fifth layer of the void-crossing realm. In the end, he had used a total of 7,500 years of his lifespan, reaching the ninth layer of the void-crossing realm. He still had 13,000 years of lifespan left and decided to stop there. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, he began to carefully perceive the mysteries within him. He couldn't always rely on sacrificing lifespan, he wanted to establish his own understanding of cultivation. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, gathered atop his golden core, generated spiritual power, and nourished his muscles, bones, and primordial spirit, continuously enhancing his cultivation level. Even upon reaching the void-crossing realm, a cultivator's golden core remained within the Danshan, and after reaching the void-crossing realm, Guan could feel even more the significance of the golden core. This made him think of the Taoist myth of the golden core path. The core formation realm might just have laid the foundation, the true mysteries of the golden core would need to be explored at higher realms, just like the spirit root. Guan always felt that cultivating a single spirit root would hit a barrier at some stage. Immortals are omnipotent, how could they only possess methods of a single attribute? The same goes for the primordial spirit and the golden core. The primordial spirit is the manifestation of the soul, enabling cultivators to break free from the physical body's constraints. Guan wanted to try, in the coming days, to integrate other attribute skills with the Yangwood primordial skill. He aimed to create a perfect 5 elements skill that would perfectly match his supreme 5 elements heavenly spirit root. 2 hours later, Guan had successfully reached the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth had been depleted by him, probably alarming the outer sect once again. That was good, the supreme sect would surely be more vigilant, increasing the pressure on the spies from the demon path, and this could also improve Ji Xiaohu's chances of successfully crossing the tribulation. Guan inwardly felt satisfied, having lent a hand to Ji Xiaohu. Sure enough, the next morning, while Guan was leading his disciples in exercises, he saw several great cultivators sweeping across the sky above Mystic Valley, with the disciples also talking about the previous day's descent of spiritual energy. The consumption of spiritual energy from advancing from the first to the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm was in no way inferior to advancing from the first layer of the divinity transformation realm to the first layer of the void-crossing realm, and might even be more substantial. The Supreme Sect's outer sect, having encountered this situation twice in a row, was probably in a tight spot. Guan planned to continue saving up lifespan, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. Next, it was time for the grand development of Medicine Valley. The autumn wind was bleak, and Mystic Valley lived a secluded life. Since the disaster brought by Chu Qunli, the disciples in the valley trained even harder. A month quickly passed. That day, Guan was studying the Zaiwei Array Chronicles under a tree, while the white spirit rat dozed off next to him, looking as plump as a fat dog. As he read the Zaiwei Array Chronicles, his right hand petted the white spirit rat, quite cozily. Suddenly, Guan seemed to perceive something and looked toward the distance, in the direction of the inner sect. He felt a powerful aura from the void-crossing realm, with a great cultivator in the midst of battle. It seemed Ji Xiaohu had successfully formed his core, and the spies from the demon path could no longer restrain themselves and were engaged in a massive battle. Guan couldn't help but think of Zhang Qiang, hoping she wouldn't act recklessly. With her cultivation at the first layer of the nascent soul realm, it would be quite difficult for her to snatch Ji Xiaohu's golden core. The inner sect was so far from the outer sect that the disciples in Mystic Valley didn't feel the battle's aura and continued their own cultivation practices. Even as night fell, Guan could still feel the distant battle's aura, a testament to its intensity. The cold wind blew in from the window. Guan sat at the desk reading, when footsteps approached from outside. "Senior brother, may I come in?" Wuxin's voice came through. Guan replied, "Come in." He quickly switched the book in his hand from Green Hero Travelogue to Cheng Sun Dan's 100 Herbs collection. Wuxin pushed the door open, then closed it behind him and walked to the desk. Seeing the 100 Herbs collection in Guan's hands, he secretly admired it and his eyes firmed up even more. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The senior brother is so studious, I must help him. Guan looked up and asked, "What brings you here so late?" Wuxin took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother, you've been stuck at the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm for some time now, haven't you?" Guan raised his eyebrows. "What does that mean? You wouldn't be dissatisfied with the position of the first disciple and coveting my Valley Master position, would you?" Followed by Wuxin, who said, "Senior brother, actually I am a genius, but I practice a divine skill that suppresses the growth of my cultivation. This skill, meant for slow accumulation and sudden burst, possesses the mysterious power to change one's fate." Chapter 49, Chapter 49 Deist Expansion Skill, Divine Power Collection. Am I actually a genius? Upon hearing Wuxin's words, Guan almost laughed. He spoke with a smile, "In my eyes, you've always been a genius. Could it be that you wish to pass on your cultivation technique to me?" Wuxin nodded and said, "When I say genius, I mean compared to the others in the valley. However, when compared to my brothers and sisters, my innate talent is quite mediocre. The cultivation technique I practice is called Deist Expansion Skill, taught to me by a divine monk. Once one cultivates this skill, their cultivation realm won't increase, but their cultivation level continuously accumulates. I plan to release the seal on my realm before my life's limit approaches. By then, my spirit root qualification and lifespan will transform. However, once the seal is broken, the Deist Expansion Skill will become ineffective." After listening to this, Guan couldn't help but be interested in the Deist Expansion Skill. "What realm is that divine monk at?" he inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Wuxin shook his head, "I am not clear about his cultivation level. He calls himself an immortal seeking deist. If he is a deist, why do you call him a divine monk? He has been fully ordained and wears a kazaya. How could he be a deist? My appearance is modeled after him. He said I would have extraordinary destiny in the future and forcefully shaved my head. The scar on my head is his doing, making it so I can't grow hair now." As he said this, Wuxin felt quite wronged. He wished to be handsome like Guan and be liked by girls. Guan didn't continue to question and asked Wuxin to describe the Deist Expansion Skill. He wanted to see just how mystical the Deist Expansion Skill was. Wuxin began to explain the Deist Expansion Skill seriously, and the explanation took an entire hour. The Deist Expansion Skill truly was profound. Even the breathing techniques were incredibly complex, and to Guan, who was of a higher cultivation realm, the Deist Expansion Skill had even more hidden secrets. "Senior brother, have you memorized it? Or should I write it down for you to see tomorrow?" Wuxin asked with concern. Guan smiled and nodded, "All right, this skill indeed sounds formidable. Thank you for your kindness. Let's rest for tonight." "What's there to thank, what's our relationship?" Wuxin laughed. He was pleased, feeling he had finally helped his senior brother. After finishing, he turned around and left. As soon as he went downstairs, Guan began to practice the Deist Expansion Skill. Wuxin worried that he wouldn't remember, so Guan went along with Wuxin's idea, to avoid exposing his current talent and realm. In reality, as long as it wasn't a particularly special Deist sorcery, Guan could remember it firmly in his heart just by listening to the words. 3 days passed, and in the woods, Guan was exchanging sword techniques with Su Han. That day when Chu Qunli caused trouble, Su Han was the one who stepped forward with a sword, which moved Guan deeply, so he decided to teach him a few moves. Initially, Su Han didn't hold much hope, thinking his master was just bored, but the fighting turned out completely different from what he had expected. Guan, holding a wooden sword, used simple footwork and even more ordinary sword moves, yet he was able to effortlessly break down every single one of Su Han's attacks. Su Han was greatly shocked, and Guan's image grew significantly in his heart. After dozens of moves, the sword in Su Han's hand was flicked to the ground by Guan. Su Han, looking at the wooden sword hovering in front of his throat, couldn't help but swallow nervously and turned to Guan in astonishment. Guan sheathed his sword and looked at him with a smile, asking, "How was that? So impressive." Su Han replied with embarrassment. Guan shook his head, "I'm not asking you to evaluate me, but to ask what you felt." Su Han was stunned for a moment, then reflected carefully. "Wait a minute." Something came to him, his expression changed dramatically, and he looked at Guan with shock, cautiously asking, "Master, were you using the moves from the hateful heaven divine sword?" Guan nodded, "Yes, I don't have a deep understanding of the hateful heaven divine sword, but do you know why I could decipher your sword moves?" "Why?" Su Han pressed. "I'm faster than you." "But you feel that I am slower than you? Yet I always manage to easily dismantle your sword moves." "Yes, Master, it really feels like you are very slow, but just think about it carefully. I seem slow because you are watching me as a person. My eyes, however, are on your sword. Before you strike, I've already judged your sword's trajectory. As you strike, I do too, but as a defender, my sword swing is nowhere near as extensive as yours. Hence, when our swords clash, my speed is less than yours, yet I can catch up." Guan patiently explained, and Su Han listened with a frown, beginning to carefully recall the sword exchange they had just had. Su Han quickly understood. Indeed, from the moment the two of them drew their swords, the outcome had already been decided. Su Han raised his eyes to Guan, a look of admiration on his face. "Master, you are truly amazing. You were able to practice the hateful heaven divine sword better than me after only watching the sword manual once." Guan stepped forward, smiling, "In fact, I have also practiced sword techniques, so I understand them better than you. But only you know this. You mustn't tell others. I also carry some grudges and cannot let people know that I understand swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, Su Han was deeply moved, immediately kneeling on one knee, raising his hand to swear. "I will never reveal that Master is skilled in swordsmanship. If I do, may thunder strike me down, and may I live a bitter and solitary life." Guan quickly pulled him up, saying irritably, "There's no need for such an oath. If you promise, I will believe you." Although he said so, he was still very pleased with Su Han's attitude. Given his way of doing things, taking the risk to instruct Su Han in swordsmanship was already a gamble. Su Han scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Guan continued to instruct Su Han in swordsmanship. Although he had not practiced the hateful heaven divine sword diligently, his achievement in the Taixuan divine shocking sword made it easy for him to impart some pointers. An hour later, Guan left the forest, leaving Su Han to practice swordsmanship alone. He arrived at the entrance of the valley, his gaze fixing on the wooden railing of a courtyard ahead, where a figure stood accompanied by the servant disciple Yang Min. Zhang Qiang. Under the bright sunlight, how dare this scoundrel directly enter Mystic Valley? Guan internally lamented. He became aware of Zhang Qiang approaching Mystic Valley, which was why he had ended his private instruction of Su Han ahead of time. He chose not to intervene earlier because Zhang Qiang flew here on a sword without attempting to conceal his figure or aura. Guan walked briskly towards them, and upon reaching Zhang Qiang's side, he said to Yang Min, "You can go busy yourself with other matters, I'll attend to her." Relieved, Yang Min hurriedly left. Zhang Qiang turned to look at Guan and smiled, "Your disciple really is timid." Guan said, "Let's go upstairs to talk." Zhang Qiang had no objections and followed him to the attic. Once inside, Guan closed the door and asked in a low voice, "Martial Master, why have you come, and in broad daylight at that?" Zhang Qian casually sat down, first flicked her sleeve and threw out 4 talisman papers, sticking them on the doors and windows, then poured herself some tea from the teapot on the table. She spoke nonchalantly, "What's there to fear? I'm still an inner sect disciple of Supreme Sect. Before my serious injury, I didn't expose my identity. The reason I went into hiding was because I had enemies at that time. Over the years, I have investigated, and that enemy has already died." Guan sat down opposite her, curious. He asked, "Was that enemy from Supreme Sect?" "To be precise, like me, that person was a spy from the demon path," said Zhang Qian, with a smile that was not quite a smile, deliberately emphasizing the words "spy from the demon path." Guan wanted to press for more details, but Zhang Qian waved her hand and said, "Don't ask any more. I plan to stay in your medicine valley for a while. Once the heat dies down, I'll leave. What do you say?" Guan frowned and asked, "What happened?" He could sense that Zhang Qian had suffered serious internal injuries but was just putting on a calm front. At his question, Zhang Qian's eyes became complex, and she said softly, "That Ji Xiao really is not simple. She just stepped into the elixir formation realm and was able to avoid my attack. At the moment when I was distracted, she was gravely injured by a nascent soul cultivator of the Ji family." "You engaged her?" Guan suddenly became tense. Zhang Qian gave him a white look and said irritably, "Have you forgotten the demon shadow divine skill I taught you? I did not reveal my true self, so you don't need to worry." Guan heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He pressed on, "Was Ji Xiao's primordial deist talisman taken by someone?" Zhang Qian shook her head and said, "No one succeeded. With her Kailan step, it's very difficult for nascent soul realm cultivators to get close to her. Cultivators of divinity transformation and even stronger from the demon path were blocked by members of the Ji family and Supreme Sect cultivators. The elders of Supreme Sect are indeed formidable." She seemed to recall something and showed a look of after fright. Knowing that Ji Xiao was unharmed, Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Neither of them dying was, in his view, the best outcome. Guan observed Zhang Qian, contemplating how to comfort her. Zhang Qian lifted her eyes to look at him and asked with a cheery smile, "You didn't tip off the Ji family, did you?" Guan quickly shook his head and said, "How could I do that? I'm not that kind of person." "Really? Truly? Do you want me to swear an oath, Martial Master?" Guan said earnestly. He had just taken an oath with Su Han, and now he was supposed to swear again to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian evaluated him and said with a tisk-tisk of amazement, "No need, actually I was thinking of using you to notify the Ji family, to have them prepare for a battle so that when Ji Xiao forms her elixir, there would be a fierce fight." "What a pity, I didn't expect you to be that kind of person, I really misjudged you." Zhang Qian feigned a sorrowful expression and even sighed. Guan remained silent. Zhang Qian shifted her tone and smiled, "But this also shows that you are more biased towards me, you haven't let my affection go to waste. In the future, Martial Master will treat you well. Congratulations, you have completely captured Martial Master's heart." "Martial Master, don't talk nonsense. Ha ha, you, oh you, it seems you have been bound by the constraints of the righteous path and cannot take a joke and /o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Zhang Qian covered her mouth with a coy laugh, causing Guan to feel quite helpless. At that moment, Zhang Qian suddenly reached into her storage bag and placed a bronze token on the table. The bronze token was square, with missing edges and densely inscribed with tiny letters. Zhang Qian's eyes burned with eagerness as she said, "This is the true reason I went to the Ji mansion. This is the divine power collection of the Ji family, which records one of the 10 great divine powers of the Ji family. It was a congratulatory gift from the clan leader of Ji family to Ji Xiao. This item requires the essence blood of the G family's direct lineage to open, but of course, if one's cultivation surpasses the divinity transformation realm, the restrictions inside can be forcibly broken. The G family passed down the Kylan step to Ji Xiaoyu and also the Divine Power Collection. It seems they want to help her enter the Holy Land in the future. The Divine Power Collection? Gu An's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the bronze token, his eyes filled with curiosity. Zhang Qiang pushed the bronze token towards Gu An and said, "Keep this item with you for now. Hide it within the 8 scenic caves. When I obtain the essence blood of the Ji family's direct lineage, I will come to find you. In the meantime, to have it with me would invite disaster." Guan looked at the bronze token on the table and blinked. Chapter 50, Heaven and Earth Path Gang, Tianya Valley. Guan put the bronze piece into his storage bag and asked, "Are the Ji family's 10 great divine skills really that powerful? A talent from Thousand Autumn Pavilion like you even envies them." Zhang Qiang's gaze shifted to the wooden cabinet beside her, and she softly said, "Very powerful, and it's not something you can cultivate if you wish to. Within the Ji family, anyone who managed to cultivate one of the divine skills, regardless of their status, would receive focused cultivation from the Ji family and be moved into the main Ji lineage. Within the Taixuan dynasty, all the sects combined would still find it hard to topple the supreme sect, and the same is true for the noble families, with a huge gap between them. There are 3 great noble families that stand above the dynasty, one of which is the Ji family." Hearing her words, Guan suddenly suspected that there might be a spy from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion within the Ji family, deserving of the demon path. Following her words, Guan asked, "Who are the other 2 families? Zhou and Gu. How come there's no Li?" "Haha, the Li family is just a puppet." Zhang Qiang's words showed disdain for the Li family, which refreshed Gu An's understanding of the Taixuan dynasty. "The royal family isn't the strongest noble family?" "That's right, Li Xuandao's lifespan might be impressive, but it still can't compare to Ji Xiaoyu." Ji Xiaoyu was the most talented person Gu An had encountered so far. Gu's own was probably the Gu family, whose void-crossing realm cultivation level was enough to prove the depth of the Gu family's heritage. As for the Zhou family, Guan had not yet come into contact with them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Guan continued to ask Zhang Qiang about the world of immortal cultivation, and she answered all his questions. After about 30 minutes, Zhang Qiang grew impatient. "Why do you have so many questions? Hurry up and arrange a place for this old lady to stay." Zhang Qiang glared as she spoke. This was the first time Guan heard her refer to herself as this old lady, suggesting that her injuries were becoming unbearable. Thus, Guan took Zhang Qiang downstairs and personally arranged accommodation for her. After settling in, Zhang Qiang began to cultivate energy to heal her injuries and did not leave her room anymore. Zhen Qin found Guan, curious about Zhang Qiang's identity. Guan simply said she was an inner sect disciple, which was enough to awe Zhen Qin. Just like that, news of an inner sect disciple's arrival quickly spread throughout Mystic Valley, and all disciples knew about it, especially that the inner sect disciple was quite beautiful. Late at night, Guan went alone into the 8 scenic caves and buried that bronze piece in the ground. After Zhang Qiang left, he would further investigate the divine power collection of the Ji family. As autumn gave way to winter, snow began to gently fall from the sky. After nearly a month of recuperating in Mystic Valley, Zhang Qiang bid farewell to Guan. Watching her fly away with her sword, the direction opposite of the inner sect, Guan guessed that she was probably leaving the supreme sect. Guan looked towards Zhen Qin's room, sensing that she was cultivating some kind of special technique, which Zhang Qiang had taught her. Before leaving, Zhang Qiang had explained to him that it was Zhen Qin who insisted on learning from her. Guan watched for a while, then headed towards the woods, ready to check on the demon sheep moving about in the forest. The demon path should have already dispersed, and it was time to resume the peaceful farming life. Guan wouldn't become complacent with his 9 layers of void-crossing realm, he felt it wasn't enough. He was already looking forward to what abilities a lifespan of 1,000,000 years could unlock, hoping for something powerful. In the following days, he would occasionally leave the valley to manage the caves of the outer disciples, and at the same time, he would visit the outer sect to purchase seeds for high-rank medical herbs. The winter snow grew heavier, blanketing the world in an expansive whiteness. One night, Guan quietly entered the 8 scenic caves. He dug out the bronze piece from the ground and then brought it to the base of a green vine tree. He sat down right there, and Sky Dragon came over, rubbing against him. Guan suddenly noticed that Sky Dragon's body was getting wider, which was not a good sign. He began to admonish Sky Dragon, telling him not to overeat. He didn't want to raise a fat dragon. After playing with Sky Dragon for a while, Guan started to strike the bronze piece with his divine sense. Zhang Qiang hadn't lied to him, the bronze piece indeed contained a powerful restriction that could not be forcefully broken by anyone below the void crossing realm. Guan had already decided that if the item could only be transmitted to one person, he would learn it first, then pass it on to Zhang Qiang. If it could be used repeatedly, he would pretend he hadn't touched it. Boom! The powerful divine sense of his 9 layers of void crossing realm surged into the bronze piece, and the mysterious restriction lasted only a moment before being forcefully broken. Once the restriction was shattered, a vast memory flooded into his mind. This memory was very complex and chaotic, with various pieces of information aggressively invading his mind, causing him to frown slightly. Even after breaking the restriction, there was still the need to sort out the information, which might also be a form of assessment. With Guan's strong divine sense, he could grasp the subtle connections. After a while, he sorted things out. This divine power was called Heaven and Earth Path Gang. The winter snow was pure white, and the snowfall this year was heavier than before. Guan had no choice but to lead the disciples in shoveling snow. Unless it was urgent, they wouldn't use spiritual power, as Guan said. This could also be considered a form of cultivation. The snow fell heavily like a downpour, only slowing down after half a day. Guan stood in front of the wooden railing, looking at the medicinal herbs he had planted, noting that not a single plant had suffered, which brought a smile to his face. After looking for a while, Guan's gaze drifted to the entrance of the valley, where he saw a man wearing a rain hat and a straw coat approaching. He carried a long spear wrapped in cloth on his back. Luo Hun, Core Formation Realm 8 Layers 66/400/2803. A maximum lifespan of 2,800 years. It's not simple. Guan immediately walked over, making his way to Luo Hun. He cupped his fists in a salute, ready to ask questions, but Luo Hun preempted him. Who is Valley Master Guan? Luo Hun's voice sounded somewhat young, but it was full of vigor. Guan responded, I am, may I ask who you are? Lifting his head, Luo Hun revealed a handsome face from beneath his rain hat, except the left side had a brand mark, bearing the character for prisoner. His Majesty sent me here to give you an ancient hour to prepare, and then to follow me, Luo Hun said expressionlessly. After speaking, he walked past Guan, heading into the valley. Upon hearing this, Guan's eyes twinkled with joy. Finally, they had come. He was eager to see just how extensive the medicine valley prepared by Li Suandao was. He immediately went to find Wuxin. Wuxin had become the position of the greatest disciple in Mystic Valley, capable of overseeing the entire valley. Nov. L. B/JNN. The so-called greatest disciple was a position, not necessarily the disciple of the Valley Master, similar to the Supreme Sect's greatest disciple who, possessing the strongest strength, wasn't the disciple of the sect leader either. When Wuxin heard that Guan would be leaving for a while, he was very excited. Guan couldn't help but remind him repeatedly, especially that the medicinal herbs must be left for him to personally harvest upon his return. Wuxin knew his senior brother had few hobbies, with picking being one of them. He promised not to harvest on his own. Luo Hun then approached Ye Yan, who was swinging a long staff, practicing a staff technique passed down in his family. Upon seeing Luo Hun approaching, Yan hastily stopped and nervously looked towards him. Luo Hun took out a secret manual from his bosom and threw it to Yan, saying, "Your physique is not bad, you can practice it." Catching the manual, Yan replied, "But I am only of mixed spirit root. Spirit roots only define one's aptitude for energy absorption and cultivation. There are other aspects to a person's aptitude. Your physique is superior to ordinary people, making you a good candidate for spear training. Once you've mastered it, you can go to Kangzhou to join the army, establish your merits, and then exchange them for heavenly and earthly treasures to cleanse your marrow and change your destiny." Yan was invigorated by Luo Hun's words and promptly thanked him. Luo Hun nodded slightly, then continued to walk to other places, browsing the medicinal herbs planted within the valley. An hour later, Guan found him and said they could go. Luo Hun lifted his hand and withdrew the long spear from behind, a dazzling golden long spear that caught the attention of the disciples in the valley. "Nice gear." Guan inwardly scoffed. Luo Hun leapt up with a bound, setting foot on the long spear in mid-air. He glanced at Guan standing on the snowy ground and said, "Hop on." Guan instantly leaped up, landing behind him, setting foot on the shaft of the spear. With a surge of spiritual power from Luo Hun, the long spear sped off with them, leaping over peaks and drawing a long line across the blanketed snow fog in the sky. The disciples in the valley gathered together, curiously discussing Luo Hun's identity. The high sky was cold, and Guan's black hair was swept back, revealing a fair and graceful face. "Not bad, you have fine control over spiritual power, standing very steadily." Luo Hun's voice sounded, his back to Guan, with a tone of slight admiration. Guan casually replied, "I have a fondness for the sword control technique in my regular life, so I've studied it. Although your cultivation level is low, being regarded by His Majesty means you must have extraordinary qualities. Once in that medicine valley, give it your all. I will protect the safety of the valley." Luo Hun began talking about the medicine valley, and Guan listened intently. According to Luo Hun, that medicine valley was very important to His Majesty, who planned to cultivate a batch of geniuses there for future use.